No way did I really transmigrate. Staring at the unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome face in the mirror, Chen Fan slowly sorted through the newly emerged memories in his mind and realized he had crossed into a high martial era that revered individual combat power above all else. In this timeline, with spiritual energy having fully revived, countless races rose in succession and the myriad worlds of the heavens fell into a protracted epoch of war and chaotic contention. Compared to those alien powerhouses born with transcendent physiques, humans were innately frail, yet they just so happened to occupy the most habitable lands rich in spiritual energy and vast territories. As a weak race sitting atop such abundant natural resources, humanity naturally became a thorn in the eyes of the greedy alien clans of the myriad worlds who felt deeply aggrieved by this imbalance. During that extremely long age of darkness, humans could only cautiously seek out a narrow space to live, struggling to survive in the cracks beneath overwhelming might. It was not until later that waves of top-tier human experts unafraid of death emerged from within the race. On the battlefield of the myriad races, they shed their blood without hesitation, one generation after another charging forward. With martial academies springing up like bamboo shoots after spring rain, continuously supplying fresh blood to the race, humanity finally managed to gain a foothold amidst the chaos and establish the current tripartite balance of power. Now society had long since entered a state where all were soldiers. The fervor for martial cultivation swept across the globe, and every citizen was mentally prepared to rush to the front lines at any moment to resist external enemies. It seems the starting point of this life isn't all that low. Chen Fan's brows knit tightly together as another clear sequence of memories from this body's past surfaced in his mind. This portion of memory detailed every fragment of the original owner's life. The young man had once been the third son of the Chen family in Jinling City, and his background was anything but ordinary. This Chen clan was far from some obscure little household. They were a family of martyrs commended by all of humanity, enjoying immense renown throughout Jinling, so famous that even women and children knew their name. Most of the Chen ancestors had once fought for their lives against alien races on brutal battlefields, sacrificing themselves without hesitation for the continuation of their people. They were worthy of being called a clan of heroes. Even in the eyes of hostile alien races, Chen was a name that caused them headaches and inspired fear. For the Chen descendants, going to the front lines to repel invaders was a mission etched into their very bones. All of them, Chen Fan's elder brothers and sisters as well as his younger siblings, had resolutely donned armor and headed to the interstellar front to wage war, with only Chen Fan as the lone exception. He alone seemed like some misfit wandering along the fringes of the era. At the root of it all was that he buried himself in books all day long, a scholarly recluse through and through. In truth, it was not that Chen Fan was unwilling to tread the martial path, rather his physical condition simply did not allow him to undertake any high-intensity cultivation. In this turbulent age where the strong reigned supreme, although he was born into a prestigious clan, an accident during childhood training had dealt devastating damage to his dantian, leaving behind an incurable disability that completely stripped him of the right to practice martial arts. At first, the Chen family spared no effort, exhausting all their connections to search the world for famed miracle doctors in hopes of restoring his body. Yet after examining his injuries, those highly anticipated doctors could only shake their heads, repeatedly declaring that his chi was shattered and his meridians severed, beyond salvation even for an immortal descending to earth. When the path of martial cultivation was thoroughly cut off, the Chen family unexpectedly discovered that Chen Fan possessed astonishing talent in literary studies. From the moment he began basic education, Chen Fan had always ranked first in his studies. Any obscure and difficult text, once he read it, would be firmly etched into his memory. Thus the Chen elders gradually let go of their hopes of him returning to the martial path and came to accept reality. Perhaps a person's fate is already inscribed by heaven at the very moment of birth, they thought. Since Chen Fan favors the world of books, let him follow his heart. It is not a bad thing for him to live as a peaceful scholar. These words, spoken personally by a highly respected elder, set the tone for his future. From then on, amidst a chaotic world, Chen Fan lived a reclusive life within the clan, becoming a rare, refined scholar among the Chen, standing out as an oddity among a house of warriors. This three-story villa was filled within with an astonishing number of books, countless tomes containing knowledge about the myriad worlds at scale truly breathtaking. Although Chen Fan could not go to the front lines to kill the enemy, he still managed to make this life of keeping company with books rich and fulfilling. What made countless young talents outside green with envy was that Chen Fan actually had an incomparably beautiful fiancée, Su Chen Luo. The Chen and Su families had been intermarrying for generations, their alliance rock solid. When Su Chen Luo was still in swaddling clothes, the elders of both sides had already exchanged tokens of betrothal for the two. Su Chen Luo came from a martial lineage of profound heritage. Unlike the frail Chen Fan, she had displayed peerless talent for martial cultivation since childhood, even earning effusive praise from the Su clan's ancestral patriarch. The Su patriarch had publicly declared that this girl was an ancien centuries prodigy, very likely to cross that heavenly chasm and ascend to the very peak of martial cultivation. Whether it was blades, spears, swords, halberds, or the more obscure weapons, Su Chen Luo could swiftly grasp their essence the moment they fell into her hands. Even Chen Fan's siblings, already considered outstanding among their peers, were left far behind by her in terms of martial talent. In this world's cultivation system, ranks were strictly defined: martial disciple, martial warrior, martial master, and above them grandmaster, great grandmaster, and even the terrifying realms of marquis and king. To raise this cherished jewel, the Su clan not only laid a solid foundation for her from childhood but also spared no expense in hiring several reclusive masters to personally instruct her. At 10 she successfully stepped over the threshold to become a formal martial disciple. At 12 she entered the ranks of martial warriors. By 15 the news that she had reached the strength of a martial master caused an uproar throughout the entire city. At that time many human grandmasters who had been in seclusion for years emerged one after another, vying to accept her as their final disciple. The top martial academies that produced countless geniuses nearly trampled down the Su family's gate trying to recruit her. Moreover, as she grew older, Su Qianluo's breathtaking beauty blossomed, fully making her seem like a celestial maiden untouched by mortal dust. Her admirers were too numerous to count, including many genius scions from top-tier powers. Everyone in the Su clan doted on her without reserve, viewing her as the key to the family's future prosperity. A rising martial star on one side and on the other a destitute scholar with no cultivation, this stark contrast sparked endless gossip among outsiders. Yet after Su Qianluo grew up, her attitude toward Chen Fan remained unchanged, even more intimate than when they were children. She never enacted that cliched drama of despising him or coming to break off the engagement. On the contrary, she had always cared for this book-loving fiancé with meticulous tenderness. Now with the frontline situation dire, most of humanity's elite forces were fighting on the battlefield of the myriad races. As a heaven's proud daughter, Su Qianluo naturally could not remain absent. Like the rest of Chen Fan's family, she had long since rushed to the most perilous frontiers to suppress the rampaging alien races. With such a devoted and righteous fiancé, what more could I possibly ask of this life? Chen Fan leaned against the bookshelf and murmured softly. But with the world in chaos and those alien races scheming day and night to seize human territory, being without any means of self-defense really is precarious. It's a pity this body's dantian was damaged so early on, and now at this age the most crucial foundation establishment phase has long since passed me by. Even if I were to forcefully begin cultivating now, I fear that by the time my hair turned white I would still have achieved nothing of note. Chen Fan let out a bitter self-mocking laugh. A scholar is of no use in 100 affairs, seems that old saying truly carries its weight. Just as Chen Fan was sighing alone in the study, a crisp chime rang out. Ding! Life signs of the host confirmed stable. Potential assistance program booting. God-tier reading system successfully activated. Along with a sequence of cold, emotionless mechanical notifications sounding by his ear. A translucent, technologically styled display panel suddenly appeared out of thin air before Chen Fan's eyes. Host name Chen Fan. Current cultivation art none. Experience value 0 points. Core talent: within books lie houses of gold, within books lie beauties of jade. As long as the host continuously flips through texts, he will keep gaining experience points and has a chance to comprehend various god-tier cultivation arts. Additional divine abilities none. So it seems a system cheat really has become the standard equipment for a transmigrator like me. A flash of uncontrollable joy shot through Chen Fan's pupils. As someone once steeped in web novels in his previous life, he naturally understood the implications. Chen Fan tentatively communicated in his mind system, what specific assistance can you provide me? Ding! This program is titled the God-tier reading system. Its core logic is as follows: as long as the host engages in effective reading, experience points will be generated at random and various formidable fantasy abilities will be learned directly. Accumulated experience can be used to instantly elevate the realm level of any mastered cultivation art. Chen Fan's eyes instantly lit up with an extraordinary gleam. He abruptly rose from his chair and strode toward the enormous bookshelf towering up to the ceiling behind him. For him, the one strategic resource least lacking here was books. Chen Fan casually drew out a thick volume titled Ode to Vast Righteous Chi from a gap in the shelf. His fingertips brushed the slightly rough cover as he focused his mind and began to read. Just as he was about to fully enter a reading state, an elderly woman wearing a blue floral apron walked in softly on light footsteps. Due to triggering some kind of special probabilistic event, he had directly obtained 2 Peerless martial arts, 2 sleeves, green serpent, and sword that opens the heavenly gate. Young master, do you need me to tidy up this room for you? The old woman who had entered stopped and asked respectfully. This was Aunt Wang, the housekeeper the Chen family had employed for many years, responsible for the internal upkeep of the residence. It's fine, there's no need for now. Chen Fan raised his hand lightly, signaling that she did not need to busy herself at this moment. There's one more thing, young master. It would be best if you stayed home these days and didn't wander about. The master specifically warned that those restless believers of the myriad races cult have been causing trouble everywhere again. They say their eyes are on you. Aunt Wang reminded him worriedly. Hearing this, Chen Fan could not help but frown slightly. He knew his situation all too well. As Su Qianluo's fiancé and a direct-blooded Chen heir with no martial strength to protect himself, he was in the eyes of those rebellious myriad races cultists nothing more than a mobile target that could bring them immense merit.
If anything truly happened to him, the entire Chen clan would undoubtedly descend into madness in their retaliation.
As for Su Qianlua, that overbearing empress-like figure, she would likely storm back from the front to overturn the heavens themselves.
I understand these matters. Go and rest for now. Chen Fan instructed calmly.
Very well, young master. Please be extra careful. And Wang said no more, closing the door behind her as she left. It seems I must accelerate the pace at which I strengthen myself. Chen Fan's eyes grew bright as though streams of light were swirling within them. His long fingers flew over the pages, the sound of paper rubbing in the air like a swarm of butterflies beating their wings. It was said that this ode to vast righteous Qi had been composed by a supreme literary sage who, in the desperate plight of a fallen nation and imprisonment, poured out his heart's blood onto the page. So long as a cultivator could nurture that immense and unyielding righteous Qi in his chest, he would become upright and incorruptible, fearlessly facing all evils under heaven. As Chen Fan studied the text, he unconsciously associated it with the awkward predicament in which human civilization now found itself. In that primordial era when spiritual energy first awakened, facing a multitude of races standing shoulder to shoulder, frail humanity could only struggle desperately along the edge of death. Compared to the alien behemoths that could shift mountains and fill seas, humans back then were as insignificant as dust. During that dark period, countless compatriots were penned up as livestock for the aliens or reduced to toys for slaughter and amusement. Those who lived in that era had their souls shrouded in the terrifying shadow of the alien races. That dread of the unknown might haunt them from birth until they entered the grave. The entire human race was submerged in unending terror, unsure each day whether they would live to see the next dawn. For the ancestors of that age, simply surviving the night to witness the sunrise was itself a miraculous rebirth. The reason humans today could enjoy a semblance of dignified life, allowing the next generation to study peacefully on campus, was entirely thanks to those top experts who gambled their lives on the battlefield and the countless successors who followed in their footsteps to win this fragile peace. Even now, human society remained highly united, sparing no effort in selecting and cultivating the strong. To establish merit on the battlefield of the myriad races was no longer merely the duty of noble houses like the Chen family, it had become a mission engraved in the genes of every surviving human. At the core, the reason everyone fought so desperately was simply to ensure that humanity's spark of life could continue burning in this brutal competition among the heavens. This desperate guardianship existed to ensure that the dark history of that age would never be repeated. Yet in this slaughter-filled world, the fires of war had already raged on for countless centuries. Even knowing that the road ahead meant certain death, the human experts still had never once retreated. When the older generation fell, the young would immediately step up to take their place. Perhaps many youths, having just completed their comingafage ceremonies, donned armor without hesitation and died for their race in the cold void of the stars. Many others had lived perpetually under the shadow of war from birth to death, never once escaping the baptism of gunpowder and smoke. As a soul from a peaceful age, Chen Fan had once thought war and turmoil were distant concepts confined to books. Only after setting foot on this land did he realize that here human life truly was as cheap as grass. Perhaps for the natives of this world the word peace was a luxury so costly it could only be paid for with innumerable lives. No one could say how long this life and death struggle between humans and alien races would continue. It might be that children of the future would still have to face such chaotic conditions. As the ancient saying went, in times of prosperity the common people suffer, and in times of decline they suffer as well. In the end, it was always the ordinary folk who bore the brunt of all calamities. A vast scroll of the future seemed to unfurl like an illusion before Chen Fan's eyes. Clenching his fists, he whispered, "I don't want the world of tomorrow to remain this tragic." Between heaven and earth, righteous Qi filled the cosmos, transforming into all things as it flowed through the world. Beneath the ground it gathered into majestic rivers, above it condensed into brilliant stars. Within human hearts it manifested as vast, awe-inspiring righteousness, great enough to fill the boundless cosmos. Every word of that ode to vast righteous Qi seemed to come alive, each character clearly reflected within Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. The pages in his palm appeared to sense something and began to flutter despite the still air. Within Chen Fan's chest an indescribable righteous Qi was rapidly taking shape. He slowly closed his eyes, his heart surging, and declared, "Since I was born as a man in this age of chaos, I should wield the sword of justice and cleave open an era of peace for the human world." As his words fell, a chime rang out. Ding! Due to your deep comprehension of the ode to vast righteous Qi, you have gained 400 experience points. A fourfold critical reward has been triggered. Your final experience gain is 2100 points. The host has triggered a special comprehension event and is additionally granted top-tier divine abilities: 2 sleeves, green serpent, and sword that opens the heavenly gate. A flurry of urgent system notifications exploded in Chen Fan's mind, pulling his mysterious lofty thoughts abruptly back to reality. My luck actually burst and triggered a doubled reward. An irrepressible surge of joy rose from the depths of Chen Fan's heart. He had originally only wanted to ease his worries through reading, never expecting that reflecting on the rise and fall of races would resonate so strongly, earning him not only a huge amount of points but even divine abilities. This unexpected windfall utterly exceeded his initial expectations.
Yet through this experience he gained a much deeper understanding of how his system operated. With a slight movement of thought, the attribute panel once again surfaced before his eyes. Host name Chen Fan. Cultivation Dao Art Supreme Sword Body LV1 upgradable 500 experience required to reach the next level. Current balance 2500 points. Core talent within books lie houses of gold, within books lie beauties of jade. Continuous reading of texts will yield experience and divine arts. Additional divine abilities: 2 sleeves green serpent sword that opens the heavenly gate. As expected, every statistic on the panel had undergone a qualitative transformation. So this Dao Art slot, Supreme Sword Body, actually has level settings. Catching this detail, Chen Fan spoke in mild astonishment. But he quickly followed the logic and understood the underlying principle. This meant that increasing the levels of the Supreme Sword Body was essentially equivalent to a breakthrough in realms within martial cultivation. Chen Fan hurriedly examined the subtle changes occurring within his body. He could clearly sense an abundant current of scorching heat surging madly through his limbs and bones. This discovery made him even more certain of his deduction. System: can the experience points I've accumulated be directly used to raise the rank of the Supreme Sword Body? Chen Fan voiced the question in his heart with a trace of expectation. A metallic chime rang out. Does the host wish to invest all current experience points to enhance the level of the sword body? The system's emotionless mechanical voice responded once more. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan nodded resolutely in his heart. Begin the upgrade immediately. In the very next instant, Chen Fan felt an indescribably violent primeval force pour madly into his body through the crown of his head. That power roared between his blood vessels and organs like a raging tide. The searing current ceaselessly scoured his once fragile meridians, tempering every organ in his body, even driving his very bones to undergo a qualitative transformation. Under the repeated polishing of that energy, Chen Fan's physique began to change. His originally thin frame gradually became sturdy and powerful. Those formerly soft, slack areas now faintly bulged with tight twitching muscle. The current him was utterly different from the weak, delicate scholar he had been before. In his field of vision, the translucent panel refreshed once more. Host name Chen Fan. Cultivation method: Supreme Sword Body LV5 upgradable 500 experience required to advance to the next level. Current balance 0 points. Core talent: enriching through reading, strengthening through study. Keep working hard, young man. Additional divine abilities: 2 sleeved green serpent sword opening the heavenly gate. The entire 2500 points he had saved allowed him to push the sword body up to the 5th layer in one breath. Chen Fan could distinctly perceive that the cultivator's power within his body was now several times more abundant than before. That feeling of overflowing vigor made him feel as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. Chen Fan tried asking inwardly, with my current combat strength, roughly which tier of martial cultivation can I compare to? In response to the host, the power you currently display is roughly equivalent to the peak of the martial artist realm. The system's electronic tone remained devoid of emotion. Chen Fan's pupils constricted slightly, then he revealed a faintly satisfied smile. Though the martial artist realm was merely the starting point of cultivation, it already transcended the category of ordinary people. One could sprint as swiftly as a galloping horse, and a full-force strike could unleash a pressure of 500 Jin. This was the true mark of stepping into the extraordinary. Chen Fan himself had not expected that in such a short span he would cross a threshold that countless others might not reach even after years of bitter cultivation. The efficiency of this rise in strength was more exaggerated than boarding an interstellar shuttle. However, the cost of subsequent upgrades had also increased to 500 points per level. At the instant Chen Fan's thoughts shifted, a faint cyan aura began to surface around his entire body. 2 sleeved green serpents. In that moment, the momentum surging from him climbed to its peak. As his sleeves swayed, a tidal surge of cyan energy erupted forth like a collapsing mountain and overturning sea. The twin currents intertwined and coiled in midair, resembling 2 enormous cyan flood dragons spiraling around one another. The entire study was shrouded in this terrifying pressure. Crisp cracking sounds rang from the floor as dense sword marks crisscrossed in all directions, and even a deep fissure a full meter long split open. This destructive power is likely far stronger than that of an average martial artist. As expected of a technique hailed as a divine ability, it truly is extraordinary. Chen Fan lowered his head to look at the damaged floor, a deeply satisfied expression spreading across his face. At last he had a concrete sense of his current combat level. It seemed he would have to find some excuse later to have someone come and relay the floor tiles. Chen Fan took a deep breath to calm his surging blood and qi. When he lowered his head once more to gaze at the book How Ranjiang Qi Gu in his hands, his understanding had already risen to an entirely new level. Just moments ago he had still felt wronged by fate, seeking trivial comfort within books and hoping he might make some small change. Now, however, with the system at his side, he could tangibly see the flame of hope to rewrite the future. The shift between these two mindsets was as vast as a chasm. To establish conscience for this world, to carve out a living path for the common people, to inherit learning from the sages of the past, and to lay the foundations of peace for descendants yet to come.
Such weighty words suddenly leapt forth in Chen Fan's mind. They were like a key that completely flung open the window of cultivation deep within his heart. A faint light of wisdom flickered in his eyes and his entire being slipped into a wondrous state of enlightenment.
A chime sounded.
Because you have attained a profound insight into how Ranjiang Qi Gu, you have gained 200 experience points.
Fivefold critical reward triggered once again.
Congratulations to the host for ultimately obtaining 1000 experience points as a reward. In just a few short hours my level has risen by an entire 10 minor realms, and I have even incidentally comprehended an enhancement effect akin to a genetic potion. Does the host wish to expend all accumulated savings to continue enhancing the sword body? In the quiet rear garden of a villa silence reigned. 2 full months had passed since the transmigration. During this period, through frenzied reading, Chen Fan had amassed an exceedingly considerable sum of experience points.
Let's begin.
Chen Fan closed his eyes and whispered softly in his heart. As soon as the thought fell, a tide of energy many times stronger than before erupted as if from the void, pouring directly into his limbs and bones. It felt as though every bone and muscle in his body were being crushed and reassembled. That sense of swelling filled every blood vessel. The toughness of his meridians, the activity of his blood, and the density of his bones all evolved at a terrifying speed under this inhuman baptism. Now, aside from the pair of eyes made deep and gentle by years of reading, there was not the slightest trace of frailty left anywhere on Chen Fan's body.
On his retina, the transparent panel of sleek sci-fi beauty popped up once more.
Host name Chen Fan, cultivation method Supreme Sword Body LV20 upgradable 1000 experience required to advance to the next level, current balance 0 points, core talent reading 10,000 volumes, rewards beyond counting. As long as you keep reading, cultivation manuals and secret arts will be yours. Additional divine abilities: 2-sleeved green serpent sword opening the heavenly gate in one breath. Chen Fan spent half a month's painstakingly accumulated fortune successfully elevating the sword body to the 20th layer. Upon reaching this tier, the resources required for the next upgrade had doubled, becoming a full 1000 points. Yet this was entirely within reason. After all, as strength rose with the tide, each subsequent breakthrough was bound to become more arduous. Steadying his surging emotions, Chen Fan asked softly, "System, give me a straight answer. What level do I now count as in the martial world?"
Reminder to the host: your current overall combat strength is sufficient to confront martial master level powerhouses hidden.
The system's toneless response sounded unusually pleasant to Chen Fan's ears at this moment. In just half a month he had crossed from nothing to the martial master realm. If this news spread, cultivators throughout the city would likely treat it as some absurd dark joke. So many with exceptional talent exhausted their lives, even spending decades, yet still failed to touch the threshold of martial master. Chen Fan, however, had achieved this goal in a mere 15 days. Only 2 weeks ago he had still been acknowledged by everyone as the Chen family's useless wastrel. Those so-called geniuses and monsters, when compared to Chen Fan's cheat-like speed of improvement, were no better than snails creeping alone. Even Su Qianlua, the Su clan prodigy praised to the heavens, had needed several years of bitter cultivation back then to barely earn a reputation in Jinling City as a young martial master.
By now Chen Fan's trajectory of growth could no longer be described as merely gifted, it was downright terrifying.
In this society, a martial master possessed the terrifying destructive power to single-handedly demolish an entire building, and even held the qualifications to serve as an instructor in top academies. Chen Fan felt deeply content with his current progress. As he silently examined every cell in his body, he discovered that his physical limits had reached a level he would never have dared imagine before.
Something's off. When did this thing get in here? As Chen Fan peered into the depths of his own sea of consciousness, he was startled to discover a 3-foot-long cyan sword quietly suspended there. The long sword was perfectly straight and archaic in form, and faint glimmers of light occasionally flowed across its blade like running water. Chen Fan's heart pounded wildly beyond his control. He had absolutely no memory of when such a divine object had condensed within the core of his soul. Shocked as he was, he could not help but feel a fierce curiosity toward this flying sword that radiated such a mysterious aura. Holding his breath, Chen Fan tentatively extended his consciousness and slowly brushed the surface of the sword. A deep hum resonated.
The Qingfeng sword in his sea of consciousness let out a subtle tremor, and in an instant that flowing radiance seemed to come alive, spreading to fill his entire body. Immediately afterward, a strange halo as dark as ink seeped from the sword hilt. At the same time, Chen Fan's mind received a vague surge of emotion from the sword. It was an exceedingly ferocious and manic aura, as though the sole purpose of this sword's existence was to sever all obstacles under heaven enough to chill one's soul. Chen Fan's breathing grew somewhat rapid as his mind was struck by a tremendous impact. Not only that, a stream of information began to play forcibly through his memory like a slideshow. It was all about the origin and usage of this mysterious longsword. So this is called a life-bound spirit sword. And that vanished ancient lineage of sword cultivators. In an age so distant it could no longer be traced, sword Dao cultivators would use special secret arts to nurture within their souls a blade that belonged to them alone. They disdained delving into various complicated physical techniques or spell arts, guarding this single sword throughout their lives and using the nurturing of intent and tempering of the embryo to attain the great Tao. The most supreme sword immortals were said to make all things into swords. Once they struck, heaven and earth were shaken, and with even a blade of grass they could cleave the vault of the heavens and the stars above. With but a twitch of their fingers there would no longer be any opponent in this world capable of standing against them. So it seems I have accidentally embarked upon the inheritance path of an ancient sword immortal. Drawing on the newly emerged data in his mind, Chen Fan gradually pieced things together. He still did not know what exact fortuitous chance had caused this primordial spirit sword to take shape in his soul, turning him into a solitary wanderer on the path of the sword. Most likely the system has been exerting its strength behind the scenes. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chen Fan sank into brief contemplation. In any case, this was an exceptionally powerful shortcut in cultivation for him. After reading through that information, Chen Fan had become utterly captivated by that domineering state of one sword shattering 10,000 arts. To reach the realm where grasswood, bamboo and stone could all be used to kill enemies was far superior to traditional martial paths. "Pull up the panel for me," Chen Fan silently commanded in his heart. The familiar blue window floated into view once again. Host name Chen Fan. Cultivation method: Supreme Sword Body LV20 upgradable 1000 experience required to advance to the next level. Current balance 0 points. Core talent: within books lies a house of gold, within books lies a beauty like jade. By reading you can obtain experience points in fantastical cultivation arts. Additional divine abilities: two-sleeved green serpent's sword opening the heavenly gate, taking in the 0. Balance. Chen Fan already had a clear guess. The birth of this spirit sword was without doubt the result of the system consuming all his stored experience points. Though his savings had been wiped clean, the slight frustration in Chen Fan's heart quickly vanished without a trace. With a martial master level trump card in this chaotic world, at the very least I don't have to worry about someone casually slitting my throat. Moreover, with the blessing of this spirit sword, Chen Fan had every reason to believe that if he went all out, even a true grandmaster might not gain any advantage over him. With a mere flicker of thought, he pointed his fingertip at a massive blue stone behind an artificial rockery not far away and lightly flicked his finger. A cyan wave of sword chi streaked through the air like lightning, producing a piercing detonation. That rock, hard beyond compare, was instantly pierced through with a transparent, perfectly round hole. This was precisely the legendary technique of projecting sword chi outward. As I am now, I can already kill from 100 paces away without leaving a trace. Even those lofty grandmasters might not be able to withstand this strike. If that target had been flesh and blood, Chen Fan would only have needed a flick of his finger to claim its life. This method of killing was not only concealed but also extremely vicious. Ordinary people had no way to guard against it. This was a technique utterly beyond the reach of ordinary martial masters. Even some newly advanced grandmasters could not accomplish such a feat. In the common understanding of the cultivation world, grandmasters were able to rely on their own strength too. The aftermath of the clash of fists and feet brought down the war machines, a top-tier existence capable of commanding countless armies. In an era where myriad races roamed, a master of the human race was an untouchable taboo. Chen Fan felt an unprecedented sense of solidity in his current offensive power. He was no longer the weak scholar who could be easily slaughtered just half a month ago. Recalling the grand aspirations he had made earlier, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. A real man should possess the spirit of wielding a sword to bring peace to the world. This statement no longer sounded like the mere fantasies of a youth. At that moment, a melodious voice called out from outside the courtyard, "Brother Chen Fan, are you home?" Chen Fan was initially taken aback, then quickly turned and walked towards the front door of the villa. A beautiful girl dressed in a snug and sharp combat outfit and sporting a neat short haircut was standing outside, constantly peering inside. When she saw Chen Fan emerging from the back garden, her expression visibly stiffened, her eyes filled with disbelief. As Chen Fan slowly approached, Chen Yuro felt her preconceived notions were being wildly refreshed. Is this really my brother Chen Fan? How could just a few days apart change his aura so completely? The current Chen Fan exuded a mysterious air akin to the depths of the ocean, naturally radiating an extraordinary demeanor as he walked. This was a stark contrast to her previous weak brother, who was always buried in piles of old books and reeked of scholarly air. Chen Yuro even experienced an illusion, feeling as if she were facing an unfathomable master. Chen Fan looked at the girl outside the door, somewhat surprised. He casually opened the iron gate and asked Yuro, "Why are you back at this hour?" This girl named Chen Yuro was his biological sister. Though she was officially adopted, they had grown up together and their bond was even stronger than that of blood relatives. "You should be at Jiangnan University this semester, right?" Chen Yuro was a martial arts prodigy among the younger generation of the Chen family and had been directly recruited by Jiangnan University, a prestigious school, due to her outstanding abilities. "The school is on break." Chen Yuro affectionately linked her arm with Chen Fan's as she sweetly said, "What does your tone mean? You're not welcome to stay." Chen Fan smiled helplessly, ruffling her hair as he said, "Come on in." As they walked towards the villa, Chen Yuro began to speak mysteriously. "Brother Chen Fan, I actually rushed back this time to give you a treasure." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow curiously. "Oh. What rare item is it?" "Just wait a moment." Chen Yuro deftly opened her backpack, rummaging around for a while before cautiously pulling out a glass bottle containing a colorless transparent liquid. This is the latest type of gene potion said to significantly improve one's physique. Even without practicing martial arts, it can enhance your health. I took a long time to get this, you must drink it. Chen Yuro seriously instructed, her eyes filled with concern. Chen Fan casually received the potion, turning it in his palm before nodding. This kind of hot commodity isn't cheap. Where did you get the money to buy it? Oh, don't worry about those details. Chen Yuro waved her hand somewhat guiltily as if afraid he would press for more answers. Everyone knew that this type of gene supplement developed by a large pharmaceutical company was a strategic resource that could not be bought on the market even if one had money. The girl did not intend to elaborate on this matter. She casually tossed her backpack and quickly ran up to her own room on the second floor. Chen Fan stood in the living room staring at the small bottle in his hand, lost in thought. One punch, 100,000 pounds, that is my unparalleled strength. That level of restorative gene agent is definitely not something you can casually acquire on the black market. Chen Fan watched the girl disappear up the stairs for a while before striding into his study with the bottle. He gently placed the glass bottle on the wooden table, leaning in to examine it closely. Ding! You have deeply examined the gene potion bottle. Due to your understanding of its composition, you have gained 300 experience points. The familiar mechanical prompt sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Host name Chen Fan, cultivation method Supreme Sword Body LV20 upgradable 1000 experience points required to reach the next level, current balance 300 points, core talent reading all things to gain Dao. Additional supernatural powers 2 sleeves of green serpent sword opens the heavenly gate. Looking at the changes on the data panel, Chen Fan was completely stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, I haven't even started reading yet and I can gain experience. The system did not provide any direct explanation for this. However, after thinking for a moment, Chen Fan quickly deduced the deeper meaning behind it. If viewed from an extremely high perspective, the flowers, plants, trees and rare treasures in this world could all be seen as an unwritten heavenly book. It seems the so-called reading system truly means to experience this world. Chen Fan's mind was suddenly much clearer. It appeared that the limits of this golden finger were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The substance contained in this bottle is indeed extraordinary, possessing a powerful nourishing effect on the physical body. I just wonder what kind of price Yuro had to pay to bring it back. Since his sister didn't want to talk about it, she surely didn't want him to feel burdened. Chen Fan gently twisted off the bottle cap and the transparent potion shimmered with an enchanting luster under the light. Even through the air he could sense the vibrant life energy contained within. Buzz buzz. At that moment the spiritual sword hidden deep within his soul suddenly conveyed a strong desire to consume. This feedback directly affected Chen Fan's subconscious, creating an overwhelming sensation of thirst. A glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Without hesitation he tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle of potion in one go. The entrance had a faintly sweet taste without any unpleasant odors. The energy flowed down his throat into his abdomen, quickly spreading through his veins, bones and meridians. He could feel every tiny cell rejoicing and devouring at that very moment. Under the baptism of this divine power, Chen Fan's physical quality soared again in a very short time, and his muscle fibers became even tougher and fuller. Buzz. The spiritual sword in his mind erupted again with dazzling brilliance. Most of the medicinal power that had just entered his body was quickly pulled into the essence of the sword by some invisible force. The sword exhibited extreme greed, voraciously absorbing this high-purity gene energy. Then, after finishing its absorption, the spiritual sword suddenly trembled, releasing an even purer liquid-like stream of energy that flowed back into Chen Fan's body. Under the almost transformative refinement of the spiritual sword, Chen Fan's power level directly surpassed the limits of a martial artist, sufficient to rival a master of a higher tier. After a long while, Chen Fan slowly opened his mouth, exhaling a somewhat murky breath. That breath was like a solidified arrow directly shooting out. The air actually made a distinct explosive sound due to the pressure. The white mist lingered in the air for a long time before slowly dissipating. When Chen Fan opened his eyes again, he exuded a pressure that sent chills down people's spines. The blood within him surged like rivers flowing into the sea, and even in a still state the sound of blood flowing could be heard. He slowly stood up, stretching lazily. Crack crack. A series of dense cracking sounds echoed from his spine to his fingertips. Chen Fan tried to clench his right fist and nonchalantly swung it towards the empty space ahead. The previously still air was actually struck out into a visible ripple spreading outwards. A fierce wind suddenly whipped through the study, knocking heavy tables and chairs askew. The pure physical force of this punch had already surpassed the threshold of 100,000 pounds. Chen Fan now felt an unprecedented intuition. He wanted to forge the sword within his soul into his backbone, using his physical body as support, ensuring he could carve out a path to greatness. Ding! Due to the host touching the true essence of the great path, an additional reward of 400 experience points has been granted. Chen Fan's gaze shifted slightly, displaying a much calmer demeanor. Now he had accumulated a total of 700 experience points in his account. He understood that the reason he possessed the strength of 100,000 pounds was largely due to the spiritual sword's assistance. After all, even an ordinary master of the human race, even if they exerted all their strength, could barely achieve over 10,000 pounds. This was no longer just the effect of the potion but a comprehensive evolution of his soul. Chen Fan calmed his mind and repeatedly tested his explosive power in a secluded area. Each experiment brought feedback that left him astonished by his current combat prowess. He estimated that with his current physical strength, even against those tough-skinned and thick-fleshed races among the alien species, he would absolutely not be at a disadvantage. For instance, the Mani tribe, known for their innate strength, would likely find it hard to suppress him in terms of power. This was the absolute confidence brought about by a leap in strength. After fully mastering his power, Chen Fan returned to his chair and casually opened several books documenting the characteristics of alien races. He understood that while his martial artist realm was already impressive, it was far from absolute safety amidst these chaotic times. After all, the world was too mad. No one knew what unexpected events would occur tomorrow. Suddenly he recalled the often broadcasted news about the nefarious deeds of the Myriad Races cult. This group of traitors who had allied with foreign races loved to target the still-growing geniuses of the human race for assassination. Due to the ongoing interdimensional war, while the human race had stabilized its position, its overall strength was not the strongest, leading some wavering traitors to choose to become lackeys for the alien races. The Myriad Races cult was not a single organization but a malignant tumor formed by various factions of betrayers. These soulless individuals gathered together solely to sow terror in the rear of the human race. These beasts excel at causing infighting in their own territory. As soon as they discover any potential martial arts seedlings, they swarm like flies to assassinate. Having come from a family of generals, Chen Fan harbored a natural physiological aversion to these spineless traitors. The heroes on the front lines fought desperately to guard the homeland, while there were those stabbing their comrades in the back and then kneeling before the alien races seeking wealth. The actions of these individuals were nothing short of those of despicable traitors who betrayed their ancestors and sold out their compatriots. Those traitors who had allied with foreign races were like the filth of humanity, universally scorned, even inferior to the rats in the sewer. News programs on television frequently reported the gratifying news of Myriad Races cult secret strongholds being raided by the police. As soon as these soul-selling scum were captured, the military's iron-blooded guards would escort them to the plaza, publicly executing them under the gaze of countless spectators. This brutal tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was specifically aimed at intimidating those social scum lurking in the shadows. Standing alone in the empty room, Chen Fan unconsciously rubbed the desktop with his fingers, mumbling, "If I want to live freely in this chaotic world, I must at least cultivate to the level of a Grand Master. If I wish to wander through the battlefield of the heavens, lacking the strength of a king would probably make it impossible to command the scene." The so-called top-tier powerhouse Grand Master can traverse the winds, casually swinging a fist that can level the ground within a radius of several kilometers. In the military, a Grand Master-level commander could easily lead hundreds of thousands of soldiers into battle. Even on the brutal battlefield against the Myriad Races, they served as the ultimate stabilizing force. In peaceful regions, such prominent figures could command an entire province, holding immense power akin to a super-elite who stood above all. As for the king-level realm above that, it was a mythical level that ordinary people could hardly even dream of reaching. Meanwhile, in a picturesque luxury villa built into the mountains in Jinling City, the air was filled with the scent of expensive aromatic wood. That brat has already stashed that precious gene potion in his pocket, hasn't he? As long as he wants it, my heart will be at ease. A middle-aged man with a dignified square face and a sturdy build like a small mountain was listening to a report over the phone, his face beaming with joy. Chen Xinghua sighed with relief as he settled back into his large mahogany chair, feeling a refreshing wave throughout his body. Although he held the title of captain of the Demon Suppression Army and was a prominent figure in the military, he had gone to great lengths to obtain this precious gene potion, relying on many favors. Outsiders praised his family for raising their children well, stating that all his children were at the front lines fighting valiantly against the Myriad Races, each one a formidable hero. Yet whenever Chen Fan, the youngest son, was mentioned, a sharp knife-like pang of guilt would rise from the deepest recesses of his heart. Chen Fan had been grievously harmed in childhood by those vile disciples of the Wanzhou sect, shattering his dantian and rendering him forever incapable of cultivating martial arts like an ordinary person. Each time he recalled how as a proud 1,000-soldier commander he had failed to protect his own flesh and blood, Chen Xinghua's heart would tighten with bitterness sharper than swallowing raw huanglian. This battle-hardened man, who shed blood but never tears on the front lines, let out a deep stifled sigh, his eyes flickering with exhaustion and profound desolation. Among all his children, it was Chen Fan, the sole surviving heir, whose uncertain future weighed most heavily upon his heart. Now that he'd heard Chen Fan had finally agreed to accept the vial of medicine, a surge of exhilaration flooded him, more intoxicating than slaying a pack of alien scum with his own hands on the battlefield. In truth, the elixir had been procured through clandestine channels at great personal risk. He deliberately entrusted Li Shanshan to deliver it, so the boy, whose pride ran deep, would not refuse it outright. Having been born into the illustrious Chen Clan, renowned across generations for its heroic souls, one's destiny was never meant to be ordinary. To march to the front lines and slay enemies was a duty etched into the very marrow of one's bones. Yet for this son whose fate had been cruelly twisted, he harbored no grand expectations, only the quiet fervent wish that Chen Fan might live out his days in peace unburdened by illness or calamity, and that alone would bring him profound contentment. Chen Jinghua drew a sharp deliberate breath, forcibly suppressing the upturn of his lips until his weathered face hardened into an expression as cold and unyielding as glacial ice. He seized his phone once more and swiftly dialed a classified internal line. "Issue my absolute order: double patrols across all sectors immediately, especially around the demon ceiling pagoda. Not a single living soul is to approach it, not even a whisper of the Wanzhou sect's filth." His voice carried the ruthless authority of a seasoned general, so commanding it sent chills down the spine. "Understood. Mission will be executed without fail." A reverent crisp reply echoed from the other end. Deep within an underground lair, perpetually shrouded in darkness thick with damp and the sour scent of mildew, a dimly lit chamber housed a massive circular table. Dozens of figures cloaked in voluminous black robes and shrouded entirely in shadow sat motionless around it, their breathing hushed to near silence. Some 20 to 30 individuals filled the room. Poor ventilation suffocated the air with oppressive stillness. This was the hidden stronghold of the Wanzhou sect, a cabal of humanity's most treacherous defectors. Hunted relentlessly by elite human warriors, these cowards now cowered beneath the earth like turtles retreating into their shells. A robed figure seated at the edge slowly lifted his hood, speaking in a hoarse muffled voice, "Listen well, all of you, tuck your tails tightly. Under no circumstances must you betray yourselves before the human masters. If these mad dogs trace us here, every head at this table will roll in the public square. Do not take this lightly, keep your eyes wide open. Remember those contemptible commoners outside hunger to tear us apart alive." The sect members seated around the table nodded solemnly, their faces drawn tight with dread. In just these past few days, several of their safe houses had been violently raided by military forces, brothers slaughtered or gravely wounded, losses so severe they ached in the soul. These arrogant insects have no inkling whom they truly oppose. Only total allegiance to the great Wanzhou offers salvation and wisdom. One fanatic clenched his fist and spat venomously as though brainwashed. Beside him a female acolyte sneered, "The vision of these mortal fools is too narrow to glimpse the coming tide." Knock, knock, knock. A leader seated at the head of the table rapped sharply on the wooden surface, the sound piercing the heavy silence like a blade. The clamor ceased instantly, every gaze snapped toward him, magnetized by sheer instinctive reverence. In a voice like grinding sandpaper he declared, "I summoned you all today because matters of utmost gravity demand our immediate counsel. First, Chen Fan must die. Though he is a cultivation cripple, he is Su Qinluo's cherished protege. His death will shatter her composure, and that woman has grown far too arrogant on the battlefield. We must break her spirit." A chilling hollow laugh escaped the leader, so icy it raised gooseflesh. At the mere mention of the Su Qianluo, every black-robed figure involuntarily shuddered, eyes widening with raw terror. It could not be helped, her reputation across the celestial battlefields was legendary, her slaughter unmatched, she was nothing less than a god of war reborn. Second, infiltrate Jinling City and eliminate Chen Yuro, the prodigious daughter of the Chen Clan. She must not be allowed to mature, if she does she'll become another formidable adversary on the Wanzhou battlefields. We must snuff out this spark while her wings remain unfurled. The leader's tone grew grave, as if announcing a decree that would shape the sect's very survival. The Wanzhou disciples responded with grim, unwavering assent. All knew the famed Chen Clan of Jinling City, the storied house of heroic souls. And Chen Yuro, this generation's peerless martial prodigy, once ascended, would wield decisive influence over the tides of war. The sect master himself had issued a kill-incite edict. Chen Yuro was to be eradicated at any cost. Third, devise a way to liberate the imprisoned demon lord held within the pagoda, then orchestrate a coordinated uprising from within human society. Succeed and we shall be granted true transformation into the Wanzhou race, granting lifespans stretching a full millennium. Though the demon lords were sealed deep within the demon ceiling pagoda, guarded by legions of elite soldiers, breaking in seemed nigh impossible. Yet the moment the words 1,000 years fell upon their ears, the sect's eyes blazed with feral emerald light, every trace of caution vanishing into oblivion. They erupted into frenzied, feverish cries, "A millennium of life, what sublime bliss! I am sick to death of this frail, fleeting human shell, I crave the power of the Wanzhou. I cannot endure this wretched human existence one more day, the glory of transcendence awaits." In truth, these traitors' sole ambition was shedding their human skin, deluded into believing transformation would grant them eternal life. After all, the mighty races were born with lifespans spanning millennia, the temptation was irresistible to these craven, death-fearing wretches. For a moment the chamber reverberated with shrill, unhinged laughter, madness incarnate. Meanwhile Chen Jinghua narrowed his eyes, his gaze as frigid and lethal as an icicle. The more he reflected, the more unsettling the day's events seemed, every detail reeked of artifice. According to the household guards, they'd been shadowed the moment they stepped beyond the gate, only to be ambushed inside the park. It was unmistakable a traitor dwelled within the household, someone who had sold the young master and mistress's whereabouts. Investigate thoroughly, unearth whoever conspired with the Wanzhou sect.
Drag them into the light.
Without turning, Chen Jingwa issued the command in a voice like frozen steel.
Yes sir, I shall act immediately.
With a curt gesture his aide vanished into the distance flanked by a squad of razor-sharp operatives.
An hour later his phone rang urgently. Have you uncovered anything?
He answered with a voice laced with glacial frost. Confirmed, it is Wang Shi, the housekeeper who tended to the cleaning duties.
Bring her to me, now.
Chen Jingwa's face was stone, yet beneath his eyes smoldered a fire capable of incinerating all things. Master Mercy, I beg you spare my life.
I know my crime.
A pitiful wail tore through the courtyard's stillness as the once unassuming matron was hurled to the ground by two burly soldiers. I was possessed by demons, I betrayed the young master and miss for mere coin.
I am guilty.
She pounded her forehead against the earth, tears and snot streaming down her face as she pleaded desperately toward Chen Fan and Chen Yuro. Young mistress, remember how diligently I cleaned your chambers.
Please speak a word in my favor.
Chen Yuro pressed her lips together, disbelief etched across her features. She could not reconcile this sobbing traitor with the gentle, ever-smiling caretaker she'd known. Chen Fan stood nearby, brow furrowed in deep disgust. He remembered clearly this woman had been near starvation when the Chen family took her in, giving her shelter, dignity and honest work. He also recalled her beloved daughter, lacking talent, denied entry to elite academies, and how she'd recently begged Chen Jingwa to pull strings on her behalf.
Chen Jingwa, a man of unyielding principle, had refused outright. Little did he know that rejection would fester into bitter vengeance.
Truly a grain of rice breeds gratitude, a bushel breeds resentment, Chen Fan murmured, a scornful icy chuckle escaping his lips.
Chen Jingwa's countenance had darkened to obsidian.
With a sweep of his hand his voice cut like a guillotine. Treason against the clan, drag her out and execute her by military law. Then scour her kin for accomplices.
Yes, General.
Several tiger-eyed soldiers surged forward, dragging the woman away like carrion.
No, I don't want to die. Master, have mercy. Her final shriek faded into silence. Chen Jingwa did not blink, his mind already gripped by a far more perplexing enigma. Dusk deepened into night, ink black and absolute, swallowing the last ember of twilight as the world sank into hushed stillness. With no clouds to veil them, moon and stars gleamed with crystalline brilliance, like brushstrokes in a masterful ink painting.
There, rising into the abyssal dark, stood the demon-ceiling pagoda, towering austere, radiating sacred severity. Within 100 meters of its base, armed sentinels stood vigilant, no fly dared pass unchallenged. A man with a stern, square-jawed visage bypassed every checkpoint, striding directly to the ancient tower's base. In Chen Jingwa's palm rested a jade butterfly pendant, no mere ornament. It was a rare artifact used exclusively among the highest echelons of the military for secure communion. He closed his eyes, channeling all focus into the pendant, and whispered inwardly, "Ancestor, thank you for saving my children today." Though he doubted his ancestor, deep in perpetual seclusion, would intervene, who else among the Chen lineage possessed such heaven-defying mastery? His visit was driven by more than gratitude, he sought answers. As commander of the demon-subduing army and rightful heir of the Chen clan, he possessed the means to contact the ancestor sealed within the pagoda. He stood for what felt like hours in the biting wind, but the jade butterfly remained inert, silent, utterly unresponsive. A jolt of alarm tightened his chest, his brows knotted. Something is wrong. Has the ancestor's condition deteriorated this severely? His pulse raced, urgency mounting. Should the pagoda lose the ancestor's vigilance, the consequences would be catastrophic beyond imagining. The demons and fiends imprisoned within loathed the Chen clan with visceral hatred. Should the seals weaken, the clan would be the first torn apart by those ravenous beasts. It would mean utter annihilation. Ancestor, was it truly you who saved the children today? He called inwardly, once more refusing to yield. Long minutes passed, still no reply. He nearly broke military protocol and stormed the tower in desperation. Then, the jade butterfly in his palm flared with a soft golden luminescence. Chen Jingwa nearly leapt, holding his breath in stunned awe. Instantly a voice, ancient, rasping, resounded directly within his mind. What urgent matter calls upon me so late? The voice sounded exhausted, drained to its final reserve. Chen Jingwa recoiled inwardly, his ancestor's vitality was clearly ebbing to its last gasp. He wasted no time recounting the day's events with urgency, seeking confirmation that the savior had indeed been the ancestor. After a long heavy silence, the ancestor sighed faintly. What transpired today was not my doing. Merely containing the beasts within this pagoda has brought me to the brink of collapse. I possess no strength left for affairs beyond its walls. A pause followed, then a quiet addition. Moreover, I have dispatched no emissary from this tower in recent memory. Impossible. Chen Jingwa's mind exploded, a thunderclap of disorientation. If the savior was neither the ancestor nor his agent, who exactly is assisting us from the shadows? Could it be that there are hidden masters in Jinling City who have been secretly protecting the Chen family? But after being the head of the family for so many years, how have I never heard of such a person? Why would a master of this caliber quietly help us? What connection does he have with the Chen family? Questions spun in Chen Zhengguo's mind and he was eager to uncover the answers. However, at that moment he felt the voice of his ancestor growing fainter like a candle in the wind that could extinguish at any moment. "Ancestor, how is your health now?" Chen Jinghua anxiously inquired, disregarding everything else. "It's just about bearable, I can hold on a little longer." The tone of the ancestor's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. Chen Jinghua felt a heavy weight in his heart as if a boulder was pressing down on him. The facts were clear: this ancestor, who had been stationed at the bottom of the tower for decades, likely had very little time left. If one day the ancestor truly passed away, the demons in the tower would undoubtedly shatter their seals. The Chen family's situation had reached a critically dangerous point. After bidding farewell to his ancestor, Chen Jinghua returned to his study burdened with worries. Ding ding ding. As soon as he entered the room, the secure phone on the desk erupted with a thunderous ringing. Chen Jinghua quickly stepped forward to grab the receiver. "Hello, this is Chen Jinghua." The other end of the line was chaotic, with the sounds of cannon fire audible in the background. It was a routine report from the frontline command center. The other party emphasized the need for him to keep a close watch on the demon suppression tower. No disturbances could occur there recently. Moreover, Chen Jinghua learned that the situation for humanity on the battlefield was extremely dire, practically retreating step by step. Even his eldest children, who were fighting on the front lines, had narrowly escaped traps laid by the alien forces, surviving by the skin of their teeth. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhengguo's face was grim and his mood was at its lowest. As the pillar of the family, he genuinely worried for the safety of his descendants. Today his adopted daughter Chen Yuru had just been assassinated and had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, the children on the front lines were also flirting with danger. This made Chen Jinghua feel an ominous storm capable of destroying everything was about to sweep in. In the study filled with the scent of scrolls, Chen Fan gently pushed aside the thick curtains and gazed into the distance. Although it was far away, the towering pitch-black demon suppression tower remained clearly visible in the night. An ancient and desolate aura seemed to permeate through the paper of the window. The lackeys of the 10,000 races cult must be bleeding tears over this loss. A martial arts master, regardless of where they are, is an impressive figure. For the clandestine 10,000 races cult, losing someone of this caliber is a significant blow. The loss of a master for no reason at all would be a devastating defeat for them. That demon suppression tower. Chen Fan's expression suddenly became inscrutable. Everyone knew that the tower held various monsters from countless realms, each possessing immense powers, with some even capable of challenging great masters. This was not a secret to Chen Fan. News of the 10,000 races cult's attacks on the demon suppression tower had been rampant in the television news over the past 2 years. It was obvious to the discerning that they intended to release those creatures to throw human society into chaos. The malice of those individuals was evident to all. Of course, the military had not been idle, with an increasing number of guards dispatched each year. If the demons in the tower truly escaped, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire Chen family. If those traitorous bastards succeed, it would be a major problem. The Chen family had a long history of loyalty and bravery, always willing to sacrifice their lives to prevent those demons from harming the common people. Chen Fan muttered to himself, "Fortunately, our ancestor is still stationed in the tower and the elite demon suppression army is keeping watch, so nothing major should happen for the time being." After pondering for a moment, he felt that these concerns were not something he as a waste needed to handle for now. In a secret cave of the 10,000 races cult, the roundtable meeting was intensifying. The leader sitting at the head of the table was so furious he shook all over, slamming the table so hard that the cups jumped. "A bunch of useless fools, deploying so many people and even bringing a great master to pressure the situation, yet you couldn't even kill 2 little kids. What good are you all?" A chilling aura emanated from him, causing the flames in the room to turn green. The group seated below shrank back, afraid to breathe. To be honest, they were just as confused. They had only heard that a mysterious master had suddenly appeared at the last moment, otherwise Chen Yuru would have already become a corpse. Now they had lost a top-tier combat strength for nothing, and the defenses surrounding the demon suppression tower were now tighter than a drum. Taking a deep breath several times, the leader finally calmed down, gritting his teeth as he said, "We need to adjust our plans. The danger level against the Chen family needs to be raised. I believe that ancestor of the Chen family may not have passed away yet." Mentioning that ancestor filled the leader's gaze with apprehension and guilt. "Understood, I will arrange this immediately." The subordinates all hurriedly agreed, afraid that if they were a second late they would be killed by the leader. The harsh winter had quietly arrived and snowflakes as large as goose feathers began to fall from the sky. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had swiftly passed. Longwan district in Jinling City was still bustling. In the Chen family's large villa, Chen Fan closed the book he had been reading, exhaling a long breath. He had gone through nearly all the various texts in this study. Looking over them again yielded no progress, it was purely a waste of time. Chen Fan gently called out in his mind system, "Show me my personal panel." The next second a sparkling translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Character name Chen Fan, current training Supreme Sword body level 40, need to accumulate 2000 experience points to level up. Remaining experience 0, inherent talent gaining strength through reading books contain not only treasures but also various divine skills. Learn skills Azure Snake Sleeves Sword opening Heaven's Gate green Lotus Sword technique. Chen Fan glanced at the panel and closed it, feeling he wasn't quite at the right point yet. Over the past 3 months he had stayed at home reading every day and had finally leveled up that impressive Supreme Sword body to level 40. Most importantly, he had now cultivated the legendary divine sense. Chen Fan felt a slight shift in his thoughts. He realized that even though he was sitting here he could sense every movement within a kilometer radius. Even if there was an ant moving in the grass he could see it clearly better than a high-definition camera. Within this kilometer radius he was like an omniscient deity with no secrets able to be hidden. This was the top-tier sensory experience brought about by the breakthrough of the sword body. Besides this, he could now wield those divine sword techniques and his lifebound sword with the ease of eating and drinking. With the growth of this power, his casual sword strikes could split mountains in half. In terms of destructive power, he was now on par with those great masters. I need to find an opportunity to stroll around Jiangnan University. That place is a paradise for book lovers with countless excellent books waiting for him to harvest experience points. Chen Fan was gleefully calculating in his mind. Suddenly he felt an overwhelming aura like a large cloth covering his villa. Chen Fan's expression hardened and he immediately spread his divine sense like radar. Through this special perception he discovered that although this aura was immensely powerful, it did not carry any killing intent. Instead it exuded a heavy, suffocating presence. That kind of deathly aura could only be emitted by ancient beings on the verge of death. Just as his divine sense rippled, an old voice nearly crumbling suddenly buzzed in his mind. "Young man, is it convenient for us to meet?" This sudden perception enveloped the entire Chen family compound. The thick, unyielding death aura could not be concealed. The voice that rang in his head made Chen Fan instinctively cautious. "Young man, I am the elder of the Chen family who has guarded the demon suppression tower for many years. My time is running short and I need your assistance. If you still find the Chen family name useful, please help this old man." The ancestor invoked the Chen family name, clearly aiming to build some trust. After all, in Jinling City the reputation of the illustrious Chen family is quite resounding. The common people recognize this. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan understood that it was indeed his ancestor who had been stationed at the bottom of the demon suppression tower all this time. From the tone it seemed the elder had not yet realized the true identity of his descendant. Learning that the ancestor was nearing the end of his life did not come as a surprise to Chen Fan. After all, just now the death aura he sensed had completely revealed that he was on the verge of death. It was likely that the elder was holding on for the last bit of warmth with some lingering wishes. Setting aside the problem of what would happen if the ancestor was gone and the demons in the tower had no one to suppress them, just considering that the other party was the ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Fan felt obliged to help. Moreover, he had a strong intuition that this matter was definitely significant. Otherwise the ancestor wouldn't be so anxious. Looking at the situation, the ancestor's days are indeed numbered. Chen Fan gently shook his head with a sigh. "Elder, you are too kind. I will set off immediately." "Thank you very much, young man. When you reach the tower entrance, just walk in. I will use some illusion techniques to ensure that the guards outside will not notice you." With the two parties having clarified their intentions, the oppressive death aura gradually dissipated. They had arranged to meet. Chen Fan casually placed the unfinished book on the desk, slowly stood up and strolled out of the villa's main gate. About half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the demon suppression tower and noticed that the defenses were even more stringent than before, with a significant increase in the number of guards on duty. This indicated that the recent situation had undoubtedly deteriorated further. Chen Fan usually did not go out, so he was unaware of the chaos within human society. "I guess the ancestors summoned me because of this mess," he thought to himself. Chen Fan was just about to use some of his tricks to sneak into the tower. He suddenly felt a special magnetic field filled with death aura wrap around him tightly. "Young friend, I have applied a layer of invisibility shield to you, just walk in boldly." The ancestor's voice emerged in his mind again. Chen Fan slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Since the ancestor had been able to suppress this tower for so many years, his abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Performing such a small trick of invisibility would surely be a piece of cake. As he walked past, the soldiers guarding the tower seemed blind, all looking elsewhere as if Chen Fan was merely a puff of air. Chen Fan could not help but quicken his pace, practically running to the entrance of the dark tower, which resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The atmosphere inside the tower was truly eerie, with a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. If an ordinary person stayed here for too long, they would surely fall ill upon returning. As soon as Chen Fan took his first step inside, he felt a heavy weight on his body, as if carrying 100 or 80 pounds of weight. Even the flow of his blood slowed.
The aura of the demons is really strong here. Chen Fan couldn't help but frown.
The demon energy here was so thick it could almost be dripping. If those martial artists did not have a solid foundation, they would be exploited by the demon energy as soon as they entered, destroying their martial arts foundation. The tower is divided into 9 floors, all places for imprisoning those foreign beasts, and the higher you go the more vicious the creatures held within. On the top few floors there are even beings capable of challenging human great masters. But don't be afraid, young man, the powerful formations set up by the ancestors surround the tower, so those beasts can only shout and cannot harm you. The ancestor timely reminded him in his mind, fearing that Chen Fan would be frightened by the scene. Chen Fan silently nodded, showing that he understood. It turned out that with these divine formations supporting them, it was no wonder even someone of his cultivation could feel this invisible pressure.
Awoo!
A thunderous roar suddenly erupted within the nine-story tower, shaking the hearts of all present. Those with weak nerves would likely wet their pants on the spot. The surrounding black demon energy surged like a rising tide, crazily pouncing towards him. Even Chen Fan felt a bit of tightness in his chest.
Chen Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold and strands of azure light burst forth from his body.
A fierce sword energy swirled around him like a tornado, and in the air countless small swords resembling needles could be seen dancing. The demon energy that charged towards him was immediately dissipated like ice meeting hot coals upon encountering this sword energy.
Ding! Successfully cleared the demon energy. You have received 2,000 experience points.
The crisp sound of the system echoed in his mind. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, not expecting this to work. He steadied his mind, passed through the array gate of the first level, and climbed up the stairs to the second level. Chen Fan climbed up 8 levels in one breath, and his most obvious feeling was that with each ascending level the foul demon energy became twice as thick as before. He maintained his sword energy protective shield throughout, continuously wearing down the surrounding black smoke, thereby proceeding without incident. It seems the ancestor wasn't lying. The higher you go, the stronger the demon race indeed is. If these guys really break free, Jinling City would likely be turned upside down. Just as Chen Fan was about to push himself to the 9th level, suddenly a soft voice entered his ears.
Little brother.
The previously cold space suddenly became warm and sticky. Chen Fan paused momentarily and tilted his head to glance to the side. A wave of nearly liquid pink demon energy rushed towards him, accompanied by an overwhelming dizzying scent of perfume.
Any normal man smelling this would likely immediately turn into a lecher. He, how amusing.
The demon energy enveloped Chen Fan, completely filling his ears with the giggles of young girls. Before long, several beautifully dressed young women wearing little clothing and adorned with peach blossom makeup emerged from the mist. They surrounded Chen Fan, each one smiling like a flower, some dancing enticing dances while others swayed their waists. One bold girl pressed her body against Chen Fan's chest, flirtingly batting her eyelashes and saying, "Little brother, I've been trapped in this dark place for so long, feeling empty and quite uncomfortable. As long as you loosen that array and let me breathe a little," another girl whispered sweetly. "If you agree, I will be yours for life, and you can have me serve you however you wish. Moreover, I have a way to help you shed this useless human skin and transform into a noble demon. You should have heard our demon race has a naturally long lifespan. Living for 1,000 years is quite common." The gazes of these women became particularly enchanting, seemingly trying to steal one's soul. Their voices seemed to carry a kind of enchanting spell combined with their touchy-feely gestures. How could a normal, vigorous man resist such temptation? A normal person would likely have already lost their mind by now, doing whatever they were told. And that empty promise of immortality directly struck at humanity's most greedy point. For someone with weaker resolve, their soul would likely have already soared into the clouds. But Chen Fan's mind was as clear as if cold water had been splashed on him, devoid of any spark of desire. To him, such low-level temptations were simply a joke. In terms of looks and figure, these women were far from the stunning Su Chen Luo. Buzz. The sword spirit within his mind gently trembled, emitting a clear sound. "I'm not the least bit interested in your trivialities." Chen Fan replied expressionlessly, his tone extremely cold. He lightly flicked his finger. A beam of pure sword intent shot forth from his fingertip. That sword light was as swift as lightning, directly slicing through the dark void, piercing towards the deepest shadow. In the blink of an eye, the pink mist dispersed completely. The beautiful girls that had surrounded him moments ago vanished like bubbles, disappearing with a pop. It turned out to be an illusion. "Ah! Help! You damned mortal dared to injure my true form, you are dead meat." A pig-like shriek echoed from the shadow, but before the threat could finish, it fell completely silent. Ding! Successfully defeated a demon. You have gained 1,000 experience points. It seemed that hunting demons was indeed a path to wealth. This could be considered a form of study notes. In this ascent, he had easily accumulated 3,000 experience points. Young man, your skills are quite impressive. Those are the Meizu of the myriad races, relying on illusions to make a living.
If an ordinary person isn't careful, they could lose their soul and become a demon slave. This kind of thing has happened quite a lot in the past. The ancestor's approving voice echoed in his heart, having witnessed Chen Fan's performance clearly. Strong willpower unshaken by beauty, indecisive in action, not dragging their feet. Such outstanding young people are hard to come by nowadays. The ancestor felt that he had finally found the right person this time. Many betrayals in the myriad races were actually caused by these Meizu deceiving them. Young man, just one more level up to the top, I will be waiting for you there. Chen Fan nodded and stepped up the stairs to the 9th level. The demon energy on this 9th level was almost solidifying, and the array's light flickered incessantly, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure. Chen Fan understood that what was contained here were likely those high-level demon lords. Young friend. The ancestor's voice rang out again near Chen Fan's ear. This time it was not just in his mind but a real face-to-face utterance. Chen Fan glanced in the direction of the voice and saw the once wavy heavy demon energy slowly parting to the sides. At the very center of this 9th level demon suppression tower sat an old blind man, his hair completely white and appearing particularly weathered. His hands and feet were spread out and his head hung low. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. The old blind man's limbs were shackled by iron chains thicker than his thighs, and the other ends of these chains were embedded deep into the tower's foundation and walls. The old man's movement was completely restricted within that circle, unable to budge. Moreover, Chen Fan could feel his true energy slowly flowing out through these iron chains, continuously supplying the entire tower's array. This was the legendary ancestor of the Chen family. In other words, he was now the human battery and energy core of the entire demon suppression tower. The demon suppression tower could keep the demons at bay entirely thanks to the true energy flowing from him, struggling to maintain its function. What was being lost was not just true energy but also his rapidly depleting life force. He was using his life as fuel, burning it to suppress the demons here. It was unknown how many years the old man had endured in this pitch-black place. With his hands and feet bound, even standing or taking a few steps was a luxury, and he had been burning through his life until nearing death. Chen Fan felt an involuntary surge of respect from the depths of his heart. Young man, thank you for coming to see this old bone of mine. The blind old man tilted his face towards Chen Fan, his tone filled with gratitude. Although he couldn't see, his hearing and sensitivity were much sharper than that of an ordinary person. Chen Fan gently replied, Ancestor, you are too polite. In fact, Chen Fan had seen a photo of this ancestor in the thick family genealogy book of the Chen clan. That book detailed the glorious deeds of Chen family ancestors through the ages. What did you just call me? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the old blind man seemed to be struck by lightning, stunned in place. His heart, which had long been dead to emotion, suddenly began to thrum wildly. Ancestor! Chen Fan called out seriously once more. This voice sounded like thunder in the old man's ears. Child, are you also a descendant of the Chen family? The old blind man's voice trembled violently, his emotions reaching a peak, and he instinctively tried to take a couple of steps forward to get a better look. As a result, the chains on his limbs rattled loudly. Junior Chen Fan here to pay respects to the ancestor. Chen Fan respectfully cupped his hands in salute. Good, good, good. This is truly wonderful. I never expected our Chen family to produce a dragon among men in this generation. Now I can rest easy even if I close my eyes. The blind old man burst into laughter, his voice tinged with tears, genuinely overjoyed. Even the deathly aura around him seemed to dissipate somewhat from this joy. The old man raised his head and said with deep emotion, it's truly a rare sight among the children of the Chen family, such an outstanding little fellow has appeared. Even if this old body were to fall apart today, I need not worry about our descendants being bullied. Chen Fan slowly approached him and quietly asked, Ancestor, have you been using your own body to suppress this tower all these years? Who says otherwise? I've been keeping these beasts imprisoned for so long I've lost track of the years. To be honest, I haven't seen the great sun outside for ages. The blind old man's voice resonated with the weight of years, filled with boundless sentiment. This exhausting hardship that could drive a person to despair was brushed aside with a single sentence. An image surfaced in Chen Fan's mind, the old man alone in this dark sunless tower, guarding a group of wailing demons, burning his life without a shred of complaint. To stay in a place where one couldn't even see light for so long, all to ensure the peace of the human world outside, what immense willpower must that require? After all, our Chen family is a prestigious family that has produced many heroes. Guarding against these monsters is a mission passed down by our ancestors. Chen Fan fell silent, feeling quite complex inside. Good child, don't feel sorry for this old man. The sons of the Chen family are meant to suppress the myriad races and protect the peace of humanity. I am merely doing what I am meant to do in this life. These old grievances no longer matter. He shook his head vigorously and then with a hint of curiosity asked, Young one, have you already cultivated that kind of divine sense? He had sensed it when their perceptions clashed earlier, but even now he still found it hard to believe. After all, Chen Fan appeared far too young. Chen Fan admitted, Ancestor, your eyesight is truly sharp. I have indeed cultivated divine sense. Then what realm are you at now?
The old blind man became anxious, leaning forward involuntarily. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and replied in a more accessible way. If calculated by martial arts levels, I should be at the level of a grandmaster. This was a precise judgment based on the power of his earlier sword strike. You, such a young child, are already a grandmaster.
Wait. This is absolutely absurd. If you are a grandmaster, then where did your divine sense come from? This is simply illogical.
The old blind man shook his head vigorously, the big iron chains rattling loudly, his tone filled with undeniable shock. You must know that divine sense is a transcendent ability only possessed by those at the venerable realm. The old blind man's voice instantly became particularly serious, no longer joking. Chen Fan's eyebrows subtly twitched. He remained silent, listening quietly. If that's the case, ancestor, you must have also been a formidable figure at the venerable realm back in the day. I was indeed at the venerable realm, otherwise how could I suppress such vile things in this tower?
But what does it matter now?
I am truly old and my vitality has long been depleted. The old blind man did not press Chen Fan about how he had developed divine sense. He understood that everyone had their own secrets. The more formidable and mysterious Chen Fan appeared, the happier he felt for the Chen family. He never expected that in seeking a savior he would not only find a dragon among men but also a direct descendant of his own family. Above the grandmaster level are the titles of marquis and king, leading to the venerable realm.
Though our ancestors' physical condition is far from what it once was, if it comes down to it, I will still fight.
It is truly not difficult to erase a few formidable characters at the king level. Chen Fan understood very well what kind of despairing and terrifying power a master at the level of a venerable could wield. A giant of that caliber could rewrite the grand pattern of the myriad races competition with just a casual wave of their sleeve. I have reached the end of my days, so discussing these old matters seems pointless now.
Moreover, child, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass me by far.
The blind old man stared deeply at Chen Fan, a hint of mysterious satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the incident 3 months ago. He recalled that Chen Jinghua had mentioned how the beasts from the myriad races sect had teamed up to ambush the younger generation of the Chen family. To ensure absolute certainty, they even dispatched a martial arts grandmaster to take the field personally. However, it was rumored that at the critical moment an unknown mysterious swordsman emerged and decapitated the grandmaster with just a single strike. At this moment, the identity of that elusive mysterious powerhouse was on the tip of the old man's tongue. The answer, both far away and right in front of him, was none other than Chen Fan standing before him. The blind old man did not beat around the bush and directly asked, the person who killed the myriad races expert on the battlefield 3 months ago was you, wasn't it? Such trivial tricks are naturally impossible to hide from the ancestor's keen eyes. Chen Fan smiled calmly, his demeanor extremely composed, exuding an air of unfathomable depth. After all, that battle occurred within the sensing range of venerable level powerhouses. If the other party was intent on discovering the truth, how could he genuinely hide his brilliance? Ultimately, if the ancestor had not seen through his background, he would not have been able to find him so precisely. The smile on the blind old man's face faded, and with a serious expression he analyzed. On the surface, the myriad race's sex scum aimed to assassinate your sister, but in reality this was clearly a test directed at the Chen family. They want to see if this old body of mine has truly breathed its last. To uncover my foundation, they were willing to sacrifice the life of a grandmaster. These guys really are ready to invest heavily. Chen Fan listened quietly, never interrupting, throughout his gaze growing increasingly profound, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the sleeve of his garment. The blind old man revealed a hint of worry in his brow. You decisively killed their men last time, so the lingering myriad race's sex bastards might deduce that I am still alive, and they are surely planning more insidious means in the dark. My frail body cannot hold out for long. Once I pass on, those beasts will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against the Chen family and may even force an attack on the demon suppression tower. If the demons imprisoned within that tower regain their freedom, our Chen family will surely face a catastrophic disaster. My time truly is running out. The old man sighed deeply, his tone revealing not a trace of fear of death, filled only with concern for the safety of his descendants. Chen Fan naturally understood the gravity of the situation. The human race's predicament on the battlefield against the myriad races was quite awkward, a matter he had previously gleaned from his fiancée Su Chen Luo. The traitors from the myriad race's sect would never miss an opportunity to create chaos within the human race. With a solemn expression, Chen Fan assured, rest assured, ancestor, as a descendant of the Chen family I will protect the integrity of the Chen family with my life. As for those clowns from the myriad races sect, if they dare to show themselves, I will ensure they come and go without a trace. Chen Fan's voice was as cold as ice, the intense killing intent radiating from him made the air around feel as if it had frozen. The blind old man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Good. One comes, one kills. With your determination I can finally relax. Our Chen family has produced such a prodigy as you, surely we will be blessed and endure for eternity. The old man laughed heartily, estimating that he could still help you weather 3 to 5 years of storms. Chen Fan confidently raised the corners of his mouth, replying nonchalantly, "A few years is enough. During this time I will definitely grow to a point where I can protect the entire Chen family." Just as the two were conversing, a sharp and unmatched sword aura pierced the heavens, sweeping through a radius of several miles. In the dim depths of the void, it seemed that the chilling cries of countless alien races echoed. The blind old man situated in the 9th level of the demon suppression tower felt his heart clench as he sensed that world-destroying will, his face filled with disbelief and shock. "Our Chen family has truly given birth to a true dragon that could turn the tides. Those scum from the myriad races sect." As Chen Fan stepped out of the demon suppression tower, his previously calm gaze instantly turned as sharp as a blade. Since the ancestor could still hold on for a few more years, he had the most precious buffer time. For Chen Fan, this time was enough for him to undergo a transformation and reach the true pinnacle. The lackeys of the myriad races sect would face ruthless annihilation the moment they dared to cross a single step into the thunder pool. Chen Fan clenched his fists, his inner confidence already as solid as rock, as if the fate of the world lay in his grasp. He returned to his study, casually pulling out a tattered ancient poetry collection from the densely packed bookshelf, immersing himself once again in the world of words. This study was built at a great expense by his father Chen Jinghua, containing tens of thousands of books with a faint scent of sandalwood permeating the pages, and even a large collection of secret albums detailing the traits of different alien races. These tomes, documenting the secrets of the myriad races, detailed the rise and fall and the mythological origins of each race, the knowledge within vast and profound. An ordinary person, even if they devoted 10 years to reading day and night, might only catch a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. Ever since Chen Fan awakened his system, he had transformed into a bookworm, flipping through books under the oil lamp until the depths of the night. Now more than half of the books on the shelf had already been read, and calculating his progress, the remaining content would likely last him another half year. Once this point arrives in half a year, I must set off for Jiangnan University. This was a decision Chen Fan made after countless iterations in his mind, his gaze filled with unprecedented determination. After all, Jiangnan University is one of the top martial arts academies for the human race, where the scripture pavilion not only encompasses an encyclopedia of the myriad races but also holds many rare confidential documents from the outside world. That vast repository of knowledge is the nourishment Chen Fan needs to continue growing stronger. The snow slowly melted into the soil and the deadwood sprouted new buds. Time quietly flowed between the transitions of spring and autumn. In the blink of an eye, half a year had hurriedly passed. In the tranquil back garden of the Chen family's mansion, the morning stillness was shattered by rhythmic sounds of cultivation startling a flock of birds. A girl dressed in a black training outfit with clean-cut short hair was wielding a cold, gleaming slender iron sword, continuously swinging it at the vast sky. During the school break, Shen Yuro had been at home diligently practicing, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. Chen Fan stood nearby under the shade of a tree, watching his sister's every move with a gentle gaze filled with pride. "Seeing your stance, it seems you have indeed put a lot of effort into your swordsmanship during this time." Chen Yuro did not stop her movements to respond, merely gripping the iron sword tightly and slowly closing her eyes. In her mind, the scene of the ambush she faced that day replayed like a lantern show. In that moment of life and death, a sword aura descending from the sky cleaved through the air, instantly killing an overbearing grandmaster with its dazzling brilliance. The elegance of that sword seemed to cause the sacred blue lotus high in the heavens to wilt its sword intent, astonishing. That unparalleled and tyrannical lethality left an eternal imprint deep within her soul. Ha! Chen Yuro suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of lightning crossing her pupils, the long sword in her hand emitting a clear humming sound as she sharply shouted and swung the sword forward. In the air, a transparent blade of energy filled with killing intent faintly materialized, accompanied by a piercing screech. Then a sharp sound of breaking air echoed, as if this void was about to be forcibly split apart by that sword. A large tree as thick as a bowl was swept by the sword energy, instantly breaking in half and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The cut was as smooth as if polished by a precision machine, devoid of any splinters. The power of this move was indeed quite impressive. If faced with an opponent of equal realm, this sword strike would surely leave them either dead or severely injured. Chen Yuro gently exhaled a breath of stale air, looking at her results, finally revealing a smile of satisfaction as she sheathed her sword. After this period of intensive training, her mastery of the sword had clearly crossed into a new threshold. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of a smile. He could see at a glance that Chen Yuro's sword technique subtly exuded a proud essence of a sword coming from the west. It was evident that this playful girl had been secretly emulating the sword intent he had left behind that night. "Little girl, this new trick you've come up with is quite impressive." Chen Fan approached and teased. "Brother, you don't know last time when I was nearly killed. It was that sword that saved me, capable of instantaneously killing a grandmaster. I derived this sword technique from the shadow left by that senior. Unfortunately, that master's sword technique is simply too terrifying. Despite my exhaustive efforts, I could only grasp a trace of its essence, making me feel worlds apart from him. If I could see that sword Immortal in person in this lifetime, I would die with no regrets." Chen Yuro said, her head drooping in a bit of frustration, her face filled with a mixture of longing and regret, her tone dejected. In truth, Chen Yuro's talent was indeed astonishing, even among the top tier at Jiangnan University. Just from the residual might of the sword Chen Fan casually unleashed, she was able to comprehend some truths, integrating that extreme lethality into her martial arts. No wonder the scoundrels of the myriad races sect would regard her as a thorn in their side, determined to eliminate her. Such monstrous growth potential is genuinely terrifying.
Don't be discouraged, perhaps one day fate will allow you to meet him.
Chen Fan gently patted her head, comforting her in a warm tone. It seemed that his accidental intervention had indeed planted a seed of aspiration for the peak in his sister's heart.
Let's hope so.
Chen Yuro shook her head helplessly, clearly not taking her brother's comforting words to heart, and adjusted the long sword at her waist. The grand competition at Jiangnan University was about to commence, and in order to secure a good ranking she had nearly driven herself to madness practicing during this time. Chen Yuro was always strong-willed. Once she set her sights on a goal, she had to fight for the top. This time she was determined to win the internal martial arts competition. Perhaps this pride is innate in the bones of every genius with extraordinary talent. Over the past 6 months, Chen Fan had visited the Demon Suppression Tower several times to see the ancestor, but the death aura surrounding him was visibly thickening. Who knows how much longer this elder who had devoted his life to the Chen family could remain in this world. Watching the old man's figure, Chen Fan's gaze grew even steadier. However, the ancestor himself was remarkably open-minded, especially seeing Chen Fan's rapid progress over the past half-year. A satisfied smile was always present on his old face.
With you at the helm of the Chen family, it will surely endure for eternity.
This phrase had almost become the old man's catchphrase every time he saw Chen Fan, each utterance filled with endless hope. Because of his absolute faith in Chen Fan, he no longer felt anxious every day, just hoping to use the last of his strength to shield his grandson for a few more years. In the study, sunlight poured in through the window onto the desk as Chen Fan slowly flipped to the last page of the tome in his hand.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for finishing reading Geography of the Myriad Races, successfully gaining 500 experience points.
Ding!
Since you have achieved the milestone of reading 10,000 volumes, a special mission has been completed, rewarding you with the divine ability A Sword Lightcold across 19 prefectures. The rapid system notification sounds flooded Chen Fan's mind, causing a ringing in his ears. Chen Fan felt a slight joy in his heart and immediately whispered in his consciousness, "Display my personal attribute panel." In the next moment, a blue ethereal panel visible only to him clearly floated into his line of sight, shimmering with a faint light. Name: Chen Fan, Realm Supreme Sword, Body Level 50, requires 2,500 experience points to advance to the next level. After half a year of seclusion and reading, Chen Fan had forcibly pushed his physique to a high level of 50, resulting in a qualitative leap in his overall combat power. More importantly, he had completely read through the tens of thousands of books in this study, making them the cornerstone of his path to the peak. At that moment, the life-protecting flying sword that he nurtured deep within his primordial spirit suddenly trembled violently, emitting a series of melodious sword cries. Brilliant streams of light burst forth, and the domineering aura that looked down upon all beings seemed capable of shattering everything in the world into dust. Following this, a touch of noble orange radiance began to quietly spread within the dazzling light. As time passed, the original sword color was completely covered by this dazzling orange light, becoming the primary hue of the flying sword. His life-protecting flying sword had unexpectedly welcomed another upgrade in grade at this critical moment, its power surpassing the past. Chen Fan felt the surging power within him with great satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "Now even against those legendary grandmasters I have nothing to fear." Even if he casually swung his sword, its power would easily cover a radius of several miles. It could be said that every tiny movement he made now contained a world-shaking pressure capable of making all people tremble.
"Feiner, have you really decided to accompany Yuro to Jiangnan University for registration?"
Chen Guozhen asked, frowning, his tone filled with conflict as his hands unconsciously clenched together. After all, it had not been long since his daughter faced an assassination attempt, and thinking back on it still filled him with dread.
"Dad, you can rest assured.
Jiangnan University is a place teeming with experts, and even the boldest of clans would not dare to cause trouble there." Chen Fan smiled, giving his father a reassuring look, his tone exceptionally firm. Chen Guozhen pondered for a moment, then seeing his son's confident demeanor, nodded helplessly. "All right, I will send someone to escort you." A hoarse voice like the sound of a broken wing bag echoed hauntingly, carrying a nauseating stench. "That coward Chen Fan has been hiding at home and doesn't dare to show his face. The lord of the Daqin house is currently untraceable, and even those top experts cannot find his whereabouts. The host of this Jiangnan University martial arts competition is that little brat named Lan Yu. The Lan family has always been tough, and he is also a confidant of Su Chen Luo. If we can easily eliminate Lan Yu, the Lan family will surely go mad, which would be equivalent to directly breaking one of Su Qianluo's arms. And that girl from the Chen family, Chen Yuro, is confirmed to participate in this competition as well. Very good. This time we must make a big move and wipe out all the unripe talents of the human race in one fell swoop. The plan must be flawlessly executed. We absolutely cannot let those self-important beings from the immortal race look down on us. As for that useless Chen Fan, there is no need to waste any effort on him for the time being." The sinister voice echoed continuously in the darkness, chilling and terrifying. Jiangnan University is one of the highest halls of martial arts education for the human race, has been supplying top-tier combat power to the front lines for many years.
Its status is simply irreplaceable and has made indelible contributions to the human race.
According to historical records, many of the world-renowned supreme powerhouses in human history once studied at this school. Obtaining an admission ticket to this university is extremely difficult, not an easy task at all. It not only requires martial arts talent but also demands excellent scores in cultural courses and a solid family background. It is no exaggeration to say that out of 10,000 students only one can break through the crowd and get in, which is already a great achievement. Chen Yuro displayed a swordsmanship talent that was utterly despairing from a young age, truly a natural martial arts prodigy.
Moreover, with the Chen family's prominent status, she was guaranteed admission even before graduating from high school.
It can be said that any student from Jiangnan University is a rare gem in the outside world. And Chen Yuro is one of the best among this group of prodigies, greatly favored by her mentors. A few days later, after a long morning of travel, the siblings finally stood at the grand entrance of Jiangnan University. The entire campus covers an expansive area surrounded by towering ancient trees, each place exuding the grandeur of a top-tier academy.
At the imposing gate, a crowd surged, bustling with activity. Ding!
Detected that the host has traveled thousands of miles, earning 1,000 experience points. The familiar system prompt sounded in Chen Fan's mind, and he maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of surprise. The ancients said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The myriad sights encountered during a journey serve as an excellent experience in training.
Brother!
Chen Yuro took the initiative to hold Chen Fan's hand, and the two walked side by side into the campus. This pair of extraordinarily good-looking siblings instantly became the focus of everyone's attention as they walked along the tree-lined path, attracting 100 of the gaze.
My goodness, who is that boy? He's too handsome. Exactly.
I've never seen such a handsome guy at school before. The key is that his aura is as gentle as a beautiful jade, making one feel extraordinarily comfortable. He's just a pretty boy who relies on his looks. There's nothing to be surprised about.
I just can't stand that kind of aesthetic.
Look at him, he looks so delicate. He clearly has no combat power, lacking any masculinity of a martial artist. Chen Fan's outstanding appearance, combined with the refined aura cultivated from reading countless books, made him appear extraordinarily unique. Even thrown into a vast sea of people, he would undoubtedly be the most eye-catching one, standing out like a crane among chickens. The girls in their youth, who had rarely seen the world, nearly glued their eyes to Chen Fan upon seeing him. Their adoring gazes seemed to be bursting with stars, showing no concealment of their infatuation with Chen Fan. His unique charisma indeed had a strong impact on these girls, who were just beginning to develop feelings. The frenzied reactions of the girls made many self-proclaimed geniuses among the boys feel envious, and their expressions turned sour.
Wait.
That short-haired girl next to him looks so familiar.
Oh my god, that's our school's top beauty.
Her looks are simply unmatched.
Isn't that the Ice Queen Chen Yuro from Jiangnan University? What's going on? Chen the Flower. It really is her. Damn, that guy is actually holding Chen the Flower's hand.
Let go of that girl.
Don't stop me, I want to duel with this guy. I won't allow my goddess to be tainted. This must be a dream, just kill me to wake me up.
At that moment, countless boys' attention finally shifted to Chen Yuro beside Chen Fan. In an instant, it felt like thousands of murderous gazes were locked onto Chen Fan. When Chen Yuro entered the school as a guaranteed student, she had directly clinched the title of campus beauty with her stunning appearance. This made countless boys crazily pursue her, among them many who had come from other schools. It can be said that whenever Chen Yuro stood among the girls, all the others would appear dim and dull in comparison. However, due to her aloof and proud personality, like a thorny flower on a high peak, many pursuers dared not approach her. In the past 2 years, no one had ever heard of Chen the Flower getting close to any boy. But now this famously icy goddess was actually holding a boy's hand in public. Moreover, from her expression there was not a trace of coldness, she looked entirely immersed in happiness. In an instant, the campus was filled with sounds of heartbreak as the boys clutched their chests, wailing incessantly. Sensing the malicious gazes around him, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile wryly.
Yuro, it seems your admirers have already taken me as their #1 rival.
Chen Yuro nonchalantly rolled her eyes, her expression extremely cold.
Don't mind them.
In her world, aside from her family and her pursuit of strength, those boys who only cared about looks were not worth her attention. Given her outstanding abilities, she naturally had the pride of looking down on her peers and ignored those gazes.
Yuro. Just then a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Following that, a charming figure bounced over, affectionately linking her other arm with Chen Yuris. The newcomer had cute twin tails, an exquisitely beautiful oval face, and was wearing a short ice blue dress. She revealed a pair of slender fair legs which looked very eye-catching. Clearly this girl was also a top beauty on par with campus flowers. Moreover, judging by her closeness with Chen Yuro, their friendship must be quite deep, likely best friends.
This is my friend Fong Danping. Chen Yuro introduced to Chen Fan, a rare warmth appearing on her face.
Fong Danping was Chen Yuro's best friend in university, and the two were known as the trio of campus beauties. Chen Fan politely smiled and nodded in greeting, but before he could say anything, Fong Danping scrutinized him with a mischievous look and teased, "Oh my Yuro, I didn't expect you to like this type of guy." She suddenly lowered her voice and leaned close to Chen Yuro's ear to whisper, "He's really good looking, especially with that aura. I can't help but feel a little moved." As Fong Danping continued to glance at Chen Fan, she kept chattering, "The more I look, the more intriguing he becomes." Looking at Chen Fan before her, a tinge of envy arose in her heart. Chen Yuro shot her an annoyed glance and coldly rebutted, "Don't even think about it, he's my brother and my sister-in-law is much prettier than you." Upon hearing this, Fong Danping immediately pouted in disbelief. "I don't believe it." Su Qianlua. Chen Yuro casually uttered 3 words. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow in the entire Jinling city. Who doesn't know the name of the stunning beauty Su Qianluo? She is a terrifying existence that can make all self-important girls instantly fade away. Just moments ago Fong Danping was like a fighting cock, but upon hearing this name she immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Their intimate conversation of course reached Chen Fan's ears without missing a word. However, he merely smiled and did not take it to heart. "The competition is about to start. How have you been preparing during this time?" Fong Danping quickly changed the subject, asking earnestly. "First, I will definitely win." Chen Yuro replied coldly, her tone filled with undeniable confidence. As her inseparable best friend, Fong Danping was well aware of Chen Yuro's stubborn personality, so she was not surprised by this response. "Of course I have confidence in your solid strength, but you must not let your guard down this time. I heard from rumors that a dark horse has emerged in this competition, and that guy is said to have reached the level of a high-ranking martial artist." Fong Danping shared the information she had just learned, warning her friend. Chen Yuro's expression remained steady as she coldly replied, "So what if they are high-ranking martial artists?" The stronger the opponent, the more it ignites her innate desire to win. She showed no fear. The champion of the last competition's senior brother Lan Yu is said to be responsible for hosting this match. "He is a super handsome guy," Fong Danping said, winking. However, Chen Yuro was not interested in such so-called handsome guys at all, her gaze remaining calm. The three walked along a path in the campus for a while. Chen Fan suddenly stopped and said, "Yuro, I need to go to your school's library. I won't accompany you for now." Chen Yuro nodded obediently. She knew in her heart that her brother had a special fondness for reading. After bidding farewell to her sister, Chen Fan turned and left alone. Chen Yuro gazed at her brother's receding figure, her eyes becoming incredibly firm as she clenched her fists tightly. Few people in the outside world really knew why Chen Yuro was determined to fight hard in this competition. Only she herself knew the real reason. Since she could remember, she had followed closely behind Chen Fan, calling him brother again and again. The scene she remembered most vividly was when her brother learned that his martial arts path had been cut off. The despair in his eyes was like dead ashes. That moment pained her to the core, a memory she would never forget in this lifetime. It was also from that day that Chen Yuro began to push herself to the limit, diligently practicing her swordsmanship. She did this to gain the strength to protect those she cared about, ensuring that no one could bully him. The price: to help her elder brother reclaim his path in martial cultivation. Her heart held only one pure, unwavering vow: to protect him this lifetime. No harm would ever touch him. Only the victor of this year's Jiangnan Martial Tournament would earn the qualification to enter the Grand Human Clan Tournament. Even more crucially, the top prize this year was said to be the legendary Sacred Spirit Fruit. The Sacred Spirit Fruit could grant rebirth of body and soul, fundamentally refining one's constitution, a divine medicine so rare it defied fortune itself. She must claim it to restore Chen Fan's foundational meridians and reignite his cultivation path. Inside an unremarkable civilian residence, a middle-aged couple moved quietly about the kitchen. They were widely regarded by neighbors as the paragon of marital harmony, devoted, serene, and utterly untroubled. To onlookers they appeared as diligent, humble laborers, never once seen quarreling. The woman with dusky skin and an air of quiet sincerity stirred a wok with steady hands. Yet her eyes, meant to radiate warmth, now gleamed with a chilling, predatory coldness. Failed. Her husband, still bent over his chopping board, spoke without lifting his head, his voice frost-sharp and hollow. Her gaze tightened, emotionless and precise. An apex expert intervened twice. Both operations were sabotaged. A flash of lethal frost flickered deep within her pupils. "This failure cost us 3 grandmasters, and our superiors are profoundly displeased." Grandmaster-level warriors were irreplaceable pillars even within the colossal multi-species cult. Their loss was catastrophic. 3 gone at once. A wound that bled deep. He paused mid-cut and turned. What then is the command from above? His wife held higher standing in the cult. Many core secrets remained beyond his clearance. She scoffed, voice low and cutting, "Do not ask what you have no right to know. Your current rank affords you no access to such matters." Her tone carried the icy authority of a commander reprimanding a wayward subordinate. Yet he bore it without protest, as though such hierarchy were as natural as breath. Yes, ma'am. He bowed his head, instantly silent and obedient. She resumed stirring the dish with mechanical precision. Their neighbors would never dream that this seemingly gentle, unassuming couple were deep cover agents, camouflaged for years beneath layers of ordinariness. To evade the demon-sealing army's relentless scrutiny they had begun performing the moment their mission was assigned, registering as husband and wife, playing dutiful, unremarkable citizens before all eyes. For over a decade this seamless guise had shielded them, allowing them to execute mission after mission in the shadows. Daily news bulletins blared reports of hunts for remnants of the multi-species cult. Yet suspicion never grazed them, not once. Their disguise was flawless. 10 years. Not a single slip. There are 2 directives from above. Accomplish either and we earn immense merit. She sprinkled seasoning into the wok, speaking as if idly commenting on the weather. His breath hitched, barely perceptible, but he suppressed the surge within. She continued unperturbed. First neutralize the Chen Clan. The Chen scions, each a peerless prodigy. If allowed to mature, the consequences will be catastrophic. We must extinguish this threat before it takes root, by any means necessary. The Chen clan must fall utterly, irrevocably. As a heroic soul clan they had shed blood defending humanity against the myriad alien races across countless battlefields. Even among the celestial races the Chen name struck terror, a thorn embedded deep in enemy flesh. So long as it remained, their peace would be illusion. He hesitated, murmuring, the Chen patriarch isn't easy prey. He still draws breath. The patriarch stood as the clan's final unshakable anchor. So long as his last breath lingered, none dared strike openly. No one knew how long the Ancient One would cling to life, or how devastating his final dying fury might be. As long as that sovereign remained ensconced within the demon-suppressing pagoda, they kept their heads bowed low, a testament to the sheer awe-inspiring terror of sovereignty or power. Such power was godlike, capable of holding entire battlefronts alone. We no longer have the patience to wait for his natural demise. She ground her teeth, venom in her voice. Our organization has acquired specialized toxins from the Scorpion Demon Clan. With opportunity we'll introduce them into the pagoda, slowly, relentlessly eroding his life force. At the name Scorpion Demon Clan his pupils contracted sharply. Renowned across the cosmos as masters of poison, lands where even grass refused to grow. Their innate venom was nigh universal in its lethality, unanswered by any known countermeasure. He had never imagined the cult could procure such a strategic forbidden artifact. He moistened his lips, excitement thrumming beneath his skin. Thus one sovereign eliminated, permanently. She gave a slight nod. Second directive: the prefect of Daqin Prefecture has vanished without trace, not even humanity's highest echelons can locate him. His disappearance plunges over 100 million souls under his jurisdiction into chaos and robs humanity of a pillar of stability. Internal discord mounts, and the battlefield crumbles. Now is the hour to cull every promising young talent cultivated by our major academies, without mercy. The immediate effect may seem negligible, but sever this generation of successors and humanity will soon face a fatal leadership vacuum. Especially Chan Yu-ro. Above has issued a death order, her elimination is non-negotiable at any cost. Our chance for glory has arrived. Ravenous greed burned in her eyes, twisting her features into something feral. The prefect's vanishing, and the ensuing turmoil, was heaven sent, the perfect storm for their strike. His fists clenched until his knuckles bleached white, his facial muscles twitched with feverish intensity. A chance at reincarnation. This is no betrayal. Humanity stands no chance against the multi-species. I merely chose wisely, like any rational being. Look at the world now, my choice was nothing short of prophetic. His inner exultation swelled, bordering on delirium. When do we move? She let out a cold, dismissive snort. Patience. Security during the Jiangnan University tournament is impenetrable, and we've already alerted them. They're vigilant now. Wait until the tournament ends. That's when their guard drops, their most vulnerable golden moment for harvesting lives. Success would deliver a crippling blow to all of humanity, and earn them the ultimate reward: reincarnation slots from the multi-species liberation from this mortal coil. The 10-year humble couple exchanged a knowing, razor-edged smile, their eyes blazing with raw, unadulterated ambition. A decade of silence, for this one decisive strike. Days passed swiftly. Preparations for Jiangnan University's martial tournament surged forward with mounting intensity, and today marked its commencement. Chen Yu-ro held Chen Fan's hand as they strolled along the campus path, her steps light, buoyant, alive with anticipation. He felt the tremor of her exhilaration pulsing through her palm. Her smile never faltered all day. Winning first place here secures my entry into the human clan tournament. I will win no matter what. I won't just win, I'll claim the sacred spirit fruit and rebuild your martial path from the ground up. That was her vow, absolute, unbreakable. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Go on, your brother believes in you. Her eyes crinkled shut, radiant with joy. Finally, the tournament begins. The scale is staggering. My blood is boiling, it's electrifying. I'm here solely to watch senior sister Chen fight. Me too. The word is there's a fearsome new contender, a senior martial master already. The contestant waiting area beneath the arena was packed, every seat filled with today's champions. Chen Fan and Chen Yuro sat side by side in a prominent spot. Truly magnificent, Chen Fan murmured, gaze sweeping the vast amphitheater, packed to capacity with tens of thousands of students and faculty. Suddenly the clamor hushed. Through the VIP corridor strode a tall, striking youth, features chiseled, bearing regal yet unnervingly pallid. The moment he stepped into the searing gaze of 10,000 eyes, the stadium erupted, pure deafening euphoria. Ah! It's truly Lan Yu, senior brother. The host is him. The reigning champion. A grandmaster before his prime, his strength is legendary. Up close, Lan Yu, senior brother, is even more dazzling. I'm undone. Powerful and peerless, Jiangnan University's living standard. What kind of woman could possibly match him? To be his girlfriend, I die happy. Even male students gazed upon Lan Yu with undisguised reverence. Every Jiangnan student knew Lan Yu's legends, the prodigy who ascended to grandmasterhood while still a youth, hailed as humanity's brightest hope. To all, he was destined to become one of humanity's supreme warriors. Even stern mentors invoked his name as the ultimate exemplar. He's injured. Chen Yuro frowned slightly from the contestant seats, her senses keenly detecting the faint fraying aura of exhaustion clinging to Lan Yu's brow. Beside her, Chen Fan watched in silent stillness. Lan Yu, pushing past incomplete recovery, walked slowly to the center of global attention. He raised a hand, waving gently to the sea of juniors and seniors. Fellow students, he turned, poised to deliver an impassioned opening address. But as his gaze swept across the crowd, his peripheral vision locked onto a familiar figure, and his voice died mid-breath, choked off as if throttled. His eyes widened in shock, fixed unblinkingly on Chen Fan. His breath shattered, his mind detonated into chaos. Senior! A silent, desperate cry echoed in his skull. He would stake his life, this youth was his savior. Yet he had never imagined the savior could be this young, shattering every assumption he held about power and age. To casually obliterate 3 grandmasters at such an age. It bordered on divine miracle. So, he possesses the strength of a great grandmaster, at this tender age. His pupils constricted violently, his lungs emptied entirely. After frantic mental recalibration, only one conclusion remained, terrifying, undeniable. Yes. Only that explained everything that night. And yet, the truth itself was world-shattering. What unspeakable martial genius does he possess? And that technique, Azure serpents from both sleeves, it was pure divinity. A sharp involuntary inhale escaped him. As last year's champion, Lan Yu had always believed his own talent ranked among humanity's finest. That innate pride of genius had never dimmed until today. Until he saw Chen Fan. Until he understood viscerally what limitless truly meant. The boy looked younger than himself, yet every gesture radiated monstrous, incomprehensible power. Especially that sword light that night, it would haunt him forever. Before 10,000 stunned eyes, Lan Yu froze, arms still raised, miniature utterly exposed in his paralysis. Whispers exploded across the stands. What's happening? Why did senior brother Lan Yu stop speaking? Is he lost in thought? Where is he staring? That direction, it's towards senior sister Chen Yuro. Could even Lan Yu's senior brother be vying for her affection? Whoa, plot twist. Speculation spiraled wildly. Tens of thousands strained to comprehend the inexplicable. Everyone was puzzled as to why there was no further dialogue after an opening statement. Master Lan Yu, why are you so disheveled? Chen Yuro's elegant brows slightly frowned. She also thought Lan Yu was looking at her, and for a moment her impression of this senior brother plummeted to the extreme. As time passed, a strange feeling slowly rose in Chen Yuro's heart. Although Lan Yu's gaze was indeed directed this way, the focus was clearly not on her but on someone else. The eyes of the other party did not linger at her position at all. Following the path of Lan Yu's gaze, Chen Yuro's sight gradually shifted backward, initially skimming past Chen Fan's side, finally resting in the audience seating area behind him. Chen Yuro's fair face was filled with confusion as she murmured softly, what treasure is he looking at over there? Sitting nearby, Chen Fan replied in a calm tone, who can say for sure? After a brief moment of being lost in thought, Lan Yu finally regained his composure. He first displayed an apologetic expression to smooth over his earlier indiscretion, then skillfully resumed hosting the various proceedings of the selection competition. However, during the handover process he couldn't help but sneak a glance towards Chen Fan's direction. The entire selection competition felt particularly prolonged and tedious. All contestants whose names were called had to step onto the high platform and engage in combat with their opponents. In this brutal arena, only the ultimate victor would qualify to receive a ticket for advancement. Chen Yuro demonstrated overwhelming superiority, effortlessly defeating all her opponents. After 2 hours of effort, she finally stepped onto the final arena that would determine the victor. Opposite her stood a young man named Gao Yang. This Gao Yang was quite famous in the school, a top student with the level of a senior martial artist. In terms of cultivation potential, he was by no means inferior to Chen Yuro. Please have both parties enter and take their positions. Lan Yu gathered his strength, his voice resonating throughout every corner. Instantly the surrounding audience erupted into enthusiastic applause like a tidal wave. Countless teachers and students below were secretly pondering which of the two geniuses, Chen Yuro or Gao Yang, would ultimately emerge victorious. At that moment Chen Fan was also fully focused on the situation in the arena. Chen Yuro stepped steadily onto the platform. Her opponent was a young man with a clean short haircut radiating fierce fighting spirit. The finals of the competition begin. With a sharp shout from Lan Yu, the battle officially commenced. The immense spiritual power within Chen Yuro erupted like a flood at this moment. In an instant the entire area of the fighting stage was engulfed by a powerful fierce wind. Her aura even affected the environment, creating an icy zone that sent chills down people's spines. Chen Yuro's foot heavily stomped on the ground, producing a muffled sound as she shot out like a bolt from a crossbow. At the same time she swung a heavy punch, the sound of her blood surging like thunder. A massive phantom of a fist seemingly forged from bronze rushed forth with a shrill scream that tore through the air. The spectacle was akin to a towering mountain descending from the heavens, aiming to crush her opponent to powder. The young man named Gao Yang snorted coldly, an expression of defiance written all over his face. His arm muscles instantly swelled and a faint red flame flickered on the surface of his skin. He also threw out a punch. A gigantic fire fist phantom akin to a meteor from the sky collided head. Boom! With a deafening explosion. The overwhelming force of the impact spread wildly in all directions. The originally sturdy foundation of the arena was left in ruins, covered in cracks. Those nearby watching the battle closely felt a scorching wind rush towards them, causing their internal energy to surge violently. As soon as Chen Yuro's toes touched the ground, she charged towards Gao Yang again like a nimble cheetah. In her fair hands she had long since gripped a cold gleaming iron sword. Seeing this, Gao Yang let out another disdainful laugh. He pulled a heavy broadsword from his back and fearlessly approached. The two quickly engaged in battle, their blades and swords clashing, creating an exceptionally intense scene. Chen Fan watched the figures on the stage and quietly commented, Yuro's progress during this period is truly astonishing, especially her combat skills, which have become very seasoned. Just when the onlookers thought this would be a protracted tug-of-war, Chen Yuro's aura suddenly condensed to an extreme, followed by an oppressive killing intent that surged into the sky. The iron sword in her hand seemed to sense the master's mindset, emitting faint tremors. Gao Yang, feeling this terrifying pressure up close, instantly turned pale. What kind of sword technique is this? The aura released by her unexpectedly soared to an unprecedented level in the blink of an eye. He keenly sensed the destructive power contained in this move. It was undoubtedly a deadly trump card. Chen Yuro's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she swung her sword horizontally. A dazzling sword light several meters long whistled forth, and the intersecting sword she faintly transformed into the shape of a lotus in the air. The speed of that sword light was like lightning streaking across the night sky, leaving no time for reaction. The air even carried a faint sound of thunderous explosions. Bang! With a sound that shook the mountains. Gao Yang's figure was sent flying back in a sorry state, and the once heavy broadsword in his hand was directly broken in two. The outcome was clear. Chen Yuro had won the final victory. Chen Fan below revealed a gratified smile, nodding slightly to himself as he said, it seems she has thoroughly grasped the true essence of the Qinglian sword technique and even created her unique moves. This girl indeed has great potential. Meanwhile, at a high-end restaurant not far from the campus on the top floor. This was the place with the best view near Jiangnan University. Standing on the edge of the top floor, one could easily take in the beautiful scenery of the entire campus. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression was intensely staring at the events of the school competition through a special spell. Due to his inner turmoil, the middle-aged man actually crushed the jade wine cup in his hand, the pungent liquor dripping down his fingers as he spoke with an air of killing intent. I never expected that the true combat power of that little girl from the Chen family would be even more terrifying than I anticipated. Especially that last move, whose name I cannot recall. Its lethality is indeed rare in the world. With just one sword she incapacitated a seasoned senior martial artist. No matter the cost, this girl must not be allowed to remain, she has to be eliminated. Chen Yuro's stunning performance in this selection competition made him feel a profound sense of threat. The talent for cultivation that this girl displayed far exceeded the assessments made by the forces behind them. Especially that mysterious sword technique, which caused her overall combat power to undergo a qualitative leap. If action is not taken soon, once Chen Yuro truly enters the ranks of top powerhouses, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the central playground of Jiangnan University was engulfed in a silence akin to death, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. All the teachers and students stood like wooden puppets, staring blankly at the figure that had fallen at the edge of the arena covered in dust. It seemed as if everyone's thoughts had frozen at that moment.
It was Lan Yu who first reacted, excitedly waving his arms and shouting, "The final champion of this selection competition is Chen Yuro. Let us give her the warmest applause. She will officially receive the qualification to participate in the National Human Race Competition representing Jiangnan University to strive for the highest glory." The earlier fierce competition had indeed stirred up everyone's blood. Lan Yu prided himself on his sharp eye, initially believing that these two would engage in a prolonged, exhausting tug-of-war. It turned out that the beginning was indeed as he expected, with both of their realms at the same level fighting fiercely without yielding. But who could have expected that when Chen Yuro unleashed that astonishingly lethal mysterious sword technique, she would obliterate a peer-level expert with a single move? The power unleashed by that sword even made Lan Yu, who had already entered the realm of a master, feel a bewildering sense of shock. It should be noted that Chen Yuro was still just a senior martial artist, yet she could instill fear in a martial arts master. What a monstrous gap that was. In that mysterious sword move, Lan Yu vaguely caught a glimpse of something familiar. Congratulations to junior sister Chen Yuro for successfully claiming the crown of this competition. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead.
As a senior, I am genuinely glad for you.
Lan Yu took the lead in applauding, the crisp sound of clapping breaking the silence. Immediately, an eruption of screams that could almost lift the roof came from the stands filled with tens of thousands of spectators, the sound waves crashing over one another like a tsunami. The applause was as thunderous as a storm.
That was amazing. This performance was absolutely worth it. These two are the most outstanding geniuses of Jiangnan University. Is this really a life and death duel between senior martial artists? It nearly blew my mind.
In the end, Chen the campus flower really managed to turn the tables.
This is terrifying.
I feel that Chen the campus flower's current combat power might even surpass that of senior Lan Yu back in the day. So this was her true trump card. Being beautiful is one thing, but fighting so fiercely, how will other girls ever compete in the future?
What exactly happened just now?
It was clearly a back-and-forth fight, so how did that one sword end the match? That sword move from Chen the campus flower definitely has a significant background. I agree, ordinary techniques can't have such power.
The students of Jiangnan University were now lost in a frenzy of admiration.
Especially the boys who gazed at the striking figure on stage with eyes full of unmasked admiration. What kind of genius could possibly match up to such an outstanding woman? Even the girls below had turned into starry-eyed fans.
Not only was her beauty extraordinary, but her strength was equally phenomenal.
If this momentum continues, she will undoubtedly become a pillar of the human race in the future.
On this day, Chen Yuro became the brightest star on campus.
She stood out amid the fierce competition filled with talents, proving to the world that she was indeed the true pride of heaven.
The fervent atmosphere of adoration permeated every corner of the campus.
In the center of the arena, Chen Yuro surveyed the cheering sea that belonged solely to her. Her originally calm heart involuntarily stirred into ripples. Taking a deep breath of the slightly cool air, Chen Yuro felt that the hard work she had put in over the past few days had finally paid off. She slightly tilted her fair neck, her eyes unexpectedly becoming a little hot.
I have finally fulfilled my promise.
Not only did she obtain the ticket, but she had also gained hope for the coveted Holy Spirit fruit. In the contestants' resting area, Chen Fan slowly stood up, a gentle smile on his face as he applauded, saying, "Yuro, you performed wonderfully." He knew better than anyone how much sweat Chen Yuro had shed behind the scenes. Chen Fan was well aware of his sister's stubbornness. She would always strive for first place in competitions. In fact, compared to her astonishing talent, her relentless effort like a fighting warrior was even more moving. Chen Yuro let out a gentle sigh, her eyes filled with joy as she gazed at her brother, who, despite lacking blood relation, always doted on her. She leaped down from the stage and flew into Chen Fan's embrace. Chen Yuro's little hands clung tightly to Chen Fan's waist, unwilling to let go, burying her small face deeply into Chen Fan's chest.
This is just the beginning. I will work even harder to bring home the championship of the national competition.
She resolutely vowed in her heart, her gaze becoming more determined. The excited emotions gradually settled down with this embrace. Feeling the soft and slightly trembling body in his arms, Chen Fan was initially taken aback but soon revealed a gentle smile tightening his embrace.
In an instant, the noisy crowd fell into silence.
Tens of thousands of spectators held their breath, quietly observing the pair of siblings under the spotlight. At that moment, Chen Fan and Chen Yuro became the center of attention for all eyes. The expressions of the crowd below grew rigid, and some boys even clenched their fists in jealousy, their veins bulging. "My goodness, I feel so jealous that my teeth might fall out.
Don't stop me, I want to fight that guy. Is this really not a dream?
Our aloof Chen the campus flower is actually taking the initiative to hug someone.
Oh my god. This is a huge revelation. It seems Chen the campus flower's boyfriend has been exposed.
Is this really the typically cold Chen Yuro?
Could it be that someone is in disguise?
I even suspect I am hallucinating. I can hardly believe my eyes.
Ah. Let go of that girl, let me have a turn. Wow, this scene is simply too romantic. Yeah. And that young man exudes such refined charisma, far more captivating than Senior Lan Yu.
The legendary Ice Queen, famed for her aloof demeanor, had just willingly stepped into a man's embrace, a sight that shattered the composure of countless pure-hearted youths. Meanwhile, the girls watched Chen Fan with undisguised envy. The visual impact of this moment eclipsed even the thrilling duel moments earlier.
Silence all.
At this critical juncture, Lan Yu, the event's host, stepped forward to restore order and quell the commotion. Only then did Chen Yuro realize her lapse in decorum. She released Chen Fan, her delicate face flushing crimson. Only when reason reasserted itself did a searing wave of embarrassment wash over her. Chen Fan in turn affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled wordlessly. Next, under the collective gaze of the crowd, Lan Yu strode purposefully toward Chen Fan and Chen Yuro, just as murmurs began swirling about the nature of their relationship.
What followed left everyone stunned. Once more, Lan Yu bypassed Chen Yuro entirely and halted directly before Chen Fan. Lan Yu clasped his fists and bowed deeply before Chen Fan in solemn reverence. "I owe you my life. I am profoundly grateful for your saving me that day." His voice brimmed with genuine weighty gratitude. Wah! Chen Yuro gaped, her mind momentarily overloaded.
Silence descended upon the field like a shroud. Tens of thousands stood frozen, mouths agape wide enough to swallow eggs. No one could fathom what spectacle had just unfolded. Why would Lan Yu, the revered idol, offer such an extraordinary gesture of respect to this man? Chen Fan, of course, knew precisely which incident he referred to. He remained effortlessly serene, waving his hand lightly. It was but a trivial act, no need to dwell on it incessantly.
Blimey! What divine plot twist is this? Is this truly the same proud Lan Yu? He's acting like a junior addressing his elder. And he clearly holds this young man in the highest esteem. Sir! Lan Yu actually addressed him as sir. Good heavens, I'm utterly overwhelmed. One revelation after another.
The entire stadium erupted like a boiling cauldron, its deafening clamor threatening to shatter the very clouds above.
Brother, what on earth is going on?
Chen Yuro stared at her sibling, her expression clouded with bewilderment.
In that instant he seemed veiled in an enigma she could not penetrate. What hidden events had transpired between them?
Nothing of great consequence, Chen Fan replied, unwilling to elaborate before such a vast audience.
Gently patting his sister's head, he smiled. In a few days I'll treat you to hot pot to properly reward your hard work. Chen Yuro obediently acquiesced. Though curiosity still flickered within her, she asked no further questions, yet her gaze upon Chen Fan had subtly shifted. Time flew. Over half a month had passed since the selection tournament concluded. Since his defeat by Chen Yuro in that duel, Gao Yang had carried a burning resolve not to accept mediocrity. From that day onward he lived almost exclusively at the training ground, relentlessly honing his swordsmanship, his cultivation rising steadily. Had it not been for that final uncanny sword technique, I would never have lost to her. Drenched in sweat, jaw clenched, fists grinding audibly, Gao Yang refused to concede inferiority in talent to Chen Yuro. Gao Yang, do you feel especially aggrieved? A robust, slightly hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Instinctively Gao Yang turned and beheld a middle-aged man in simple attire bearing an air of stern authority as he approached, hands clasped behind his back. This was a highly esteemed disciplinary elder of the academy. This junior greets elder master. Gao Yang hastily bowed with deep reverence, though inwardly he puzzled why would such a towering figure seek him out. Given your latent potential, you ought not have stalled here. It is truly tragic, the elder sighed, his expression heavy with sorrowful compassion. Tragic in what way, elder? Gao Yang instinctively pressed. Tragic because you shall soon be dead. Before the words fully faded, the elder's countenance twisted grotesquely. From his sleeve flashed a poison-dipped dagger. A streak of dark crimson light slashed forth like lightning, its lethal edge grazing Gao Yang's throat, its residual force cleaving a nearby rock garden cleanly in two. Gao Yang's eyes widened hollow and unseeing as he clutched his spurting wound, dying with his final breath unspent. The Jiangnan University Library enjoyed unparalleled prestige across the human race, famed for housing 10 million volumes spanning virtually all human knowledge. Within this oceanic archive lay even forbidden records, secrets long buried from common view. Chen Fan sat quietly cradling an ancient scroll, reading with meticulous care, until having turned the final page he gently returned it to its designated shelf. Ding! Advanced Sword Manual 3 Essentials successfully studied, 3 experience points awarded. A cool mechanical system prompt echoed within his mind. Chen Fan's expression remained utterly unruffled, this was commonplace for him. VRRM. In that very instant a profound resonance surged from the deepest core of his soul. The tremor was so violent it unsettled even his spiritual essence. Swiftly regaining composure, he closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, examining his inner state. Deep within his spiritual sea, his innate spirit sword, born with him, throbbed with ecstatic fervor, vibrating intensely, radiating a dazzling golden brilliance. Its luminance burned with such intensity it resembled a nascent golden sun rising within his very being.
Chen Fan sensed clearly after 15 days of devoted nurturing his spirit sword's combat prowess had ascended anew, surpassing its former bottleneck. Softly he murmured inwardly, display personal attributes panel. Instantly a translucent interface, visible only to him, materialized before his vision. Host Chen Fan Cultivation Art Supreme Sword Body Current Level 60 Next level requires 3000 experience points.
Total experience points 300.
Innate talent books conceal 10,000 goals, reading yields abundant experience points and Peerless arcane manuals. Mastered techniques Azure Serpents in both sleeves Heaven Gate Severing Sword True Essence of the Azure Lotus Sword Art Sword descending from the west and the legendary sword stroke that chills the 19 provinces.
During these past 15 days Chen Fan had devoted nearly all his time to Jiangnan University's Grand Repository.
Through this voracious reading regimen he amassed a staggering quantity of experience points, every last one poured into strengthening his supreme sword body. Through sheer perseverance this core constitution had been elevated, by sheer accumulation, to level 60. His true combat capability thus underwent a qualitative leap. Yet new pressure loomed. Advancing to level 61 demanded a full 3000 experience points.
The path ahead would grow increasingly arduous.
With my current arsenal, this innate spirit sword and these techniques, I believe I can now contend with marquee-level masters. Unleashing his full power, cleaving the heavens themselves, would pose no insurmountable challenge. Martial artists forge the body, masters cultivate chi, grandmasters seek resonance with heaven and earth, marquee-level cultivators etch celestial laws onto their very bones, each movement summoning omens of heaven and earth.
Sovereign-level masters meanwhile may manifest miniature realms of their own.
At the venerable sage level 1 births divine consciousness, its reach defining absolute sanctums. And at the mountain sea realm, such beings command the fate of nations, capable of shattering continents with a single gesture. For Chen Fan, so young, to possess marquee-level combat strength marked him as a high-tier warrior even upon the vast multiversal battlefield of myriad races and clans. Alas, many texts in the library were already familiar, he'd read them at home. His father Chen Zhenghua had long ago gathered exceptional works to nurture his growth.
Rereading known texts yielded no new experience points, leaving Chen Fan somewhat vexed. Just as his thoughts wandered.
In this restless age, how rare it is to find a youth who can settle quietly among yellowed pages.
A hearty approving laugh rang out beside him.
Chen Fan glanced sideways and saw an elderly man in black tang suit, silver-haired yet rosy-cheeked, smiling warmly at him, his eyes brimming with quiet admiration. In this era where martial truth reigns supreme and strength dictates all, everyone strained to temper sinew and bone, few considered reading a useless endeavor worth precious time. Zhong Shangwen over recent days had repeatedly glimpsed Chen Fan immersed in books in this corner, an observation that kindled an inexplicable fondness in this lifelong bibliophile. Chen Fan was no stranger to the old man, though they often crossed paths here. They had never exchanged words, each absorbed in their own reading. Chen Fan replied softly, reading fosters clarity and rational thought. Startled Zhong Shangwen paused, then laughed heartily, stroking his beard.
Exquisite.
Truly, reading illuminates the mind.
It has been decades since I encountered a youth with such insight. With those words Zhong Shangwen's goodwill toward Chen Fan soared to its zenith.
In this fast-paced brutal age such stillness of mind, the capacity for deep reflection, is a rare and vital spark. Though these texts are masterful they remain imperfect, Chen Fan remarked, shaking his head as he gazed upon the bookshelves.
Zhong Shangwen raised an eyebrow. Young friend, what deficiency do you perceive? These books are simply too few. Young man, Jiangnan University's collection claims universality, not empty boasting.
Your sense of scarcity arises because you've only seen its most superficial layer.
The elder wore an enigmatic smile. Oh. Pray enlighten me. Chen Fan had long suspected this man's stature was extraordinary. That unshakable calm, even as mountains crumble, could not be feigned.
Only those who had long held supreme authority bore such a distinctive humanistic aura.
Chen Fan waited patiently for the elder's next words.
In truth, the Jiangnan University repository is divided into outer and core sections. We stand now in the outermost tier, housing only accessible introductory texts. Access to the core section, where priceless unique manuscripts reside, is granted solely to elite members who have rendered extraordinary service to the university. Each volume therein reveals the world's most guarded truths, beyond any measure of wealth or coin. As Zhong Shangwen spoke he chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Chen Fan nodded imperceptibly, though hearing this for the first time he felt no surprise. All fell perfectly within expectation. After all, if one of humanity's foremost academies housed only mediocre works, that would indeed be unthinkable. Tap tap tap, suddenly hurried uneven footsteps echoed sharply, growing rapidly closer. Both men turned instinctively toward the sound. A young man in blue tactical uniform, sharp-eyed and vigorous, rushed in.
It was Lan Yu. Lan Yu's face was grim, nearly dripping with tension.
Spotting Zhong Shangwen conversing calmly with Chen Fan he froze, stunned, for half a second.
Junior Lan Yu pays respects to great elder master, he intoned, bowing deeply. The elder waved amiably, signaling no need for such formality. Chen Fan remained composed, yet inwardly astonished. This book-loving tang-suited elder was none other than Jiangnan University's legendary Great Elder Master. The very bedrock of the university, second only to the president in authority.
Then Lan Yu turned to Chen Fan and bowed again, reverently, respectfully greeting master. Now it was Zhong Shangwen's turn to look astonished.
He knew Lan Yu well.
These prodigies all carried their heads high, yet here stood one humbling himself before an obscure youth. Zhong Shangwen mused silently, it seems this young man's hidden depths run far deeper than I imagined.
Great Elder Master, grave news.
Senior Gao Yang has likely been assassinated by a traitor within the myriad races cult.
Having delivered the report, Lan Yu's tone grew grave.
Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, cold intent flashing within. He hadn't anticipated the myriad races cult would strike so swiftly.
Zhong Shangwen's benevolent visage hardened instantly into stern authority.
Those vermin deserve death 1,000 times over.
Having spoken, the Grand Elder swept his sleeve and shot out of the hall like a gale.
In that very instant, Chen Fan's life-bound spirit soared, violently trembled within his spiritual sea. An overwhelming sense of peril instantly enveloped his entire being.
Yu Rou is in danger.
The air pressure around Chen Fan plummeted, faint resonant sword hums echoed through the atmosphere. This kind of warning from his life-bound spirit sword had never once failed. Chen Fan whirled about and burst through the door, the surrounding air seemed to freeze into frost in that split second.
Outside Jiangnan University's main gate, dozens of eerie figures cloaked head-to-toe in pitch-black robes surged inward at blinding speed.
Their velocity was so extreme that even the gate's patrol guards failed to sound the alarm before the intruders crashed violently into campus.
It's happening. The Wanzhou sect fanatics have breached the gates. Run for your lives, they're killing people.
A student's shrill, desperate scream pierced the air.
The tranquil campus instantly descended into pandemonium.
Chen Yurou stood beside a flowerbed not far from the gate, her sharp brows knotted tight with tension.
The Wanzhou sect's sudden assault had caught everyone utterly off guard. These shadow-dwelling vermin, who normally skulked only in sewers, now dared openly challenge the university beneath the blazing sun. It was nothing short of dancing upon the edge of a blade. Brothers, slay one Jiangnan University student and you'll earn merit points back at the sect.
A figure who appeared to be their leader raised his blood-stained long knife and roared.
Slaughter them all.
Kill one and break even, kill two and profit double.
Under such lavish reward, the black-robed cultists' eyes flared with ravenous, unbridled madness.
For those meager points of merit, they had devolved entirely into mindless killing machines, fear of death itself erased from their consciousness.
These were elite enforcers cultivated by the Wanzhou sect, each possessing formidable cultivation.
Like locusts, they scattered across the grounds, launching merciless massacres upon students still reeling in shock. A male student on his way to the cafeteria hadn't even grasped what was unfolding before a black-robed figure blocked his path.
You.
Shink. With a cruel grin, the cultist's short blade slashed forth, trailing a sinister crimson gleam. Blood erupted violently, his body locked rigid under the impact's force. His gaze dimmed in an instant, he collapsed helplessly into a widening pool of blood. Every human academy conducted regular emergency drills specifically designed to counter precisely this kind of terrorist assault. As carnage erupted, students scattered according to protocol.
Quick run to the administration building. Seek help from our teachers.
The cultists have invaded the city, avoid the main gate.
Think you can flee? Dream on.
These creatures, stripped entirely of humanity, held no regard for kinship or compassion.
They leapt between buildings like agile apes, harvesting innocent lives without pause. A female student sprinted desperately toward the teaching building.
But from behind, crimson blood auras slashed through the air, cutting her down mid-stride. Those intersecting auras formed a lethal barrier, extinguishing her vitality in an instant.
You treacherous scum, do you possess even a shred of humanity? A hot-tempered male student possessing modest cultivation bellowed, his eyes burning crimson.
He spun sharply and launched a thunderous punch toward one cultist.
Flames roared across his fist, radiating waves of searing heat.
A colossal fire fist slammed into a black-robed cultist's chest with devastating force.
Boom! Flames detonated outward, charring him black from head to toe.
He crumpled to the ground, his breath fading rapidly. Yet before the student could savor even a flicker of relief, a storm of crimson blades erupted from every direction, sealing all avenues of escape. In the blink of an eye, the fiery youth was brutally dismembered. Press forward. These students are tomorrow's human geniuses, each slain severs a root of our species. The cultists snarled as they stormed deeper toward the campus core. What had once been a vibrant, spirited campus now resembled a living hell.
Thick coppery blood hung heavy in the air.
The earth's soil had turned an unnatural dark crimson beneath the deluge. Even the sky seemed stained red by the horror unfolding below.
Wails, curses, and the clash of metal wove together into a cacophony. Yet many resolute students spontaneously organized, fighting tooth and nail against the invaders. Chaos reigned absolute.
Chen Yuro clenched her fists until her nails bit deep into her palms. At that moment her mind held only one image, Chen Fan. She knew her elder brother was nothing but a bookish scholar immersed in ancient texts utterly devoid of martial foundation. In such chaos Chen Fan was little more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, and her heart raced with frantic dread. These madmen slaughtered indiscriminately, no distinction between age, gender, or innocence. Well, look who's got guts enough to stand there, a pretty little thing, isn't she? Two cultists spotted Chen Yuro standing motionless nearby and immediately closed in with leering grins. They landed one before one behind, sealing every possible escape route. Their mocking gazes held the cold amusement of hunters watching prey trapped in a snare. Martial energy pulsed fiercely from both, stirring icy gusts around them. Chen Yuro's short hair whipped in the wind, her combat uniform whispered faintly with each subtle shift. Wait, why does this girl look strangely familiar? One black-robed figure suddenly voiced startled uncertainty. His attention had shifted, not to her features but to a haunting, unsettling aura of recognition. The other slapped his thigh and cried out in sudden excitement, she's Chen Yuro, the adopted daughter of the Chen family. Indeed, though the assault appeared random, its true objective, issued directly by the sect's highest echelon, was the precise elimination of Chen Yuro. As a top-tier surveillance target, her portrait had long circulated throughout the Wanzhou sect's inner ranks. A newly risen human prodigy, scion of nobility, first-place victor of the selection trials. The sect master himself had decreed whoever claimed Chen Yuro's head would be granted the supreme honor of divine rebirth among the God Clan. Such a monster left alive would surely become a nightmare upon the multiracial battlefields of the future. Heaven's path lies open, but you chose Hell's Gate instead. Yield your life now. Without further word, they launched a ruthless pincer strike. The front attacker soared into the air, delivering a devastating kick capable of shattering reinforced concrete. The compressed air shrieked in protest. That blow carried mountain-splitting, earth-shattering force. Meanwhile, the rear assailant struck without pause, his dagger weaving dozens of bloody afterimages aiming to pierce her flesh like a sieve. Chen Yuro's gaze hardened, icy, detached, unnervingly calm. Then a torrential wave of overwhelming aura erupted from her core. Flickering arcs of indigo lightning danced across her skin, crackling softly. She thrust out her right hand, palm open, and the surrounding spiritual energy vanished into her grasp. Boom! With bare flesh she seized the thunderous kick, halting it midair. The ground beneath her feet shattered explosively, fracturing into a vast spiderweb-like fissure. Impossible! The airborne cultist recoiled in terror. Before he could beg for mercy, Chen Yuro swung her arm, a single brutal motion, and hurled him down like a discarded straw doll. Ah! A guttural scream tore from his throat as countless bones snapped, blood and viscera spewed from his mouth in thick choking gouts. Instantly Chen Yuro twisted her waist and drove a crushing fist forward. Wild volatile lightning exploded between her knuckles. That destructive surge shredded the assassin's attack net outright. The second cultist collapsed to his knees, paralyzed by sheer terror. He'd never imagined the so-called prodigy maiden from intelligence reports possessed such terrifying power. No wonder high-ranking sect elders feared her so deeply. In that fleeting moment of his paralysis, Chen Yuro blurred, transforming into a streak of lightning, and reappeared before him, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Her foot stamped deep into the earth. How can she move so fast? That thought was his last, before her fist connected with his chest. Lightning surged violently into his meridians, tearing through his body with unrestrained fury. Countless electric arcs erupted skyward, illuminating the dim corridor of the teaching building. In less than a heartbeat, the two arrogant martial masters were reduced to smoldering black husks. Target confirmed. Full-scale encirclement and extermination of Chen Yuro. The commotion drew the sect's junior commander, who issued the order from concealment. Understood. 5 or 6 elite cultists, each highly skilled, drew cold serrated daggers and converged upon Chen Yuro. Their combined auras pressed down like a suffocating weight, snapping nearby trees and grasses in half. To onlookers, these black-robed figures drifted like vengeful specters between realms of the living. Dare to stand before me, and you shall die. Chen Yuro had fully entered combat trance, her entire being exuding murderous intent so chilling it froze the blood. All she desired now was to break through and find Chen Fan. Anyone who impeded her mission to protect her brother was now her mortal enemy. Her kiblood surged at blistering speed, roaring like a mighty river in flood. She yanked the iron sword from her back, still slick with enemy gore, and poured every ounce of her true energy into its blade. It screamed in protest, vibrating violently. A crushing mountainous pressure bore down, shattering the stone pavement beneath her feet. Even the blade's frigid edge began coiling with fine jagged arcs of lightning, brimming with untamed annihilating fury. Chen Yuro let out a sharp cry and unleashed a world-shaking slash. In that instant a dazzling arc of sword energy swelled to several meters in length, cleaving forward with the might to sunder mountains and divert rivers. That flash of light burned like a meteor fallen from the starry sea.
Rolling thunder reverberated through the air itself. Boom! With a deafening earth-shaking detonation, the entire campus seemed to lurch violently. Thick smoke blotted out all vision.
The cultists leading the charge didn't even register the threat before that invincible swordlight cleaved them apart.
A path drenched in blood now lay revealed before her. The ground bore a deep bottomless trench carved by that single stroke.
The few surviving cultists dropped their weapons trembling, staring at the girl before them as if she were some eldritch abomination.
Could this truly be the strength of a mere university student?
Her power transcended all known boundaries of comprehension. Ignoring their terrified stares, Chen Yu sheathed her sword without hesitation and vanished swiftly into the distance, the blade still dripping crimson.
Massive numbers of cultists had already breached the central academic zone, where screams now rose in ever-denser waves.
Chen Yu's heart hammered against her throat as she prayed fervently that Chen Fan remained unharmed.
Are you fools just standing there?
Chase her down, kill her now. Watching their quarry vanish, the junior commander leapt from cover, screaming in furious frustration. In truth, he too was drenched in cold sweat.
The lingering aftershock of that single sword stroke still sent chills racing up his spine.
Her ferocity and raw power had utterly dismantled their assassination plan.
As the cult's full-scale invasion unfolded, Jiangnan University's highest-level alarm pierced the heavens, blaring without cease.
One by one, faculty mentors launched themselves into the air, only to witness firsthand the cultists' savage slaughter of their students.
These Wanzhou sect dogs dare invade Jiangnan University and slaughter my students before my very eyes.
Silence, immediately surrender your lives. Purge these inhuman beasts, cleanse them from existence. Among these faculty mentors, even the weakest possessed the formidable cultivation of a martial master, while several legendary grandmasters stood watch over the campus. Consumed by righteous fury, their auras ignited the very air, roaring with deafening explosive force. Students previously huddled in frozen terror scrambled toward safety the moment their guardians appeared. The two forces clashed violently on the plaza near the main gate, chaos erupting in an instant. Tidal waves of surging chi blasted outward indiscriminately in every direction. The granite paving stones fractured under the onslaught, exploding into shards. Massive centuries-old trees were ripped from the earth by their roots. Each exchange of blows resonated like distant rolling thunder, deafening, seismic, relentless. Above, oppressive black clouds gathered, layer upon layer, churning into a vast ominous vortex that chilled the soul. Gale force winds howled across campus while jagged bolts of azure lightning crackled violently within the cloud banks. Beneath the devastation of such titanic combat, the campus's former serenity lay in ruins, crumbling walls, shattered pavilions, and splintered groves everywhere. That region, the void itself, seemed on the verge of collapse, fissured by countless jagged black crevices. At that very moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair and rosy cheeks stepped forward with unruffled composure, his bearing exuding scholarly grace, and hovered steadily in midair. The space around his body warped visibly under immense pressure while dense lightning bolts continuously struck down beneath his feet. You wretched scum of the Wanzhou sect, do you truly believe Jiangnan University is a defenseless soft target left unguarded and ripe for the taking? Zhong Shangwen's voice betrayed no emotion, yet the instant his words faded, several colossal serpentine thunderbolts descended from the ninth heaven, moving with breathtaking speed. Those crackling arcs of lightning, thick as an adult's thumb, carried a destructive aura so profound it made one's very soul tremble. In the blink of an eye, they struck with surgical precision upon the crown chakras of several Wanzhou sect members. Dazzling lightning flared violently, bathing the dim battlefield in blinding day-like radiance. Those dozen or so elite Wanzhou sect cultivators, each possessing formidable cultivation, did not even have time to utter a cry of anguish before disintegrating into ash scattered instantly by the wind. Countless craters of varying sizes bloomed across the ground, smoking blackly. Students who had narrowly escaped death lifted their heads and erupted into jubilant cheers. It's the Grand Elder himself. If the Grand Elder has deigned to appear, not a single one of these Wanzhou dogs will escape today. Truly awe-inspiring, he merely raises a hand and summons heavenly thunder of such devastating power. Need I say more? The Grand Elder is a genuine marquee rank powerhouse, a being capable of altering weather at will. How dare these blind fools treat Jiangnan University as mere clay to be molded at will? Zhong Shangwen's sudden appearance instantly anchored the students' crumbling hope, lending their hearts newfound steadiness. To every faculty member and student at Jiangnan University, he was the pillar that stabilizes the sea, the unwavering certainty that so long as he stood, the heavens would not fall. Especially witnessing how Zhong Shangwen summoned celestial judgment with effortless ease, annihilating over a dozen adversaries in an instant, the professors themselves bowed inwardly in profound admiration. I'd wager your ancient bones ought long since have rested in a coffin. A voice dripping with glacial scorn and mockery echoed across heaven and earth, rattling eardrums with its reverberating force. So you've indeed prepared quite the repertoire of underhanded schemes for this act of sabotage. Zhong Shangwen seemed to have anticipated the arrival, responding only with a disdainful snort. The formerly tranquil space convulsed violently, and then a tall cloaked figure emerged from the void, draped entirely in flowing black robes, stepping calmly through the air until halting a few meters before Zhong Shangwen. The malevolent aura radiating from this figure matched Zhong Shangwen's own in sheer magnitude, neither yielding nor retreating. Behind him a vast churning sea of crimson blood rose skyward, staining half the heavens in eerie ominous red. Within those surging waves of blood floated countless grotesque wrathful faces, twisted in eternal agony, shrieking in tormented unison. This uninvited guest was none other than the infamous leader of the Wanzhou sect, the most reviled traitor in all human history. This land of Jiangnan University remains beyond the reach of vermin like you. Before the echo of his words had fully faded, the aerial battle escalated anew. Thick clusters of violet lightning cascaded once more from the ink-black firmament. These tempestuous bolts coalesced rapidly behind Zhong Shangwen, condensing into a monstrous divine beast whose colossal form blotted out the sky. Countless fine tendrils of lightning coursed through its body, each inch thrumming with cataclysmic energy capable of shattering heavens and grinding worlds to dust. Two titanic wills clashed in the heavens, one side a malevolent sea of blood, the other a sacred pool of thunderous light. Even the passive collision of their auras, the mere resonance of two marquee-rank cultivators, proved too much for the intervening space, which collapsed inward, forming a massive swirling black vortex. The stadium beneath them fractured catastrophically, splitting open a yawning bottomless chasm, black as a leviathan's maw. Kill them all, leave no survivors. At this command, the Wanzhou sect's fanatical warriors surged forward, once more locking blades with Jiangnan University's instructors in brutal life-or-death combat. Flames of war ignited across every corner of the campus, thick smoke billowing skyward. Professors fought desperately at the front lines, willing to bear wounds themselves rather than let harm befall their inexperienced students. For this assault, the Wanzhou sect had staked nearly all its resources, its elite forces deployed en masse, even its reclusive leader descending personally to lead the charge. Though the attack arrived with shocking suddenness, Jiangnan University remained humanity's foremost martial academy, its hidden masters legion, its defensive response swift and decisive. Under the desperate protection of these elders, the vast majority of students survived, spared the slaughter of enemy blades. Meanwhile, at another edge of the battlefield, the air grew heavy with palpable tension. Has anyone seen my brother along the way? Chen Yuro sprinted breathlessly down the campus pathways, halting for no rest, intercepting every surviving student she encountered to demand urgent news. Along her frantic path, she had already slain several blocking Wanzhou sect members, her internal chi now severely depleted, her face pale and drawn. I'm not entirely sure. The boy she seized by the arm shrank back, eyes darting away from the blood-dripping iron sword in her grip, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Her once neat tresses were now wild, and tangled streaks of grime and dried blood smudged her delicate features, while damp strands clung tightly to her forehead. Yet she paid no mind to her disheveled appearance, her entire being consumed by a single burning thought: having run this far without learning her brother's whereabouts, anxiety seared through her like wildfire. Guilt gnawed at her relentlessly. Why hadn't she stood guard beside Chen Fan the moment danger first stirred? If he met calamity, she knew she would never forgive herself. Senior sister, are you searching for that young man who followed you throughout the grand competition? Just as despair began to take hold, a timid girl nearby ventured softly. Did you truly see him nearby? Chen Yuro lunged forward, gripping the girl's wrist with desperate intensity, hope flaring anew in her eyes. I did glimpse him while fleeing, but on his way to find you he unfortunately ran straight into several Wanzhou sect members. His current condition? I cannot say. As the girl watched Chen Yuro's reaction, she sighed softly, a sound steeped in quiet sympathy. Chen Yuro's face, already drained of color, turned ashen. Her voice cracked with raw urgency. Please, take me to him. Now. I swear I'll protect you with my life. Very well, stay close behind me. The girl took Chen Yuro's hand and hurried her through thickets, guiding her toward a secluded shadowed grove. Consumed by dread for Chen Fan's safety, Chen Yuro failed to notice the uncanny stillness of the surroundings, how deeply unnatural the silence felt. Winding along the narrow gloomy trail, they passed numerous cold and tangled corpses, students locked in final struggle with Wanzhou sect fighters. After threading through dense woodland, they emerged onto a broad open clearing, where the girl abruptly released Chen Yuro's hand and strode forward several paces before stopping. Chen Yuro scanned the desolate expanse, overgrown with ragged weeds, unnervingly silent, and frowned. Where is my brother? She remained utterly unaware that the girl standing before her, back turned, now wore a cruel, venomous smirk. Turning slowly, the girl smiled darkly. Chen Yuro, this clearing shall be your tomb next year. As her words hung in the air, shadows stirred unnaturally. 10 Wanzhou sect martial masters, radiating overwhelming oppressive auras, emerged silently from all directions, encircling Chen Yuro in perfect formation. Only then did Chen Yuro awaken, as if from a dream, her gaze turning ice cold as she fixed it upon the girl. So you're a mole planted by the Wanzhou sect. Realizing it now is already too late. The girl retreated swiftly, wary of a dying viper's last strike. In her estimation, even a prodigy like Chen Yuro stood no chance against 10 authentic martial masters. Death was inevitable.
Chen Yuro's peripheral vision swept the circle, every exit sealed tight by those deep impenetrable auras. She clenched her blood-crusted iron sword tighter, her heart sinking like stone. Not even a god descending from heaven could save you today. This full-scale assault by the Wanzhou sect had one core objective: to eradicate humanity's rising martial stars, and Chen Yuro topped their kill list. Exhausted from relentless combat, Chen Yuro's condition had deteriorated to its nadir, her dantian's chi nearly spent. Attack, kill her. With the commander's roar, lethal intent flooded the clearing like a suffocating tide. Two agile martial masters struck first, leaping skyward, their weapons unleashing dozens of darker, blood-tinged sword energies. These energies converged midair, coalescing into a single mountain-splitting blade of immense proportions, hurtling downward with a deafening shriek. A low thunderous rumble vibrated through the air. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yuro recklessly forced every last reserve of chi, launching a desperate life-risking counterstrike. The two opposing sword lights collided violently, generating shockwaves that rippled visibly across the surrounding space. Before she could catch her breath, two more waiting masters lunged from the flank, simultaneously driving crushing fists toward her. Their manifested fists loomed massive and solid, hurtling down with the unstoppable force of a collapsing mountain range. Boom! The impact drove Chen Yuro's knees slightly downward, her boots sinking deep into the churned earth. She held her ground like a pillar rooted in bedrock, but turbulent chi surged violently within her, bringing dizziness in its wake. A thin line of crimson traced her lip, her once vibrant face now pallid as parchment. Then, another sinister red swordlight lanced from behind her like a venomous serpent, carving an eerie arc through the air with a piercing shriek. Chen Yuro sensed the very fabric of space behind her shrieking under the blow's strain. She pushed her meridians past endurance, her blood boiling fiercely as she wrung forth the final dregs of chi. Faint arcs of lightning spiraled around her, barely coalescing into a translucent ghostly suit of armor. Crack! A violent impact resounded. The armor, forged from her last ounce of chi, shattered instantly into shimmering motes. The concussive force hurled Chen Yuro backward, her trusted iron sword flew from her grasp, vanishing into the distance. Her arms burned with numb, excruciating pain, fatigue crashing over her like a tidal wave. In that moment, the final drop of chi in her dantian evaporated completely. Before her stood 10 martial masters, still at peak strength, advancing with predatory grins. Chen Yuro bit hard into her tongue to stay conscious, and fled without hesitation into the forest steppes. She knew full well engaging 10 martial masters hidden in this state meant certain death. Trying to run? Then leave your life here instead. Two masters famed for their footwork blurred into twin streaks of motion, appearing instantly before her, cutting off all escape. Moving in flawless synchrony, their barrage of fists formed an impenetrable wall, sealing every possible angle of evasion. Thud! 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 Chen Yuro staggered backward under repeated blows, unable to mount any effective defense. She could only cross her arms instinctively to absorb the onslaught. Before she regained her footing, a third master launched himself high, delivering a vicious spinning sidekick that conjured a storm of afterimages. Rie up! The kick sent Chen Yuro hurtling backward again, straight toward a sheer cliff, leaving her utterly cornered. She gasped, raggedly, limbs trembling uncontrollably from exhaustion. The celestial prodigy, once hailed as heaven's chosen, had reached absolute ruin. Chen Yuro, don't feel wronged, blame only your fate. Born into the illustrious Jinling clan, your terrifying talent left no choice but to erase you. Standing nearby, the girl who had led her here wore a look of vindictive triumph, her vengeance at long last complete. To eliminate this grave threat, the organization had even gone so far as to hire a martial arts grandmaster at great cost. Yet against all odds, Chen Yuro had miraculously survived that desperate confrontation. By beheading Chen Yuro herself, she would secure a coveted slot in the rebirth pool, transforming into a noble upper-tier divine clan member blessed with a millennium of life. This time survival is utterly impossible for you. Like hunters toying with prey, the 10 martial artists advanced slowly toward Chen Yuro, huddled trembling in the corner, then simultaneously raised their weapons. This was their combined full-force assault, a single strike meant to reduce Chen Yuro to nothing but scattered fragments. A colossal blood-red sword beam spanning over a dozen meters slashed across the ground like a crimson aurora, cleaving the heavens, bearing the chilling breath of death. The violent force tore a deep gash across the earth, fracturing the very fabric of space around it with a cascade of jagged fissures. A faint eerie crackle of thunder pulsed once behind Chen Yuro. Chen Yuro stirred her lips, her heavy eyelids worn thin by exhaustion finally drifted shut. That devastating swordlight, charged with annihilation, was already inches from her nose. Fierce gusts whipped her already disheveled short hair into chaos. In that razor-thin sliver between life and oblivion, an overwhelming sword intent, supreme, sovereign, and suffused with tyrannical authority, suddenly descended upon the entire realm without warning or herald. From the previously empty void, thousands upon thousands of translucent longsword phantoms shimmered into existence, faint yet unmistakably real. The unstoppable blood-red sword beam struck an invisible wall midair and began inch by agonizing inch to splinter and dissolve as though erased by some transcendent omnipotent will.
All 10 martial artists, and the smug young woman among them, felt an icy dread surge up their spines, piercing straight into their skulls. Chen Yuro blinked open, her eyes dazed and bewildered. Then she beheld the most unforgettable sight of her life. From the ninth heaven above, 10,000 vivid emerald lotus blossoms drifted down, lifelike, radiant, impossibly serene. Her cherry lips parted in silent awe. She stood utterly transfixed. This feeling. It was him, the venerable elder who had always watched over her from the shadows. Her thoughts flashed back to the crisis at the demon-suppressing pagoda, where her proudest sword technique had been born from precisely the same unmistakable sword intent. Something's wrong, retreat. Leave now. She was the first to react, the arrogance on her face instantly replaced by raw terror as she shrieked the warning in a shrill, broken voice. But within this man's domain, escape had become a luxury beyond reach. The 10 martial artists paled to ash gray, their bodies frozen rigid, only able to lift their heads trembling toward the sky. At the very edge of the horizon, amidst the swirling sea of jade lotus petals, a sword light erupted brighter than the sun itself. The campus, once shrouded in gloom, blazed forth in blinding daylight, so intense that no one could bear to open their eyes. The oppressive black clouds recoiled like tides before a master tide, parting instinctively left and right, as if the heavens themselves had been split cleanly in two by that incisive white arc. That vast yawning rift resembled both divine retribution and a majestic celestial gate bridging mortal realm and immortal paradise. A deafening peal, like spring thunder bursting across the firmament, shook the air. That peerless bladelight, fine as a silken thread, instantly swallowed the 10 martial artists, still too stunned to flee, and the venomous young woman, without trace. The bone-deep chill radiating from that swordlight seemed to freeze the entire Jojo continent in its wake. That blinding sphere of light erased every obstacle within its field of vision. For that fleeting instant, Jiangnan University burned brighter than high noon. Its thunderous resonance instantly drew the gaze of countless passers-by beyond the campus gates. Crowds gathered at the entrance froze mid-step, staring up in equal parts terror and awe at the sky above Jiangnan University. The dense black cloud sea overhead parted like hands parting curtains, revealing a colossal horizon-spanning fissure at the heart of the firmament. That profound rift resembled both the wide-open eye of heaven and a sacred celestial gateway flung open to the mortal world. Then that blazing orb of terrifying energy descended slowly into the campus, bearing an unbearable, suffocating pressure. Chen Yuro tried once more to lift her eyelids. The searing brilliance of that swordlight had nearly blinded her outright, her eyes unable to withstand its glare. Yet when she finally saw what lay before her, she stood utterly motionless, stunned into silence. At the center of the once level courtyard now gaped a bottomless chasm, exhaling waves of glacial mist. Within its depths, countless remnants of razor-sharp sword intent continued to churn and surge outward. As for the 10 arrogant elites of the Myriad Clan sect and the treacherous young woman who led them, not a single hair remained. They had vanished utterly from existence. The sheer power of this technique. Chen Yuro's pupils trembled violently, her lips whitened with overwhelming emotion. This sensation was indelibly seared into her soul. It could only be that elusive elder, whose presence was as legendary as it was unseen. She could find no words, none adequate, to capture the tempest raging within her heart. Unimaginably powerful. This surpassed all human comprehension. A single casual stroke of his sword evoked the terrifying illusion that the entire plane of existence was about to shatter into dust. Chen Yuro slowly raised her head, desperate to catch sight of the savior who had rescued her twice. She stood encircled by drifting ethereal jade lotuses. High above, 10,000 zhang into the boundless sky, stood a man clad in simple snow-white robes, motionless upon the clouds. He held tightly in his hand a 3-chai-long sword, unadorned, unassuming, its blade faintly glowing with a soft crimson luminescence. Though his figure appeared slender against the vast expanse of sky, he emanated an aura of such supreme, unassailable majesty that none dared meet his gaze directly. Invincible. That single word exploded into the minds of everyone who lifted their eyes to the heavens in that moment. Chen Yuro's pupils contracted sharply, her heart skipping a beat. She whispered almost inaudibly, "S, Senior Elder." Her voice was no louder than a moth's wing beat, perhaps audible only to herself. She had never imagined that after all these trials and tribulations she would finally behold the true form of this sword immortal elder. Even from that distant silhouette alone she knew, beyond any doubt, that this was the one who had pulled her back from the brink of death twice. He stood there in perfect stillness, yet the aura he exuded flooded the entire world like a tidal wave. The very space surrounding his white-robed figure seemed unable to endure the crushing weight of his presence, shattering like a fractured mirror webbed with countless hairline cracks. That ultimate razor-edged sword intent threatened at any moment to pierce straight through the vault of heaven itself. Truly terrifying, his strength defies all reason. Chen Yuro breathed the thought inwardly, her most sincere unfiltered awe. Even she, a proud unyielding soul who bowed to no one, now felt deep in her marrow an irresistible urge to kneel and worship. And this was merely the unconscious overflow of his aura, yet it had wrought such world-shaking phenomena. Yet strangely Chen Yuro sensed a vague familiarity in that retreating silhouette. But distance was too great, and space itself warped and blurred under his pressure, obscuring his true features completely.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder roared anew across the ninth heaven, growing wilder, more frenzied. Deep within the thick cloud banks, silver serpents of lightning, thick as human arms, writhed and coiled in furious agitation. A colossal net woven entirely from lightning now hung suspended above Chen Fan's head. At that instant, every soul within Jiangnan University, students fleeing in panic, teachers bracing against onslaught, even the rampaging myriad clan assailants, felt divine authority descend from the heavens. Their very souls quaked in resonance. All eyes were drawn irresistibly to that solitary, seemingly insignificant figure hovering in midair. Such a diminutive shadow, and yet it instilled in them a helplessness so absolute they could not resist. Like ants trembling at the foot of a titan, they possessed nothing but fear. Who or what is that being? Gulp. It's preposterous. How can such a monster exist in this world? What was that sword light that split the sky? What does he intend to do to us? Could he be the legendary guardian of Jiangnan University, the one whispered about in campus lore? Damn it, could he be a hidden archdemon from the Myriad Clan sect? He walks upon empty air, just his mere aura suggests he's at least a marquis rank sovereign. My gods, I can't move my legs. They're shaking uncontrollably. Same here, I just want to go home. Someone please take me home. Not only ordinary students, but even the once ruthless Myriad Clan enforcers, were now paralyzed with abject terror. His indiscriminate aura alone had shattered their will to fight. That figure suspended high above appeared both infinitesimally small and yet infinitely majestic beyond all measure. No one present understood what this sudden cataclysmic shift truly foretold. Was this impossibly powerful stranger here to slaughter or to save? At that moment only the desolate autumn wind swept across the campus, plunging it into an uncanny profound silence. Tens of thousands of carp leapt wildly from the campus lake, startled by the rising dread, churning the water into chaotic frenzy. Chen Fan's face was as cold and unyielding as ice forged over 10,000 years. With detached godlike indifference he surveyed the turmoil below. Within his chest raged an endless torrent of murderous intent. These wretched dogs of the Myriad Clan sect. They had targeted his soul sister repeatedly. His patience had long since evaporated. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. Before anyone could blink, that celestial figure high above had vanished utterly inexplicably. While the crowd frantically scanned the skies for any sign of him. Several Myriad Clan death soldiers raising blades toward nearby students suddenly felt a chill crawl up their necks, gooseflesh erupting across their skin. As if sensing an approaching apocalypse, they stiffened, then turned slowly with leaden limbs. There, mere steps away, stood a young man in white robes, his gaze colder than the void itself, as if he had teleported into place without sound or ripple. From this moment onward, not one of you leaves here alive. Chen Fan's lips barely moved, yet his quiet words carried the immutable finality of a death sentence. What nonsense are you? One Myriad Clan disciple hadn't even raised his guard. Chen Fan stepped forward again, his body seeming to phase through space itself, until he stood nose at nose with the man. Boom! Chen Fan hadn't moved a finger, yet the man flew backward as if struck heading by a freight train hurtling at hundreds of kilometers per hour. He vomited a crimson arc midair, his bones pulverized to dust beneath an incomprehensible crushing force. Holy! He must be Jiangnan University's hidden top-tier guardian. Seeing their comrade perish so inexplicably, the remaining two finally grasped reality, and immediately identified Chen Fan as the school's apex sovereign. In that instant, bloodlust overrode fear. Their daggers ignited with thick crimson light, launching a blinding storm of blood-colored slashes toward Chen Fan's vital points. Those slashes sliced through the air like radiant rainbows, whistling with sharp lethal shrieks. Yet upon nearing within mere centimeters of Chen Fan's body, those attacks struck an invisible, unbreakable barrier, like waves crashing against an impregnable cliff. The slashes dissipated without a ripple, not even a ripple of resistance. Boom! Boom! Chen Fan casually raised one arm and flicked his fingers toward the pair. A shockwave of mountain-moving force rippled outward. Their faces flushed crimson, then swelled grotesquely as if inflated by an invisible pump. Their complexions darkened to violet, veins bulged like writhing earthworms across their foreheads. Then, boom! Boom! Two muffled detonations echoed across the courtyard. The two living men exploded on the spot, reduced instantly to thick crimson mist. Wow, what kind of sorcery is this? Students cowering on the ground, resigned to death, stared dumbfounded, completely speechless. To them, this silent, effortless slaughter was indistinguishable from divine intervention. There was hardly any difference. Just a flick of his fingers had reduced three troublesome members of the Wan clan to ashes. The ease with which it was done resembled casually swatting away a few annoying flies. The red mist of blood floated in the air, lingering for a long time. Those from the Wan clan all deserve to die, Chen Fan uttered coldly once more. At the moment those words fell, the blood energy within him erupted with a thunderous roar, sounding like the relentless rush of mighty rivers.
The ground beneath his feet instantly crumbled under the pressure, forming a pit several meters in diameter. Chen Fan slowly lifted his head, the soaring power of his blood energy almost piercing the sky. Meanwhile, behind Chen Fan, a gigantic illusion formed entirely from dark red viscous blood energy was gradually rising from the ground.
Thump thump thump.
The vibrations of blood energy emanating from Chen Fan's body sounded like a heavy funeral bell ringing in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to nearly stop. This blood energy Dharma form, condensed from extreme murderous intent, bore a fierce expression with its eyebrows raised, resembling a god of death emerging from hell. The size of the Dharma form continued to swell wildly, ultimately obscuring the sky and blocking out the surrounding light. The dark clouds above rolled and roared, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. In that moment, not only the teachers and students at Jiangnan University but even the ordinary citizens of Jiangnan City instinctively paused their activities and looked up.
In a certain direction of the city.
The heavy clouds in the sky trembled violently, and a massive blood-red figure radiating terrifying murderous intent loomed between heaven and earth, with the surrounding lightning appearing even thinner than a hair. Everyone who witnessed this Dharma form instantly turned pale, a wave of despair and fear rising in their hearts. Even the cats, dogs and poultry by the roadside trembled in fear, crouching on the ground and not daring to move. What kind of god is manifesting here? Is the sky collapsing, or has the Wan clan truly invaded the city?
My goodness, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Oh no, it's too terrifying. I need to find my mother. What on earth has happened at Jiangnan University to cause such a commotion?
At this moment, the campus was already in chaos.
What on earth is that monster? Can someone tell me why a giant red figure suddenly appeared in the sky? Could it be that we have committed too many wrongs, provoking the wrath of the divine? This sense of oppression is truly terrifying. Just as the crowd was abuzz with discussion, the colossal blood energy Dharma form unexpectedly spoke. Not a single dog of the Wan clan shall be spared. The voice was louder than a series of thunderous explosions echoing through every corner of Jiangnan University. Those members of the Wan clan who had initially thought of resisting were now so frightened their faces turned green, their weapons trembling in their hands. At another battlefield within the campus, Lan Yu was evenly matched with two persistent members of the Wan clan. When he saw the terrifying blood energy Dharma form rise, especially upon hearing that domineering declaration, Lan Yu's heart nearly leaped from his chest. It must be that esteemed person acting in person. This kind of power is simply unfathomable. This overwhelming pressure probably even surpasses that of our Grand Elder. How on earth did he cultivate to achieve this? This scene is truly breathtaking.
At this moment, Lan Yu was trembling with excitement, feeling the blood rush to his head. The first name that sprang to his mind was Chen Fan. After all, in Lan Yu's impression, Chen Fan had always been that unfathomable figure akin to an abyssal ocean. Aside from this living ancestor, no one in Jiangnan University could possibly wield such divine abilities. You sons of the Wan clan, your reckoning has finally come.
Lan Yu exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists, loudly mocking the stunned enemies.
Beneath the gigantic blood energy Dharma form, Chen Yuru was enduring the pain and exhaustion throughout her body, stumbling her way nearby. From a distance, she finally caught sight of the figure draped in white, shrouded in the center of the red Dharma form. That silhouette appeared so majestic.
This is a skill only a deity could possess.
Chen Yuru gazed ahead in awe, murmuring softly. Wait, that person's figure and clothing style, why does it resemble my brother Chen Fan so much? Chen Yuru stared intently at the silhouette standing at the center of the Dharma form, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity as turbulent waves surged in her mind. The same white clothing, the same shoulder width, that looked so much like her own brother Chen Fan. Could it be that the world-shaking powerhouse truly is Chen Fan?
As soon as this thought emerged, Chen Yuru shook her head in self-mockery. How could that be?
My brother can't even lift a heavy object, let alone possess such power. Due to the foundational damage he suffered years ago, Chen Fan's martial arts path had long been severed. For the past few years he had merely been reading those useless ancient books, making him nothing more than a delicate scholar incapable of lifting a chicken. How could this being capable of invoking celestial phenomena possibly be related to her weak brother? Chen Yuru believed she was simply too fatigued to have such an absurd thought. Not far ahead, the members of the Wan clan who had been resisting were now dumbfounded. Dozens of ruthless assassins were all frozen in place like they had been struck by a paralyzing spell. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, a faint azure aura began to fluctuate violently around Chen Fan. Suddenly, two violent gusts of chi capable of tearing apart everything erupted from the wide sleeves of his robe.
Twin azure serpents.
Chen Fan, expressionless, crossed his arms and waved his sleeves.
The two gusts of azure wind quickly intertwined in the air, ultimately transforming into two vividly lifelike giant azure serpents. With a momentum like a tidal wave, they swept across towards the opponents.
Rumble. In the roaring azure vortex, all the Wan clan's death warriors were instantly engulfed. The violent power tore through the narrow space. The intense wind pressure made it impossible for those nearby to even lift their eyelids.
Even Shen Yuru far away was blown backward a few steps by the residual force. When the Azure Whirlwind finally came to a halt, the once crowded center was left with only a steaming massive pit. The lingering sharp sword intent in the air sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Dozens of the Wan clan's skilled fighters had been instantaneously reduced to nothing by a single strike from the opponent. Chen Fan wielding what appeared to be an ordinary longsword slashed with every step forward. Each brilliant white line of sword light effortlessly claimed the lives of those Wan clan members as if slicing through tofu. He walked at a leisurely pace, yet with every sword strike another enemy's head would roll. Those individuals didn't even have time to beg for mercy or scream before meeting their end. The students of Jiangnan University were left with their mouths agape, utterly stunned. Even the self-proclaimed knowledgeable instructors felt a storm of shock rising in their hearts. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the leader of the Wan clan, who was facing off against Zhong Shangwen, felt his pupils contract sharply. He lowered his head, terror etched in his gaze as he stared at the white figure below. Before that towering blood energy Dharma form, even the strong as he and Zhong Shangwen appeared somewhat insignificant. What frightened him the most was that nearly all the elite members he had brought with him were being exterminated by that young man below. The fluctuations emanating from the opponent were not only on par with his own, but even made him feel as if he was facing an insurmountable mountain. Where on earth did this monster come from? A cold sweat trickled down the side of the Wan clan leader's head. He had long since studied the ins and outs of Jiangnan University before launching his attack. On the surface, only the Grand Elder Zhong Shangwen was a force to be reckoned with, but now this god of death had appeared out of nowhere. Zhong Shangwen, seeing this, suppressed the shock within him and forced a smile, saying, "It seems your luck isn't quite on your side today, traitors." In truth, Zhong Shangwen himself was far from calm at this moment. Another top-tier combatant at the level of a sealed lord. Moreover, to manifest blood energy into such a large-scale Dharma form required an incredible accumulation of blood energy. It was akin to a walking furnace of hell, unfathomably deep. Everyone evacuate immediately. Cancel the original destruction plan, everyone disperse and break through. The leader of the Wan clan shot Chen Fan a deep glare, his eyes filled with dread and reluctance. He realized the situation was dire and casually unleashed a cloud of blood, transforming into a red light fleeing into the distance. If he didn't escape now, once the god of death below was free, he might not even be able to flee if he wanted to. The leader has run, we should too. The plan has failed, preserving our lives is crucial. The remaining scattered remnants of the Wan clan saw their leader fleeing and had no heart left to fight, discarding their armor and fleeing in disarray. Being at the same sealed lord level, if the opponent was determined to escape, even Zhong Shangwen would find it difficult to keep them. He gazed at the receding bloodlight in the distance, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. But in the next second, the terrifying Dharma form standing between heaven and earth once again emitted a voice like thunder. "Do you think you can escape today?" "What do you mean?" Zhong Shangwen's pupils shrank to a dot. Did the opponent intend to capture even the leader of the Wan clan? Chen Fan looked at the blood cloud that was rapidly retreating like a receding tide. The sword in his hand was currently emitting an excited tremor, the sword body shaking violently. One sword comes from the west. The true energy within Chen Fan surged into the sword hilt like a flood breaking through a dam. The sword, previously dull, instantaneously burst forth with a dazzling red glow. With a casual swing of his hand, a sword light erupted that could almost illuminate the entire city. The entire sky at that moment was blindingly bright. This is... The leader of the Wan clan, who had already fled far away, felt the hair on his back stand on end, sensing an unimaginable terrifying power rapidly closing in behind him. That force even caused the surrounding air to erupt violently. He turned around in horror. He saw a bright light appear on the horizon, initially just a small dot, but in an instant it became more blinding than the rising sun. A colossal sword chi that spanned an unknown number of kilometers surged forth like a magnificent silver river, sweeping towards him with an unstoppable force. In the void, faint sounds of thunder echoed. In the reflection of his terrified eyes, that sword light seemed to cascade down from the galaxy, grand enough to induce despair. This overwhelmingly domineering sword seemed intent on flattening everything in the world. Wherever it passed, space shattered, transforming into countless dark pits that sent chills down people's spines. "No. Please spare me." The once dreaded leader of the Wan clan now wore a face of despair, as if he had lost everything. He realized an invisible force had completely frozen the space he occupied, rendering him immobile no matter how he struggled. The disparity of power was too great, he couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Before that white light he was like a leaf in a colossal wave. He now regretted it deeply, wondering why he had provoked this cursed university. Even in the last second before his death, he could not comprehend when humanity had cultivated such a level of monster. All that remained in his mind was one thought: was there really a chance of victory against such a monster for the Wan clan? As for the remaining lackeys of the Wan clan, they had no opportunity to escape. The murderous intent had locked onto each and every one of them. They could only widen their eyes, helplessly watching as the sword light that spanned the heavens completely consumed them. Rumble. In that brilliance akin to a sunburst, the once thick dark clouds were completely shattered, revealing the long-lost blue sky. The earth-shattering roar echoed over Jiangnan City. When the dazzling light finally dissipated and all returned to calm, the leader of the Wan clan along with all remaining members had been completely annihilated, leaving not even a trace behind. The massive blood energy Dharma form also quietly dispersed into wisps of vapor at this moment. Everything seemed as if that world-shaking battle had never occurred. Floating in the air, Grand Elder Zhong Shangwen's eyes were hollow, his entire being frozen in shock. He felt a chill run down his back, cold sweat completely soaking his robe. He had witnessed with his own eyes a sealed lord being cleaved into nothingness by that sword. That was the leader of the Wan clan, just like that dead. A force that had existed for so many years. The Wan clan would likely become history from this day forth. The heart of Zhong Shangwen was stirred by tumultuous waves. The chi cultivation he had practiced his entire life was shattered in this moment. What level of power is this capable of taking down a marquee-level powerhouse with a single sword? The leader of the 10,000 Races sect has been so humiliatingly killed in an instant. Zhong Shangwen's aged hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Is this it? My heavens, did you all see that sword energy just now? It was simply outrageous. The leader of the 10,000 Races sect, a legendary invincible expert, was actually slain by this single sword. To kill a marquis with a mere sword, this is beyond human capability. It is clearly a miracle. In my memory, it seems our entire human race does not have such a terrifying sword cultivator. This level of swordsmanship must be capable of reaching the heavens. The mentors exchanged glances, their faces filled with fear and reverence. As insiders, they understood the technical difficulty contained in that sword better than the students. How was this achieved? Such dominance can probably only be exhibited by the rumored king-level powerhouses. Does this mean that the 10,000 Races sect will no longer be a threat in this world? This is incredible. It is simply a joy to behold. This is a true peerless master. If I could reach even 1% of his level in this lifetime, it would be worth it. Everyone at Jiangnan University looked up at the sky, which had turned blue again, feeling a sense of surviving a catastrophe as if they had returned to another world. Not only did they escape a disaster today, but they also witnessed a mythic battle. In the distance, Lan Yu shivered involuntarily. He opened his mouth to say something but found his throat dry, unable to utter a single word. Only he knew the true identity of the white-clad killing god. Although he had known Chen Fan was strong like a monster, he thought he was merely a marquee-level powerhouse. Yet he never imagined that Chen Fan could be so ridiculously strong, completely overturning his worldview. A leader of the same rank, a marquis, was instantaneously killed without even a whimper. How many secrets does this fellow have hidden? He could hardly imagine how such a terrifying person could exist in this world. At this moment, everyone, including Zhong Shangwen, had their eyes locked on that figure. The shocking image of that sword slaying the marquis flashed continuously in their minds. Each person couldn't help but feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This guy is like a killing god risen from hell. This is simply unreasonable strength. This is too ruthless. He just wiped out the leader of the 10,000 Races sect with a single sword. Looking at his back, my heart is racing. It's too frightening. Do you think he might be a hidden elder from our school? But looking at his back, he really seems very young. It's hard to see clearly from this distance, but I feel that profile looks very familiar. Indeed, he doesn't seem like an old man. His physique clearly resembles that of a young man. The overwhelming strength demonstrated by Chen Fan had taken root in the hearts of all Jiangnan University students. That display of dominance was etched deeply into their souls. They all widened their eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of this hero's true visage, only to find that the space around him seemed to slightly distort, revealing only a blurry afterimage. This sense of mystery made them feel even more unsettled. The campus ground had already been stained a dark red, the soil seemingly soaked with the blood of those invaders. As far as the eye could see, blood flowed like rivers, resembling a hell on earth. Then under everyone's gaze, Chen Fan transformed into a brilliant streak of light, instantly vanishing at the horizon. Chen Yuro instinctively looked upward, but in that void she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Chen Fan's lingering shadow. That gradually disappearing tall figure made Chen Yuro mutter softly, feeling that the person's posture resembled that of her elder brother. What was I thinking? I even forgot to express the most basic gratitude to that senior. Chen Yuro's delicate face was filled with regret. She dejectedly patted her forehead, realizing she had been standing there dazed, neglecting all serious matters. At this moment, Zhong Shangwen was fixated on a corner of the campus where the brilliant streak of light had last disappeared. He too transformed into a streak of lightning indistinguishable to the naked eye, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air before vanishing. Standing not far away, Lan Yu quickly retracted his shocked gaze and hastened in the same direction. I have no idea how my brother is doing now, or if he has encountered any danger. Chen Yuro was always worried about Chen Fan's safety, and she hurriedly ran towards the library. In her understanding, if Chen Fan wasn't running around, the most likely place he would be is there.
The sudden assault by the 10,000 Races sect was extremely vicious. Several spirited students lost their lives and the number of injured was staggering. The vocational teachers in the school were grim-faced, cleaning up the aftermath while soothing the students and nervously checking the casualty list. However, from an overall perspective, Jiangnan University actually fought a remarkably beautiful counterattack this time. After all, the arrogant leader of the 10,000 Races sect has been completely defeated, and it is estimated that the remaining remnants will not be able to stir up any significant waves in the future. As everyone began to recover from the battle and recalled the fierce fight, all discussions revolved around the mysterious figure who had slain the cult leader with a single sword. Various speculations flying across the campus. Some confidently guessed it must be an ancestral figure who had been secluded in guarding Jiangnan University for years, while others believed it was a passing reclusive expert. At this moment, the Jiangnan University library was eerily silent. A silver-white light silently entered the hall, flickering as it gradually condensed into the image of an elderly man with gray hair but a spirited demeanor. The weary traveler was none other than the senior official of the school, Zhong Shangwen. Zhong Shangwen slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over rows of heavy bookshelves, landing on a somewhat thin figure on the second floor. He secretly acknowledged that it was indeed this young man. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet his steps did not falter as he walked directly up the wooden stairs towards Chen Fan's position. At this moment, Chen Fan was holding a thick ancient book in both hands, his expression relaxed as if he were basking in the sun in his own backyard. Even upon noticing Zhong Shangwen approaching, his deep-set eyes remained glued to the pages, not even bothering to raise his head.
"Thank you very much for coming to our aid in saving the school from peril." Zhong Shangwen's expression was extremely serious and sincere.
He straightened his back and then deeply bowed to the young man before him, performing a formal gesture of respect. He had no intention of being indirect or testing the waters, as he was already 100% certain that Chen Fan was the mysterious Peerless master. In response to the solemn gratitude, Chen Fan merely turned a page of the book lightly, casually asking if the number of students sacrificed this time was not too many. Zhong Shangwen sighed deeply, his tone carrying a hint of lingering fear. Who would have thought that the leader of the 10,000 Races sect would personally launch a surprise attack this time? Honestly, if you hadn't stepped in at the crucial moment, the casualty numbers at our school today would probably have multiplied several times. I must, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the school, express our most sincere gratitude to you once again. After saying this, Zhong Shangwen bowed to Chen Fan again, his old back bending at a considerable angle, appearing exceptionally devout. This time his gratitude represented the millennia-old legacy of Jiangnan University. He understood very well that if Chen Fan had not been present today, relying solely on himself would have turned the entire campus into ruins in the aftermath of the battle. If it had come to that point, a campus filled with corpses would definitely not have been a joke. You really didn't need to keep mentioning such a trivial matter. In fact, even if today's incident hadn't occurred, I had long planned to eradicate those remnants of the 10,000 Races sect. Chen Fan casually waved his right hand, speaking as casually as if discussing how to dispose of litter on the ground, completely not treating the annihilation of a cult as any remarkable achievement. This statement was heartfelt. After all, the people of the 10,000 Races sect had repeatedly attempted to harm his sister, which had long since struck his sore spot. For Chen Fan, the safety of his family was a taboo that he could never allow anyone to touch. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shangwen's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. He marveled inwardly that this young man, who usually appeared weak and powerless, was actually a ruthless character. I must have truly underestimated him, not realizing that I had been honoring such a powerful deity right beside me. To be able to slay a marquee-level leader with a single sword, such terrifying combat power must at least be that of a king-level superboss. What unsettled Zhong Shangwen the most was that Chen Fan looked to be only in his 20s, far too young. At such an age, he possessed earth-shattering cultivation. Killing a marquee-level expert was as simple as flicking dust off a fingernail. Such martial talent is simply against reason. One could even say it is absurdly bestowed by heaven. Zhong Shangwen never expected that this quiet young man who had been buried in books in the library for half a month would hide such a terrifying other side beneath the surface. I completely misjudged him. I truly underestimated him thoroughly. Chen Fan lowered his voice to explain that his sister was still unaware of his strength, and he requested Zhong Shangwen not to mention it in front of her. He was planning that when the right opportunity arises in the future, Chen Yuro would naturally come to know the truth. Chen Fan did not intend to deliberately play mysterious or conceal anything. He simply felt that his changes were too great at present. If he were to reveal everything right now, the impact on his sister's young mind would be too overwhelming. He would eventually find a reliable opportunity to explain everything clearly. Zhong Shangwen nodded vigorously. He was a clever man and naturally would not pry into personal matters. Actually, he had a deep impression of Chen Yuro. He had been quietly observing her during the school competition. Moreover, Chen Yuro was currently the most prominent figure at Jiangnan University. Whether it was her astonishing martial arts talent or her unparalleled beauty, it was hard not to remember her. Zhong Shangwen suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly took out a small card with a faint blue metallic sheen from his pocket. In the center of that card, the silhouette of the iconic Jiangnan University Library was clearly embossed. This is the supreme pass for our school's library. As long as you carry it, you can freely browse all the precious books inside, even in the heavily guarded core areas. Zhong Shangwen had long noticed Chen Fan's almost obsessive love for reading, so he prepared this gift for him.
He believed that those ancient scriptures locked in the core floors would undoubtedly have a deadly allure for a powerhouse of Chen Fan's caliber.
And there's this, a bottle of extremely rare life gene potion. Although I know your standards are high and you may not think much of this small item, it truly is my humble token of appreciation. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Shangwen pulled out a delicate porcelain bottle from his sleeve containing an amber-like crystal-clear red liquid. This precious potion was the latest high-end product recently developed by the mad scientists at the Biological Research Institute. It had just passed inspection and the director immediately sent him a bottle.
In expressing his gratitude, Zhong Shangwen unhesitatingly gifted it to Chen Fan. "Thank you, I want stand on ceremony."
Chen Fan appeared very straightforward. He did not hypocritically decline but naturally accepted these two items. Indeed, there was a desire to form a deeper relationship with Chen Fan. After all, a young man who was extraordinarily strong at such a young age has achievements that cannot be measured by common standards. In the near future, this young man might truly cross that chasm and stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, looking down upon all living beings. At this moment, he had completely placed Chen Fan on the same level as himself, or even on a higher pedestal. While several people were conversing, Lan Yu hurriedly ran into the library drenched in sweat. The moment he saw Chen Fan, a look of surprise instantly sparkled in his eyes. Especially when he noticed that the Grand Elder Zhong Shangwen was also standing respectfully beside him. His face displayed a look of realization, as if he had guessed correctly. It seemed that when he saw that invincible figure outside just now, he had already guessed that it was Chen Fan exerting his power in secret.
"Sir, I knew it must be because of your intervention earlier.
If it weren't for you turning the tide at a critical moment, our Jiangnan University would probably be facing disaster today. I dare to express my heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of all the students at the school." Lan Yu quickly walked up to Chen Fan, clasped his hands together with a firm swing, and then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, performing the most solemn salute. He was truly grateful to Chen Fan, as in the face of such a catastrophe the lives of ordinary students were as fragile as a cicada's wing.
"It was just a small effort, let's not speak of such formalities."
"Brother."
At this moment, Chen Yuro also rushed into the hall, panting heavily.
When she saw senior brother Lan Yu and the Grand Elder surrounding her brother, she froze in place. How could these important figures, whom she rarely saw at school, all be gathered around Chen Fan now? However, her mind was in a mess and she didn't have the energy to ponder the deeper meaning behind this. She quickly dashed up to the second floor. At this moment, in her eyes, the most important thing was to confirm whether Chen Fan had lost even a single hair.
"Brother, you didn't encounter any danger just now, did you?"
Chen Fan smiled and shook his head, gently reassuring her. "I'm perfectly fine. I spent the entire afternoon quietly in the library studying these hefty volumes."
"Phew, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease."
Chen Yuru's anxious heart finally settled down and she let out a long sigh. Then, like pouring beans, she began telling Chen Fan about the earth-shattering surprise attack from the 10,000 races teaching that had just occurred. Chen Fan displayed great patience, acting like the most devoted listener, quietly absorbing his sister's account laced with a hint of fear. Once Chen Yuro had finished her story, Chen Fan casually handed her the bottle of life gene potion that he had not yet warmed up.
"This little thing is for you, it's of no use to me."
"What is this?" Chen Yuro inquired curiously, staring at the beautiful little porcelain bottle in her hand.
"It's a good thing, just keep it." Chen Fan wore a doting smile, not explaining too much.
Seeing that her brother did not wish to elaborate, Chen Yuro obediently refrained from further questioning. "This is Life Gene Potion, the most cutting-edge invention just developed by our country's Biological Research Institute." Zhong Shangwen, who had been watching from the side, could not help but exclaim, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at the little porcelain bottle. Chen Yuro was taken aback, her palms sweating as she gasped, "You mean this is the legendary Life Gene Potion? Brother, where did you get this treasure?" Chen Yuro clearly understood that such core research products related to genetic engineering were strictly prohibited from circulating in the market. No matter how much money you had, you couldn't find a way to buy them. The last batch of medicine she brought to Chen Fan was still something that Chen Zhenghua had painstakingly transferred to her. So she understood better than anyone else how astonishingly valuable this small bottle of potion was. Chen Fan casually made up an excuse, saying, "Don't guess, it's just something a friend handed to me." He had casually glanced at Chen Yuro, noticing that her aura seemed somewhat unstable. It seemed that Chen Yuro had already hit a major bottleneck in her martial arts cultivation. Although with her extraordinary talent it was only a matter of time before she broke through to the master realm. But if she could drink this bottle of life gene potion, she could directly cross over that threshold that had left countless people in despair, saving herself years of hard training. Chen Yuro quickly realized this. Looking at her brother's calm smile, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, Zhong Shangwen, who had been standing as a backdrop, timely spoke up.
Classmate Chen Euro, your achievement in the previous Jiangnan Grand Competition is indeed something worth celebrating. But in the coming days you absolutely cannot afford to slack off because the real human race competition arena is already waiting for you. There you will face the most difficult challenges of your life. I personally look forward to you bringing glory to Jiangnan University on that stage and striving to seize the final championship. The entire future of the human race is counting on your generation to step up. His gaze brimmed with approval as he thought to himself, truly worthy of being the sister of such an extraordinary powerhouse as Chen Fan. Her martial arts potential was simply outrageous. It seemed that this Chen family, which had always kept a low profile, was truly on the verge of a complete rise. The entire power structure of the human race would probably undergo a significant change because of the emergence of this brother-sister duo. Zhong Shangwen's eyes shimmered with a profound light that was hard to interpret. Rest assured, Principal, I will do my utmost. I also assure you that the ultimate victor of this human race competition will definitely be me. Chen Euro clenched her little fists tightly, her voice carrying a resolute determination as if she were burning her boats. She silently vowed that no matter what, she absolutely could not let her brother, who had always supported her from behind, down. The human race competition is the highest specification and the most intense martial arts competition in all of human society. In the hearts of all martial artists, it also represents the supreme glory of the human race. Almost everyone who embarks on the path of martial arts sees stepping onto that stage as the ultimate dream of their life. Only the outstanding individuals who emerge from the joint entrance exams of various universities are qualified to obtain that ticket to the final battle. After obtaining that precious life gene potion, on the same night she returned home, Chen Euro unhesitatingly consumed it, and the process went surprisingly smoothly. She directly broke through the bottleneck and entered the coveted realm of martial arts master. This sense of control after successfully breaking through made Chen Euro's confidence soar as she faced the impending human race competition. And today finally arrived the day Chen Euro set off for the capital to participate in the grand competition. All the teachers and students at Jiangnan University, including the usually elusive principal and Grand Elder Zhong Shangwen, had gathered at the school gate to send her off. The school gate was already packed tightly with a farewell crowd of tens of thousands lined up, making the scene even more spectacular than during the New Year. In addition to those from the school, many ordinary citizens who came of their own accord were also watching this rare spectacle from both sides of the road. Chen the Great Flower, make sure to give it your all over there. Be sure to return victorious with the championship trophy. What is the human race competition? We all believe that you will definitely be the final winner. You are the pride of our school, make sure to show our might in the capital. Go for it. You must win. Young students were all red-faced, shouting hoarsely to cheer for Chen Euro. Some enthusiastic admirers were even crazily waving flags with the words victory written on them, jumping up and down. The entire scene was filled with lively chatter, the atmosphere so boisterous that it made one's ears ring. After all, Chen Euro's expedition this time was undoubtedly the most significant event for the entire Jiangnan University this year. Junior sister, my talent is limited throughout my life and I didn't achieve much during the grand competition back then, but I sincerely believe you are far superior to me and you will definitely win an award. Lan Yu, as a deeply bonded senior brother, naturally appeared in the crowd to see her off. Chen Euro nodded earnestly at him, accepting this heavy blessing. The venue for this human race competition was set in the heart of the human race, which is the most prosperous capital city. It is not only the center of power but also the city where the martial arts civilization of the entire human race has reached its peak. Each human race competition attracts the attention of billions from the entire human world. As the elevator slowly ascended, her figure was gradually drawn into the massive metallic chamber within the battleship. At that moment, the temperature in the air seemed to rise sharply due to some immense energy reaction. The several thrusters at the rear of the battleship expelled bluish flames hundreds of meters long, and the enormous body transformed into a streak of light, plunging directly into the heavy clouds towering into the sky. Yurua, I await your triumphant return. Chen Fan watched the departing battleship, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly expressed his hopes to the sky. Lan Yu gazed enviously in the direction where the battleship had vanished, thinking to herself how fortunate Chen Yurua was to have such a caring brother. Once the grand competition in the capital concludes, that young girl will likely step into the cruel battlefield of the myriad realms. Chen Fan looked at the empty sky and couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. You worry too much, sir. With someone like you supporting her from behind, junior sister Yurua will surely become a pillar of our human race in the future. Lan Yu, standing beside him, forced a smile. Chen Fan gazed intently at the distant skyline, sighing deeply as he reflected on how far he still had to go to achieve true strength. In the myriad races, true top-tier powerhouses were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Although he possessed the power of a noble rank, with every gesture able to easily destroy a vast expanse of land and sky, Chen Fan believed this was still insufficient to face the looming crises ahead. 30 years of fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds like the 8th the Sand Mile journey that ultimately reveals only the lonely clouds and moon.
The verse he casually recited perfectly illustrated the loneliness felt after years of slaughter on the battlefield as he gazed out to see only the cold bright moon above. Zhong Shangguan nearby listened, his eyes shining with admiration, unable to refrain from clapping and exclaiming that this was indeed a soul-stirring poem. Ding! The host has successfully triggered the comprehension of the Great Tao, rewarding a top-tier divine ability Sword 9 spanning 6,000 miles. Once this move is unleashed, the sword energy will descend like a torrential river from the stars above with power enough to sweep across a radius of 6,000 miles. Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again he had fully grasped the terrifying techniques of this divine ability. This sudden comprehension of the Great Tao was utterly mysterious to him. However, after all he had experienced, Chen Fan had long since become accustomed to receiving system rewards at any time. Lanya straightened her back and spoke earnestly to Chen Fan, saying that if she could ever join the battlefield to fight alongside the myriad races, she hoped he would ensure her survival so she could stand tall for humanity. No problem. Chen Fan nodded slightly, granting her a significant promise. Afterward he turned casually and returned to the library that brought him a sense of peace. Ding! Due to your reading of this precious ancient sword manual, the system rewards you with 1,000 experience points. Congratulations host, you have triggered a lucky critical hit. Additional reward: top tier divine ability Sword 13. Extra reward: unparalleled artifact Nameless Sword. The system specially notes Sword 13 is a true transmission from the ancient Sword Saint, divided into 13 forms, and this Nameless Sword was once carried by the Sword Saint himself. When the sword intent erupts, it can change the color of heaven and earth. A series of clear system prompt sounds echoed wildly in Chen Fan's mind. Following that, a grand and profound sword technique inheritance memory surged into his mind like a flood breaching a dam. Chen Fan himself did not expect such a bountiful critical hit reward. He had quietly stayed in this library for a whole month. In these brief 30 days, the experience points Chen Fan accumulated through reading had reached an astronomically exaggerated figure. It must be said that the library of Jiangnan University truly deserves its reputation of being all-encompassing. The variety and comprehensiveness of its contents are simply unmatched. Ever since he received the pass from the elder, Chen Fan had spent every day in the heavily guarded core area poring over numerous ancient tomes that were completely unseen outside. Many of the books in the core area contained secrets of cultivation that had long been lost to the outside world. In Chen Fan's eyes, these dusty old books were the true priceless treasures. Moreover, he discovered that the experience points gained from reading these high-level books were much faster than from those low-tier ones. System: use all accumulated experience points to level up. Ding! Congratulations host, your supreme sword body level has successfully increased to LV80. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his ears again. At that moment, buzz! The life sword deep within Chen Fan's consciousness suddenly erupted with an extremely intense high-frequency vibration. He quickly closed his eyes, using his will to carefully probe the astonishing transformation occurring with his accompanying spirit sword. The life sword in his consciousness emitted a series of clear melodious cries, and as the sword body shook violently, waves of rich tangible golden light spread out like a tide. This golden light exuded a noble aura that made one want to kneel, filled with a sacred and inviolable majesty. As the golden light grew more dazzling, the energy began to surge through the soul channel, wildly nourishing Chen Fan's physical body, injecting waves of vigorous life force into him. This terrifying power raced through his meridians, repeatedly cleansing Chen Fan's entire skeletal structure, internal organs, and every single vein. His physical strength was soaring at an unscientific speed, advancing towards a new life level that transcended mortals. And the aura emanating from Chen Fan began to soar towards a higher and more unfathomable realm with this transformation. It was at this moment. The originally clear sky, bathed in bright sunlight, suddenly seemed to be splashed with ink as dark clouds from all directions gathered furiously above Jiangnan University, even shrouding the entire Jiangnan city completely. At this moment, the entire Jiangnan city fell under the chaotic clouds, filled with flashing lightning, appearing as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. The heavy clouds, seemingly ready to drip with water, pressed down low, creating an illusion that one could reach out and touch the ceiling. Within the clouds, countless silver lightning bolts rolled and churned. A terrifying and supreme pressure began to silently permeate every corner of Jiangnan City. This pressure, emanating from the depths of the soul, left no room for rebellion in anyone's mind. At that moment, everyone felt as if they stood before a furious king, trembling all over with only the thought of surrender remaining. What on earth is happening? Why can't my legs obey and want to kneel down? Me too, I feel so anxious. The heavens changed too quickly. It was just sunny a moment ago. All my hair stood on end. I can't shake this inexplicable fear. Please heaven protect us, this scene is just too frightening. In an instant, the entire Jiangnan city descended into chaos. The citizens were panic-stricken, and the stray dogs by the roadside and the beasts in the forest all lay flat on the ground, too afraid to move. In the campus of Jiangnan University, those usually proud students were now disregarding their image. Some squatted on the ground covering their heads, while others knelt on one knee, their faces filled with terror. In a high-level office of the administrative building, Zhong Shangguan suddenly pushed open the window, looking in the direction of the library, feeling that it was the source of all the storms. At the same time, this suffocating pressure made him a dignified noble rank powerhouse involuntarily feel a desire to worship.
Could it be that this kid is really going to?
Feeling the tremors from the depths of his soul, he recalled the strange phenomena occurring in the sky. A chilling thought suddenly flashed through Zhong Shangwen's mind, causing him to stiffen, and his breathing became exceedingly rapid. Lanya, standing beside him, was so frightened that her face went blank, unable to speak for a long time.
It's coming from the direction of Jiangnan University's library.
It must be the disturbance caused by Mr.
Chen. Oh my, could it be that Mr.
Chen is actually going to forcibly break into the king's realm today?
At that moment, the entire cultivation circle of Jiangnan province exploded with excitement. This is the aura of the king's realm. Someone is forcefully colliding with the heavenly gate in Jiangnan province. This is an attempt to ascend to the king's realm. Could it be that the elder who has long been hidden at Jiangnan University has finally broken through?
At this time, top experts across the province sensed this destructive energy fluctuation, each speculating in confusion.
Boom.
At this critical moment, Chen Fan, sitting in front of the bookshelf, suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of sword light flashing from the depths of his gaze. Today I shall strike open the heavenly gate with a sword and officially step into the king's realm.
Meanwhile, near the ominous demon suppression tower,
the deep night was like a malevolent tide, gradually consuming the entire sky. Several sneaky shadows flitted in and out of the building's shadows, moving so lightly they seemed weightless, making no noise at all. Taking advantage of the patrol's shift change, they stealthily approached the base of the demon suppression tower. Today is the day of reckoning for that old man of the Chen family. They exchanged confident glances, then eagerly twisted open the small bottles containing the strange purple liquid in their hands. As the liquid was poured onto the defense array of the demon suppression tower, a pungent, nauseating black smoke immediately billowed into the air. The once impenetrable formation began to show numerous flaws under the corrosion of these liquids, almost like a torn sack. A colorless and odorless lethal poison seeped through the cracks, fully infiltrating the interior of the demon suppression tower, rapidly ascending through the ventilation shafts. At the highest level of the demon suppression tower, at the center of countless thick iron chains, an old man with disheveled white hair was tightly bound to a stone pillar. At that moment, the elder of the Chen family, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide, then coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, his once rosy complexion turning pale as paper and his aura instantly weakened. The elder's bloodshot eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth and roared, realizing this was the deadly poison of the Azure Clan. "You damned lapdogs of the myriad races, how are you still alive?" He could clearly feel the vitality within him rapidly draining away like sand through an hourglass. The heavy demon suppression tower also shook violently in response to this sudden upheaval. On the other side, in the capital city where martial civilization had reached its peak, Yuruwa, look, the streets of the capital are really bustling, there are so many people here. The food and clothes sold here are things we simply don't see in our small town. Wow, look at that handsome guy riding a bicycle up ahead, he looks so stylish. He has the charm of my Prince Charming, but honestly he pales in comparison to your brother. Fang Danping excitedly pulled Chen Yuruo's hand as they strolled through the bustling commercial street of the capital, her mouth never stopping, much like a country girl just arriving in the city. This girl visiting the capital for the first time found everything so novel that she was practically bursting with excitement. Setting aside the martial arts prowess and combat, the level of prosperity in the capital truly surpassed that of other provincial capital cities. If only my brother could come and see this lively scene. Chen Yuruwa gazed at the bustling crowd, unable to help but feel a tinge of loneliness. Although they had been in the capital for a whole month, during these 30 days Chen Yuruwa had essentially locked herself in the training room every day, practicing qi and studying sword techniques. Since witnessing Chen Fan's earth-shattering sword strike that day, her comprehension of sword techniques had reached an entirely new level, and this month's special training had resulted in a qualitative leap in her strength. As her sparring partner Fang Danping had practically grown roots at the training base, hardly leaving the premises. Had it not been for her relentless pestering and coaxing today, Chen Yuruwa would have absolutely refused to agree to go out shopping at this late hour. Hey, look at these two pretty girls, they look unfamiliar.
Did you just arrive in the capital? Would you like me to take you to see the really fun places here?
At that moment, a swaggering young man with an arrogant demeanor approached them. A young man suddenly blocked the middle of the road, obstructing their path. This guy named Wang Shoha had a pair of eyes filled with greedy desire, recklessly scanning Fang Danping.
It was no wonder he was staring, as Fang Danping was wearing a pair of ultra-short hot pants paired with a tight sports tank top, perfectly outlining her voluptuous figure.
Chen Yuruo, on the other hand, was dressed much more conservatively, still clad in her practical and capable outfit. Although both girls were extraordinarily beautiful, Fang Danping's sultry style clearly attracted the attention of rogue thugs on the nighttime streets. Where did this fly buzzing around come from?
Get out of the way and don't block my path. Fang Danping's temper was as fiery as her figure easily ignited.
The lewd gaze from the man in front made her feel uneasy, even giving her the impulse to slap him twice.
Dress like this, flaunting your fox-like appearance, what are you pretending to be a virtuous woman for?
Wang Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of savage greed, and then he exerted force with his feet, his fingers lunging out like an eagle catching a chick, directly grabbing toward Feng Danping's shoulder. Feng Danping was so frightened by this move that her small face turned pale and she stood still, unable to react. The opponent's speed was simply too fast, completely beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. From this initial attack it was clear that this guy was definitely a martial artist with considerable skill. The road to Shu is difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. In the regions of the Tsongtsong and Yufu, how bewildering it is to establish a nation. For 48,000 years there has been no communication with the Qin borders. A whole month slipped away quietly through his fingers. At this moment Chen Fan was sitting steadily in his study holding a somewhat yellowed book entitled The Difficult Road to Shu, reading it word by word. His aura was completely different from before, exuding a profound depth that made others unable to see through him. If seen by outsiders they would surely mistake him for a hidden master from a renowned mountain. His internal vitality was at its peak as it surged through his veins. One could vaguely hear a sound resembling muffled thunder rumbling. During this month Chen Fan's daily task was to stay in the study reading books. With the system's miraculous functions he had accumulated an astonishing amount of experience points. He poured all the hard-earned experience points into upgrading his sword body. System, pull up my personal attribute panel for me to see. The cold system quickly responded. A futuristic semi-transparent attribute panel abruptly floated before Chen Fan's eyes. Host Chen Fan Core Technique Supreme Sword Body LV30. Click to upgrade. Currently requires 1000 experience points to level up. Remaining experience 0. Core talent. There are golden houses in books. Just by reading you can directly obtain cultivation points and have a chance to comprehend various divine martial arts. Mastered divine techniques. 2 sleeves of green serpent's sword opening Heaven's Gate. As of today his formidable sword body level had successfully surged to 30. If this speed of progress were to spread it would likely scare those so-called martial arts geniuses to death. Compared to his former fragile state he was now an entirely different person. Based on Chen Fan's current combat strength he could already stand shoulder to shoulder with those grandmasters who held sway over their regions within the entire human race. Within the martial arts system of the human race above grandmasters are titles like Marquis, King, Venerable, Mountain, Sea, Divine Being, and even the legendary Immortal realm. Those at the pinnacle of the pyramid were ancient monsters that suppressed the fortune of the human race, and Chen Fan had yet to have the opportunity to see one with his own eyes. However, in the current human society grandmaster level strength was already sufficient for him to walk sideways in most places. As he gently turned the last page of this ancient poetry collection. Ding! Since you have diligently finished reading The Difficult Road to Shu, the system rewards you with 500 experience points. Congratulations host for triggering a lucky critical hit. The system further rewards you with a top-tier attack divine technique Jinling Sword Technique. System prompt: this Jinling Sword Technique is an ancient killing secret technique passed down from sword cultivators. Its attack power is among the top across all realms, capable of achieving terrifying effects of killing a person within 10 steps and leaving no trace 1,000 miles away. Just this simple sentence was enough to make Chen Fan feel the suffocating killing intent contained within this divine technique. Excitement flickered in Chen Fan's eyes at this moment. Now, in addition to the 2 signature moves, he had gained another trump card that could instill fear in his enemies, the Jinling Sword Technique. With my current cultivation combined with these overpowering divine techniques, even if I were to face off against those veteran martial grandmasters I could easily trample them underfoot. A grandmaster has already crossed the threshold of a master existing at the pinnacle of power. Experts at this level have transcended the realm of ordinary humans able to freely fly in the sky, but Chen Fan had no regard for ordinary grandmasters at all. Every divine technique Chen Fan was currently practicing was essentially racing along the long-lost path of ancient sword cultivators. Swish! A terrifying force like a volcanic eruption suddenly surged wildly within him without warning. Accompanying this was the memory of various techniques related to the Jinling Sword Technique, which forcibly flooded into his mind like a movie. In a daze, Chen Fan seemed to see a charming swordsman in a blue long robe who was drinking and reciting poetry while casually killing, looking extraordinarily graceful. Buzz. At the same time, the spirit sword that was condensed from his spiritual power deep within his soul underwent a tremendous transformation. The slender sword let out a frantic series of cries within his sea of consciousness. As streams of rich luminous energy flowed from the hilt to the tip, a hint of faint dark red blood light seeped into the originally pure sword body. The changes in the accompanying sword were astonishing. Initially it was a bright red color like fresh blood, quickly staining the entire sword body. The dazzling red light burst forth freely within the sea of consciousness. Following that, an overwhelmingly tyrannical aura far more powerful than before quietly spread throughout the study as if it would shatter everything in existence. At this moment his spirit sword finally achieved a qualitative leap, breaking through to a higher level. This was something Chen Fan refined with his own soul fire, and he could clearly feel that the current spirit sword was much stronger than before. In the world of ancient sword cultivators, spirit swords were also classified into different ranks. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each color change represented a qualitative transformation in the sword's power. Only at this moment did Chen Fan truly step into the mysterious door of ancient sword cultivation. It seems that in the future upgrading this supreme sword body will require experience points that will become an endless pit. Chen Fan keenly sensed this change while checking the system panel, but he wasn't the least bit surprised. This was actually quite understandable. The deeper one delved into cultivation, each step upward would naturally increase in difficulty exponentially. As the saying goes, to take a step further on a 100-foot pole, it relies on this kind of relentless effort and accumulation. After all, the path of martial arts is fundamentally about seizing life and opportunities from the heavens. In just over a month, Chen Fan transformed from a feeble scholar into a powerhouse capable of defeating grandmasters. This speed was so rapid that it was almost like riding a rocket. With this thought, Chen Fan felt quite satisfied. He slowly stood up and walked into the shadow of a rockery in his backyard. Chen Fan's gaze appeared exceptionally calm as he extended his index and middle fingers, gently bringing them together in the void. A fiercely sharp sword intent instantly surged from his fingertips. The air in this small space seemed to be sliced apart, filled with a sharpness that sent chills down the spine. It was estimated that an ordinary person, if they got too close, would have their flesh torn apart by this sword energy. A faint azure aura coiled slowly around his body. The internal vitality, due to its rapid circulation, even emitted a series of muffled thuds. With a flash of red light, a 3-foot-long sword radiating an enchanting red glow materialized in the palm of his right hand. The sword appeared straight and slender, its surface as smooth as a clear spring, not even a speck of dust could cling to it. With the appearance of this sword, the already terrifying sword intent in the surroundings instantly became even more restless. Chen Fan firmly grasped the hilt and casually swung the sword down towards the empty ground. Watch closely, this is the Jinling sword technique. In that instant, a gigantic and illusory blue lotus burst forth from beneath his feet as if it were magic. The sword intent radiating from him peaked at that moment. A colossal sword light dozens of meters long surged forth like a falling meteor. The air was filled with faint rumbling sounds resembling rolling thunder. In the blurred rifts of the void, countless palm-sized blue lotuses could be seen dancing in the air. Boom! The dazzling sword light did not strike the ground but shot straight into the sky, piercing through the thick clouds and creating a large hole. The noise was so great it was like setting off a super firecracker beside someone's ear, causing many nearby neighbors to rush out in fright to see what had happened. The clothes on Chen Fan were blown by the explosive energy, flapping loudly. Holding the gleaming red sword, he stood there like a transcendent swordsman who had stepped out of a painting, exuding an indescribable elegance. The lethality of this Jinling sword technique is indeed as formidable as the system described it. Truly is terrifyingly powerful. He was now completely confident that with just a flick of his finger he could sever an enemy's head from a kilometer away. The thrill of killing without a trace was truly not just something spoken of in books. Buzz. Just as he was about to finish up and head home, the spirit's sword in his hand suddenly began to tremble wildly, its red light flashing like it was sending out some urgent alarm. At the same time, an extremely intense emotional wave surged directly into Chen Fan's mind. The feeling was so real that he even sensed his own soul being suspended along with this emotion. He immediately closed his eyes, plunging himself into a wondrous state of meditation. In that moment of perception, the wind blowing around him seemed to slow down. Even a yellow leaf drifting in the air looked as if it had been paused. There is killing intent nearby. About 10 miles away, an extremely intense killing aura is erupting. This is bad, it's in Yu Rouse direction. Suddenly, Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, causing the surrounding air to twist under the pressure as illusions of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood flickered behind him. Yu Ro is definitely in danger. Without a second of hesitation, he shot up into the air like a bolt of lightning, darting past his villa at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, about 10 miles away from the Chen family's estate in a nearby wasteland, dozens of men dressed in black were moving quickly and silently through the thickets. The aura emanating from this group was cold and hard, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Brothers, as long as this mission succeeds, the merit points we earn will be enough for us to squander for a lifetime in the sect. Who would have thought Chen Yu Ro would be so bold, daring to wander alone in the middle of the night? After tonight there will be no more genius school flowers in this world. This is a great contribution bestowed upon us by the heavens. The expressions on these guys' faces twisted to the extreme, and they let out a series of sinister chuckles. They all understood that Chen Yu Ro was the prized possession of the Jiangnan Chen family and also ranked among the top talents of the human race. If they could bring back her head today, the rewards would be unimaginable. Within the Wan clan sect, once enough merit points were accumulated, they could even exchange for a chance to enter the reincarnation pool. Once they entered the reincarnation pool, they could shed their filthy human skins and transform into members of the demon race, divine race, or the exalted celestial race. Indeed, these deranged individuals were the minions of the Wan clan lurking within the human race. In that long-abandoned park forgotten by time, the shrill cry of some unknown bird occasionally pierced the silence. Chen Yu Ro's slender figure hurried swiftly through waist-high weeds. Her eyes remained unblinking, scanning the tangled mounds of grass, searching frantically for something. I heard there are wild bayberry trees growing around here. My brother loves them more than anything, I'll pick plenty and surprise him. A radiant smile lit up Chen Yuro's delicate face, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. The mere thought of Chen Fan's astonished expression upon seeing the bayberries made her legs feel light, as if fatigue had vanished entirely. She had slipped out in the dead of night solely to escape her father Chen Jingguo's endless nagging and suffocating restrictions on her freedom. It's barely a stone's throw from the Chen family manor, surely no fool would dare cause trouble here. Chen Yuro murmured silently to herself, trying to summon courage. Look, bayberry trees bearing fruit over there. A vivid splash of crimson glowed starkly against the darkness. Her heart leapt, and she dashed forward without hesitation. This little girl truly knows no peace venturing alone into such a cursed place at midnight. Chen Fan landed gracefully upon the uneven bluestone pavement, his descent perfectly controlled. He lifted his gaze, surveying the desolation, crumbling walls, ruins overrun by shoulder-high wilderness, and collapsed bricks huddled in shadow beneath the moonlight, cold, airy and ancient. A fleeting memory surfaced. This place had once been called Longting Park, abandoned years ago after rumors of hauntings spread like wildfire. This territory answers only to the Chen family. Anyone daring to target my sister here can only be reckless madmen or their rabid lackeys. All followers of the Wanzhou sect deserve death. The Bayberry Orchard. Before a crude roadside sign, Chen Fan halted, his gaze fixed on three crooked characters carved deep into weathered wood. The moment his eyes fell upon those words, his heart gave a sharp involuntary lurch, as if struck by an invisible hand. Could this foolish girl have come all this way just to pick bayberries for me? A warm, tender current surged from his soles upward, flooding his chest with gentle heat. Without delay, he pushed off lightly with his toes, his form dissolving instantly into a streak of blurred light carving through the air toward the park's deepest recesses. Deep within the gloom, shadows moved with unnatural stealth, dozens of figures scattered among the trees, each radiating a bone-chilling coldness that raised the hairs on one's spine. Target Chen Yuro is holed up in the woods ahead, move swiftly. Do not alert the Chen family's elite cultivators or we'll invite catastrophe upon ourselves. A hunched old woman gripped her dragon-head cane tightly, her voice deliberately lowered. Her sunken eyes gleamed with serpentine cruelty, and the oppressive aura swirling around her made even seasoned warriors tremble inwardly. They say Chen Yuro is no pushover, still young yet already a martial master. With only our numbers, what if she slips away? A scout nearby spoke hesitantly, riddled with doubt. Set your mind at ease, the venerable Mulao herself commands this operation. Even if that girl sprouted wings, she cannot escape this palm. A rasping, hair-raising cackle escaped the old woman's lips. Mulao has taken the field. At the name, every face paled, not with fear but with awe bordering on reverence. Their expressions twisted then, feral, grotesque, as though already witnessing Chen Yuro kneeling in abject supplication. Enough talk. Begin the assault. Myself and several others will hold position behind you. The old woman waved dismissively, turning to her assembled subordinates. Understood. As one they roared in unison, then shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, vanishing into the dense fruit grove. Branches thrashed violently in their wake. Only the old woman and a handful of trusted lieutenants remained behind, standing guard in watchful silence. The Chen family's prodigies are indeed formidable, but if we eliminate this girl tonight, it will sever one of their most vital limbs. It may even shift the tide on the front lines. The old woman whispered coldly to herself. Boom! Without warning, a palpable torrent of murderous intent tore through the forest, engulfing the entire area in an instant. Who dares lurk in the shadows? She snapped her head upward, shrieking in fury. From the nearby gloom, a lean youth emerged slowly into the light, his eyes frost-cold, sharp with lethal resolve. His gaze upon her held the same detached finality as one might reserve for a corpse already turned to ash. You're Chen Fan. No, that sensation is utterly wrong. What manner of being are you? Every hair on her body stood erect. An indescribable terror crashed over her like a tidal wave, so overwhelming she nearly collapsed to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. They, the sect's disciples, had memorized Chen Fan's dossier and photographs long ago. Yet according to every intelligence report, he was nothing but a frail, powerless wretch. Then why did his presence exert pressure far exceeding even that of a grandmaster? Chen Fan, have you been concealing your true cultivation all along? This is critical intelligence. Retreat immediately and report to the High Council. This man possesses unimaginable combat prowess. Terror warped the old woman's voice into a shriek. What? That boy is Chen Fan. Hearing this, the other Wanzhou sect members recoiled in horror, scattering like startled hares in every direction, desperate to flee this accursed ground. Poof. Having stumbled into my grasp, do you truly believe you'll walk away alive? A cold snort escaped Chen Fan's nostrils. His expression remained utterly impassive. Slowly he unfurled his fingers, revealing a slender, elegant hand, its skin smooth and refined like that of a scholar who'd never known labor. Yet from his fingertips erupted a blade-like chi, a shimmering metallic resonance that vibrated across the heavens, its edge sharp enough to pierce the very clouds. No. A raw hysterical scream tore from the old woman's throat, despair etching deep lines into her wrinkled face.
But before she could raise a hand to defend or even flinch, it was already over. 2 sleeves of azure serpents.
At Chen Fan's utterance, 2 luminous azure sword keys surged forth, twisting into colossal ravenous dragons that descended with the crushing weight of mountains.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The solid earth beneath them shattered instantly, thick bluestone slabs exploding outward, fissures spiderwebbing violently across the ground. Those who'd tried to flee hadn't taken 3 steps before the razor-sharp sword key pierced their bodies, leaving them riddled with gaping wounds.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
Corpses dropped in perfect unison, blood spreading fast, crimson pools staining the earth dark red.
This old body shall perish fighting you today.
Her face drained of all color, though paralyzed by terror she knew retreat was impossible.
You a speck of dust, dare speak of fighting?
Disdain flickered in Chen Fan's eyes, he didn't even grant her a proper glance. A wave of glacial killing intent erupted from him, sweeping across 100 meters like a tsunami.
Ugh!
A choked cry escaped her lips, then blood began welling from her eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Her inner chi was crushed under the sheer weight of his sword intent, locking her rigid in place.
Kill!
Gnawing her tongue in agony, she forced clarity upon her mind, her eyes twisting into masks of feral rage. With that sliver of lucidity she forcibly activated her cultivation technique, the air thickened heavy and silent until droplets began tapping steadily upon the eaves of a nearby pavilion. Clutching the hilt with her left hand she strained to draw her blade. You dare attempt to unsheath the sword before me? A faint mocking curve tugged at Chen Fan's lips.
Faint divine light pulsed within his pupils, he stood now as sovereign of 10,000 swords, exuding an aura of absolute unassailable dominion.
The old woman felt a freezing thread of intent lock onto her life point. She strained with every fiber to draw her blade, to carve a path through blood, but in horror realized the sword was fused motionless within its scabbard.
How is this possible? Her face contorted in pure unadulterated disbelief.
To immobilize an opponent's weapon with a single glance, what level of power was this?
Die!
His voice was colder than the deepest vault of ice. The already overwhelming sword key surged anew, condensing into a blinding celestial blade descending like a fallen star from the highest heavens, blazing with incandescent light.
Roar! The pavilion at the lake's center trembled violently under the blow.
The surrounding waters erupted, as if detonated by explosives, rippling outward in concentric waves before bursting skyward in towering geysers, then falling back as torrential rain. The old woman couldn't even cry out for mercy, her body dissolved into a gory crimson puddle. All of it, within the span of mere breaths.
The Wanzhou sect ambushers once hidden in wait were now utterly erased, reduced to ash and memory.
To kill was itself a path of cultivation.
Pathetically frail.
Chen Fan folded his hands behind his back, his countenance serene, no trace of disturbance lingering after slaughter.
Ding! Congratulations, host, enemy eliminated. Gained 3000 experience points.
A crisp mechanical voice echoed coldly within his mind, the unmistakable tone of the system. Chen Fan paused, briefly surprised, before a quiet understanding dawned. He smiled faintly to himself. So it is true, as the classics say, eradicating evil is essential, even killing may become both cultivation and scholarship. He stilled his thoughts at once. Gazing intently toward the orchard ahead, his eyes gleamed with profound depth, as if piercing the veil of night itself.
Within his perception a fierce battle raged not far away.
Chun Yuro was locked in combat with a band of Wanzhou sect cultivators, clashing fiercely, neither yielding an inch. Yuro's foundation is solid, but her battlefield experience remains shallow.
Tonight offers the perfect crucible for her growth.
Chen Fan stood quietly at the lakeshore, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though she possessed the strength of a martial master, her prior sparring had occurred only within school grounds, never in the brutal reality of life-or-death combat. Without enduring such trials, how could she ever stand alone as a true master?
Flowers nurtured in greenhouses could never grow into sovereigns of the wild.
Since he stood watch tonight, let her taste blood and temper her spirit accordingly. With a subtle shift of weight, he crossed hundreds of meters in a blink, vanishing silently at the battlefield's periphery. Elsewhere, within the park's dense thicket, half a sack of bayberries lay scattered across the dirt. Chun Yuro stared at the fruits stained with mud, her heart aching. These were meant for her brother. She rose slowly, her gaze sharpening, piercing, relentless.
You cowardly vermin of the Wanzhou sect, lurking in shadows like rats.
Brushing soil from her palms, she swept her icy glare across the black-robed figures encircling her, her composure unshaken, her fury absolute. Even surrounded thus, not a trace of fear clouded her features, only burning, unyielding wrath. Just moments earlier, while carefully gathering bayberries, these hooded figures had burst from the woods with chilling coordination, sealing every possible avenue of escape. They wore black robes perpetually, to hide faces too vile to bear light. Only the traitorous rats of the Wanzhou sect dressed so no other would dare.
These defectors, willing to sell out humanity for the chance to reincarnate as demons, were no longer considered kin but enemies beyond redemption. What astonished Chen Yuro was their audacity to strike openly in broad daylight. Did they truly believe human masters would ignore such provocation? Or did they simply disregard the Chen family's wrath altogether? Chen Yuro, eldest daughter of the Chen family, tonight this place becomes your grave. Amidst the circle of black-robed figures, a figure stepped forward. A man who appeared to be their leader spoke coldly. So they truly sought me personally. Chen Yuro's sharp, elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, she lowered her chi to the dantian and shouted at the top of her lungs. The Wanzu cult is ambushing us here, everyone come quickly to assist. Faced with so many reckless cultists, her first instinct was to summon the city garrison. Surely such a brazen act of destruction by such a large group could not go unnoticed. Yet upon hearing her cry for help, the Wanzu cultists did not rush to stop her, instead their faces twisted into mocking, scornful grins. Their leader smirked arrogantly and sneered. Do you truly believe we would dare strike openly here unless we'd already silenced everyone nearby? Shout all you like, but before the guards arrive we'll have eradicated you completely. Hearing those words, Chen Yuro's heart plummeted into icy despair. Tonight's affair had indeed grown perilously complicated. These cunning Wanzu cultists had clearly plotted this for a long time and had severed every possible escape route. Realizing rescue was futile, Chen Yuro abandoned all hope in distant, uncertain aid. She steadied her breath and deliberately tightened the sash at her waist, slowly, firmly. Cease your futile resistance, before absolute power all defiance is meaningless. Kill her, leave no trace. With a casual hand signal, the leader launched the assault. In an instant, the black-robed figures surged forward like rabid hounds, scenting blood, howling as they lunged toward Chen Yuro. Inside a lavish villa nestled between mountains and water. Ding-a-ling. An urgent, piercing telephone ring shattered the quiet of the study. Chen Jingwa, seated behind a broad rosewood desk reviewing documents, lifted the receiver without looking up. Hello. Who is this? Mr. Chen, things have gone terribly wrong. A crisis has erupted. His subordinate's voice crackled through the line, breathless, frantic, thick with anxiety. He reported the unfolding emergency in rapid, meticulous detail. By the time Chen Zhengwa absorbed every word, his face had turned ashen gray, his thick sword-like eyebrows drawn into a furious inverted V. Bang! His massive palm slammed onto the desk with such force that it left a stark, sunken imprint in the solid wood. Chen Zhengwa laughed, a chilling, rage-fueled bark, as he roared. Those wretched scum of the Wanzu cult have grown bolder than any mortal dares. If even a single hair on Yuro's head is harmed in this calamity, I'll tear the earth apart 3 fathoms deep to grind every last one of you into dust. Pray fervently that none of you ever lay a finger on a member of the Chen family. A killing intent radiated from him, so profound, so frigid it froze the marrow of anyone nearby. Though Chen Yuro was officially his adopted daughter, in his heart she was flesh of his flesh, his own blood. This had nothing to do with her martial talent, she had been cradled in his arms as an infant, raised by his hands, nurtured day by day. To him, the father, her care was identical to that of his biological sons. And now, someone dared covet his most treasured being. Die. Chen Zhengwa clenched his jaw, forcing the single venomous word through gritted teeth. A sword descended from the west, its blade aimed unerringly at the vital point of a grandmaster. Attack, kill her. The Wanzu cult's desperate fanatics moved with ruthless efficiency, no delay, no hesitation, as they closed in on Chen Yuro. They drew obsidian daggers hidden within their sleeves, cold gleaming under the moonlight, as they swiftly closed the distance. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Chen Yuro's pupils contracted sharply, her eyes blazed with unrestrained slaughter intent. Her palms shot forward, crackling with compressed chi, each thrust releasing a thunderous burst of displaced air. 2 daggers aimed straight for her throat froze midair, stalled immovable. Before the cultists could comprehend what had happened, searing agony ripped through their bodies. Crack! Her 5 fingers clamped down with crushing force, bones snapping audibly as she pulverized both wrists outright. With a soft thud, the lethal daggers dropped lifelessly onto the grass. Then Chen Yuro thrust both palms forward, gale force wind erupting from her strike, compressing the very air until it shrieked and detonated. The 2 hapless men flew backward like puppets, with cut strings slamming hard into distant stone steps. Their sternums caved inward violently, blood gushed from mouth and nose, death claimed them instantly. Almost simultaneously. Chen Yuro felt the hairs on her nape rise, her acute perception sensing several icy, killing intents lock onto her from behind. She twisted her waist and hips, harnessing momentum into a devastating horizontal kick. The motion flashed like lightning. The space traced by her toes compressed into a translucent sphere, shattering with continuous explosive reports, revealing the terrifying magnitude of her strength. Thud. Thud. 2 heavy impacts echoed. 4 would-be ambushers tumbled skyward like ragdolls, then crashed down, cratering the earth beneath them. Their eyes bulged wide, every bone in their bodies shattered. Their deaths were grotesque brutal. That single kick carried the force of 10,000 Jin. This isn't right. She's a martial master. This young woman has already reached the martial master realm. The remaining cultists recoiled in shock, their voices rising in panicked cries, fear blazing in their eyes. Not a single soul dared step forward. They had betrayed their own kind to serve foreign powers, not for glory but for survival. At heart they feared death more than anything. Witnessing their comrades' grisly ends, dozens slaughtered in mere seconds, Chen Yuro's overwhelming might left them utterly awestruck. They had truly kicked a mountain of iron. Worse still, judging by that kick's destructive force, she was undeniably a martial master. In this world, a martial master stood alone against legions, could dismantle a skyscraper barehanded without breaking a sweat. Whereas they, mere low-tier martial disciples, charging forward meant certain annihilation. Chen Yuro let out a frost-laced scoff. You pathetic Wanzu cult vermin, if you fear death, no longer step forward. Try me. At that, the dozens surrounding her retreated as one, holding their breath, paralyzed by dread. Truly unexpected, you've entered the martial master realm while still so young. Such innate martial genius is enough to make even heaven envious. Given a few more years, you might ascend to the pinnacle of this land, become a being so terrifying, so exalted that mortals could only gaze upon you in awe. Alas, it ends tonight. You'll never get that chance. A rasping sandpaper grating voice emerged slowly from the depths of the forest. Chen Yuro's willow-like brows knitted faintly as she turned toward the source of the voice. The leader, who had watched silently from the start, now advanced steadily toward her, each step deliberate, unhurried. Simultaneously, an indescribable suffocating pressure emanated from him, like bearing the weight of a colossal mountain, rendering even steady breathing a luxury. Hail Elder Mu! Terrified cultists scattered aside instantly, their faces alight with fanatical, almost hysterical devotion. A grandmaster! Chen Yuro's face paled to the hue of bleached parchment. Her heartbeat hammered wildly, oppressive, relentless. Only a legendary martial grandmaster could exert such overwhelming pressure. She had never imagined the Wanzu cult would deploy a grandmaster-level elder just to capture her. Clearly they had prepared meticulously. Against a true grandmaster, her fledgling mastery offered not the slightest chance of victory. Though only one tier separated martial master from grandmaster, the chasm between them ran deeper than the Mariana Trench. Chen Yuro hesitated not, she spun and fled. She became a blur, speed pushed to its absolute limit. Now she was a lithe, powerful leopard sprinting desperately through the jungle. Do you truly believe you can flee from me? A voice laced with amusement rang out directly ahead of her. Chen Yuro's heart lurched. Lifting her gaze, she saw Elder Mu already standing like a specter directly in her path. This speed defies reason. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yuro stamped hard, shattering the ground beneath her foot, and launched herself skyward, twisting midair into an impossible arc before driving her full weight downward in a crushing kick aimed at his skull. She held nothing back, every iota of chi, every fiber of muscle strained to its breaking point. The flagstones beneath her impact exploded into dust. The ambient pressure surged violently. Such flashy, empty techniques are fit only for amusing children. Elder Mu remained utterly unruffled, raising a single palm nonchalantly. Whoosh! A violent gale erupted from the ground, shaking the entire earth. Spectating cultists were hurled backward by the concussive wave, their internal energies churning violently. Upon closer look, Elder Mu held Chen Yuro's ankle in an iron grip with one hand alone. His body stood rooted like a mountain, unmoved, unshaken. How is this possible? Chen Yuro's pupils constricted, she could scarcely believe her utmost effort had been nullified so effortlessly. She had been grievously naive, underestimating a grandmaster's terror beyond measure. Elder Mu swung her ankle once, launching her bodily through the air. Thud! Chen Yuro landed hard on one hand, barely stabilizing her descent onto the grass. But before she could rise, Elder Mu materialized beside her like a phantom, his gnarled, calloused hand descending with earth-shattering force. Boom! Her desperately conjured chi barrier, forged from pure will, shattered like glass before his palm, fracturing instantly. It lasted less than a second before collapsing entirely. Darkness swallowed Chen Yuro's vision, she couldn't evade. The blow struck her full and center mass. Thud! Her slender frame flew sideways from the smoke, tumbling across the ground, rolling again and again, her face and hair smeared with mud. Cough, cough, cough. Clutching her chest, Chen Yuro forced herself upright, her once rosy cheeks now drained of all color. Pathetic. Utterly disappointing. Poof. Elder Mu shook his head, bored. Though only one rank separated them, the gap between mortal and divine was absolute. Enough. Cease your struggle, I shall send you to the afterlife myself. His tone darkened, cold, lethal, final. Within a pavilion at the lake's center, Chen Fan sat perfectly still. Training complete. In that instant, a killing intent erupted from him, so profound it could freeze souls.
The entire lake's surface rippled violently as if struck by a celestial hammer, waves exploding outward in concentric rings. Deep within his spiritual sea, his soul-bound spirit sword sang aloud, joyous, resonant. With but a thought, a 3-foot-long sword, glowing with eerie crimson light, materialized soundlessly in his palm. As the blade manifested, the moonlit night dimmed, clouds boiling overhead swallowing the stars. Lotus Sword Art. Chen Fan gripped the hilt firmly, and with effortless grace swept the blade forward in a single languid stroke. The placid lake level dropped abruptly, then a colossal column of water erupted skyward, towering and magnificent beyond description. Die! Elder Mu roared low and guttural, extending both arms as viscous liquid-like energy coalesced into a monstrous serpent, lunging straight for Chen Yuro. Chen Yuro pressed her hands hard against her chest, staring at that overwhelming, despair-inducing force, her eyes hollow, lifeless. Would tonight truly be her end? Yet precisely at that moment of utter doom, the heavens themselves trembled. Instinctively lifting her gaze, Chen Yuro beheld a sight seared forever into her soul. A radiant light, blinding, transcendent, descended as though from the ninth heaven itself, bathing the entire Yangmei orchard in incandescent noonday brilliance. What is that? Elder Mu turned startled, then his arrogant visage dissolved instantly into bottomless primal terror. A colossal sword aura, 10 zhang long, plunged vertically from the heavens. Within the void, distant thunderous rumbles echoed like celestial claps. In his constricted pupils, the swordlight appeared as a silver river of stars, descending with an aura of utter annihilation. No! Elder Mu let out a cry of absolute despair. Instantly his vision began to whirl violently, the world before him blurred into an indistinct smear. The master who moments earlier had stood arrogant and invincible now lay headless, his skull rolling sideways into the grass. Then, boom! That swordlight struck the earth like a burning meteor, its devastating aftershock sweeping up every stunned cultist nearby in its wake. A cataclysmic detonation erupted from deep within the earth, so thunderous it seemed the entire park would collapse. Dust billowed skyward, blotting out the sun. Cough, cough, so choking. Chen Yuro, having tumbled into the mud, choked repeatedly under the sudden onslaught of acrid smoke. Her delicate face remained pale, her heart pounding wildly. What just happened? As the dust slowly settled, she beheld a monstrous crater, as if carved by a falling star. At its center, the cultists of the Ten Clan sect lay reduced to unrecognizable pulp. And across the charred earth, a terrifying sword scar stretched over 30 meters, so deep it drew a sharp involuntary gasp from Chen Yuro, her mind churning with disbelief. Unimaginable. This must be the pinnacle of swordsmanship itself. Even Elder Gue, the sect's peerless master, had been obliterated in less than a second beneath that single blade of light. The sheer magnitude of that strike far exceeded her comprehension. Before such power, even a master is no more than an ant beneath the heel of heaven. Standing close, she felt the lingering razor-sharp resonance still trembling in the air, and instinctively fell silent, awestruck. In all her years she had never witnessed, or even heard her elders speak of, such profound otherworldly sword art. Such mastery could only belong to a legendary sovereign, one whispered of in myth and legend. Trembling with reverence, Chen Yuro lifted her gaze, scanning the skies for the unseen savior. Yet all she saw were ethereal azure lotus blossoms drifting down from the heavens, sacred, surreal, and utterly solitary. Not a single figure, not a trace of presence. Who was this mysterious sovereign? Ding! Enemy vanquished. Experience points gained 3000. Chen Fan's life-bound spirit sword had already retreated silently into the depths of his nascent soul. This was the first time he had ever wielded the Azure Lotus Sword Art in earnest since acquiring it. Truly peerless, the destructive force defies reason. No wonder it is hailed as a supreme legacy. Even a fully realized martial master could not withstand a single casual sword wave from him. Let alone those insignificant wretches who perished alongside. Where that blade passed, not a blade of grass remained. To slay one man within 10 paces, then depart without a glance, this was the very essence of transcendent grace. He bore no hesitation, no remorse in cutting down these fanatical dogs of the Ten Clan sect. What truly incensed him was their audacity, sending a master-level warrior to assassinate his younger sister. As Chen Yuro's elder brother, he would never allow such a tragedy to unfold. Chen Fan now possessed strength capable of extinguishing masters with a mere flick of his fingers. His cultivation level at least rivaled that of the most elite masters. Even against grandmasters he held firm confidence to contend. Thankfully he had maintained constant vigilance against these madmen, otherwise Yuro might well have perished here today. System, display my attribute panel. Ding. Host name Chen Fan. Current cultivation art supreme sword, body level 30 upgradable. Accumulated experience 3500 points. Core talent golden chamber and jade maiden hidden within books. Reading yields endless experience points and unlocks profound arcane arts. Mastered techniques Azure serpent in the sleeve, heaven gate severing sword, Azure Lotus Sword Art. Seeing the experience tally, Chen Fan's mood brightened instantly. With one last lingering glance at his shaken sister, he dissolved into invisibility and vanished from the ravaged scene.
The commotion at Longting Park would surely draw city defense forces imminently.
Chen Fan had no desire to attract attention at this critical juncture or invite unnecessary complications.
At that very moment,
Chen Yuro stared blankly at the carnage, the scattered remains, the abyssal crater, and exhaled deeply. The sensation of narrowly escaping death left her utterly drained. It was the crushing fatigue following extreme mental tension.
Who saved me just now? Could father have secretly assigned a bodyguard?
Her thoughts raced frantically. Tap 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 tap. Before she could reach any conclusion, urgent footfalls echoed from afar, like muffled thunder interspersed with the grating clank of armored plates. She turned toward the sound. At the far end of the street, a massive contingent of city defenders marched forward, clad in gleaming silver armor, gripping frost-cold long blades, advancing with grim resolve.
An oppressive battlefield aura swept over her, stifling breath.
Shadows shifted in waves, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy. At the vanguard strode a middle-aged man with a broad square-jawed face radiating unwavering righteousness, his mere presence commanding awe without uttering a word. Chen Zhenghua had mobilized his elite demon-subduing legion the instant he received the distress call. Seeing his daughter standing unharmed, the knot of anxiety in his chest finally loosened. He pivoted sharply and issued a stern command: full lockdown of Longting Park, no one enters or exits.
Yes, sir.
In unison, over 1,000 heavily armed soldiers dispersed instantly, taking precise positions until the park was sealed tighter than a drum. Not even a fly could slip through unnoticed. He had deployed this cordon to guard against any hidden contingencies from the Chen Clan sect. Once defenses were secured, Chen Zhenghua's gaze locked onto the battlefield, now a wasteland of shattered earth as if scoured by relentless artillery fire. The sight sent shockwaves through him. Craters scarred the land like open wounds, and there, cut deep into the ground, a colossal sword gash chilled him to the bone. Its destructive scale was staggering, proof of a ferocious life-or-death clash.
Yet strangely, not a single enemy remained alive on the field.
Striding forward, Chen Zhenghua approached his adopted daughter and scanned her intently before asking, "Yuro, are you injured?
Did those Chen Clan sect fanatics lay hands on you?"
Chen Yuro shook her head numbly.
"They're all dead."
That single sentence froze Chen Zhenghua mid-breath, his mind reeling.
"You said all dead."
She pointed silently toward the massive crater, scorched as if struck by lightning. "Inside lies every one of them, including a genuine martial master they dispatched. Not a soul survived." Her voice carried grave weight.
Chen Zhenghua stared dumbfounded, stammering, You said a master was inside."
He wondered if his ears had betrayed him. Had they truly deployed a master to assassinate a junior? And had that master been slain?
What cataclysmic event had transpired here? He urgently needed every detail.
But before he could ask, Chen Yuro began recounting everything, from stepping out of the park for a quiet walk to being surrounded and besieged by the cult.
"Those heartless beasts actually dared lay hands on you."
Chen Zhenghua clenched his fists so tightly veins pulsed along his temples. Though his adopted daughter had displayed extraordinary martial aptitude since childhood, he had never imagined the Chen Clan sect would act so recklessly, striking directly at his family. Guilt surged within him. He berated himself for failing as a father, for overlooking this peril entirely. When she described how a blinding swordlight descended from the heavens, splitting a master into fragments, he stood frozen, speechless for a full minute.
Chen Yuro gestured to the bottomless fissure in the earth. "This is the scar left behind by that single stroke."
Chen Zhenghua gazed upon that chasm, carved as if by divine decree, and found no words to express his awe.
He could almost hear the cosmic roar of that technique.
His lips parted, but his throat was too dry to utter a sound. One strike that erased a master and his entourage alike, this power was conservatively that of an apex master, perhaps even higher.
Its lethality defied mortal understanding. Chen Yuro clearly shared this conviction. "I never caught even a glimpse of that venerable elder's true form." Instinctively she imagined him as an ancient recluse, cultivating for centuries in some remote mountain fastness.
Chen Zhenghua drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his inner turmoil. If that sovereign chooses not to reveal himself, there is wisdom in his silence. Let us not pry recklessly. From his daughter's account and his own meticulous observation of the site, Chen Zhenghua was certain the intervener was an unparalleled sword cultivator, a sovereign of the Tao of Blades. Still, among all the sword masters he knew, none possessed such terrifying techniques. Chen Yuro mused aloud, "Father, could it be that the Chen Clan has hidden protectors watching over us? After all, the Chen Clan was a prestigious, venerable lineage, perhaps a sovereign truly guarded them from the shadows." She pressed further, or could the elder ancestor sealed beneath the demon-suppressing pagoda have emerged from seclusion?
Rumors persisted that an immortal ancestor of the Chen Clan had long dwelled beneath the pagoda, subduing demonic sovereigns.
Unconsciously she linked this mystery to that legend. At those words Chen Zhenghua's expression hardened instantly. "Never speak such words lightly.
Do not indulge in baseless speculation, especially not aloud. In truth, he knew the theory was absurd. The elder ancestor beneath the pagoda was gravely weakened, on the verge of dissolution, and utterly incapable of emerging to cleave masters. This was the clan's highest secret, known only to him. He would never disclose it to his daughter. Clearly another sovereign had intervened, perhaps one acquainted with the elder ancestor.
Enough, do not dwell on such matters. Sovereigns who appear like dragons seen only in glimpses are beyond our station to discuss. From now on, exercise greater caution when traveling alone. The Ten Clan sect will not abandon their vendetta. They may resurface at any moment. Chen Zhenghua continued his gentle admonishment, unwilling to let go of his concern. Chen Yuro nodded obediently. This ordeal had delivered a sobering lesson. When youth grows mighty, humanity shall rise, swords drawn to slay masters. Within the famed library of Jiangnan University, rumored to house countless ancient texts encompassing every branch of knowledge. Even classified documents unseen beyond its walls rested quietly in forgotten corners of its stacks. What a magnificent library! Chen Fan walked between towering shelves, marveling inwardly. Once he devoured every volume, his strength would surge like a rocket, bringing him ever closer to the battlefields of the myriad realms. Ding! Congratulations, reading completed. Experience points 1000. Experience points 2000. The system's chimes rang ceaselessly, like firecrackers exploding in his mind. Congratulations, you have achieved the special title 10,000 volumes devoured. For attaining Tao comprehension at the threshold of transcendence, you received the divine tier technique sword descending from the west. Legend spoke of it, a single blade flashing westward beneath the full moon atop the forbidden city, radiant as a celestial immortal descending from the heavens. In Chen Fan's mind bloomed the image of a sword immortal clad in snow-white robes, effortless elegant, his blade transforming into a prismatic rainbow, his sword sheath stretching like a starry river spanning 1,000 miles. This technique embodied sublime lightness and fluidity, stripping away all complexity until it reached the ultimate state, formless yet surpassing all forms. I've already read 10,000 volumes. Chen Fan himself blinked in astonishment, unaware he'd consumed so many texts in such short time. Senior brother, may I sit beside you? A courteous male voice broke the silence. Chen Fan lowered his book and looked up, to see a modest, bashful young man. He was holding a book in his hands, gazing at him eagerly. Isn't that Gao Yang? My goodness, I actually bumped into Gao Yang at the library. He is the only top genius in our school who can challenge Chen, the school beauty. The surrounding students who were reading could not contain their astonished exclamations. Chen Fan gave him a kind smile. It's all right, feel free to sit. Gao Yang hurriedly sat down, constantly mumbling his thanks. It was evident that although he was a genius, he was very humble and cultured, without an ounce of arrogance. He was holding a book titled The Strength of Youth. Chen Fan had read this book before, which basically conveyed the principle that as long as young people aspire to be strong, the entire human race will surely prosper. One day I will step onto the battlefield of the heavens and personally eradicate those alien races. Gao Yang bowed softly. What a passionate young man. Chen Fan chuckled inwardly and then buried himself in the ocean of knowledge again. Senior, our library is about to close. A girl walked up to Chen Fan and whispered a reminder. Ha! Is it already closing? Only then did Chen Fan come to his senses, realizing that the once bustling library had turned desolate with only him left, and he quickly apologized. He casually returned the book to its place. He strode out of the library. Meanwhile, in a secluded area about 2 miles from the school library, a very handsome young man was currently glaring with a dark expression at 3 terrifyingly powerful followers of the Wan clan. Lan Yu never expected that after returning to host a martial arts competition for his juniors, he would encounter this group of filthy beings from the Wan clan on his home turf. Lan Yu glared at the 3 of them, his mind already sounding the highest level of alarm. It was obvious that these people were targeting him, even going so far as to send 3 martial arts masters at once. The Wan clan members usually hid very well, blending in with the common people, making them indistinguishable. This time, infiltrating Jiangnan University clearly indicated their intent to target the unseasoned martial arts talents in the school. Because Jiangnan University is not a completely closed cage, it is actually not difficult for outsiders to get in. But this does not mean that the school's security is lacking, rather this is Jiangnan University and ordinary petty thieves would not dare to cause trouble here. As one of the top martial arts academies for the human race, countless unparalleled masters are stationed here. Lan Yu coldly spoke. Yuan clan mad dogs really have the audacity to be so bold. These guys specifically target the talents within the human race, trying to leave everyone without successors and fundamentally break the backbone of the human race. Their target this time was evidently Lan Yu, the leading figure. After all, as the champion of the previous competition, he was already a top master at a young age. With such a monstrous growth rate, he would surely become a top figure capable of supporting the human race in the future. Thus he was naturally placed at the top of the Wan clan's kill list. A mocking smile hung on Lanya's lips. To kill me, Yuan clan are truly willing to spend resources sending out 3 masters at once. I'm quite flattered.
But don't you think you're underestimating the defenses of Jiangnan University? Do you really think those seniors are just decorations? You wasteful fools, for some trifling benefits you've become lackeys for the alien races. You truly do not deserve to be human. Lan Yu grew angrier, pointing his finger at them and cursing. However, the 3 masked followers of the Wan clan remained as unresponsive as stones. Don't waste your breath trying to buy time for help tonight. No one will save you. A young monster like you, having reached the pinnacle of master at such a young age, must be eliminated quickly, otherwise we won't be able to sleep at night. As they spoke their sinister words, the 3 of them slowly closed in like a pack of wolves surrounding their prey, drawing out their daggers inch by inch. The atmospheric pressure around them dropped to freezing points. Due to the overwhelming concentration of power, the ground beneath began to develop fine cracks. Lanya's gaze instantly became exceedingly sharp. He knew he had no choice. The blood and chi within him surged wildly in an instant. Every muscle in his body was tensed to the limit, filled with explosive power. He pushed off the ground with his toes shooting out like a cannonball. The ground where he had stepped could not withstand the tremendous force and collapsed significantly. Lan Yu did not charge recklessly, but instead aimed directly at the weakest-looking opponent. He calculated meticulously, needing to quickly incapacitate one to leave himself a chance for survival. The opponent clearly did not expect Lan Yu to dare to take the initiative against 3 evenly matched foes. Momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lan Yu rushed towards him like a ghost, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch. The accumulated energy within him erupted wildly. A fist shadow over 10 meters long formed in midair, looking as if it were cast from bronze, incredibly heavy. That massive fist bore down like a mountain, bringing with it an overwhelming momentum. Bang! The opponent had nowhere to dodge and could only grit his teeth, crossing his arms defensively on his chest, his internal true energy instantly forming a bull-shaped shield. A thunderous sound akin to a sudden clap of thunder spread throughout the surroundings. The man was sent hurtling backward, carving a long trace into the ground. The overwhelming pressure surged like waves, shattering the ground inch by inch. His face turned dark and his arms felt sore and swollen. The chilling sensation hit him. He felt as if the blood in his veins was about to freeze completely. As the champion of the last Jiangnan University internal competition, Lanya's combat power was undoubtedly formidable, having fought his way through countless prodigies. With a sharp gaze, Lan Yu did not give his opponent a chance to breathe, pushing forward with all his might, intending to finish it in one go. However, just as he was about to launch a fatal blow, the 2 members of the Wan clan watching from the sidelines suddenly sprang into action, launching a surprise attack from the flanks. 2 dazzling sword energies like shooting stars instantly sliced through the air. The terrifying power contained within the sword light pressured the surrounding air, causing it to emit explosive sounds of unbearable tension. At the same time, a chilling aura of death had already locked onto Lan Yu entirely. Faced with such a predicament of being attacked from both sides, Lan Yu could only be forced to withdraw his offensive, his body retreating as if electrocuted. Damn it! Lan Yu cursed under his breath, anger igniting within him. The 3 madmen from the Wan clan clearly had no intention of letting him catch his breath. After exchanging a vicious glance, they closed in from different angles once again. Their attack was extremely insidious, directly sealing off all possible escape routes for Lan Yu. As long as I can hold on, the big shots in the school will come to my rescue soon. Swish! Lanya's mood turned exceptionally heavy. He knew that what lay ahead would be a battle to determine life and death. Before he could react, a shadow appeared eerily in front of him like a ghost in the night. The short dagger in the opponent's hand slashed through the air, releasing an eerie crimson energy. That red energy was even entwined with flickering lightning. The hairs on the back of Lanya's neck stood on end at that moment, a primal instinctive reaction to extreme danger. He nearly relied on muscle memory, exerting all his strength to dodge to the side. Sizzle! Lan Yu glanced down. The combat suit on his chest had been torn, revealing a bloody wound. Fortunately, the cut wasn't too deep, posing no immediate threat to his life. Damn it, these inhumane bastards! Lan Yu cursed hoarsely, cold sweat dripping from his forehead down into the dirt. If he had been even half a second slower, he might have lost his life right there. The remaining 2 followers of the Wan clan, seeing this, lunged at Lan Yu again like hungry wolves. The last one had somehow stealthily approached Lan Yu from behind. The current situation was one of life and death, leaving no room for evasion. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lanya's eyes. Rather than retreating, he stomped down hard, charging forward like a cannonball. He locked onto a target, intending to forcefully break a path with his own body. Even if I die today, I will take someone down with me. Lan Yu gritted his teeth, his face showing a resolute expression as if he was determined to perish together with his opponent. However, he ultimately underestimated the reaction speed of the 2 martial arts masters. The 2 of them, as soon as they landed, turned back instantly, their feet heavily stomping on the ground as they leaped into the air. Then they simultaneously swung their weapons, unleashing 2 dark red crescent-shaped sword lights downward.
The originally dim sky was illuminated a bloody red by these two beams of light as if stained with blood. In the distorted air one could hear the mournful wails of countless vengeful souls. The master facing Lan Yu without any flashy moves simply threw a heavy punch. The force generated by that punch compressed the air into a solid form. It should be known that a master of this level could unleash a terrifying force exceeding 10,000 pounds with a casual strike. Bang! Lanya's body was sent flying like a kite with a cut string crashing heavily against a decorative rock formation before rolling down to the ground in a sorry state. His back was shredded by the sword chi. The entire area of his back turned into a bloody mess looking horrifying. Lan Yu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain struggling to stand up. His face was as pale as a sheet and blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth. It seems that I truly cannot overcome this hurdle today. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lanya's face filled with deep reluctance at the tragic fate of a hero. The three martial arts masters from the evil cult without uttering a single word again pressed toward Lan Yu filled with killing intent. Faced with such a situation of certain death Lan Yu could only despairingly close his eyes. Do you need a hand? Just as those assassins were about to strike and eliminate their prey their movements suddenly froze. The three of them turned their heads in unison to the side, their expressions appearing very strange and filled with suspicion. Lan Yu, hearing the voice, also opened his eyes in surprise. Not far away at a corner a young man dressed in a pure white robe was leisurely walking over. This was Chen Fan. At this moment Chen Fan had his back to Lan Yu, his gaze calmly scrutinizing the three powerful martial arts masters. Are you still holding up? That cold voice clearly reached Lanya's ears. Lan Yu was momentarily dumbfounded, instinctively replying him fine. But the next second he suddenly woke up urgently, shouting, "Run! They are assassins from the Wan clan, hurry and report to the school guards." Such a level of master brawl was something ordinary martial artists could not get involved in. The Wan clan never left survivors, they would definitely kill him too. But Chen Fan seemed to have not heard, standing firmly in place as if rooted to the spot. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and escape. Lanya's eyes widened, his voice nearly bursting with urgency. He thought to himself, is this young man really just a naive fool who has never seen the world? Chen Fan completely ignored his warning, simply standing there quietly, his aura seemingly isolating this area from the world. Where did you come from? The three martial arts masters from the Wan clan sensed something unusual, their tones filled with vigilance and caution. They vaguely felt that this seemingly ordinary young man in white was extraordinarily strange. In the next breath an overwhelming and terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Chen Fan's frail body. The ground could not withstand this force and collapsed in an instant. The surrounding space began to twist and deform, even producing sounds like fabric tearing. Raging currents of air spun wildly around the two, forcibly tearing out several massive dust tornadoes connecting heaven and earth. That indescribable sense of destructive oppression instantly enveloped every living being present. To the eyes of others, Chen Fan at this moment resembled a violent, ferocious dragon awakened from ancient times. Lanya's pupils constricted violently and his throat felt so parched he could not utter a sound. Tremendous waves of shock surged in his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. This aura is simply terrifying. The three martial arts masters who had just been arrogant moments ago now felt as if an entire sky was pressing down on their shoulders, their limbs stiffened and unable to move. The air around them seemed solidified as if poured in concrete, utterly frozen. Who exactly are you? The three martial masters shrieked hysterically like madmen. Faint azure true chi began surging violently from their pores. From within Chen Fan's sleeves erupted a blinding torrent of azure heavenly chi, coalescing instantly into tangible waves of light. Two colossal intertwined azure serpent phantoms materialized behind Chen Fan, suspended in midair. Azure serpents of the sleeves. Chen Fan's voice remained utterly devoid of inflection as he thrust both arms forward in one sharp, decisive motion. Those two streams of heavenly chi, resembling azure celestial dragons, pierced straight through the void, unfurling maws vast enough to swallow heaven and earth. In an instant the once constricted space exploded with violent, overwhelming heavenly chi. Amidst the warping phantasmagoria, the furious roar of divine dragons echoed from the ninth heaven above. Boom! A thunderous detonation reverberated endlessly across the night sky. Lanyu stood frozen for a long while, her soul only slowly drifting back into her body. The park, once picturesque, now lay in utter ruin, shattered walls, crumbling foundations, desolation everywhere. The hardened ground was pockmarked with countless craters, deep, irregular, and bottomless. The devastation resembled nothing so much as a battlefield ravaged by thousands of meteoric impacts. And the three martial masters, who had moments earlier radiated such ferocious arrogance, had vanished without a trace. Before Lan Yu's eyes only Chen Fan remained standing serenely atop the rubble, a figure exuding transcendent, otherworldly grace. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator, the system awards 1000 experience points. Elder Sir. Snapping back to awareness, Lan Yu urgently called out to the savior who had just rescued her. Chen Fan did not even glance back, he simply strode forward, vanishing into the depths of the night in mere flickers of movement, his speed beyond mortal perception. He moved like a transient traveler who'd merely happened upon the scene and casually swatted away a few bothersome flies. 10 paces, 1 kill, 1,000 li, no trace left behind. He departs after fulfilling his duty, brushing dust from his robe, leaving neither fame nor merit behind. Only when Chen Fan's silhouette had fully dissolved into the night did Lan Yu jolt awake, shivering with sudden clarity. "Elder sir, may this junior dare ask your honored name?" Ignoring the blood still seeping from her wounds, Lan Yu forced herself upright and rushed after him. Her heart burned with urgent curiosity. Who was this enigmatic master whose power defied comprehension? He clearly bore no resemblance to any of the familiar elders at school. The moment Lan Yu vanished from the ruins, a towering broad-shouldered figure abruptly manifested at its center. His very appearance summoned a gale-force wind across the flat ground, and his aura, profound, immeasurable, radiated sheer unfathomable depth. He was the supreme guardian long stationed within Zhengnan University. The instant he sensed the violent battle fluctuations, he had sprinted here at full speed. Has the fight already concluded? Staring at the devastation before him, the elder's face contorted in shock. Judging by the lingering aftershocks, this was undoubtedly a life-or-death clash between martial masters. What cataclysm unfolded here? He distinctly sensed a sliver of overbearing Peerless sword intent still clinging to the void, refusing to dissipate. That razor-edged overwhelming force sent even him, of his own caliber, into involuntary tremors. Could it be an unseen reclusive powerhouse who intervened? How brazen the 10,000 clan sect has grown to dare invade Jiangnan University itself, committing murder and arson. Just days ago they slaughtered numerous gifted youths across Dazhou Prefecture. No one knows what sinister scheme they truly plot. Chen Yuro's gaze turned instantly glacial. She seized Fong Danping's shoulder and yanked her sharply behind her, shielding her completely. Well, didn't expect a hidden martial artist here. Wang Shouai had misjudged his lunge, but instead of fear his face lit up with exhilarated anticipation as he reached again for Chen Yuro. Seeing his audacity, Chen Yuro's delicate features froze beneath an eternal frost, her expression unyielding, absolute. With a soft yet decisive motion, she extended one slender hand. A sharp crisp crack split the air. Midair, her fingers locked with surgical precision onto Wang Shouai's wrist. She felt no mercy, only cold resolve. Her true chi surged violently and her palm twisted with brutal instantaneous force. Snap! Wang Shouai was pierced by searing bone-deep agony, his features twisting grotesquely in pain. "You wretched woman, you dare strike me!" Murderous intent ignited in Wang Shouai's eyes. In a flash, his left hand drew a custom-forged flexible sword from his waist and flicked his wrist. The blade slithered low along the ground like a venomous, treacherous serpent aimed unerringly at Chen Yuro's throat. Its surface shimmered with a sinister obsidian gleam, coated in a fast-acting lethal poison that sealed fate with a single drop. This was no mere threat, it was a death blow executed without hesitation. Infused with frenzied true chi, the flexible sword's tip erupted with dozens of fine needle-thin sword rays. So long as none provoke her, she will never seek conflict. Yet should anyone dare cross her line, Chen Yuro would retaliate with tenfold brutality. Such ironclad resolve was etched deep into her very bones. True chi roiled violently across Chen Yuro's skin, revealing faint dancing arcs of sapphire lightning beneath her surface. She formed her hand into a claw and slashed sharply through empty air. In that instant, countless crackling arcs of lightning ensnared the flexible sword, binding it tight within a shimmering electrified net. Seeing his weapon seized, Wang Shouai acted without hesitation, abandoning it, retreating, then flinging a black-painted golden dart from his sleeve. Coated in the signature venom of the demon scorpion clan, a toxin for which no known antidote existed. Go straight to hell. His face twisted into a mask of savage, unhinged frenzy. Alas, the chasm between a martial artist and a master was as vast and uncrossable as the heavens themselves. Chen Yuro's inner chi surged like a roaring river, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted in the void. That violent celestial thunder instantly melted the poisoned dart into molten slag. Having been provoked again and again, Chen Yuro's voice dropped to a glacial commanding whisper: "Thunder, come." At her command, the cloudless sky tore open, and a pale arm-thick lightning bolt crashed down from the heavens. Within the searing, wrathful radiance, Wang Shouai unleashed a shriek of unimaginable agony. When the lightning faded, only a charred, blackened corpse remained, stench of burnt flesh thick in the air, lifelong extinguished. Fong Danping, standing behind, stood utterly dumbfounded. Was it truly that fast? Had she killed him, just like that? Soon the commotion drew scores of nearby pedestrians who rushed over, crowding in to witness the spectacle. Murder. Someone's dead. That girl struck with terrifying ruthlessness. Wait, doesn't that corpse look oddly familiar? I've seen him somewhere before. Suddenly someone in the crowd screamed in terror. My gods, it's Wang Shouai, the second young master of the Beijing Wang family. What? These two girls have slain the Wang family's second heir. Another onlooker recoiled 2 steps, staring at Chen Yuro with a mixture of awe and dread.
Wang Shouhe, the infamous scoundrel of Beijing. He'd harass young women openly on the streets, surely he provoked them first. Regardless of who struck first, these 2 girls have torn open the heavens.
Once the crowd recognized the corpse, their gazes toward Chen Yuro filled with profound wordless pity. Amidst the buzzing murmur of the crowd, Chen Yuro merely furrowed her brow slightly. Behind her, Fong Danping had gone paper white with terror.
The Beijing Wang family, the legendary Hero Soul clan. Indeed, the Wang family, like the Jinling Chen family, was a venerable ancient lineage rooted in heroic spirit. Yet now Chen Yuro had slain the Wang family's second heir in broad daylight in the heart of Beijing itself.
This was no Jinling where her family held sway, this was Beijing, a land teeming with hidden tigers and lurking dragons.
Yuro, should we flee immediately? Fong Danping clutched Chen Yuro's sleeve, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Chen Yuro gently shook her head.
He harbored murderous intent. First, I acted in self-defense.
There is no reason to run.
News of Wang Shouhe's public slaying in Beijing spread like wildfire. Within hours it had swept through every elite circle in the capital. After all, Wang Shouhe's status was exceptionally sensitive, making this incident incendiary beyond measure. Inside an opulent, extravagantly decorated villa.
What did you say? Shouhe is dead.
An elderly man with a goatee shot upright from his rosewood chair, disbelief writ large upon his face. Crushed beneath the elder's suffocating oppressive aura, the messenger trembled violently, stammering, "Rumor says 2 unknown outsiders from elsewhere did it."
Shouhe approached them first to harass them. But he met an immovable mountain. The woman is a martial master.
We've confirmed it, the woman is a student at Jiangnan University visiting specifically for the grand tournament. Remembering a vital detail, the servant hastily added. Then revoke her tournament eligibility immediately.
2 outsiders dare kill Shouhe on Beijing soil.
Regardless of pretext, being a master changes nothing.
Bring them to me now. Meanwhile, deep in the rear mountains of Jiangnan University. Ordinarily a lover's sanctuary by day, by midnight it stood utterly deserted.
Autumn winds carried a chill through the darkness, punctuated by the rhythmic chirping of cicadas in the grass. Chen Fan stood alone atop the peak, his garments whipping fiercely in the gale. His inner true chi had settled into perfect stillness, his expression serene, his presence immense, unfathomable, calm as an endless boundless ocean. Tonight he would accomplish a feat that would shake heaven and earth, cleave open the celestial gate with his sword and ascend to the king realm. Chen Fan gazed upward at the star-strewn firmament, his inner chi circulation subtly quickened and the wind howled with renewed fury. A faint azure vortex spiraled around him, his sleeves billowed wildly in the tempest. His jet-black hair streamed defiantly in the gale. Chen Fan raised his right hand and made a gentle grasping motion toward the void. Countless specks of azure light converged rapidly into his palm, the surrounding true chi boiling instantly into a storm.
2 azure dragon serpents circled tightly, shrinking inward until they coalesced into a simple ancient-looking sword, 3 chi in length.
The moment the sword appeared, the sky above the mountain churned violently, thick ink-black clouds roiling like boiling tar, the overwhelming sword intent warping reality itself. This was no innate spirit sword, but rather an unnamed treasure forged by an ancient sword saint, awarded by the system and refined over eons by pure sword essence. His true spirit sword remained his ultimate sealed secret. To nurture it with his righteous primordial chi was the wisest path, never to be wielded carelessly. Sword in hand, Chen Fan stood radiant and resolute, his piercing sword intent swirling outward in a vast all-encompassing vortex.
A deep rumbling thunder rolled ceaselessly through the void.
Chen Fan lifted the blade with one hand and traced a single elegant stroke across the black heavens. Sword opened the celestial gate. In that instant his sword intent multiplied geometrically, condensing infinite sword rays into a colossal 100-zang-long phantom blade aimed directly at the zenith. A thread-thin beam of brilliant light slashed across the silent heavens, piercing the dense cloud layer in a single seamless motion. The next second, unimaginable energy detonated, black clouds exploding outward in chaotic apocalyptic fury, as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. As though 10,000 muffled thunderclaps detonated simultaneously within the cloud mass.
Dazzling incandescent swordlight bathed the entire rear mountain and soon all of Jiangnan University, flooding the night with blinding daylight brilliance.
Today, I ascend to the king realm. His quiet words rang across the heavens like bronze bells echoing through eternity. At that moment countless students, already asleep, jolted awake, drawn by some primal instinct, rushing to their windows and rubbing their eyes in disbelief.
What the hell, is it dawn already?
As the blinding radiance dimmed slightly, students in pajamas flooded out of dormitories, gathering at balconies to stare up at the night sky. Their pupils dilated wide, witnessing something profoundly viscerally awe-inspiring. Far above, the churning black clouds parted cleanly, receding like ocean tides to either side, revealing a colossal fissure cleaving the heavens. It looked as though a true deity had swung his blade and split the heavens in two. At the center of that vast celestial rift, a magnificent golden gate, hovering high in the ninth heaven, began to open slowly toward the mortal world. Celestial music drifted softly through the void. Countless golden motes, symbols of auspicious blessing, rained gently across the human realm, bathing the land in sacred luminous grace.
That gate in the heavens. What in the world is happening? And good heavens, this is nothing short of celestial intervention. Look!
Someone just cleaved the heavens apart with a single sword stroke, and the celestial gate has appeared. And the students stood frozen, every trace of drowsiness utterly erased from their minds.
The sight before them was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring, etched so deeply into memory that it would never fade, not even across a lifetime.
Atop an academic building of Jiangnan University, Zhong Shanguan stood side by side with an elderly man of similar age, gazing calmly into the distance as the evening breeze swept past.
That direction lay along the only path leading to the myriad clan's battlefield. And the elder's name was Dong Xuehai, the current president of Jiangnan University.
Zhong Shanguan frowned and said, "In recent days the number of wounded soldiers arriving from all regions has surged dramatically, sparking widespread unease." Dong Xuehai gave a low somber hum, then fell silent for a moment before sighing helplessly. "The frontline situation has grown critically tense, the human race stands on perilous ground." His expression grave, he paced slowly along the rooftop's edge. "We've dispatched countless elite cultivators across the land in search, but not a single clue regarding the Lord of Daqin Prefecture has surfaced. Privately I suspect he may have already left human territory altogether." And Dong Xuehai had been absent from campus for days, stationed at the warfront, only returning hastily this afternoon. Having stood upon the battlefield of myriad realms, his intelligence network far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. And the Lord of Daqin Prefecture had vanished without a trace, as if a single drop of water swallowed whole by the ocean. Humanity's high command deployed legions of peerless experts to locate and reinforce him, yet returned empty-handed. And though no one spoke it aloud, every subtle detail whispered the same grim truth: the guardian deity of Daqin Prefecture had either fallen or departed beyond the known world.
This was merely Dong Xuehai's intuition, unverified yet heavy with foreboding.
Zhong Shanguan sighed again, his face clouded with sorrow. "Precisely because he has vanished, humanity has lost an invincible pillar of strength.
Cities under Daqin Prefecture's jurisdiction now stand leaderless, deprived of protective might. Opportunists have begun stirring.
Internal instability spreads like wildfire. It seems the crisis at the front runs deeper than I imagined."
Let us set aside such grim talk for now.
What is done, we must accept reality.
Humanity has endured far worse. We shall weather this storm as we always have.
Dong Xuehai waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell further on the subject. Words alone brought no relief nor solved a single problem. "By the way, during my absence I heard rumors that the Myriad Clan's cult launched a surprise assault upon the university itself, and that incident had reverberated widely, even reaching him on the front lines."
Zhong Shanguan nodded solemnly. "Indeed.
That day the Myriad Clan's cult mobilized nearly its entire force, including its enigmatic leader, who descended into battle personally. The clash was brutal, several students perished and dozens more sustained grievous wounds," and he paused, deliberately holding back the rest. A look of shock flashed across Dong Xuehai's face. And even the cult's legendary marquis rank leader had intervened, and yet casualties remained so few. Rumors claimed the man was a genuine marquis rank expert, peerless in might. Zhong Shanguan glanced at him and added with a wry smile, "In truth, their leader was slain on the spot, and every core member annihilated. Today the Myriad Clan's cult exists in name alone." Dong Xuehai drew a sharp, incredulous breath. And these vermin had lurked in shadows for decades. Despite relentless campaigns, they'd proven impossible to eradicate. Yet now wiped out entirely in one fell swoop. "Old Zhong, have you broken through your cultivation barrier?" Ni's first instinct was that Zhong Shanguan had achieved sudden transcendence. Zhong Shanguan shook his head with a bitter smile. "I've been stalled at marquis rank for a full century. Becoming a prince rank sovereign. That dream is long buried." Indeed, it was true. At their level, ascending even a single tier was harder than scaling heaven itself. Many cultivators reached the end of their natural lifespan without ever taking that final decisive step.
Enough speculation.
In truth, a reclusive master intervened that day, and a reclusive master. Dong Xuehai furrowed his brow deeply. He could recall no such legendary figure residing within Jiangnan University.
Precisely.
With but a single breathtakingly simple sword stroke, that marquis rank leader was cut down where he stood. Zhong Shanguan delivered the revelation with theatrical gravity, raising one finger emphatically to underscore one stroke and only one. Dong Xuehai shot upright, startled beyond measure. And before he could even utter a question, both men felt it, an immense mountainous sword intent descending instantly upon the entire campus of Jiangnan University. Then a sword beam blazed forth, radiant as the sun streaking across the night sky like a falling star, followed by the thunderous resounding opening of the celestial gate amidst the clouds. Daylight flooded the world in an instant. And the heavens themselves appeared rent asunder, slashed violently in two by sheer unyielding force.
And yes, that very sword intent.
That very stroke. Zhong Shanguan nodded fervently, eyes blazing with fervor, while beside him Dong Xuehai stood utterly transfixed, speechless and motionless. Jiangnan City, City Lord's Mansion.
And this tower stood as the city's highest seat of authority. And Lu Jiangnan, its lord, bore silver hair and a frame still broad and powerful, an ancient marquis rank expert whose name had echoed for generations. Now he stood atop the clock tower gazing down upon the city's glittering lights, his heart weighed down by unbearable pressure. And as a high-ranking official he understood all too well how dire humanity's predicament truly was. So long as the lord of Daqin Prefecture remained missing, humanity's supreme deterrent remained fractured, crippling frontline strength and shattering strategic coherence alike. How then shall we endure the days ahead? And exhaustion carved deep lines across Lu Jiangnan's face. And at that very moment he sensed something, head snapping upward with sudden urgency. There, blazing upward like the Milky Way itself, a radiant golden swordlight pierced the heavens. And with one stroke the sky split open, the celestial gate erupted into being amid divine radiance, flooding Jiangnan City with piercing sacred sword energy. This oppressive aura, undeniably that of a prince-rank sovereign, and the direction, is Jiangnan University, and Lu Jiangnan's pupils contracted to needle-fine points. His breath came in ragged rapid gasps. Quickly, prepare my vehicle. We depart for Jiangnan University immediately. Nin, another ancient estate, hundreds of years old, within Jiangnan City. An elderly man, frail nearing the end of his years, sat quietly by the window gazing up at the night sky. And great ancestor, it grows late, you should rest. A young beautiful woman pleaded gently. And this venerable elder was the unshakable bedrock of the Hua clan, a terrifying grandmaster rank powerhouse. The Hua patriarch shook his head. Inside my heart feels restless tonight, as though some earth-shaking event draws near. Sleep is impossible. You worry over much. Hua Yujiao began to reason further when in that very instant the elder's expression twisted violently. And quickly, ready the carriage. We go to Jiangnan University now. What's happened? And startled Hua Yujiao recoiled, then rushed to the window. And there, suspended high above the city, shimmered a luminous band, vast and brilliant as the Milky Way, illuminating the entire night. And there, soaring in the ninth heaven, stood the celestial gate, resplendent and majestic. Nin, the next heartbeat it shattered with a deafening boom, exploding into a cascade of starlit motes that rained softly upon the mortal world. Meanwhile elsewhere, non a brilliantly lit bustling thoroughfare, and make way. Clear the street, and the constabulary is conducting an arrest. Bystanders disperse immediately. The constabulary has arrived, and the crowd erupted, chaotic voices rising in overlapping waves. Like a receding tide, people surged swiftly to either side of the road. A squad of black uniformed officers marched forward, long sabers at their waists, advanced technological gear gleaming at their belts. Their commander, a middle-aged man, locked his cold gaze onto Chen Yuro and barked, "You dared commit murder in broad daylight. Seize her, immediately." Before the words fully faded, the constables surrounded Chen Yuro and Fong Danping, silver handcuffs flashing as they moved to bind them. Chen Yuro's face hardened like frost as she replied icily, "You make arrests without hearing cause or context. Does the capital constabulary truly conduct affairs in such fashion?" Born into one of the empire's most prestigious soul valor clans, and raised amid the iron discipline of the demon-sealing army, her temperament mirrored that of her formidable father Chen Zhenghua. Even now she stood unshaken. "The capital constabulary answers to no child's rebuke, and your crime was witnessed by dozens. Murder plain and undeniable. If you harbor grievances, voice them from within our prison cells." And seeing his subordinates falter beneath the girl's commanding presence, the commander narrowed his eyes and spoke with chilling menace. "Yuro, what do we do?" And Fong Danping, paralyzed by fear, clutched Chen Yuro's arm helplessly. Chen Yuro assessed their strength, finding the commander no more than a martial artist rank cultivator. And with her current cultivation, ending their lives would take mere seconds. Yet they represented imperial authority, the constabulary. To strike them now would cement the charge of murder beyond redemption. Calmly Chen Yuro declared, "Countless witnesses saw him attack me first. I acted solely in self-defense. My conscience bears no stain. Be at ease, we will be fine." And she gently patted Fong Danping's hand in quiet reassurance. And hearing those words, Fong Danping's trembling finally began to subside. "Very well." And they offered no resistance, no attempt to flee. "And keep your distance. Do not dare touch me with that filthy restraint." As the constables approached, Chen Yuro's inner chi surged, sending a crushing abyssal pressure crashing down upon them. And sweat poured, their uniforms darkened instantly. Others who reached for their blades felt bones groan under unbearable weight, fingers locked, rigid breath seized in throats. Now bone-deep chill bloomed within their hearts. "Then we'll dispense with the cuffs." And the commander gestured sharply, saving face, "Please accompany us for routine investigation." Board the vehicle. Nin truth, he'd received intelligence en route. Chen Yuro was a sovereign rank martial master. And should she lash out in fury, their entire squad would vanish like mist before a gale. He knew full well the terror of a sovereign rank master. Ni's orders were simple: bring her in, nothing more. And soon Chen Yuro and Fong Danping were escorted into a specially reinforced law enforcement vehicle. As the constabulary convoy receded into the distance, onlookers flooded back into the street. "And that girl's skill is extraordinary, yet she's still too young, too reckless." She slew none other than the Wang clan's heir, the pride of the capital, and once inside the constabulary's walls, stepping out again won't be easy. Not necessarily. Perhaps her lineage proves even more terrifying in the celestial gate, towering in the void, shattered before all eyes into glittering fragments. Countless auspicious starlights cascaded upon the mortal realm, sacred razor-edged sword energy saturating Jiangnan City's night sky. And from the deepest clouds, thunderous booms rolled ceaselessly across the heavens, like spring's first thunderclaps echoing through eternity. Chen Fan stirred his thoughts lightly, and the nameless treasure sword once gripped in his palm vanished instantly. And such supreme-grade swords, like life-bound spirit blades, were cultivated directly within the cultivator's body. By continuously absorbing his own boundless righteous chi, the blade's power grew ever more terrifying. And at that very moment, the turbulent sword spirit within Chen Fan's spiritual sea gradually stilled, returning to profound serenity. The violent chaotic energies swirling around him also subsided, settling into calm equilibrium. And both his physical form and soul cultivation had transcended into a new unfathomable threshold. He sensed the torrential surge of power coursing through him, hundreds of times greater than before. And the difference was absolute, like heaven and earth with no point of comparison. Simultaneously, his life-bound spirit sword underwent a fundamental transformation, its essence denser, its might immeasurably amplified. Ni's arsenal of hidden strengths had grown markedly sharper. "Display my personal interface," Chen Fan murmured inwardly. And instantly a translucent azure holographic panel materialized before his mind's eye. Name: Chen Fan Cultivation Art Supreme Sword Body LV80. Note: next level requires 5000 insight points and insight points 1000 and passive talent Golden House and Beauty within books. Reading diverse texts yields insight points and high-tier Xuanhuan cultivation manuals and mastered techniques. Azure Serpents in both sleeves. Sword opening of the Celestial Gate Sword descending from the west. Azure Lotus Sword Art Sword Light chilling 19 provinces 13 sword strokes. Chen Fan had been studying day and night for a month and finally pushed the Supreme Sword Body to level 80. However, the experience points required for each upgrade had now reached an astonishing 5,000 points. This is definitely not a small amount. Every step forward will become increasingly difficult. With my current true combat strength, it should correspond just right to the peak realm of the martial arts in this world. In Chen Fan's eyes, two sharp glints flashed by. He could perceive the direction of every bit of power within his body with extreme detail, so this self-assessment was very objective. At the peak realm level, the bones within the body would undergo changes, transforming into profound patterns, allowing the practitioner to create a self-sufficient small world. In a short time, Chen Fan reached a peak realm that countless people would never touch in their lifetime. If this were to spread to the outside world, it would undoubtedly shatter the perceptions of the entire martial arts community. At the peak, one stands at the pinnacle of power in today's world. If combined with my array of divine skills, even facing a respected master, I would still have the power to fight. Every divine skill he mastered was a terrifying trump card capable of killing opponents above his level. The lethality was extremely outrageous. Chen Fan was very clear about his own positioning. This was not arrogance. If he were to truly face a master at the respected level, he had complete confidence in achieving a stalemate or even not falling behind. With the support of his divine skills, he was certainly not comparable to ordinary peak realm martial artists. Spending a month in the library reading was certainly not in vain. Looking at his current strength, Chen Fan revealed a satisfied smile. Without the help of Jiangnan University's Grand Library, Chen Fan would not have been able to elevate to such an inhuman level in just a month. Now that the task is complete, it's time to return to the library. Chen Fan gazed deeply at the distant night sky, and with a slight flicker he vanished like a bubble at the mountaintop. The mountaintop returned to silence as if no one had ever been there. For many people, this night was destined to be long and difficult. That sword just now. It really was him. Zhong Shangwen suddenly came to his senses. His expression was somewhat dazed. The display and momentum of that sword just now were exaggerated countless times compared to a few days ago. Recalling the earth-shattering phenomena it caused and the terrifying pressure akin to an abyss, Zhong Shangwen was 100% certain that Chen Fan had successfully ascended to the peak realm. Chen Fan was a peak powerhouse at such a young age. This talent was already astonishing, and breaking through to the peak realm was only a matter of time. Old Zhong, hurry. Take me to meet that hidden genius in your school. Dong Zuhai's eyes sparkled with excitement and his tone trembled. He had just witnessed the terrifying nature of that sword. It made him an experienced peak powerhouse for decades feel as insignificant as dust in front of it. No wonder he was able to defeat the leader of the Myriad Races sect with a single strike. Zhong Shangwen nodded decisively. In fact, Chen Fan had not deliberately played the game of concealing his identity. There were plenty of people who witnessed him in action at school. Moreover, Zhong Shangwen himself was eager to meet Chen Fan to thoroughly confirm his bold guess. The two hurriedly walked into the elevator to go downstairs. Just as they reached the entrance, they happened to see a top luxury car slowly glide past. The luxury car came to a steady stop and the door opened, revealing a beautiful woman, delicate as a flower, carefully assisting a frail old man down. Hua Yujiao politely greeted Junior Hua Yujiao. I've met the two seniors here. Dong Shuahai glanced sideways at the Hua family elder and scoffed. You old bones are close to being buried in the ground, and instead of sleeping at home in the middle of the night you come to our school to stir up trouble. They were not unfamiliar with the Hua family elder. He was a senior figure among the human race, though his cultivation level was not considered top tier in the circle. However, his seniority was too high, and even someone of Dong Zuhai's level had to respectfully address him as a senior. The sword energy that seemed ready to split the heavens just now clearly came from your school, creating such a huge stir. Do you still think you can hide it from anyone? The Hua family elder glared at the two with annoyance. What are there still older undead monsters hiding in Jiangnan University? The solid pressure of the peak realm just now, my old eyes are still sharp enough to recognize it. The Hua family elder said, casting a sidelong glance at the two. Zhong Shanguan chuckled and said cheerfully, Elder, that person is no old monster. We two brothers were just planning to pay our respects to him. From your tone, that hidden expert is not very old. Dong Shuaihai keenly caught the emphasis, his expression becoming very interesting. Zhong Shanguan casually pointed to Hua Yujiao, who was just in her early 20s and at her prime, saying about the same age as this girl. With a buzzing sound, Dong Shuaihai felt like thousands of flies had invaded his mind and he fell into a state of shock. What kind of international joke is this? A young man in his 20s is already a peak realm powerhouse. Are you kidding me? Hua Yujiao was also completely petrified, her face full of confusion. How could this be true? It's too absurd. How is it possible? The Hua family elder, however, appeared exceptionally excited, grabbing Zhong Shanguan and asking, from what you said, you have known this genius for a long time. Zhong Shanguan smiled and nodded. The Hua family elder then let out a long breath, his emotions surging as he said, age is not the problem. Anyone who can reach such a level must be formally visited by us. While several people were discussing more top luxury cars with high beams entered through the school gate. The originally quiet campus suddenly became lively. The doors of those luxury cars opened one after another, and out came either elegantly dressed middle-aged ladies or imposing middle-aged men. Just by looking at their outfits and demeanor, it was clear they were all prominent figures in Jiangnan City. Hua Yujiao lowered her voice and murmured, the heads of the Longfang and Li families have all arrived. The Hua family elder snorted calmly, such a grand affair tonight, this news will definitely not be hidden from those with keen senses. There are 4 top families in Jiangnan City: Hua, Longfang and Li. Each of these families has been passed down for hundreds of years with a foundation in depth that is frightening. The phenomenon of the gates of heaven opening tonight indeed startled them all. The head of the Long family smiled and cupped his hands, saying, I didn't expect you, Elder, to act even faster than us. The head of the Li family also politely said, Junior has met the elder. This girl Yujiao is getting prettier by the day, joked the middle-aged beauty in fur. Principal Dong, when did you return from the myriad races battlefield? These prominent figures who held the city's lifeline exchanged pleasantries. Zhong Shanguan cleared his throat and interrupted, all right, I won't beat around the bush, I will take everyone to meet that expert shortly, but I must say this up front, everyone must pay attention to their behaviors and words. That elder's temperament isn't very good. Not long ago when he was unhappy he wiped out the myriad races sect in one go. As soon as these words came out of Zhong Shanguan's mouth, the heads of the Fang Long and Li families collectively gasped, their eyes instantly filled with deep apprehension. From the looks of it, they evidently had already heard of the terrifying events that took place that day. Everyone knew very well that the leader of the myriad races sect, a top powerhouse at the peak level, was actually killed by an unidentified hidden expert with a single stroke. Just then a low and powerful roar of an engine approached from afar. A luxurious black sedan, exquisitely decorated and exuding an air of extravagance, rushed into the campus like an arrow, coming to a steady stop in front of this group of important figures. Hua Yujiao let out a low gasp upon seeing the license plate, exclaiming in surprise, look, that's the exclusive vehicle of the city lord of Lujiangnan. Anyone living in Jiangnan City would recognize that special license plate, which symbolizes the highest authority. The horn on the car softly beeped twice as if greeting everyone. Then the door slowly opened and a middle-aged man with graying hair but a vigorous spirit as sturdy as a small mountain stepped out with a steady and imposing gait. In the presence of such a plethora of top dignitaries in Jiangnan City, the city lord appeared unfazed, showing no signs of surprise on his face. The heads of those families who usually carried themselves with great authority all put away their arrogance and respectfully bowed to greet him. In truth, their hearts had long been stirred into tumult, unable to calm down for a long time. No one expected this major event tonight would even move the elusive city lord. It should be noted that Lu Jiangnan was a major figure among the human race, and he himself was a long-established, unfathomably powerful veteran at the peak level. On ordinary days it would be harder than ascending to the heavens for these family heads to meet him. Only the elder of the Hua family, Principal Dong Shuaihai, and the grand elder Zhong Shanguan could nod at him calmly. Zhong Shanguan cleared his throat and suggested, since everyone is here, let's go together to meet that rumored extraordinary master. This sword spanned thousands of miles and the name Shura resounded through the skies. On the paths in the campus where the moonlight elongated their shadows, this group of influential figures capable of shaking Jiangnan City was walking forward slowly.
The heads of the families carefully followed behind Lu Jiangnan, intentionally softening their breaths, fearing to disturb the solemn atmosphere. As they drew closer, everyone's mood became increasingly uneasy due to the impending encounter with the unknown terrifying powerhouse. Even a strong man like Lu Jiangnan felt fine beads of sweat forming on his palms due to excessive tension. Before long, Zhong Shangwen led this imposing team to the serene entrance of the library. He stopped and lowered his voice to inform everyone that the person was sitting inside. Lu Jiangnan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling somewhat confused about meeting in such a location. He couldn't help but ask, is this elder really inclined to study books in his spare time? It's already late at night and he still has the mind to read here. Looking at everyone's bewildered expressions, Zhong Shangwen only smiled inscrutably, urging everyone to go in and see for themselves. As soon as the crowd entered the library hall, countless sharp gazes immediately began to search back and forth among the densely packed bookshelves. Finally, among the rows of bookshelves on the second floor, they spotted a young man dressed in a plain long gown, looking refined and handsome. The young man was intensely focused on reading, his fingers flipping through the pages at a speed that dazzled the eyes. Lu Jiangnan stared at that figure for a moment, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation, straightforwardly stating that the other's aura was simply unfathomably deep. Those nearby were even more shocked, unable to believe that this rumored unparalleled master was actually so young. The remaining big shots felt as if their hearts had exploded, a flood of thoughts surging within. Hua Yujio's gaze remained fixed on the young man, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an indescribable emotion. Chen Fan gently closed the thick book, slowly raised his head and looked down at the group of uninvited guests standing below. His face, marked by calmness, showed no sign of fluctuation, and his gaze was as tranquil as a well without any ripples. He spoke in a calm tone, asking, "It's so late, why have you all come to visit? Don't you need to go back and rest?" That demeanor of remaining composed and unflustered in the face of numerous powerhouses instantly heightened his air of mystery. Lu Jiangnan secretly nodded, a hint of unhidden admiration flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Dong Xuehai was attentively observing the other party, trying to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Chen Fan, but he found nothing. This strange situation usually suggested two possibilities: either Chen Fan's cultivation was far beyond his own, or Chen Fan was truly just an ordinary scholar without any strength. In an instant, an intense curiosity surged within Dong Xuehai's heart. He took a step forward, cupped his hands towards the second floor and spoke loudly, "I have heard that you are a supreme master with the sword. I have also refined my skills in swordsmanship for 100 years. I wonder if I might have the honor to spar with you today." He did not let Chen Fan's overly youthful appearance cause him to harbor any doubts. The expression of disdain was evident. Zhong Shangwen, listening nearby, shook his head with a helpless smile, advising him not to seek humiliation here. After all, the terrifying power of that sword that split the heavens was something Dong Xuehai had just personally experienced. However, the rest of the people present, including the city lord Lu Jiangnan, were all greatly intrigued. They were eager to verify with their own eyes just how terrifying the young man's power truly was. The ancestor of the Hua family also chimed in, hoping that Chen Fan would showcase some of his abilities to broaden everyone's horizons. At that moment, the thought of probing into Chen Fan's true combat power became the only idea in everyone's mind. After all, the beautiful sword light that cleaved the sky left them with an indelible impression of shock. They simply found it hard to imagine that such a world-destroying sword strike truly came from the hand of this refined young man before them. Chen Fan merely glanced at their various expressions and immediately discerned their ulterior motives. He did not refuse, but nodded slightly casually, uttering a single word: "Good." In fact, deep down he also yearned for a sufficiently powerful opponent to test where his current limits lay. Finding a strong fighter at the Hotian realm to serve as a touchstone seemed reasonable enough. Dong Xuehai gestured invitingly, politely asking Chen Fan to move to the spacious courtyard behind the library. Chen Fan did not say much, simply agreeing in a nonchalant manner. In the blink of an eye, everyone had gathered in the open courtyard. Chen Fan and Dong Xuehai stood facing each other, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. The remaining onlookers discreetly retreated to a distant pavilion, holding their breath in anticipation of this extraordinary duel. Lu Jiangnan, observing the situation, introduced in a low voice, "Principal Dong experienced life and death on the battlefield of myriad races in his early years, and his mastery of the sword has reached an extraordinarily impressive level. He once comprehended the sword over vast rivers, able to sever the flowing waters with a single swing, even causing the waters to flow back due to the overwhelming sword intent, which ranks among the best among the sword cultivators of the human race. The terrifying prowess of a swordsman standing at the pinnacle is naturally self-evident." The ancestor of the Hua family nodded in agreement, feeling that this trip was certainly worthwhile, sure to be a feast for the eyes. Others nodded in response, filled with unprecedented anticipation for the upcoming battle. Only Zhong Shangwen sighed quietly, as he alone truly understood the horror of Chen Fan. This was no mere duel, it was clearly a Hotian expert attempting to provoke an undefinable monster. "Sword, come." With Dong Xuehai's deep low call, a long sword of dark color emanating a chilling radiance was drawn from its sheath and firmly fell into his hand. The blinding sword light instantly tore through the originally pitch-black night, even provoking distant thunder in the sky. As his hand gripped the hilt, a violent sword aura erupted explosively, causing the stone ground beneath him to shatter with a myriad of cracks. The void within 100 meters seemed to distort and blur under the unbearable pressure. The unique dominance of a Hotian expert unreservedly spread in all directions. Dong Zhuhai's eyes burned like torches as he stared at the young man not far away, solemnly reminding him that he could reveal his weapon. However, Chen Fan merely shook his head lightly and indifferently replied that if he truly used his sword, the battle would probably end in an instant. As soon as these words were spoken, the prominent figures in the pavilion were all stunned, staring at him with wide eyes as if they were looking at a madman. A sense of absurdity filled everyone's hearts, thinking that this young man was being quite arrogant. While acknowledging his strength, was it not a bit exaggerated to say such things? Dong Zhuhai's brow furrowed tightly. Although he said nothing, a strong sense of competitiveness surged within him. He admitted that Chen Fan's swordsmanship might be higher than his own, but what could he use to counter his all-out strike if he didn't even draw his sword? In his view, Chen Fan was simply being arrogant to the extreme.
Since you are so confident, then I must offend you.
Dong Xuehai quickly focused his mind, pouring all his energy into the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the various elemental energies in the surrounding space became violent and chaotic. The dark clouds in the sky surged together, and countless purple lightning bolts cascaded from the clouds, frantically merging into the trembling sword. As this power continued to accumulate, the long sword emitted a series of excited hums, an ancient and powerful aura slowly awakening. Dong Xuehai swung the long sword, and the surrounding sword energy quickly condensed into a fierce dragon of fury, crashing towards Chen Fan with the might of thunder. He did not hold back with this move, directly unleashing his strongest trump card honed over 100 years. Chen Fan's gaze remained calm as ever, simply extending a hand. The fierce sword intent, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, being forcibly blocked outside his body. At that moment, the ground beneath Chen Fan could not withstand the terrifying backlash, instantly collapsing into a massive pit. However, in the next second, an even more terrifying sword intent carrying a sense of destruction erupted violently from within Chen Fan. That sword intent dragon, seemingly invincible, instantly fell apart and vanished without a trace before the even greater aura. The sword energy surrounding Chen Fan soared into the clouds. The overwhelming sense of power left people feeling despair.
How is this possible?
Dong Xuehai was completely stunned, as he hadn't even seen any significant movement from Chen Fan.
6,000 miles.
Chen Fan's thin lips parted slightly, softly uttering a single word. He casually waved a hand. A vast sword intent akin to a brilliant galaxy surged forth, the continuous sword energy seemingly spanning thousands of miles, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Dong Xuehai felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He frantically mobilized all the true energy within him into the long sword, attempting to once again solidify a line of sword intent.
Boom!
The two massive energies collided in midair, producing a deafening roar.
However, after just a brief encounter, Dong Zhuhai's painstakingly gathered sword intent dissipated like fragile bubbles. So strong, truly too strong. Dong Zhuhai's face turned pale in an instant, the sense of powerlessness making him feel as if he were suffocating.
He suddenly realized that in the face of this sword intent, which resembled celestial might, he was like a tiny ant facing a vast ocean.
The opponent truly did not need to draw his sword, nor did he need to unleash any ultimate moves. Mere dominance of realm was enough to annihilate everything.
The terrifying energy fluctuations completely engulfed him, and the powerful shockwaves sent him flying over 100 meters away. When the dust settled, Dong Xuehai barely managed to prop himself up with the sword, his body swaying dangerously close to collapsing to the ground. Breathing heavily, he looked down to see that the sword, which had accompanied him through countless battles over the years, was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The true energy within him had been completely depleted from that single strike, leaving him utterly exhausted. Just from receiving a casual blow from his opponent, he had lost all possibility of continuing the fight. Dong Xuehai shook his head bitterly, his hoarse voice admitting that he had lost. Only those who had truly faced that sword intent would understand just how terrifying Chen Fan was at this moment. He even had a gut feeling that this young man had probably not even used 3 points of his strength just now. Recalling Chen Fan's initial remark about drawing the sword too quickly, Dong Xuehai couldn't help but shiver in the cold wind. In the pavilion 100 meters away, the ancestor of the Hua family, the head of the Long family, and the beautiful woman from the Feng family were all stunned, as if petrified.
Is that it?
To unleash such a level of sword technique without even using a weapon, is he still human? That sword energy spanning several kilometers is simply astonishing.
Principal Dong is a well-known powerhouse at the Hotian realm, yet he couldn't withstand even a single strike from his opponent.
After a brief moment of shock, Lu Jiangnan let out a hearty laugh, quickly walking over to congratulate Chen Fan on breaking through to the King realm, marveling that humanity had gained another anchor. On his way here, he had heard Zhong Shangwen mention the speculation that Chen Fan might already be a King realm expert. What thrilled him most was that Chen Fan was so young. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of martial arts. This was simply the hope of all humanity. Zhong Shangwen also came over with a beaming smile, continuously congratulating him. Lu Jiangnan approached solemnly, taking out a pitch-black specially crafted token from his pocket and respectfully presented it to Chen Fan, his tone infused with genuine respect.
This identity token is specially prepared for you. It is the sole mark of a King Realm expert representing your supreme privileges within humanity. This token is meticulously crafted from extremely rare obsidian. As a King Realm expert, Chen Fan now holds the prestigious title of Azure, allowing him to freely enter and exit confidential places and mysterious relics. This token itself is an absolute symbol of identity and status.
As the highest administrative official of Jiangnan City, Lu Jiangnan certainly has the authority to issue such a level of identity symbol.
Old Dong, I told you long ago not to seek humiliation, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've learned your lesson, haven't you? Zhong Shanguan looked at Dong Zuhai's disheveled state without any reservations, reveling in his misfortune.
Dong Shuihai helplessly opened his mouth but found himself without any words of rebuttal, merely sighing silently. Hua Yujiao hurriedly reached out to support her ancestor, but her autumn-like eyes remained fixated on Chen Fan, filled with admiration. At that moment it seemed as though countless little stars were flickering and dancing in her eyes. Especially when she thought that Chen Fan was about the same age as her, the stark contrast made her heart flutter even more. She silently marveled in her heart that this was probably the most charming man she had ever seen in her life. The heads of several prominent families inside the venue were also rapidly contemplating the profound implications behind Chen Fan's ascent to the King Realm. Achieving the King Realm at such a young age, a level that countless people could not reach in their entire lives, was talent that could not simply be described as monstrous. If they hadn't witnessed this crushing scene with their own eyes today, they would never have believed that such an extraordinary talent existed in this world. The head of the Long family inwardly speculated that for a person of this caliber, recruiting him would be utterly impossible. The only way forward was to find ways to please him. The middle-aged beauty in Shipa was also calculating in her heart, thinking that if this young man was still unmarried, she might as well introduce her precious daughter to him. Even if they couldn't become in-laws in the end, establishing a deep friendship between her daughter and such a prominent figure would be marvelous. With Chen Fan's casual protection, the Fang family could at least prosper for another 5 centuries. The leader of the Li family also wasn't idle, quietly planning with the same thoughts in mind. This is simply a national treasure. Lu Jiangnan looked at Chen Fan with increasing satisfaction. At his position, he considered issues from the perspective of humanity's greater good. The head of the Qin government had been missing for a long time, and the lack of high-level combat power had led to rampant rumors among humanity, while the situation at the borders was extremely tense. Yet with the emergence of this extraordinarily talented young man, Lu Jiangnan felt the heavy gloom in his heart dissipate. He believed that Chen Fan could very well become the guardian of all humanity in the future. With this young man's extraordinary talents, reaching the position of supreme martial artist was merely a matter of time. Lu Jiangnan politely clasped his hands, looking around at everyone before loudly announcing that he would host a grand banquet at the city lord's mansion tomorrow, inviting everyone to graciously attend. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding the situation clearly and nodding in agreement. They all understood that this banquet was essentially to welcome Chen Fan. These old fellows were merely there to add to the atmosphere. Mr. Chen, will you be free to grace us with your presence tomorrow afternoon? Lu Jiangnan turned to Chen Fan, his expression and tone becoming exceedingly polite. As a local lord, to be so humble towards a junior was something that would astonish everyone in Jiangnan City if it were to spread. Chen Fan replied flatly that he would see them tomorrow. He thought to himself that since he had read so many books, he indeed should go out and see more. Moreover, having just received such a heavy gift, it would be rude to refuse in person. Seeing that the city lord was leaving, the others naturally felt it inappropriate to linger any longer and gradually withdrew. By noon the next day, golden sunlight bathed the land in serene brilliance, a perfectly clear and auspicious day. Dong Shuihai and Zhong Shangwen, the 2 highest-ranking officials of the academy, appeared before Chen Fan right on schedule. With gentle courtesy, they suggested that if he had no objection, Chen Fan might accompany them in their official vehicle. Without hesitation or pretense, Chen Fan simply nodded. The 3 boarded an imposing black stretch limousine and sped away. Roughly half an hour later, the car glided smoothly into the heavily guarded courtyard of the city lord's mansion. After passing through successive layers of identity verification, the vehicle came to a steady halt before the banquet hall entrance. Under the guidance of attendants, Chen Fan and his companions entered the opulent reception venue located on the topmost floor. The hall was not only lavishly decorated but also afforded an extraordinary vantage point. Standing here, one could take in the entire splendor of Jiangnan City at a single glance. The heads of the Long and Li clans, the elegant matron of the Fang family, and the venerable elder of the Hua clan had all arrived early and were already waiting. The moment Chen Fan stepped through the doorway, these figures, normally towering with unassailable authority, rose in unison, their faces radiant with forced smiles as they rushed forward to greet him. After all, Chen Fan now stood as a sovereign realm cultivator, an exalted status far surpassing any earthly power. At the head of the banquet table stood 2 honored seats, one reserved for Lu Jiangnan, the other for Chen Fan. Lu Jiangnan beamed broadly as he raised his wine cup, once again congratulating humanity on the emergence of such a young and extraordinary sovereign.
Truly this is a blessing for our entire race. A chorus of enthusiastic agreement followed, thunderous applause echoing throughout the hall.
Master Chen's cultivation at such a tender age is nothing short of astonishing, his future achievements are truly incalculable. Indeed, he is born of noble lineage, the bloodline of the Jinling Chen family is truly formidable. I envy Chen Zhenghua beyond measure, he has raised 2 children so exceptional while my own offspring remain stubbornly incapable of rising above mediocrity.
I hear Master Chen's younger sister is named Chen Yuro. What a coincidence, I have a granddaughter who happens to study in her very class.
A throng gathered around Chen Fan, each addressing him deferentially as Master Chen, their tone dripping with unnatural warmth, their demeanor bowed so low it seemed etched into their very bones. In truth, they had spent the previous midnight mobilizing every connection at their disposal to unearth Chen Fan's entire background, and today's gathering was nothing more than a calculated effort to ingratiate themselves. The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly convivial under deliberate flattery, glasses clinking, laughter flowing freely, until suddenly
a jarring shrill ringtone pierced the tranquil air.
Dong Xuehai withdrew his phone from his pocket. The name displayed on its screen caused an involuntary furrow to deepen between his brows.
Yes. What is it? Rising, Dong Xuehai moved aside to the floor-to-ceiling window and answered the call.
Yet before he could utter more than a few words, the voice on the other end erupted, nearly hysterical, choked with tears.
Principal. Something terrible has happened. Yuro and the others, they've been forcibly taken by the Imperial Patrol Bureau in the capital.
The voice trembled with sheer terror. The instructor had been escorting Chen Yuro to the capital for elite training and competition. She'd waited all day in the dormitory, but her students never returned, and her calls went unanswered.
Only after discreetly consulting an acquaintance within the Patrol Bureau did she learn the horrifying truth.
As a seasoned mentor, she needed but a moment's inquiry to realize this was undoubtedly the work of the Wang family, scheming from the shadows. Yet as a mere instructor she held no influence in the capital, a city teeming with hidden masters, and could do nothing but urgently contact Dong Xuehai in Jiangnan City. Dong Xuehai stood motionless, listening as the instructor haltingly recounted the entire incident over the line, his face darkening until it seemed to drip with storm-cloud gloom.
I understand. After hanging up, Dong Xuehai sank back into his seat, his expression heavy with dread.
Principal Dong, what's happened? Everyone present was shrewd beyond measure. They instantly sensed the profound shift in his demeanor.
Lu Jiangnan, his host, voiced his concern without delay.
Dong Xuehai glanced hesitantly toward Chen Fan, seated at the head of the table, his mouth opened yet his throat constricted as if sealed by a stone, leaving him utterly speechless.
Chen Fan, perceptive as ever, caught that complex weighted gaze, and a chilling premonition surged through him like ice water.
Has something gone awry with my younger sister? He asked in a voice so unnervingly calm it carried no trace of emotion.
Instantly every conversation in the banquet hall ceased. All eyes locked onto Dong Xuehai, taut with apprehension. The air thickened into stagnant silence, oppressive, suffocating, lifeless. With a deep weary sigh, Dong Xuehai reluctantly nodded and spoke the truth aloud.
He recounted verbatim and without omission everything that had just transpired in the capital. When Lu Jiangnan heard that the Patrol Bureau had seized Chen Yuro without investigation or justification, his expression turned ashen. His heart plummeted.
This is catastrophic.
Beside him, Zhong Shanwen felt a cold dread crawl up his spine as he recalled Chen Fan's Azure-like slaughter, his very memory sending chills down his back.
Others swallowed hard breaths, held watching Chen Fan's face with trepidation. He sat utterly still, expressionless, seemingly unprovoked.
Yet across the tabletop the wine-filled cups rippled, not gently but with ever-tightening concentric waves.
An overwhelming, mountain-crushing aura of sovereign authority flooded the entire hall.
The Hua clan's venerable elder flushed crimson, the Fong matriarch paled visibly, those of lower cultivation felt their hearts stutter to near stillness. Even Ho realm experts like Zhong Shanwen and Lu Jiangnan were gripped by a paralyzing, bone-deep suffocation. Straining against immense pressure, Lu Jiangnan hastily interjected, assuring Chen Fan he would personally intervene and demand answers. Before he could finish, Chen Fan shot upright, his eyes twin voids of glacial frost blazing with lethal intent.
I require no hollow explanations from anyone. A deafening boom reverberated, as if a thunderclap had detonated inside every eardrum.
All except the 3 Ho realm masters staggered, dazed and disoriented, their blood surging violently through their veins.
Then, crack! Crack! Crack!
Every window pane in the banquet hall shattered simultaneously into glittering dust. An abyssal tide of slaughter intent erupted from Chen Fan, piercing the heavens, coalescing in the sky into grotesque blood-red clouds. But colossal buildings shuddered violently. That apocalyptic aura blanketed all of Jiangnan City, sending ordinary citizens into soul-deep tremors.
Lu Jiangnan frantically circulated spiritual energy to resist the shockwave tendons bulging along his arms.
Master Chen, please retain your composure.
Zhong Shanwen cried out in equal desperation.
If this sovereign wrath were truly unleashed, it would ignite a catastrophe sweeping the entire nation.
Blood will flow in rivers. Lu Jiangnan roared, pledging Jiangnan City's full resources to negotiate, vowing to bring Chen Euro home safe and unharmed. Chen Fan enunciated each word with icy precision. He sought no charity, no mediation. He would go himself and reclaim justice for his sister with his own hands. Our Chen family has bled honorably for humanity, every soul fallen on the battlefield. Yet now my sole remaining sister suffers humiliation in our own rear lines. This chills me to the marrow. If this proves to be a conspiracy, a malicious frame-up, then I swear every hand that touched this crime shall vanish from existence, leaving no grave to mark their passing. Murderous chi swirled violently around Chen Fan. Frost spread thickly across the floor beneath his feet. The pavement outside fractured under unbearable pressure. The very space surrounding his body warped and splintered under the weight of his incandescent fury. That final vow plunged every soul present into a frozen abyss. Skyward it felt as though heaven itself were collapsing, their minds drowning in bottomless terror. To vow annihilation of all involved sounded brazenly arrogant, yet when spoken by Chen Fan it carried the immutable weight of divine decree. No one doubted it was mere bluster. Nor dared anyone question the destructive capacity of a sovereign realm master teetering on the edge of cataclysmic rage. Should he choose, this man could subject the entire world to a purifying conflagration. They had begun the banquet in high spirits, hoping to secure his patronage. Yet one phone call transformed the composed Chen Fan into a harbinger of death. Inside they seethed, but not at him. Their fury burned instead for the capital's reckless fools. They'd all heard Dong Xuehai's precise retelling, every damning detail. Plainly put, a Wang scion had first attempted to assault Chen Euro, then upon defeat resorted to underhanded tactics. Her resistance was unquestionably justified, legally and morally indefensible to arrest. The crux lay in the patrol bureau's refusal even to verify facts before storming in to seize her. A cursory inquiry among bystanders would have revealed the truth. The machination was transparent, even a fool could see it: collusion between the Wang family and local enforcement organs deliberately imprisoning Chen Fan's sister. It was vengeance, pure and simple, for the slaying of their heir. In their eyes the capital was their domain. How could they tolerate such a grievous insult? Indeed, the Wang family wielded near absolute power there, yet imagine for a moment if it were your kin seized without cause. Who could endure such lawless tyranny? This time, however, they'd struck the hardest steel imaginable, her brother a prodigious battle-savvy young sovereign realm master. Silently they mourned. The Wang family was likely erased from history. Zhong Shangwen meanwhile cursed the capital's imbeciles inwardly 10,000 times over. Why provoke him? Why strike at Chen Fan's most sacred vulnerability? Though outwardly refined, like a scholar-teacher, he became one enraged deity who slays Buddhas and demons alike. Humanity's highest echelons had just grievously offended Chen Fan, deep into his very bones. This was no mere cultivator, he was a living sovereign realm grandmaster. Then, blinding light. Chen Fan vanished like a lightning bolt, rending space, trailing a vortex of devastating energy as he soared skyward, vanishing beyond the horizon in an instant. Zhong Shangwen sighed, face ashen, muttering that the heavens themselves would now be torn asunder. Once a whole realm expert, Chen Fan had slain higher-tier foes across realms, now elevated to sovereign realm. Who in the capital could possibly stand against him? Already Zhong Shangwen had inscribed epitaphs in his mind for those doomed fools. Lu Jiangnan slammed the table, trembling with fury, denouncing both the patrol bureau and the Wang family for engineering a civilization-ending crisis. The elegant matron shuddered, then added grimly, whether they live or die matters little, the true peril lies in driving Chen Fan to absolute despair. Should such a genius turn his back on humanity, should he become our sworn enemy, that would herald true apocalypse. Others solemnly nodded, fully concurring. None were blind. They saw clearly Chen Fan's future was limitless. To sacrifice such irreplaceable potential over a petty grievance would incur losses beyond calculation. No one could fathom the temperament of this young sovereign assassin. If he raised the capital, none could contain the devastation. This was a sovereign realm master capable of unmaking heaven and earth. Dong Xuehai rose abruptly, declaring he must consult the academy's elder principal for counsel. Without further ceremony he dissolved into a blur, streaking across the sky toward campus. In his view, only that venerable sagacious elder, who had witnessed centuries of intrigue, could devise a way to avert annihilation. I'll accompany you. Zhong Shangwen wasted no time launching himself skyward in pursuit. Over the quiet, elegant courtyard deep within Jiangnan University, two sonic booms echoed, one after another, as if meteors had crashed to earth. Dong Xuehai began shouting before even reaching the gate. Teacher, catastrophe. The situation is spiraling beyond control. At the courtyard's center an elderly man sat in a rocking chair, white-haired, deeply lined, radiating serene tranquility. Opening his eyes he chided gently, at your age still rushing about like a novice, what kind of example is that? With wry humor he added, has the sky truly fallen? Dong Xuehai and Zhong Shangwen exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of pure unadulterated despair. Teacher, yes. This time the sky truly has fallen. Hearing the raw, unvarnished gravity in his student's voice, the elder principal abandoned his leisurely posture and recognized the severity at last. He knew his student too well. Only a calamity beyond resolution could provoke such visible collapse of composure. Enough. Tell me what has occurred. You may explain yourselves at your leisure. Upon hearing the full account, the venerable principal, renowned for his profound wisdom, fell into deep contemplation for a long while before replying with solemn gravity. A prodigy who achieves royal rank at such a tender age has already transcended the scope of your influence. All we can do now is watch silently from afar. Meanwhile, in the imposing headquarters of the Capital Constabulary, Deputy Director Lu Jie sat behind his desk, his phone ringing incessantly, yet he neither glanced at it nor answered, simply hanging up each call without hesitation. The woman who killed young Master Wang is no ordinary suspect. She is not only a genius recommended by Jiangnan University for the grand contest but also the cherished daughter of the Chen family of Jinling. Lu Jie cast a cautious glance toward the elderly man seated across from him, his eyes flickering as he offered the reminder. Naturally, Wang Qingshan had certainly heard of the illustrious Chen family of Jinling. Wang Qingshan merely responded with a cold, disdainful smile, adding that the girl was nothing more than an inconsequential foster daughter. Lu Jie feigned deep reluctance, sighing that the Chen family had raised her for 20 years and that their ancestral patriarch still lived presiding over the demon-suppressing pagoda. Your Wang family may fear them not, but I with my slender arms and fragile frame dare not recklessly offend such a colossal power. Wang Qingshan snorted coldly, fully aware of the man's petty bargaining ploy. He shifted to a stern tone, emphasizing that his second son, though occasionally flawed, was the very hope of the Wang family's future. Now that his life had been lost, blood must be repaid with blood. Proceed boldly, you have the full backing of the Wang family. Should this matter be handled flawlessly, the reward I promised you shall double immediately. Seeing his objective achieved, Lu Jie beamed with satisfaction and rubbed his hands together. To grasp the Wang family's towering influence, he had staked everything. Though he dared not provoke either the Chen or the Wang family's outright reality left no room for illusion. The Wang family's sway in the capital was far more immediate and potent. Lu Jie declared he would limit his role to extracting a signed confession through interrogation. The vengeance that followed would lie entirely beyond his involvement. Wang Qingshan nodded approvingly, affirming that once the incriminating evidence was secured, the Wang family would handle all subsequent matters. Then rest assured, you shall hear favorable news from me shortly. With unwavering confidence, Lu Jie thumped his chest in pledge, then strode purposefully out of the office toward the subterranean interrogation wing. Inside the interrogation chamber, Chen Yuro and her companion Fong Danping were rigorously isolated from one another. Chen Yuro's wrists and ankles were shackled with specially forged heavy metal cuffs, each periodically discharging high-voltage currents to torment her nervous system. Worse still, several spirit-suppressing Jinyuan nails had been forcibly embedded within her body, sealing her spiritual energy. Deprived of qi circulation, she lay weakened, reduced to the frailty of an ordinary young woman. These vicious tactics originated entirely from the Wang family's elder. Crimson welts now streaked Chen Yuro's fair skin, and places flesh had split open, clear evidence of inhuman torment. All of it aimed to break her will, to force her signature onto that so-called confession. Without spiritual energy to shield her, every agony was magnified tenfold. Yet even beneath such extreme suffering, her gaze remained razor-sharp, unbowed, unblinking. Lu Jie pushed open the door and, surveying her battered state, feigned sorrow. Such a beautiful young lady, how terribly ill-advised you are. He resorted to threats and enticements. A single nod of admission would spare her further pain. He even snarled that should she persist in defiance, he would sever every meridian in her body. Demand her signature. Threaten her with such crude methods. A look of utter contempt curled at the corners of Chen Yuro's mouth as she fixed her stare upon the man before her. Your childish threats mean less than a puff of wind to me. Such hollow deceptions, fit only for children, could never shake her resolve. She knew well signing that document would place every accusation squarely upon her shoulders. Her life would then hang entirely in the hands of these despicable schemers, with no chance of redemption. Chen Yuro's mind worked swiftly. She saw through Lu Jie's sordid intentions at once. When first taken into custody, she'd naively believed the constabulary would conduct an impartial investigation and uncover the truth. But the moment she crossed this threshold, she realized she'd vastly overestimated the integrity of the capital's elite. Even before interrogation began, she'd caught the Wang family elder watching her, not as a suspect but as one already condemned. And beside him stood Lu Jie, groveling like a fawning lapdog. Her understanding crystallized instantly. Here the Wang family was heaven itself, and the constabulary nothing more than their obedient watchdog. Though still a university student untouched by the world beyond academia, the raw brutality of this societal darkness jolted her into stark clarity. She understood this was no investigation at all but a meticulously orchestrated act of bloody retribution by the Wang family. And though she held no power to oppose that elder, now she remained wholly at his mercy. You're but a lackey of the Wang family, what right have you to bark before me? Her once neat short hair now hung in tangled clumps, sweat and blood matting strands to her cheeks. Though her physical state was dire, her eyes burned with the chilling feral intensity of a lone wolf trapped in a cage. She knew full well these men hadn't even visited the crime scene. From the instant she entered this room, the entire script had already been written by the Wang family. The Wang family's name carried weight, but the Chen family was no clay figure molded for easy crushing. The crux, however, lay in location. This was the capital, their ancestral stronghold. To slay their treasured grandson here, within their own den, meant these fanatics would never let her go unpunished. Still, she regretted her own lack of composure in that critical moment. What troubled her most was Feng Danping, locked away in the adjacent cell. Her temperament stood in stark contrast: delicate, tender, certainly incapable of enduring such brutal interrogation. The thought that she might have dragged her friend into this nightmare filled her with crushing guilt. In response to Chen Yuro's blistering insult, Lu Jie wore a slow, sinister smile as he informed her, "Here I am, the law. Even a peerless genius cannot escape my grasp." His meaning was unmistakable: no salvation existed within these walls. Chen Yuro retorted icily, "He struck first, he murdered. To demand my confession is sheer delusion." With a will forged like tempered steel, coercing her into false confession was a miscalculation of staggering proportions. If she yielded today, not only would she doom herself, but the entire Chen family's honor would be tarnished forever. "Stubborn tongue are we? Very well, let us see whether your bones remain as unyielding when my instruments descend." His mask of feigned civility dissolved, replaced by a glare of raw ferocity. "I warn you, and the constabulary behind you, consider carefully whether you can withstand the Chen family's cataclysmic wrath." Even as a helpless prisoner, the sheer aura radiating from her pressed upon Lu Jie with unsettling force, making him falter inwardly. Within her veins flowed a courage and audacity rare among women, a boldness so innate that even the Chen family's patriarch had once praised her as a born heroine destined for greatness on the battlefield. "Humph, Chen family. Have you forgotten where you stand? This is the capital, not your provincial Jinling." Lu Jie discarded all pretense, his face twisting into grotesque severity. "And murder has always demanded recompense. No one can save you now." First he affected utter disdain, then softened his tone ever so slightly. He claimed in light of the Chen family's generations of loyal service he might yet spare her life if she cooperated fully and signed without resistance. Alas, his blend of coercion and cajolery proved utterly futile against Chen Yuro, who scornfully exposed his falsehoods on the spot. "My family has shed its blood for this race across countless generations. My brothers and sisters fight still on the front lines, battling the myriad races, while you conspire in the shadows committing such vile deeds. Do you truly not know what transpired? I, Chen Yuro, abhor above all else having filth flung upon my name. Bring forth your darkest schemes, I welcome them all. Should I show even a trace of fear, I shall no longer be worthy to bear the surname Chen." She drew herself upright, declaring her defiance in a voice fierce, unbroken, and indomitable. "Truly ungrateful wretch. Since you insist on courting death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lu Jie, who had been methodically handling cold iron instruments, suddenly flashed a look of cruel malice across his already sullen countenance. Inwardly he calculated, though he'd preferred avoiding open hostility with the Jinling Chen family, current circumstances left no choice, he must deploy true merciless force to conclude this affair. Just as he rolled up his sleeves to begin his torture, the interrogation chamber's thick iron door shrieked violently, slammed open from the outside. "Are your eyes blind? Can't you see I'm interrogating a high-priority criminal?" Lu Jie erupted, furious at the intrusion, bellowing with volcanic rage. A junior constable stumbled into the room, drenched in cold sweat, stammering in panic, "Chief Lu, disaster. The Chen family has stormed our gates. That man is unbending, he insists on seeing the female prisoner immediately or he'll take no other terms." As he spoke, the constable nervously darted a glance toward Chen Yuro. Lu Jie's brow knotted tightly, inwardly astonished at the Chen family's astonishing speed of response. He suppressed his agitation and demanded sharply, "How many men did they bring?" Even as he asked, his hand, hidden within his sleeve, trembled faintly. If General Chen Jinghua, the legendary fiercely protective patriarch, had truly been roused, the situation would spiral beyond containment. Given the old marshal's tempestuous nature, he might well summon an entire 1,000-strong demon-quelling legion, encircling this modest constabulary until not a single drop of water could seep through. Just one person. The constable quivered, raising a single trembling finger. Hearing the precise number, Lu Jie finally exhaled the pent-up tension in his chest. Sneering at his subordinate's cowardice, Lu Jie exploded. "One person reduces you to this pitiful state. Do the Chens possess 3 heads and 6 arms? This is our constabulary. Do they imagine they can pierce the heavens here?" Truth be told, Lu Jie himself was startled how swiftly the Chen family had learned of this affair. Yet his boldness stemmed not solely from the constabulary's authority, but more significantly from the Wang family's formidable patronage as fellow heroes, bloodline aristocrats. Who then could possibly arrive at such a moment? Relief flickered across Chen Yuro's heart at the news of rescue, only to be swiftly eclipsed by deeper bewilderment. The first figure to flash through her mind was her father, but she dismissed the notion just as quickly. Had he truly arrived in person, the constabulary's gates would never have remained so eerily quiet, and these arrogant lackeys would never dare appear so composed.
Moreover, intelligence indicated frequent fluctuations in the demon-suppressing pagoda's seals. Her father as supreme commander could not possibly depart. Then gradually the image of a man named Chen Fan emerged clearly in her thoughts. Her elder siblings fought far away on the brutal front lines against the myriad races, defending their homeland. Even if they'd received word of their younger sister's peril, crossing such vast distances in so short a time was impossible. Weighing all possibilities, the sole individual who could conceivably appear in the capital and storm the gates was Chen Fan, the one who remained behind. Yet rather than relief, this realization sent her heart racing with acute anxiety. If brother comes alone, will he suffer humiliation and beatings at the hands of these base constabulary thugs? Her mind whirled, wondering how he'd obtained the news so swiftly. Worse still, if the Wang family seized this opportunity to strike him down in secret, the consequences would be catastrophic. In Chen Yuro's long-standing perception, Chen Fan was a scholarly recluse, gentle, bookish, physically frail. Venturing into this den of dragons and tigers amounted to pure suicide. Lu Jia abruptly turned his head, fixing Chen Yuro, whose expression flickered with complex emotion, with a venomous serpentine gaze as if reading every tremor of worry within her heart. He let out a disdainful cold snort from his nose and mocked with a chilling tone, "Stop dreaming. No matter who stands at the door today, they won't be able to get you out of our constabulary's jail. I will personally go out to meet this tiresome guy and see which Buddha the Chen family has sent this time. Before I return, make sure to keep a close watch on this woman. If you can get her to sign the confession, that would be a great achievement for you." After throwing down his final stern admonition, Lu Jia strode out of the interrogation room, his boots echoing heavily in the empty corridor. "Understood." The subordinate in charge of the watch hurriedly bowed his head to accept the order. The two heavy iron doors of the interrogation room were shut with a loud bang. The loud noise completely severed all contact between the inside and the outside. After stepping out of the dim room, Lu Jia quickly made his way down the corridor to the deputy director's office. He pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Wang Qingshan was leisurely sitting in the rosewood chair where Lu Jia usually worked, leisurely sipping a cup of hot tea. Although Lu Jia felt somewhat displeased, he dared not show any signs of dissatisfaction at that moment and simply locked the door behind him. After all, he did have his pride and did not want to appear too humble in front of his subordinates, needing to maintain a bit of his authority as an officer. "How is the situation progressing? Is that girl with the surname Chen willing to bow her head and confess?" Wang Qingshan straightened his back slightly upon seeing Lu Jia enter, casually inquiring about the progress of the interrogation. Lu Jia sighed with a bitter expression, helplessly explaining, "Elder Wang, that girl has a bone harder than iron. She simply refuses to sign the confession. Even if I put those bloody torture instruments in front of her, she wouldn't even furrow her brows. If such a disposition is allowed to develop, she will definitely become a ruthless character in the future. In my lifetime I have interrogated at least a few thousand people. For ordinary criminals, a little intimidation is enough to make them soil their pants begging for a confession. But this girl is very peculiar. I can see that she would rather break than bend. It won't be easy to deal with her." Lu Jia's words were not watered down, they were completely heartfelt. The tenacity of Chen Yuro indeed made him feel a bit troubled. If severe punishment were truly employed, this girl might very well die in the interrogation room, making matters even more complicated. Such a naturally heroic character in the history of human evolution is usually possessed only by those unparalleled powerhouses standing at the pinnacle. One must admit the genes of the Chen family and Jinling are indeed formidable. None of the descendants they raised are to be underestimated. To be honest, someone with the unlimited potential of Chen Yuro, if it weren't for receiving a great gift from the Wang family, Lu Jia really would not want to clash with her to the bitter end. Wang Qingshan's face darkened instantly as if it could drip water, and he coldly rebuked, "I spent a huge sum not to hear you lament about the enemy's astonishing willpower. What I want is results. I want her to sign and seal that confession. As for how you do it, I don't want to hear a single word. Do you understand me?" As he shouted in anger, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the entire office. At that moment, Lu Jia even had the illusion that a bloodthirsty beast with drool was opening its mouth wide at him. In just a second or two, his shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat and his back began to feel icy. After intimidating them, Wang Qingshan slowly retracted his aura and calmly offered a bait. "I have already transferred 30 million in deposit to your secret account. As long as you can handle this matter cleanly and efficiently, getting her to completely confess, I will double your reward after the job is done." Upon hearing this astronomical number, Lu Jia couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes nearly turning green. In the face of such immense monetary temptation, all professional ethics and risk considerations were thrown out the window. He immediately steeled his resolve, determining that even if he had to use the most despicable and underhanded means, he would force Chen Yuro to confess. At the same time, he couldn't help but have doubts in his mind. Listening to Elder Wang's tone, why did it feel like there was a personal vendetta against the Chen family, as if he had to crush them completely? "I have intelligence indicating that the reinforcements sent by the Chen family have already arrived at the constabulary's gate.
Wang Qingshan's expression became unprecedentedly serious as he instructed, "You must solidify her charges before the true main force of the Chen family arrives here." Wang Qingshan did not want to see the grand plan he had been devising for so long fail at the last moment due to a small oversight. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie instead burst into laughter, confidently assuring Elder One, "You can rest easy this time, the Chen family has only sent one person over to die. He won't even be able to step through our front door." "If that's true, then that's for the best." Wang Qingshan nodded with satisfaction, already lost in a wild mode of cold laughter within his heart. As long as it isn't one of the powerful old fellows from the Chen family personally coming out, what kind of storm can a junior stir up? After all, this is the capital, the center of power, not their secluded Jinling. In this territory, it is the Wang family that holds absolute power. At that same moment, outside the imposing gate of the constabulary, it had already turned into a chaotic scene of people jostling. A large crowd of ordinary citizens eager to watch the excitement had gathered at the front entrance. Among them were students just released from school carrying backpacks, housewives still holding shopping baskets, and workers in uniforms just off their shifts. The crowd was densely packed with at least a couple of hundred people. Over 100 heads bobbed, almost completely blocking the entrance to the constabulary. All eyes were focused on a young man standing at the front, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. The young man was exceptionally handsome, his facial features soft yet with a hint of ruggedness simply stunning beyond measure. The saying "a man like jade unparalleled in the world" aptly described his current demeanor. What was even more chilling was that the young man named Chen Fan emitted a profound aura that made it hard for others to breathe. As soon as Chen Fan arrived, he single-handedly blocked the gate, demanding the constabulary release the prisoners in a voice that was not loud but carried great intimidation. His subtle yet overwhelming domineering presence made the usually arrogant constables shrink their necks, not daring to utter a word. A high school girl in a uniform looked at him with starry eyes, her face flushed with infatuation as she murmured, "Oh my, this young man is just too handsome. He feels like a celestial being stepped out from ancient fantasy scrolls, especially with this audacity to challenge the entire constabulary alone. It's truly breathtaking." Another short-haired girl next to her was equally excited, her face turning red as she whispered in a high-pitched voice, "This guy must be crazy. How dare he cause a scene at the constabulary's gate? Doesn't he fear being directly arrested and thrown into jail? Oh come on, can't you see that none of those constables dare to step forward? They're all scared stiff. This handsome guy's aura is just too frightening, it feels like the air around him is trembling. So what exactly is going on? Why are they blocking the gate? Who cares why? Blocking the entrance of a public institution in broad daylight is itself a blatant disregard for the law. This is truly a first for me. I've lived in this city for decades and never seen anyone act so recklessly at the constabulary's gate. Looking at the way this young man dresses and speaks, he is definitely not a child from an ordinary family. I can guarantee that he is a young master from some top-notch aristocratic family experiencing life. Could it be that the constabulary's oblivious officers inadvertently stepped on some steel plate and provoked a formidable figure? Regardless of whether they were kids yet to enter society or battle-hardened aunties from the market, this group of onlookers was whispering and speculating. "Hey sister, what exactly happened up front? Why are there so many people gathered here? You don't know yet? You see that handsome young man standing at the front? No one knows where he popped out from, but he's boldly sealed the constabulary's gate by himself, shouting for them to release the people. I guess he's related to someone who was wrongfully arrested. The whole constabulary with hundreds of people is actually being subdued by this one young man. Not a single person dares to breathe. My goodness, is that true? This is too surreal, I can hardly believe it." The enthusiastic aunt continued to lower her voice as she boasted, "If I were to analyze this young man's family background, must be extraordinarily solid." The atmosphere at the scene became oddly tense. The hundreds of staff members in the constabulary were now like they had been hit with a freeze spell, each one huddled inside, not daring to make a sound. Listening to the onlookers point fingers and discuss, the faces of the constables turned from green to pale, feeling as if their own dignity had been utterly humiliated. "This kid is too arrogant. I really want to rush over and smash that arrogant face of his." A fiery young constable gritted his teeth and muttered. It was his first time seeing someone so audacious, riding on the neck of the constabulary and defecating. This was simply a blatant disregard for the law of provocation of public authority. If this behavior spreads, where would the constabulary's dignity go in the future? An older constable next to him pulled him back with a bitter expression and whispered, "Are you insane? That's the young master of the Jinling Chen family who would dare lay a finger on him." The Jinling Chen family. The person quickly explained, "It's that renowned Chen family from the south." "Is it the illustrious Ing Hun family?" Exactly, who else could raise a descendant with such presence? After this conversation, the constables who were originally trying to salvage some face all hung their heads, falling silent and exchanging glances. At that moment, Chen Fan's calm yet chilling voice slowly echoed, "The time I prepared for you has completely run out. Since you don't intend to release my sister, you have no reason to continue existing in this world."
A constabulary that cannot even grasp the most basic justice and facts has no value to continue existing. At this moment Chen Fan was filled with worries for his younger sister's safety. The constabulary's stubborn attitude had completely drained his already limited patience. He was now filled with concerns about whether Chen Yuro had been subjected to inhumane torture inside. As his emotions subtly fluctuated, a terrifying killing intent began to spread around him. Suddenly a fierce wind swept through the originally calm street. The onlookers felt as if the temperature around them had plummeted into an ice cellar, making them shiver. The constables who were at the forefront felt as if they had been targeted by death itself, their bodies cold to the bone. An indescribable terrifying pressure weighed heavily above them, making their legs tremble uncontrollably. Why is it suddenly so cold? This young man is definitely not an ordinary person, it's too eerie. Oh my god, is he really planning to kill someone here? What exactly did the young lady from the Chen family do to make him this anxious? The surrounding crowd couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The young master of the Chen family has such a presence, daring to challenge our constabulary in the capital. I think you need to wake up a bit. This is the capital under the emperor's feet, not your Jinling where you can run rampant, and you certainly can't act with impunity here. Just then a voice filled with mockery rang out from within the constabulary. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the sound. Lu Jia arrogantly walked out with a group of people from the office building, his eyes contemptuously landing on Chen Fan. Following closely behind Lu Jia were 5 or 6 loyal subordinates. These individuals wore gold or silver medals representing their status. Their strength and background were impressive, all being cultivators who had entered the warrior realm. From a distance these individuals looked at Chen Fan with mocking expressions on their faces. Did I hear wrong? What was this kid ranting about just now? Being so young and ignorant of the world, do you really think the laws of the capital are mere decorations for privileged young masters like you? How dare you lead the charge against a public institution? I think you have grown tired of living. They huddled closely around Lu Jia, standing imposingly at the entrance, forming a tense standoff with Chen Fan. In fact, it was these individuals who had accompanied Lu Jia that day to forcibly retrieve Chen Yuro from the hotel. Thus they knew better than anyone how many secrets lay behind the entire affair. However, they didn't care about the truth at all as long as they could cling to the Wang family. The Chen family of Jinling was nothing but a hollow shell in their eyes. After all, the heavens are high and the emperor distant, and with the substantial living stipend provided by the Wang family that could allow them to squander for the rest of their lives, they felt justified in committing this unscrupulous act. Finally, the deputy director has shown his face. It's truly strange, a mere child barely past adolescence actually requires Lu to personally intervene. This kid is too much of a nuisance blocking the entrance. If he keeps causing a ruckus, our department's credibility will plummet to the ground. Just wait and see, this kid will definitely leave horizontally today, unable to stir up any waves. Originally hiding behind the door, the officers now saw Lu Jia appear as if they were drowning men grasping at a lifeline and rushed to surround him. Everyone glared fiercely at Chen Fan, attempting to overpower him with their collective presence. In contrast, Chen Fan, surrounded by the surging crowd, appeared solitary and somewhat forlorn. Lu Jia wore a hypocritical smile of confidence. Our department operates according to the law. Apprehending people is for solving cases. You as a family member have no right to speak here. His lackeys chimed in, egging him on. If you want to act wild here, you should take a good look at yourself first. If you don't leave now, do you believe I will apply for an arrest warrant and throw you in as well? Stupid kid, better wise up. The waters in the capital run deep. Chen Fan had no intention of paying attention to this pack of barking dogs. He merely raised his eyes to look at Lu Jia with indifference devoid of any hint of emotion. You took my sister away for no reason. Give me a reasonable explanation immediately. Otherwise I will personally flatten this place today. The moment those words fell, not only did the officers of the department jump with rage, but even the onlookers couldn't help but laugh aloud. I thought the Chen family had sent a formidable figure, but it turns out to be just a lunatic. Did you hear? He actually said he would flatten the department. That's a boast beyond measure. This guy couldn't possibly have escaped from a mental hospital, could he? How dare he say such things in public? What a waste of such good looks. His brain is clearly not functioning well. What a pity. This is the department, heavily guarded. This young man must be deluded. I bet he just came here for laughs, so don't take him seriously. The officers behind Lu Jia were laughing so hard they could barely stand, turning the scene into a farce. Oh my, did I mishear? Did he just say he would flatten us? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Oh god, I'm so scared. Please don't kill me, great hero. Wait, on what grounds does he dare say such things? Flatten the department. Does he think he's a nuclear bomb? Lu Jia shook his head helplessly, looking at Chen Fan as if he were a madman. He didn't even consider Chen Fan a threat. Lu Jia now donned a hypocritical face of compassion, feigning sincerity. While your sister has committed a crime, your anxiety as an elder brother is understandable in terms of human sentiment.
However, you must have faith in our department. Our principle has always been fairness and justice. We will never wrong an innocent person, nor will we let any villain slip away." The officers behind him eagerly nodded in agreement to prove their own integrity. Even some of the confused onlookers were intimidated by Lu Jia's righteous demeanor, beginning to whisper among themselves. So it turns out a sister in the family was captured. No wonder he's so anxious. Anxiety is fine, but you can't confront a public institution, Heaton. You still have to follow legal procedures. Perhaps your sister really did something heinous, which is why the officers apprehended her. Seeing that the public opinion was firmly in his grasp, Lu Jia felt an immense sense of satisfaction, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Then when he turned back to look at Chen Fan, his expression regained its seriousness and coldness. "You need to understand the current situation. This is the capital, where rules are strict and unyielding, not Jinling, where your Chen family can act with impunity. Your empty words here are worthless. Furthermore, considering that the Chen family is a prestigious lineage serving the nation, I don't want the Chen family's reputation to be completely tarnished here in the capital. Don't seek your own demise. If you don't leave, we won't hesitate to detain you as well. Quickly disappear from my sight." Lu Jia waved his hand dismissively, his face filled with impatience and disdain. He felt a sense of relief inside. If the Chen family had really sent some powerful old monster to confront him, he would have a tough time with this 30 million. But he never expected the Chen family to send such a paper tiger who could only bluster, presenting no threat at all. As long as he got rid of this troublesome fellow, he could immediately apply pressure on Chen Euro to make her sign a confession. Once the deed was done, even if Qin Jinghua personally came to the capital to demand an explanation, there would be no chance for a reversal. Thinking of these delightful prospects, Lu Jia couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. However, Chen Fan stood as if his feet were glued to the cement, not moving an inch. His tone remained as calm as still water. "Even if this is the capital, what of it? I, Chen Fan, stand here not relying on the Chen family's name. A mere public institution is nothing but a fleeting concern in my eyes." This declaration was not only incredibly domineering but also exuded a confidence that sent chills through the souls of onlookers. The crowd immediately gasped in unison, a wave of astonishment spreading through them. This guy is completely insane beyond redemption. How dare he speak such treasonous words? He is doomed. This young man is utterly reckless. He doesn't know when to quit. My God. He actually dares to say he would obliterate the department at a snap of his fingers. What audacity does he possess? The elite officers of the department now wore fierce expressions, their bodies trembling with rage. So arrogant, this is beyond the pale. On what grounds does he dare to speak to us like this? I can't take it anymore. I want to kill him. Does he think of our department as a roadside toilet? To obliterate us with a snap of the fingers. I spit on that. Lu Jia's face instantly darkened and he shouted sternly, "You reckless fool, this is sheer audacity. You have repeatedly insulted the dignity of our department. If we do not capture such an arrogant criminal today, how will our department ever stand in the capital again? I have been tolerating you out of respect for General Chen, but you truly believe your Chen family can dominate this realm unchallenged? Even a mud Buddha can get angry." Lu Jia was now at his limit, and he absolutely could not allow this little brat who had barely matured to step all over him. Had he not feared bringing unnecessary trouble, he would have already made a move. But this Chen Fan was clearly too much, utterly intolerable. "Someone. Take this ignorant fool down at once." Lu Jia abruptly waved his hand downward. With this command issued, his loyal subordinates, who had long been simmering with rage, instantly shot forward like arrows released from a bow. The officers of gold and silver rank wasted no breath, aiming directly for Chen Fan's face. They had long found this pretentious young man displeasing, wishing to stomp him into the ground at once. "Stupid kid, even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, you won't walk out of this door. Once you're in the pitch-black dungeon, I have plenty of ways to make you beg for death." Humph, just a naive youth who has never experienced the harshness of society. As the crowd witnessed this, they all shook their heads in despair, quickly retreating several steps as if avoiding a plague, fearing to be caught up in the ensuing chaos. This child is ultimately too young and impulsive. What could possibly be solved by not sitting down to negotiate? Why must he push things to such extremes and challenge the authority of the public? And what is he still bragging about obliterating? Who does he think he is, a celestial being? He is far too self-righteous. This will teach him a lesson to prevent future calamities for his family. Facing the few officers charging at him, Chen Fan didn't even lift an eyelid, his body showing no sign of movement. He looked at them as if observing a group of oblivious ants bouncing around on the roadside, completely disregarding them. A bunch of pathetic ants, and you dare act wild here. You officers capture people indiscriminately without regard for right or wrong. You dogs aiding the wicked deserve to die by the law. As the last word left his mouth, his voice suddenly grew incredibly deep. Buzz. In that instant, everyone present felt a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating in their heads. Immediately after, Chen Fan slowly raised his right hand, finger slightly splayed palm facing down, gently pressing downward into the void.
The crowd rubbed their eyes vaguely, seeing the air before them boiling like a tumultuous sea, violently rolling and collapsing. Even the clouds which had been still above seemed to be pulled and stirred by this invisible force. The few officers who were about to reach Chen Fan suddenly seemed to hit an invisible thick wall or were subjected to an overwhelming pressure. They felt as if a towering mountain was placed upon their spines, their faces instantly turning from crimson to an eerie purple, veins on their temples bulging, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. From the perspective of the onlookers, the actions of those few individuals seemed to freeze in midair. This scene resembled a video being paused, absurd and disjointed. The space around Chen Fan appeared completely separated from the outside world, forming a bizarre independent domain. Some skilled practitioners in the crowd immediately recognized that these individuals were firmly trapped by an overwhelmingly powerful force field. What kind of spell is this? I don't know. Why are they all frozen like wooden puppets? Have they been possessed? How come they can't move? Oh my god, could it really be that young man who looks like a celestial being? Could it be that this young man is actually a hidden martial arts master? Everyone stared with wide eyes at this bizarre scene, their hearts racing. The once strong officers began to visibly swell like balloons overfilled by a powerful air pump. Their veins beneath the skin became clear, threatening to burst forth at any moment. The next second. Boom! 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 Several muffled explosions rang out across the open square, clearly audible to everyone. The previously arrogant subordinates of the officers suddenly exploded into countless pieces like overinflated balloons. Dark red blood and shattered flesh splattered everywhere, transforming the scene into a brutal and bloody spectacle. Silence. The entrance to the entire public institution fell into a deathly stillness. At this moment, the several hundred people present didn't dare to breathe. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. Ugh. Ugh. Witnessing this scene of hell on earth, the onlookers turned pale, their souls trembling in terror. Soon after, the intense psychological and physiological discomfort caused their stomachs to churn. They could no longer hold it, and bending over to vomit various filth onto the ground. This scene was simply unbearable to watch. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of vomit and the overwhelming smell of blood mixing into an unspeakable odor. Even the other officers of the department, who had seen their fair share of gruesome scenes, had never encountered such a bizarre and cruel method of killing, and they too followed suit, succumbing to nausea. Damn it, and how on earth did this kid pull that off? And is he even human, or some kind of specter? Just now those men suddenly vomited. Could it be, the truth has actually been guessed? This young man is truly a peerless martial prodigy whose strength defies comprehension, and no wonder he dared storm the prefectural constabulary alone. He must have held an ace up his sleeve. But this technique is utterly ruthless, he just detonated them outright. And he's lost his mind, completely insane. And he actually slew a master constable of the prefectural constabulary in broad daylight before hundreds of witnesses. After a brief moment of stunned disbelief, Lu Jie gradually regained his composure, his face twisted into a grimace as sour as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. And what chilled him to the bone was the chilling realization he had gravely underestimated Chen Fan's combat prowess. Though he had long operated in the imperial capital, he'd still heard whispers from Jinling that the Chen family had produced a useless eldest heir, a scholarly bookworm utterly devoid of martial cultivation. Yet judging by today's display, this man was no wastrel at all, but a terrifying, remorseless sovereign of slaughter. Those rumors had not merely misled, they had poisoned minds. But so what? And Lu Jie roared in furious humiliation and utterly lawless. Brazen beyond belief. End to murder an official on duty here, this is the gravest capital offense imaginable. I'll tear you limb from limb right here and now, to make an example of you. After all, Lu Jie himself was a genuine grandmaster, a title earned through decades of grueling cultivation. In his eyes, Chen Fan, no matter how uncanny his abilities, remained but an ant easily crushed beneath his heel so long as he hadn't yet crossed the threshold into grandmasterhood. If he could seize this chance to eliminate Chen Fan, the Wang family would surely reward him handsomely, perhaps even double the bounty. Until now he'd been searching for a pretext to strike. Now Chen Fan had handed him one on a silver platter. Why hesitate? In that flash of thought, Lu Jie shot forward like a launched missile, his entire body sheathed in a dense surging aura of protective chi, his right hand rising with cataclysmic force to smash down upon Chen Fan's crown. Madeira colossal palm imprint materialized, wrought from overwhelming chi energy. It blotted out the sun like a descending mountain, radiating annihilation as it bore down upon Chen Fan. Against that titanic imprint, Chen Fan's figure appeared infinitesimal, fragile, defenseless. The sheer oppressive weight of that aura made every onlooker's heart constrict violently. This is your death sentence, and even if you're the crown prince of the Chen family, when you reach the king of hell, remember to name me as your slayer. Lu Jie roared with grotesque glee, his gaze upon Chen Fan as cold and contemptuous as one might cast upon a lowly insect easily toyed with, effortlessly crushed. A grain of sand dares flaunt its feeble gleam before the full moon, and Chen Fan didn't deign to treat Lu Jie's assault as anything more than a passing breeze. To one of his caliber, a grandmaster was indeed no more significant than dust scattered upon the ground. Chi erupted from Chen Fan's meridians like a volcanic cataclysm, immediately enveloping him in a dread-inducing field of overwhelming power. He flicked his sleeve with effortless nonchalance. And two serpentine torrents of azure chi surged skyward, fierce draconic wreathed in murderous aura, their maws gaping wide as if ready to swallow the heavens whole. They resembled twin typhoons of unbreakable sword energy rushing upward with apocalyptic hunger to meet the descending palm imprint. The immense, seemingly invincible palm imprint shattered instantly upon contact, as if fragile glass struck by a sledgehammer, shattering into countless streaks of dissipating light. Yet the two azure serpents pressed onward undeterred, like true azure dragons roaring with vacuum-shattering fury, hurtling straight toward Lu Jie. What in the world is happening? And how is such power even possible? And Lu Jie stared in abject terror, his legendary life-defining technique utterly nullified by a casual offhand strike. Feeling that soul-rending aura mere inches from his face, so close it threatened to scatter his very consciousness, Lu Jie's spirit fled his body in sheer panic. And boom! A thunderous detonation ripped across the sky above the prefectural constabulary. A wave of annihilating energy exploded outward in all directions. The crowd couldn't withstand the shockwave, they tumbled backward like rolling gourds. Several unlucky souls standing too near spat blood from violent internal rupture. A razor-edged overbearing sword intent still hung faintly in the air, then a battered figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing hard onto the flagstones. The impact cratered the ground, sending dust billowing high. As the haze-thinned onlookers saw Lu Jie's garments shredded to tatters. His appearance was horrific, countless sword wounds crisscrossed his body, bleeding profusely. He looked as though he'd been dragged dripping from a crimson abyss. Lu Jie's face had turned the sickly yellow of aged gold paper. He strained to rise, yet before he could straighten he convulsed violently, vomiting a thick black torrent flecked with viscera, and collapsed half-kneeling into the crater. In truth, Chen Fan had deliberately spared his life. Had those twin sword energies struck with full force, Lu Jie would have been reduced to ash in an instant. At that moment Lu Jie's gaze was blank, numbed beyond sensation, his terror and disbelief so absolute that even the agony of his wounds no longer registered. I, a grandmaster of my generation, have fallen like this, and how could his strength possibly transcend understanding itself? Despair consumed Lu Jie's heart. He never imagined that the youth he'd dismissed as a helpless lamb was in truth a monster of unimaginable horror. Decades of arduous grandmaster cultivation shattered by a single indifferent gesture. And most devastating of all, Chen Fan hadn't even exerted himself, he fought with the detached ease of an adult humoring a child. Only now did Lu Jie grasp the horrifying truth: he hadn't kicked a pebble, he'd slammed headlong into an indestructible steel monolith. And this man was undoubtedly the most concealed, most terrifying of all the prodigies within Jinling's Chen family. Chen Fan advanced slowly, deliberately, each step drawing nearer to the kneeling Lu Jie, each step intensifying the invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Soon Lu Jie felt his internal organs compressing under that crushing weight, until at last his ribs cracked with a piercing, grating shriek. Agony lanced through him like lightning, his face contorting into a mask of pure unadulterated torment. His ruined knees finally gave way with a sharp, brittle snap, leaving him kneeling there utterly humiliated at Chen Fan's feet. Chen Fan gazed down upon the broken man at his feet, his expression unmoved, serene as still water. Then with infinite calm he raised a single finger and flicked, releasing 4 needle-thin sword energies sharp enough to cleave the air itself. Schlick in with a wet metallic sound, an arm severed cleanly at the shoulder soared high into the air, then arced down into the rubble. The wound gaped smooth as polished glass, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Lu Jie stood frozen, mind utterly blank. Ag. And 2 seconds later a scream of unimaginable anguish tore through the heavens. And a mere Grandmaster Tirmino, you dare challenge me? Chen Fan watched impassively as Lu Jie writhed in his own blood, his gaze as indifferent as one cast upon refuse. And hundreds of eyes ringed the square, each face etched with awe so profound it bordered on reverence. By now the crowd outside the prefectural constabulary had swelled to 500 or 600. And holy hell! And he actually crippled the deputy chief. There really exists someone this audacious, truly unhinged. An unbelievable power. This isn't combat, it's dimensional annihilation. That was a grandmaster famed throughout the realm, and before him he fought like a child, utterly powerless, and no wonder he declared he'd level the prefectural constabulary from the outset. He wasn't boasting. He was stating fact. Who is this celestial being? And in the blink of an eye he's slain so many. The onlookers had witnessed firsthand how Chen Fan dismantled Lu Jie calmly, almost playfully. Na Grandmaster, one of the region's undisputed overlords. A figure of renown in the martial world, yet before Chen Fan he shattered like parchment. Those who'd once mocked Chen Fan's audacity now felt only paralyzing fear and strangely fervent involuntary reverence. Nit was simply too brutal a grandmaster erased with such terrifying nonchalance. His combat power was nothing short of omnipotent. Only now did the crowd fully comprehend. That Chen Fan's solitary siege upon the prefectural constabulary and his declaration to erase it was neither arrogance nor madness. It was the quiet certainty of one who possessed absolute unassailable strength and the boundless confidence that came with it. The remaining constables stared at Chen Fan's slender back and then at the severed arm lying in the ruins and felt their entire worldview collapse. Did he really cripple our deputy chief N and not even a single counterblow landed? N, he's a demon slayer without mercy, killing dozens in mere minutes. He is none other than a living god of slaughter descended upon mortal soil. And heavens above, what unspeakable terror have we unwittingly provoked? What do we do now? And who knows? And who knows? And does anyone still know what to do? Indeed. If their Grandmaster Commander had been obliterated by a single offhand move, who among these junior constables could possibly stand against him? Events had unfolded too swiftly, too brutally. Their minds remained numb, unable to process this shattered reality. A den of corruption like this prefectural constabulary has no right to exist. Nas Chen Fan spoke cold and dispassionate. His right foot gathered immense force, then slammed downward with devastating finality. A seismic force erupted from his soul, spreading outward in a wave of utter devastation. The concrete beneath his foot imploded instantly. Countless spiderweb fractures exploded across the street, stretching hundreds of meters in every direction. The prefectural constabulary's imposing majestic gate detonated into splinters. Even the surrounding fortress-like walls fractured deeply. 1 second later the walls collapsed en masse with a deafening roar, sending vast plumes of dust soaring skyward, blotting out the sun and plunging the street into eerie twilight. When the dust finally settled, only the central administrative building remained, standing alone amid a landscape of utter ruin, shattered walls, pulverized gates and debris-strewn desolation. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Even Lu Jia, kneeling in his crater with a severed arm, sat utterly dumbstruck. So, annihilated with a fingersnap, was literal after all. And my mother's mercy, and he actually razed the entire prefectural constabulary to the ground with his bare hands. Unbelievable, the sheer force of a single stump, and this was the seat of legal authority, the symbol of imperial justice, and now it's gone. I can't believe my own eyes. Is this real or am I dreaming? And it's staggering. Blink once, open your eyes again, and the prefectural constabulary has become rubble. One man, just one man, flattened the entire capital prefectural constabulary, and at last the spectators fully awakened to reality. They understood now. Annihilated with a fingersnap wasn't hyperbole, it was simple stark fact spoken by one who dwelled beyond mortal limits. And the surviving constables stood like statues amidst the wreckage, stunned, hollow-eyed. Gazing at the lone spectral administrative building behind them, they felt like orphans abandoned in a wasteland, utterly lost, directionless. Meanwhile, inside the main building's interrogation room, and if you refuse to confess, I will resort to these real instruments of pain. The wise choose wisely, don't waste time dreaming of rescue. Now loyal constable brandished a spiked whip, his face twisted with menace. He shouted at Chen Yuro, attempting to shatter her resolve with brute intimidation. Chen Yuro lifted her gaze coolly, her lips curling into a faint mocking smile. And your deputy chief at least enjoys the Wang family's protection. What are you truly? And when things go awry, do you have any escape route? That single incisive question struck like a silent blow. And the constable, who moments before had bellowed like a caged rooster, froze utterly speechless. Indeed, Chen Yuro stood backed by the colossal Chen family of Jinling. Should he dare apply severe torture, and should the Chen family exact retribution later, the Wang family would not shield him. A mere foot soldier. The deputy director maintains close ties with the influential Wang family. What standing does one like me, a lowly laborer, have to negotiate terms with him? Boom! A deafening explosion and violent collapse erupted outside, shaking the entire office building. Screams of terror pierced the corridors as female staff members scattered in panic. The constable's face paled instantly. I'll go check what chaos is unfolding out there, stay still and don't move a muscle. With that perfunctory warning, he bolted from the interrogation room without a backward glance. Chen Yuro finally exhaled deeply, her breath trembling with relief. What on earth has just happened outside? She furrowed her brow, bewildered. Straining her ears, she caught only a cacophony of shouts and frantic commotion. Wang Qingshan now stood upon the upper corridor of the office tower, gazing down at the rubble below. His expression twisted into something grotesquely savage. Excellent. 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 Lu Jia lies broken, and the National Constabulary Office itself lies in ruins. The Chen family has truly sealed its own doom. Ecstasy surged through him, cresting like a tidal wave. In his mind's eye, he already beheld the Chen clan utterly crushed by the full might of the state, executed to the last soul. He had watched every moment unfold from the shadows. The peerless Grandmaster Lu Jia felled effortlessly by a single casual strike from that youth. Yet none of that mattered now. A deputy official shattered. The entire constabulary office reduced to rubble. Legally, this was no longer a private feud, it was open rebellion, a brazen affront to national sovereignty, escalating to the gravest possible severity. Wang Qingshan sneered inwardly, truly unforeseen that so-called wastrel possesses such terrifying strength. Outside upon the plaza's shattered center, Lu Jia knelt, bleeding profusely yet grinning with manic glee as he roared at Chen Fan, "You are finished."
Not even heaven's sovereign could save you now. Your entire Chen family shall perish alongside you, this madman. After all, the constabulary office stood as Beijing's cornerstone judicial institution. Today the heavens themselves had been pierced. Meanwhile in Jiangnan City, thousands of miles away, within the city lord's mansion. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. An urgent telephone ring shattered the study's silence. Lu Jiangnan sat rigid as if perched upon nails, unable to settle, unable to breathe. He snatched up the receiver, bypassing all pleasantries. What is the situation in Beijing? My lord, city lord, the sky has fallen. Catastrophe has struck. The voice on the line trembled uncontrollably. Per your secret directive, the moment the demon king Xiu Luo crossed into Beijing's borders, our finest scouts were deployed, watching him day and night without pause. That monstrous demon king stormed straight into the constabulary sanctum, slaughtering indiscriminately. Countless constables lie dead, its deputy director utterly crippled, and now the very structure of the constabulary office crumbles into dust. The voice crackled with urgency, punctuated by ragged gasps, as though the messenger himself stood paralyzed by sheer terror. Ever since Chen Fan departed, Lu Jiangnan's heart had lurched ceaselessly. He feared precisely such an irreversible, reckless act. As precaution, he issued a death order to his trusted agents stationed in Beijing: monitor Chen Fan's every word, every step. Should the slightest ripple stir, they were to report immediately to their city lord. What did you say? A thunderclap detonated inside Lu Jiangnan's skull. He shot upright from his massive chair, face frozen in disbelief. He'd anticipated upheaval, but never imagined this youth would dare tear a hole through heaven itself. This wasn't mere provocation, it was a deliberate total upheaval of Beijing's very foundations. As ruler of Jiangnan City, Lu Jiangnan understood better than anyone the symbolic weight of the constabulary office. It was the core instrument of internal order, the living embodiment of law. More crucially, each brick, each beam bore the unassailable dignity and authority of Beijing itself. Now Chen Fan had raised its headquarters and slaughtered openly beneath the sun. This was no petty crime, it was a direct challenge to the entire human order. Chaos would surely engulf Beijing, but even more certain was the shockwave rippling through the reclusive elite. The most formidable elders of humanity would be jolted from seclusion, shaken to their cores. Yet Lu Jiangnan's deepest dread lay not in wounded pride. He feared if Chen Fan continued this unchecked slaughter, those hidden terrifying masters of Beijing would inevitably intervene directly. And should full-scale battle erupt at the city's heart, Chen Fan would irrevocably position himself against all humanity, becoming the ultimate pariah. To Lu Jiangnan, Chen Fan was not merely a sovereignty or powerhouse, he was a being of boundless potential, destined perhaps to ascend to the zenith of martial cultivation. In his heart he had long regarded Chen Fan as the luminous vanguard, the one who would lead all humanity toward a radiant future. If those soaring hopes now dissolved into ash, consumed by today's near-mindless bloodshed. Lu Jiangnan's brow tightened. He dared not even contemplate the catastrophic aftermath. What on earth are we to do? No one, not a single soul, can halt that madman's advance. The constabulary office is Beijing's most vital organ, leveling it invites calamity beyond reckoning. The voice on the line broke into sobs, desperate, flustered like an ant scurrying atop a burning pan. If events spiraled further out of control, who could predict what even more unspeakable horrors that slaughterer might unleash? Perhaps in the next instant he would descend upon the city lord's mansion itself, reducing it to ashes. That raw, panicked cry finally yanked Lu Jiangnan's drifting thoughts back to reality. His voice turned grave as he commanded into the receiver, fix your gaze upon him, do not blink. I depart for Beijing immediately. Understood. The voice paused, stunned, then edged with quiet awe. Could it be true? The supreme sovereign of Jiangnan City, crossing 10,000 miles solely to confront the demon rampaging through the constabulary. Yet upon reflection, only the city lord himself possessed even the faintest chance of restraining that man, now lost entirely to frenzy. The moment the call ended, Lu Jiangnan's aura exploded outward. He became a streak of incandescent light, shooting across the azure sky, vanishing into the clouds before the eye could follow. Meanwhile, within Jiangnan University, nestled in a serene, secluded courtyard, the venerable president reclined lazily in a swaying bamboo chair, eyes half-lidded, exchanging idle banter with two companions. Dong Shuahai and Zhong Shangguan stood nearby, faces drawn with deep anxiety, silent, burdened by unspoken weight. Though the president had just counseled patience, reminding them that haste avails nothing and fate unfolds as it must. Their minds still churned heavy as stone. Uncertainty gnawed at them relentlessly. No one could foresee what cataclysm Chen Fan might unleash in Beijing, and no one possessed the means to stop him. Especially Zhong Shangguan, who still vividly recalled Chen Fan's wrathful visage, divine, demonic, terrifying beyond measure. A being whose casual sword intent could annihilate a marquis-tier master in a single gesture. If the constabulary merely detained Shen Yuro without resorting to torture, there may yet remain room for negotiation. But should they harm even a single hair upon that girl's head, the demon king Xiu Luo will drown all of Beijing in blood. How incomprehensible! Why must Beijing's arrogant fools provoke the one being they should never ever awaken?
May heaven protect them, may they refrain from any senseless act that enrages him. For if they do, even celestial deities descending to earth could not save their lives. Zhong Shangwen murmured inwardly, palms slick with cold sweat.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Amid the suffocating tension, their communicators blared simultaneously, jarring insistent. Dong Shuai and Zhong Shangwen exchanged a startled glance, both reading the same alarm in the other's eyes. A profound instinctive dread rose within them. At this critical juncture, such an emergency call could mean only one thing: Beijing had fallen.
Hello.
In perfect unison they answered, and pressed speakerphone, letting the voice echo across the courtyard. The president, who had been feigning slumber, opened his eyes, curiosity glinting deep within.
Catastrophic emergency.
The man has unleashed slaughter within the constabulary, and just now leveled its entire structure to the ground. Two distinct voices spoke over the line, but delivered identical reports as if the calamity unfolded in synchronized horror. Dong Shuai's voice cracked, leaping 8 octaves higher. What nonsense is this? The revelation detonated within him a psychic earthquake, leaving him stunned, speechless, breathless. Beside him, Zhong Shangwen felt his mind short-circuit, his consciousness freezing entirely.
One thought echoed endlessly: all is lost. All is lost. Beijing has truly been turned upside down.
Upon hearing the news, City Lord Liu has already departed for Beijing at full speed.
What then shall we do?
They shouted together, voices overlapping in shared desperation.
We cannot wait another second. We must leave for Beijing now.
Without pausing to bow or bid farewell to the president, the two elders transformed into blinding streaks of light, vanishing beyond the horizon in an instant. The wind of their departure tousled the president's hair.
He sat motionless, staring blankly, whispering, he demolished the constabulary office.
These younger generations, they move with such wild, untamable ferocity.
Meanwhile, within Beijing's magnificent city lord's residence,
a portly middle-aged man with prominent ears sat opposite a silver-haired elder whose countenance radiated gentle benevolence, locked in a tense chess match. Their status was unparalleled, both occupied the apex of Beijing's power hierarchy, one the director of the constabulary, the other Beijing's highest administrative sovereign, the city lord. They had traded moves for 30 minutes, yet the board remained locked in stalemate, neither gaining advantage. Su Bao's narrow eyes were nearly closed, his usual affable smile making him appear disarmingly kind, easy to approach, easy to trust. Yet those who knew his methods whispered behind his back, the smiling tiger, a ruthless predator who devoured men whole, bones and all. Su Bao, director of the constabulary, wielded immense political authority, and personally embodied the sovereignty of cultivation. Director, disaster has struck. A panicked, stumbling guard burst in, shattering the delicate balance of the game.
Su Bao's slit-like eyes snapped open, just a fraction.
Though his face remained impassive, an overwhelming aura of dominion flooded the chamber. The intruding guard felt icy dread surge from his soles to his scalp, his back drenched in cold sweat before he could blink. The gentle elder Long Shangwa waves dismissively, look at you, frothing like a startled hare. Has the sky truly collapsed? I rarely find time for a decent game, and you ruin it. How utterly vexing. Speak now. What in the world is happening? Su Bao's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp, radiating palpable disdain for this unwelcome interruption. The guard swallowed hard, his gaze flickering with fear as he stared at Su Bao, torn between speaking and retreating into silence.
Su Bao snapped, growing increasingly impatient. What are you gawking at me for? Speak up, or hold your tongue. Is it some calamity back at your patrol bureau headquarters?
Long Shangwa, the city lord of the capital, possessed an uncanny mastery of reading faces and piercing hearts honed to perfection over decades of governance.
An unidentified youth has stormed our patrol bureau.
He's slaughtering indiscriminately and has already razed the entire compound to rubble. The guard drew several deep breaths, as if summoning every ounce of courage he'd ever possessed, before blurting out the full report in one desperate rush. A tomb-like silence descended upon the chamber, profound, suffocating, unbroken for a long suspended moment. Su Baohua, as though doubting the fidelity of his own ears, demanded again, repeat that. Did you say the patrol bureau has been reduced to ruins? At that instant he even wondered whether exhaustion had warped his senses, conjuring some grotesque auditory hallucination. Long Shangwa too paused, his normally imperturbable countenance softening into an expression both inscrutable and deeply thoughtful. Yes, it's true. I dare not utter a single falsehood, the guard murmured, bowing his head low, refusing even to meet Su Baohua's gaze. Boom. The instant the words left his lips, a crushing wave of oppressive chi erupted from Su Baohua, tangible, terrifying, absolute. The courtyard of the city lord's mansion filled with a suffocating aura of violent fury, so thick the very air seemed to congeal. The messenger guard hadn't even registered the shockwave before being hurled backward onto the ground, sprawled and humiliated.
Utterly lawless. Unbearably arrogant.
Who dares so brazenly demolish my patrol bureau? He shall pay in blood, regretting the day he drew breath upon this earth. Su Baohua laughed, a jagged thunderous roar, then launched himself skyward like a cannonball, his corpulent frame defying gravity with shocking force. He surged forward wreathed in a tempestuous aura, like a raging river breaking its banks, like a tsunami obliterating all in its path, his murderous intent blazing toward the site of devastation. As Su Baohua stormed away, Long Shangua turned calmly toward the guard crumpled on the floor, his composure unruffled, serene as mist over still water. Enough. Tell me everything, from beginning to end, without omission. Such was the man who could watch mountains crumble before him and never blink. Even having just heard the patrol bureau razed to the ground, his expression remained placid, unmoved, unshaken. Indeed, the heavens above the capital were about to shatter. Excellent. Brilliant. The louder the chaos, the more exhilarating it becomes. It couldn't possibly align more perfectly with my wishes. When Su Baohua returns and sees his stronghold leveled to dust, that spectacle will be unforgettable. And someone most assuredly will pay dearly. From the shadowed corridor beyond, Wang Qingshan stifled a triumphant, unrestrained laugh, his heart ablaze with glee. He had never imagined events would spiral so far beyond his calculations, racing headlong toward a crescendo he'd once deemed unimaginable. That reckless brute sent by the Chen family was no mere troublemaker, he was a true madman willing to unleash slaughter within the hallowed halls of the patrol bureau itself. Did this Chen Fan truly harbor no fear of provoking the ancient unfathomable masters hidden deep within the capital? In truth, his open defiance struck a brutal blow across the faces of every elite in the capital and laid bare without mercy the sovereign authority of City Lord Long Shangua. Su Baohua was no trivial adversary, he was a genuine sovereign rank cultivator, a title earned in blood and fire. To demolish the patrol bureau was tantamount to defecating upon Su Baohua's crown, a humiliation guaranteed to drive the corpulent lord into blind apoplectic rage. With his vengeful, merciless nature, Su Baohua would never let such a disgrace pass unpunished. The Chen family was now utterly doomed. They would be hunted down, crushed beneath the united wrath of every faction in the capital, until nothing remained but ash and silence. Meanwhile, within the frigid, ruined interrogation chamber of the patrol bureau, ZZZZT. Heavy iron shackles bound to Chen Ro's wrists and ankles crackled with searing voltage, emitting a shrill grating whine. Brilliant cobalt arcs flooded the cramped chamber in an eerie spectral blue, casting everything in a ghastly, sorrowful light. Ugh! Chen Ro clenched her pale fists until her knuckles whitened, her slender frame convulsing violently under the relentless electric assault. Agony contorted her features, but she gritted her teeth, enduring the inhuman torment with unyielding resolve. Deep within her meridian, sinister spirit-sealing nails held her cultivation pathways locked tight, rendering her true energy completely inert. Though her body retained the formidable resilience of a grandmaster stripped of protective energy, she could not withstand such sustained brutal current. Prolonged exposure had already begun to char her skin, faint wisps of acrid smoke curling from her scorched flesh. Still resisting. The one who came to rescue you has already torn the patrol bureau apart. What astonishing influence you wield, little girl. Confess, now. The interrogator's eyes flashed with cruel malice as he cranked the voltage dial to its maximum setting. Chen Ro's face twisted further, her suffering nearing its breaking point. The interrogator knew well whoever had come for her was no ordinary foe. Deputy Director Lu Jia had already been crippled. He understood, if he released her today, his own fate would be sealed with equal certainty. Thus, before that lunatic breached the door, he had to force Chen Ro's signature onto the confession scroll. Only then would the Wang family guarantee his survival. I won't confess. The two words tore from her throat, not spoken but wrenched forth from the last ember of her strength. Instantly a fiercer current surged, racking her body with violent, uncontrollable spasms. In that moment she felt her very flesh tearing apart beneath the onslaught. Her fingernails had long since gouged deep into her palms, crimson droplets falling steadily onto the cold stone floor. Such was the depth of her agony, beyond measure, beyond endurance. Let's see how long that stubborn mouth can hold out. The interrogator roared, feral and vicious, just as in the next heartbeat, boom. A cataclysmic explosion shattered the silence, rattling eardrums and shaking bones. The sturdy office building trembled violently, as if struck by a seismic cataclysm. The interrogation chamber's reinforced wall imploded inward, vomiting dust and debris. Who dares disturb this place? A chilling thought seized the interrogator, his face bleaching bone white as he scrambled toward the doorway to peer outside. Before him stretched the corridor, once pristine, now a wasteland of splintered stone and twisted metal, its walls and floor webbed with hairline fractures. Several patrol officers lay motionless amid the wreckage, cold, lifeless. His gaze drifted slowly down the ruin-strewn hallway. There, advancing with unhurried, deliberate steps, walked a young man whose features were sculpted with arresting grace, handsome beyond reason, yet whose eyes held a glacial, soul-chilling emptiness. Halt, immediately. Take one more step and you'll answer for it with your life. Forcible intrusion into government premises is a capital offense. In the blink of an eye, every surviving officer on the floor seized their weapons and encircled Chen Fan, panic-etching raw lines across their faces. You're shamelessly audacious. If you value your life, leave now.
Emboldened by the sudden arrival of his comrades, the interrogator pointed a trembling finger at Chen Fan and barked orders with renewed bravado. "Stop him, all of you!" A senior officer cowered behind the ranks, shrieking hysterically while jabbing his finger toward Chen Fan. Click click click. In an instant, high-tech weaponry powered up, dozens of black muzzles locking onto Chen Fan's vital points with lethal precision. Hundreds of armed officers confronted Chen Fan alone in that narrow space, a standoff thick with volatile tension, the air itself charged with the scent of imminent violence. "Those who stand before me walk only one path, to death." Chen Fan did not slow. Around him his true energy swelled like boiling water, and his sword-intent domain erupted vast and devastating. Above the battlefield, invisible celestial swords hung suspended in the void, each humming with annihilating power. Behind him, twin azure dragon serpent energies coiled upward, divine, terrible, awe-inspiring. At his silent command, countless ethereal blades shot forth, one after another, like arrows loosed from heaven's own quiver. Before the officers could even squeeze their triggers, icy cold pierced their chests, each heart cleanly pierced by an unseen blade. Scalding blood erupted, splattering pristine walls and polished floors in violent crimson blooms. Chen Fan moved as if plucking strings from a lute, effortless, elegant, fatal. Each hypervelocity sword cleaved through air and flesh alike, sending heads tumbling and misting the air with gore. Each measured step forward marked the extinguishing of a life. This was step-by-step slaughter, absolute, inexorable, divine. He would flood this place with blood until no soul dared bar his way again. At the threshold of the interrogation chamber, Chen Fan finally beheld his sister Chen Ro, bound tightly to the torture rack. Her once at shoulder-length hair now reeked of burnt flesh, acrid, heartbreaking. Her face was parchment pale, her body a map of open wounds, bloodied, broken, lacerated. Dozens of grievous injuries scarred her frame. She lay unconscious, overwhelmed by unbearable torment. No one with sight could fail to grasp the unspeakable cruelty she had endured here. Chen Fan's expression shifted, slowly, inexorably, from profound darkness into something far worse, pure, incandescent, living slaughterlust. "No, I swear it wasn't me." The interrogator trembled violently, voice cracking as he scrambled for any lifeline. His sole thought now was survival, by any means necessary. Every soul present here today shall perish, to atone for her suffering. Witnessing his beloved sister subjected to such inhuman brutality, Chen Fan's pent-up fury could only find release in rivers of blood. Boom! The moment those words left his lips, a killing aura erupted, so dense, so frigid it dropped the ambient temperature to sub-zero. The sheer pressure forced the entire reinforced building to sink more than 2 meters into the earth, with a deep groaning thunder. The clear sky darkened instantly, thick churning clouds swirling into a colossal vortex directly overhead the patrol bureau. In that moment, Chen Fan radiated the aura of a war god risen from the deepest hells, a true Azure incarnate. He gazed down coldly at the interrogator, now crumpled at his feet, and flicked his wrist, launching 4 razor-edged sword energies. First he severed both arms with surgical precision, then both legs, forcing the man to watch his own limbs disintegrate in pools of his own blood, screaming in abject terror and despair. Then with a single effortless palm strike, the interrogator dissolved into a shapeless, steaming slurry of gore. "You monster! You've lost all reason, how dare you commit such atrocity?" The remaining officers stood paralyzed, faces ashen, souls frozen in horror. The overwhelming might Chen Fan had just displayed was beyond comprehension. To them he was no longer human, he was a primordial slaughter deity walking among mortals. "Kill!" Chen Fan threw his arms wide. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly into a fist, gripping the empty air with visceral force, whereupon the nameless divine sword ever bound to him instantly coalesced within his palm. In that instant the remaining bailiffs, who had still harbored faint hopes of resistance, lost all will to fight as one. They whirled about and fled in panicked disarray. Chen Fan watched their desperate dying struggle with impassive detachment, then flicked his wrist in a gesture so casual it seemed almost dismissive. A colossal crescent-shaped sword aura erupted from the blade, sweeping forward with unstoppable cataclysmic force. That blinding incandescent swordlight eclipsed all vision, swallowing the entire floor hole. Outside the Bailiff Bureau's headquarters, onlookers witnessed only a slender needle-thin line of white light, brilliant beyond endurance, shooting vertically from the building's core, piercing straight through the clouds high above. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion followed, then the imposing edifice symbol of unassailable authority split cleanly in 2 down its center, severed by a single flawless stroke. What unspeakable calamity has just unfolded inside? That man is no human, he is a raving demon. Does he have any notion of what he's done? He has openly defied the very bedrock of the imperial capital. Despicable wretch, cease at once. It is over. No one escapes this day unscathed. Outside the ruins, shrieks of terror and furious curses tangled together in chaotic cacophony, the scene descended into utter pandemonium. Within the shattered husk of the office building, the interior had long since transformed into a grotesque blood-soaked battlefield, a true field of Azures. Mangled corpses lay strewn haphazardly amid rubble, crimson blood gushed ceaselessly from the massive vertical fissure cleaving the building, coalescing into a horrifying sky-spanning waterfall of gore.
The sheer visual impact was staggering. Every single bailiff within had been eradicated by that one lightning-swift decisive strike. Chen Fan had truly unleashed slaughter without mercy, not a single soul spared. At that moment the long sword in his hand dissolved silently into mist. He approached Chen Yuro with quiet deliberate steps, gently smoothing her disheveled hair with warm tender fingers, then began channeling streams of pure soothing qi into her meridians. Through his presence, Chen Fan quickly assessed her current condition. Thankfully, though she bore numerous visible wounds, most were superficial, her foundation remained unharmed. Yet when his inner perception detected the presence of genuine nails embedded deep within her body, his expression darkened, cold, heavy, and suffused with imminent fury. To deploy such torturous instruments against an unarmed student still ungraduated. Against a helpless child. A surge of barely restrained murderous madness flared once more in the depths of Chen Fan's eyes. He then guided his qi with surgical precision through her body, effortlessly grinding those vile genuine nails into fine inert dust. Meanwhile, the steady infusion of qi accelerated the healing of her wounds. Before long, Chen Yuro's pale lips parted slightly, emitting a faint dreamlike whisper, then slowly, heavily, her eyelids lifted. Her vision gradually sharpened, the world resolving from blurred haze into crisp, lucid clarity. She felt a warm hand caressing her cheek, gentle, reverent, brimming with tender devotion. And that aura, so intimately familiar, woven into the very marrow of her being. Startled, Chen Yuro jerked her head up, and there before her appeared the face she had yearned for night and day, yet now gazed upon in stunned disbelief. Her pupils contracted sharply. Her nose stung, her eyes flooded with tears, then with soft wounded timidity she whispered, "Brother." In that moment of reunion with kin, every last psychological barrier she had clung to crumbled utterly. No matter how fiercely resilient or self-reliant her nature before her own elder brother, all pretenses of strength dissolved like mist. Now she was simply a wronged girl who had finally found her sanctuary, tears spilling freely, overwhelmed by sorrow and relief. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you home right now." Chen Fan softly brushed away the stray strands clinging to her forehead, his voice warm as spring breeze carried infinite tenderness. Chen Yuro sniffled hard, her heart brimming with bewildered questions. She blurted out, How did you come to save me?" Once her initial shock subsided, her mind flooded with queries. How could he possibly appear here, into certain death itself? Why in such a sealed fortress had he been allowed entry? How had he breached the layers of elite guards? And how could the ferocious enforcers of the Bailiff Bureau ever permit his passage? What seismic upheaval had transpired behind the scenes? Moreover, she sensed it instinctively, her brother's bearing his gaze, even his very essence, now stood in stark, irreconcilable contrast to the gentle, scholarly figure etched in her memory. Her gaze drifted involuntarily past Chen Fan, to where only a shattered corridor remained, littered with dust and debris. And there, strewn across the ground in ghastly profusion, layer upon layer of mutilated lifeless bodies, piled high like miniature macabre hills. Following the rivulets of blood, her eyes fell upon the colossal vertical fissure, and there, suspended in horror, cascaded a terrifying crimson waterfall plummeting straight downward. Chen Yuro's composure shattered entirely. Her mouth fell open in a perfect astonished O. In that instant she was utterly, irrevocably stunned. Ha 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 ha. The Chen family is finished, utterly, irrevocably destroyed. At that moment a wild, triumphant cackle echoed down the ruined corridor. Chen Fan turned his head expressionless toward the sound. At the far end of the rubble-strewn passage stood Wang Qingshan, dancing with manic glee. Events had spiraled far beyond his most devious calculations, faster than thought itself. Though the outcome diverged wildly from his original scheme, this unforeseen turn delighted him all the more. For he had never imagined that the Chen family's so-called useless youth would prove so devastatingly lethal, not only slaughtering every bailiff but demolishing the entire bureau. Even conservatively speaking, this young man standing before him possessed the terrifying might of a grandmaster. He could not fathom why this long-maligned waste of the Chen family had suddenly awakened such overwhelming power. Yet a moment's reflection revealed the inevitable consequence: the capital's highest echelons would now pursue him and the entire Chen family with relentless, merciless vengeance. For Chen Fan's actions in their eyes embodied the Chen family's unequivocal will. He is the elder dispatched by the Wang family," Chen Yuro murmured dazedly, her head still swimming. Chen Fan's countenance froze, icy, implacable, absolute. The Wang family stood as the architect of his sister's torment, the root cause of her suffering. Before Chen Fan's gaze, Wang Qingshan was already condemned, a dead man walking. "You have committed a crime that rends the heavens themselves. The entire Chen family, every soul high and low, shall suffer your reckoning. Fool! You have hurled your own clan into irreversible annihilation." Wang Qingshan sneered with cruel satisfaction regarding Chen Fan as if he were prey already ensnared in an inescapable trap. "Yield now, and perhaps a few embers of your lineage may survive. Resist, and the Chen family shall perish utterly. Insignificant insect, you dare roar before me." Chen Fan merely shook his head in disdain, then casually slammed his palm downward toward Wang Qingshan. A torrent of qi roared forth like a raging river, breaking its banks like a tsunami crashing upon shore. The air before his palm compressed violently, forming a visible transparent shockwave that screamed forward with ear-splitting force. Wang Qingshan's triumphant grin froze rigid on his aged face. Terror seized him. He realized with chilling clarity that this power surpassed even his own half-step marquee cultivation, plunging him into utter despair.
How is this possible? His mind went numb. His carefully laid plans had collapsed entirely, events spiraling completely out of control. And the sole cataclysmic source of this chaos stood before him, Chen Fan, impossibly, unfathomably strong. Boom! At the last instant, Wang Qingshan bellowed in desperation, erecting a desperate chi barrier around himself, but against such absolute power, resistance was pathetically futile. The moment the two forces collided, his protective shield shattered like fragile glass, exploding into countless glittering fragments. A crushing, incomprehensible force slammed into Wang Qingshan's chest. He flew backward like a puppet with cut strings, blood spraying from his mouth in a crimson arc. He crashed through multiple reinforced concrete pillars, finally vanishing beneath a mountain of collapsing rubble. Dust billowed thickly through the corridor, the air grew dense and acrid. Beneath the wreckage, the figure lay motionless, seemingly devoid of breath or pulse. Is this really my brother? Chen Yuro's face registered unprecedented awe. What she had just witnessed shattered the foundations of her worldview, built painstakingly over 20 years. The brother who once struggled to lift heavy objects, who buried himself in books, had just struck down the Wang family's legendary elder with a single contemptuous slap. He was a half-step marquee cultivator, a supreme powerhouse. The psychological shock dwarfed even the spectacle of an ant lifting and hurling an elephant, by orders of magnitude. I know you have countless questions, but now is not the time for answers. Without pause, Chen Fan formed his index and middle fingers into a blade-like point, and with a flick of his wrist sent several razor-sharp bursts of chi streaking forth, shattering her heavy iron restraints into glittering shards. The instant her limbs regained freedom, Chen Yuro brimmed with urgent questions, yet one glance at Chen Fan's grave expression and another sweep of the surrounding azure field told her plainly this was no place for conversation. So she nodded, her expression complex and layered. Oh, Danping is still inside. It struck her then, her panic had nearly made her forget her dearest friend Fong Danping. With the Jinyuan nails removed, her strength surged back rapidly, restoring her to the formidable peerless martial sovereign she truly was. Urgent and swift, she burst from the interrogation chamber, bursting into the adjacent detention cell to pull out a trembling, wide-eyed Fong Danping who huddled low, shaking uncontrollably with raw fear. Did those bailiffs harm you? Were you mistreated? Ignoring her own injuries, Chen Yuro gripped Fong Danping's shoulders with urgent concern. Fong Danping mechanically shook her head. In truth, she had never been part of the Wang family's purge plan or the Bailiff Bureau's agenda, so after locking her in, no one had paid her the slightest attention. Chen Yuro spoke softly, reassuringly, "Don't be afraid, it's over. My brother came himself to rescue us." You mean your brother? Trembling Fong Danping raised her head only to freeze in horror at the sight before her, rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, the corridor a living depiction of hell itself. Her face paled instantly, her stomach churned violently, nearly forcing her to vomit. She also saw Chen Fan standing nearby, a figure utterly alien to the gentle, scholarly, ink-scented scholar she remembered. Now he resembled nothing so much as a cold, emotionless god of death, holding dominion over life and annihilation alike. Fong Danping's eyes trembled faintly in her sockets. Like Chen Yuro, her mind swarmed with unanswered questions, for they were inseparable friends and she had heard countless tales of Chen Fan's childhood misadventures. In her understanding, Chen Fan was always the Chen family's oddity, born incapable of martial cultivation, devoted solely to texts. Yet today's cataclysm, this apocalyptic display, bore no resemblance to the feats of a frail bookish scholar. Chen Fan turned to the two girls and asked quietly, "How exactly were you captured and brought here?" At the mention of this, Chen Yuro prepared to recount the events, when Fong Danping abruptly interjected, unable to contain herself. "It began on the commercial street. We were shopping happily, when suddenly a stranger rushed forward shouting baseless accusations. Then the bailiffs stormed in without inquiry, and dragged us here forcibly without explanation." Recalling that day's injustice, anger and indignation flared across Fong Danping's delicate features. After all that effort, it turns out the patrol bureau has long been colluding with the Wang family, cut from the same cloth. When Chen Fan heard this sordid truth with his own ears, the killing intent radiating from his body erupted uncontrollably once more, shooting straight into the heavens. In that moment he truly resembled a demon god freshly emerged from the abyssal depths of hell. Both girls, Chen Ro and Fong Danping, stood frozen again, utterly stunned by the sight. Especially Chen Ro, a martial arts grandmaster, sensed far more acutely than Fong Danping just how terrifying the aura emanating from Chen Fan had become. It was sheer soul-crushing power, the kind that inspired utter despair, like gazing upon an endless ocean. No matter how deeply you probed, its depths remained unfathomable. Fine, excellent. What a self-righteous Wang family. What a patrol bureau that twists black into white. Chen Fan laughed, a cold, mirthless laugh laced with infinite frost. Had he not arrived in time today, Chen Ro's fate, given her unyielding nature, would have been nothing short of catastrophic. Those wretches had dared to resort to such despicable means, attempting to coerce confessions from his family through torture. Family had always been the inviolable scale, the one absolute taboo upon Chen Fan's Tao heart. At that very instant his eyes narrowed and his gaze locked onto a distant corner. There Wang Qingshan dragged his grievously wounded broken body slowly outward from the rubble-strewn ruins. At that moment only one desperate thought filled the elder's mind: escape, flee this place of calamity at once. This Chen Fan before him was simply too terrifying. Recalling Chen Fan's unfathomable nigh-divine prowess, Wang Qingshan's face paled to deathly white. He inched forward inch by agonizing inch, scrambling desperately toward the corridor's far end. Trying to run. Do you truly believe you'll slip away today? Without warning, Chen Fan's spectral figure, cold as the Grim Reaper's shadow, had already materialized silently across his path of retreat. Hearing that voice low, hollow and echoing up from the abyss, Wang Qingshan felt as though he'd plunged headlong into a tenth of sandy or glacier, bone-deep, paralyzing cold. Please, spare me this once. Wang Qingshan collapsed onto the ground, trembling violently as he uttered his pitiful plea. Spare Wang Qingshan. Impossible. Had Chen Fan not appeared precisely when he did, Qinro would now be suffering torment a thousandfold worse. They had dared to twist justice to force false confessions through brutality, and Chen Fan would waste no words on them. With effortless grace he brought two fingers together and traced a single blinding arc of swordlight. As that radiant blade flashed like thunder cleaving the night sky, Wang Qingshan's legs, still straining to crawl, were severed cleanly at the hips. A scalding geyser of blood erupted, instantly staining the shattered walls and broken pillars crimson. Ahak! You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Wang family will never let you live, and the entire Chen clan will pay the price alongside you. Wang Qingshan shrieked like a slaughtered pig, even at death's threshold, still clutching at the hollow prestige of his clan to threaten Chen Fan. Chen Fan paid no heed to those feeble hollow threats. This physical agony was merely the beginning. Next he pressed his palm firmly against Wang Qingshan's crown and injected torrent after torrent of frenzied volcano-like chi into his body. Wang Qingshan instantly realized an overwhelming force utterly beyond his resistance was surging violently through his meridians. His channels offered no resistance whatsoever against that savage torrent. One by one they ruptured inward like snapping firecrackers. The martial foundation he had cultivated for decades was obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothingness. In the blink of an eye the once mighty Wang Qingshan became a complete irredeemable cripple, stripped of everything. Crimson blood seeped from every pore across his body. From afar he looked like a man dragged dripping from a pool of fresh blood. Since the Wang family had dared drive nails into Chunro's body, Chen Fan would exact repayment 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. No, kill me please. Wang Qingshan cried out in utter despair. Now not only was he fully paralyzed, but even the strength to take his own life had been stripped from him. Chen Fan did not grant him death, but this state of living damnation caught between life and oblivion was a torment a million times more excruciating than swift execution. Wang Qingshan now longed only for death, but what had once been the simplest act had become for him an impossibly distant luxury. Chen-ro stood quietly aside, watching Chen Fan's ruthless methods with an expression of profound complexity. This man bore no resemblance to the gentle, warm-hearted elder brother she remembered, so mild-mannered, so refined. Fang Danping meanwhile stared wide-eyed and breathless. Ro, your brother just pulled off the coolest move I've ever seen. With a casual grip, Chen Fan hoisted Wang Qingshan like a lifeless dog and turned to the two girls. Let's go. Brother will take you both to claim the justice you deserve. So long as I stand, no one in this world shall dare harm a single soul of the Chen clan. Chen Ro nodded solemnly, her demeanor soft and obedient, then tightly clasped Fang Danping's hand and followed closely behind Chen Fan as they stepped out of the nearly collapsing office building. The moment their footsteps crossed the threshold, the entire imposing structure behind them disintegrated completely, collapsing into dust and ruin in an instant. The once renowned headquarters of the Patrol Bureau now lay in total irrevocable ruin. Everyone present witnessed that astonishing spectacle. The solitary towering edifice which had stood there for so long crumbled into oblivion in the next heartbeat. Boom! The colossal sky-piercing complex collapsed with breathtaking grandeur, as if it had long borne an invisible weight beyond endurance, finally succumbing to utter exhaustion. A suffocating cloud of dust billowed skyward, forcing countless onlookers to clamp hands over mouths and noses to avoid choking. Only after the landmark building had fully devolved into rubble did the crowd grasp deep in their hearts that the Patrol Bureau had vanished entirely from the capital's map. All that remained before them was a smoldering expanse of shattered masonry. As the thick acrid haze gradually thinned in the air, a steady rhythmic cadence of footsteps suddenly pierced the silence at the ruin center. Every eye instinctively snapped toward the sound. There before the mound of broken bricks and splintered timber, Chen Fan strode forth unhurriedly, dragging Wang Qingshan, now reduced to a shapeless broken mass, by one hand alone. Trailing behind him were the two girls, Chen Ro and Fang Danping, each wearing expressions starkly distinct. By now Wang Qingshan's eyes had dulled into lifeless as she hung limp and hollow like a dog whose spine had been utterly shattered. Most chilling of all, his legs were gone, severed cleanly at the root by some unseen blade. Only 2 eerily smooth scalp-prickling incisions remained where his thighs met his torso.
A long vivid trail of blood stretched behind Chen Fan's path like a grotesque scarlet carpet unfurled across the earth.
The onlookers' breaths grew ragged, their hearts pounding wildly. The patrol officers who had narrowly escaped death stood dazed and vacant, souls seemingly torn from their bodies. My heavens, the patrol bureau's very core headquarters has been demolished by force. Not a single intact brick remains of the patrol bureau, it's been reduced to pure unrelenting rubble. That young man is utterly merciless, he truly razed the entire patrol bureau to the ground single-handedly.
That was the patrol bureau, the human race's most vital symbol of authority and pillar of public order in the capital, now utterly erased. This youth's audacity knows no bounds, he's committed a crime so grave it pierces the heavens itself.
Were all the patrol officers inside? Slaughtered to the last man. Look over there, quickly.
The half-dead man that young man drags in his grip, that's Wang Qingshan, the mighty elder of the Wang family.
What did you say?
I heard he's a genuine half-step marquee-level master, an apex cultivator. Even a half-step marquee-level expert is being hauled like a dead dog, just how profound is this youth's strength?
It seems the patrol bureau has truly kicked the hardest iron plate it will ever encounter in its entire existence. When the crowd fully absorbed the scene before them, their souls were struck by an unprecedented seismic shock.
They recalled how earlier Chen Fan had stood alone before the patrol bureau's gates. At that time everyone had dismissed him as a reckless, arrogant fool, naively courting death without knowing heaven's height or earth's depth. Yet soon after, when Chen Fan unleashed his slaughter mode and casually severed Deputy Director Lu Jie's arm with a flick of his wrist, they finally understood this youth was deadly serious. He was no foolish novice, he was a blood-soaked slaughter deity risen from the deepest hells. And now the patrol bureau, the ultimate symbol of supreme authority, the very embodiment of the capital's dignity.
Its entire headquarters had collapsed.
Nearly 70% of its serving officers had fallen beneath his blade. The patrol bureau as an institution had effectively ceased to exist. At this very moment a phrase Chen Fan had spoken earlier echoed unbidden in every mind.
A mere patrol bureau, I can erase it with a single snap of my fingers. Who could have imagined that this statement, once dismissed as empty bravado, had now become stark, undeniable reality?
Before a being as terrifying as Chen Fan, the patrol bureau was nothing more than a cluster of insignificant ants, crushed effortlessly beneath the fingertip. Lu Jie, whose arm had long since been severed, stood rigid, his head twisted unnaturally as he stared blankly at Chen Fan's retreating back. When he saw Wang Qingshan, the elder he had worshipped like a god, dragged along the ground like a discarded carcass, his mind went utterly numb. Overwhelmed by psychological devastation, Lu Jie descended into madness, alternating between hysterical weeping and manic laughter, shouting incoherently. As deputy of the patrol bureau, he had witnessed firsthand how this enduring symbol of power was violently erased from existence by Chen Fan's bare hands. His final mental defenses shattered under the weight of this hopeless reality. Remorse flooded his heart, tears soaking his robes. Had he known the Chen clan harbored such a peerless sovereign, he would sooner die than curry favor with the Wang family by imprisoning those 2 young women, or worse, subjecting them to torture. Had he refrained from those vile deeds, the patrol bureau would never have drawn down this demon of unparalleled terror. The surviving patrol officers stood like hollow shells, eyes vacant, minds adrift in bewildered emptiness. As Chen Fan passed Lu Jie, he casually seized the man's collar at the nape and lifted him aloft like a chick. The group paused no longer. Dragging the half-dead Wang Qingshan and Lu Jie, they strode resolutely toward Victory Square, the capital's most densely populated thoroughfare. What does that slaughter god intend to do with those 2 men? Which way is he headed? Shall we follow and witness the spectacle? I have a premonition, something earth-shattering is about to unfold. The events unfolding in the capital today will fuel our conversations for a lifetime.
Hurry, no dawdling. Let's follow and see what scheme he intends to unveil.
Look, the route he takes leads unmistakably to Victory Square.
Could it be, he plans to do it there?
A love for spectacle is innate to humanity, unchanged across all ages. Though the onlookers trembled with profound fear of Chen Fan and irresistible curiosity to witness history in the making overrode all caution. Thus great crowds converged and hurried after Chen Fan, matching his pace step for step. Chen Fan strode boldly down the center of the bustling avenue, one hand dragging Wang Qingshan, the other lifting Lu Jie, ignoring all decorum. Instantly the capital erupted in shock. Good heavens! Look, there he is, dragging 2 people like rag dolls down the street. Heavens above, his legs are gone and the other man's missing an arm, both drenched in blood. Such brutality is unspeakably savage.
Hey, did you notice? How many spectators are trailing behind him? Come on, let's join the procession and see what spectacle unfolds in the end.
How dare he behave so brazenly in broad daylight? Has law vanished from this land?
I must contact the patrol bureau immediately. Catch this thug.
Brother, the constabulary is completely finished, and if you take a closer look, isn't that the deputy chief Lu Jie he's dragging along?
What?
As time passed, the number of people noticing Chen Fan increased exponentially and more curious onlookers joined the crowd. The massive crowd eventually converged into a surge of humanity, the scene grand and overwhelming. Due to the sheer number of spectators, traffic in the core area of the capital had completely ground to a halt. Victory Square is the very heart of the capital. This place not only boasts the most prosperous streets in the city but also houses an astonishingly large shopping plaza and a towering office building that pierces the clouds. As the hub of the entire city, Victory Square is undoubtedly the focal point of all attention, bustling with crowds that comprise nearly half of the capital's mobile population. Among the dense throngs, one could easily spot the elegantly dressed nobles exuding an air of distinction. At the end of this extremely wide and lively street, a handsome young man walked at the forefront, dragging along an elderly man whose lower limbs were completely useless and a middle-aged man missing an arm striding forward boldly. Brilliant red liquid left a long trail on the clean pavement, resembling a dark red carpet laid out on the ground. Beside him walked a young woman with a sharp bob haircut, radiating an aura of vigor, accompanied by a boldly dressed girl showcasing her voluptuous figure. Trailing behind their group was a large crowd driven by intense curiosity, surging like a tide. This dense throng of people charged directly into Victory Square, continuously attracting scattered pedestrians around like a magnet. The already noisy Victory Square suddenly plunged into unprecedented chaos. What on earth is happening here? Why are so many idle people suddenly crowding in? What do they want? I just tried calling the constabulary's helpline, but the lines are completely dead. I can't get through at all. What on earth is happening in broad daylight? Whatever, let's hurry and join in on the fun. I'm telling you, something big is about to happen. Let's wait and see the spectacle. Did you notice the old man that handsome guy is dragging with his left hand? That's Wang Qingshan, a key figure in the Wang family. My goodness. The Wang family. Did I hear that wrong? And the one he's dragging on his right hand is Lu Jia, the deputy chief of the constabulary, who holds immense power. What? What is going on? Am I dreaming? Many present revealed expressions of utter astonishment as they heard this shocking information. The weight of the deputy chief of the constabulary is self-evident. As for Wang Qingshan, he is a senior elder of the prestigious Wang family. The Wang family, as a deeply rooted noble clan, holds immense prestige and status in society, regarded by ordinary citizens as an untouchable existence on a pedestal. Yet Chen Fan at this moment seemed to be casually dragging Lu Jia in one hand and Wang Qingshan in the other, striding confidently before the glaring eyes of the crowd. In the center of the square stood a magnificent monument intricately engraved with the names of heroic human warriors who had bravely sacrificed themselves on the battlefield of the myriad races, making it the most solemn and untouchable sacred place in the entire capital. Circles of pure white flowers quietly surrounded the statue, exuding a faint air of mourning. The elderly man with useless legs was casually tossed aside, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Following that, the middle-aged man missing an arm was also unceremoniously slammed to the ground like a heavy object. These two individuals, who usually held high status, were now letting out low groans of pain, convulsing on the ground due to their bodily agony. Chen Fan walked ahead with sharp eyes, while Chun Yuro and Fong Danping closely followed behind him. As a student of Jiangnan University, this was the first time Fong Danping experienced being surrounded by so many people, as if watching a circus, her hands nervously wringing together, feeling a mix of emotions. Thousands of eyes were now focused on them, their gazes flickering with confusion, curiosity and dissatisfaction arising from the disruption of order. Chen Fan glanced around and found the area had long been packed to the brim, with heads bobbing everywhere, an endless sea of people. The buzzing murmur of discussions around was far louder than the busiest morning market. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, the once smooth traffic system of the capital had now come to a complete standstill. At this moment, the number of people gathered in Victory Square was conservatively estimated to be nearing 100,000. Moreover, the crowd arriving from all directions continued to increase. In the surrounding skyscrapers, many office workers began to open windows or step out onto balconies, nervously looking down at this bizarre scene. The entire area had plunged into unprecedented uproar. Hey brother, what happened here? I'm puzzled too, completely clueless. My instincts tell me that a major upheaval is about to shake the capital. It's utter chaos. I just wanted to go to the market to buy some groceries and ended up being pushed here by the crowd. What's going on here? Can someone explain? Chen Fan looked expressionlessly at the swirling shadows around him, and the faces filled with suspicion, anger or curiosity, while various noisy voices filled his ears. He glanced down at the two defeated figures at his feet, then slowly spoke. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chen Fan, and standing beside me are my younger sister Chen Yuro and Fong Danping, a student from Jiangnan University. As Chen Fan's voice resonated, the originally raucous square unexpectedly fell silent in a short span of time. Everyone instinctively held their breath, eager to hear what this audacious young man had to say. My sister and I come from the Chen family in Jinling. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted into a noticeable stir. So it turns out that experts from the Jinling Chen family have arrived. Wait, what is the Chen family's background? Can someone enlighten me?
The Jinling Chen family is on par with the Wang family in the capital, both being esteemed noble clans wielding immense influence in the south.
But why have the Chen family come all the way to our capital to cause a stir?
Who knows? Let's listen further, there must be a big revelation coming.
Chen Fan continued unfazed. The two individuals lying at my feet are Wang Qingshan, the powerful elder of the Wang family, and Lu Jia, the deputy chief of the constabulary. I must inform everyone that both of them were incapacitated by my own hand. These words struck like thunder, causing the ears of everyone present to buzz. The crowd, which had calmed down a bit, erupted once more, the clamoring reaching new heights.
My goodness. This is an outrageous claim, is it true? Did I just hear that right?
He actually dares to publicly admit to incapacitating the elder of the Wang family and the deputy chief of the constabulary.
These are top-tier figures we usually never even see.
He actually had the audacity to say he took them down in front of so many people. I don't know about the constabulary, but an elder of the Wang family is a monster with overwhelming strength.
I think this kid is just spouting nonsense to get attention. Everyone must not be fooled. No, wait. Every word he said is true. I can testify. That's right. We saw him kill his way through the constabulary.
He's not bragging, those two on the ground were indeed taken down by him. And the constabulary's phone is really down, the entire department seems to have collapsed.
Hey, now you all should believe it.
What's hidden in all of this? Please tell us. Young folks, let this old man share with you. I witnessed everything that happened. You may not believe it, but this young man named Chen Fan actually dared to confront the constabulary alone at their door. For a moment the crowd in the square was buzzing with whispers, their expressions shifting from initial doubt to deep shock and awe. Those who had followed from the constabulary were now excitedly recounting every detail of that earth-shattering battle to those around them. As information gradually spread, most people present finally began to believe that Chen Fan's words were not fictitious. After all, Deputy Chief Lu Jia's face frequently appeared in the news, and the common folk were all too familiar with it. In this tumultuous era, who truly has the right to dominate the world and establish true sovereignty? The constabulary is an organization that I believe the people of the capital certainly find familiar. In the minds of the majority, the constabulary has always represented a sanctuary of law, fairness, and justice. And the Wang family, adorned with the halo of a noble clan, has always enjoyed tremendous prestige and authority in your hearts. Yet here I stand today to shatter this lie. The so-called constabulary and Wang family, when stripped of their glamorous facade, are nothing but filthy pits of corruption, far from the dazzling image you see. At this moment Chen Fan's expression was solemn, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach everyone's ears. The chilling aura radiating from him made him appear like a cold judge deciding life and death. In an instant the noisy crowd fell into a profound silence. Each person felt as if they had received a heavy blow, unable to regain their composure for a long time. After all, the constabulary is the law enforcement hub maintaining public order, and the Wang family is a heroic clan that has shed blood and made contributions for humanity. But now someone had the audacity to publicly accuse these two powers of being filthy cesspools. This was simply madness. Many were shocked and began secretly pondering the truth behind Chen Fan's words. The constabulary and the Wang family have long been in cahoots, colluding and committing numerous immoral acts. Standing beside me is my sister Chen Yuro, an outstanding student from Jiangnan University who recently stood out in the latest inter-school competition and was invited to the capital to participate in the highest specification tournament for humanity. Upon hearing this introduction, many who initially held skeptical attitudes began to waver significantly. After all, the status of a contestant in the tournament for humanity is extremely high, and this information can easily be verified. Moreover, as a descendant of the Jinling Chen family, Chen Fan should cherish his reputation. He would never make reckless statements at such a critical moment that could tarnish his family's 100-year-old reputation. Chen Fan paused slightly, seemingly giving everyone time to digest. Chen Yuro and Fong Danping looked up at the figure before them, not particularly imposing yet radiating an immense sense of stature, and both stepped forward in unison. Chen Yuro took a deep breath, picking up where her brother left off, her voice slightly hoarse as she spoke. "That day my friends and I were just strolling in the commercial street like ordinary girls. Suddenly a guy rudely blocked our path. He was extremely frivolous and had an utterly arrogant attitude. He first insulted my friend with vulgar language, then tried to take advantage of me physically. Although I intervened in time to stop his wicked actions, that scoundrel not only refused to relent but also in a fit of rage targeted me and repeatedly attempted to take my life, even resorting to using poison hidden weapons in a vile attempt to kill me. In that life and death situation I endured again and again, but ultimately when I had nowhere left to retreat I had to fight back and ended up killing him on the spot in the street. After that scum fell, I learned through the onlookers' discussions that the person I killed was actually the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Shouha." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd displayed expressions of indignation, especially the righteous aunties, who couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Daughter, you did absolutely right. Scum like him deserved exactly this fate. I stand with you. Killing him was just and righteous. Such a toxic blight upon society deserves no mercy. His death is not even sufficient retribution." Truly worthy of being an elite competitor in the human race grand tournament, such boldness and power are unmatched.
I've heard of Wang Shouha, the second young master of the Wang family. His name has long been synonymous with infamy.
Rumor has it he is lecherous beyond measure and has previously attempted to prey upon countless innocent girls. Worthless trash like him would still be too few if executed 100 times. Yet he bears the title of second young master of the Wang family. I fear this young woman's days ahead will be fraught with peril.
Fong Danping, hearing waves of vocal support rise from all around, gradually relaxed her taut expression, no longer trembling with dread as before.
Chen Fan stood silently beside her, his face calm and composed, listening quietly as his sister poured out her anguish. What followed chilled me to the bone. When the patrol bureau officers arrived, they didn't even bother investigating the incident. They immediately resorted to brute force, dragging us away against our will. Though I sensed something deeply amiss in the atmosphere deep down, I still clung to a final sliver of faith in our law enforcement institutions. It wasn't until I stood alone in that frigid interrogation chamber face-to-face with Wang Qingshan, the so-called elder of the Wang family, that I finally awoke. This entire ordeal had been a meticulously laid trap. Alas, by the time I grasped the truth, it was already far too late. They struck without warning, cruelly driving into my body a spirit sealing nail, a vile artifact designed to suppress cultivation.
In an instant I was reduced to a helpless cripple.
Then they cast me into that chamber and unleashed unspeakable tortures, seeking only to force my signature onto a false confession, to smear me with the blood of murder and invert truth into falsehood. Were it not for my brother's timely arrival, rescuing me from that living hell, I would now lie cold and lifeless. The crowd watched Chen Yuro's wounds, raw, gory and deep enough to expose bone, and as she spoke through tears and trembling sobs, their minds recoiled, vividly reconstructing that night's suffocating horror.
Those lacerations, flesh torn open, bone laid bare, stood as irrefutable crimson proof of the patrol bureau's and the Wang family's monstrous crimes. In that instant every onlooker's conscience was struck with unprecedented force. In its place surged a violent, uncontrollable fury erupting from the deepest recesses of the soul. This is utter lawlessness. How dare they commit such madness in broad daylight? The Patrol Bureau is meant to uphold justice, yet it has willingly degraded itself into nothing more than the Wang family's lapdogs and slaves. The Patrol Bureau and the Wang family are cut from the same rotten cloth, beasts in human form committing atrocities that defy heaven and earth. To deploy torture and coercion against a student not yet graduated, this shames the very name of the imperial capital. Look at how she's been beaten, my own heart aches watching her. I once held the Patrol Bureau in highest esteem, revered the Wang family as heroes, Pa. I truly was blind. Though justice may arrive late, it never fails to appear. Young woman, you have the full support of every citizen in this city. Precisely. You bear no guilt whatsoever, what you did was magnificent. Societal vermin who have forfeited all humanity deserve no better than to be purged for the people's sake. Brilliantly done. Punish them without delay, execute them without hesitation. The square's volatile emotions ignited like gunpowder, thousands raised their arms in unison, their cries swelling like tidal waves. Some incensed citizens even snatched rotten eggs and overripe tomatoes from their vegetable baskets and hurled them straight at Lu Jia and Wang Qingshan, who lay sprawled on the ground like gutted dogs. A torrent of venomous curses rained down. This rage spread like wildfire, infecting every soul present. Wang Qingshan and Lu Jia, once towering figures who commanded wind and rain, now lay prostrate in filth, their faces pale as corpses. Only then did they fully comprehend Chen Fan's true purpose in bringing them here, to strip away their masks of hypocrisy upon this altar of justice before the eyes of the entire world and subject them to a public trial. The Patrol Bureau and the Wang family conspired to inflict these atrocities upon my sister, a crime so heinous it enrages both mortals and immortals alike, unforgivable under any celestial or earthly law. Since today the people themselves serve as judges, such scum must be executed publicly. Chen Fan gazed down upon the two broken figures at his feet, his eyes glacial and utterly devoid of mercy. Slaughter these pests. No mercy, execute them all. The enraged crowd roared in fervent approval, wholeheartedly endorsing Chen Fan's assumption of judicial authority. For unless these two perished, the capital's collective outrage would fester eternally. Nor would Chen Fan ever allow these two who harmed his dearest kin to draw another breath this day. How audacious, you dare act so brazenly here. At that critical moment a thunderous roar split the heavens, a voice like crashing lightning so potent it vibrated painfully within every eardrum present. Then, suddenly, a rotund, massive figure plummeted from the sky, descending with overwhelming momentum, one palm aimed directly at Chen Fan's crown. The clear blue sky darkened instantly beneath a terrifying aura, an oppressive weight dense as the abyss that nearly stilled every heartbeat. Madeira, colossal palm print, bronze-hued and forged as if from ancient metal, shrieked through the void, hurtling toward Chen Fan's position. A member of the Patrol Bureau is none of your concern, boy, certainly not for some minor scion of the Jinling Chen Clan to dictate. Brother, dodge. Chen Yuro felt the crushing pressure descend, her rosy cheeks drained instantly to paper white. Its sheer magnitude dwarfed even the most formidable marquis-level cultivators she had ever encountered, by several orders of magnitude. So what if they're from the Patrol Bureau? A mere ant dares bark at me.
Chen Fan scoffed disdainfully, his left hand resting behind his back while his right fist shot forward like a cannonball. In that instant 10,000 threads of silver-blue lightning converged midair, coalescing into a titanic thunderfist that shrieked as it tore through the heavens. The surrounding air compressed to its absolute limit, emitting sharp explosive cracks. Boom! The world lost all color, the sun and moon vanished, elemental spiritual energy erupted into chaos. Then came the cataclysmic detonation, a sound so immense it seemed to shatter mountains and rivers, exploding violently at the square's center. Entire sections of Victory Square's asphalt pavement collapsed inward. Vehicles parked along the roadside were instantly swallowed by yawning black fissures tearing open across the earth. Ornamental street trees erupted upward as if thrust from below, roots ripped free, jagged cracks racing outward like veins of devastation. The shockwave, ferocious beyond description, surged outward like a tsunami, obliterating everything in its path. The entire imperial capital trembled violently beneath its force. So overwhelming was the impact that bystanders caught too close, unable even to cry out, perished instantly. Where the dust settled, a portly figure landed steadily several meters before Chen Fan, radiating an aura so chilling it froze the blood. Many sharp-eyed onlookers recognized him instantly and cried out in terror, "Great heavens, it's Su Baohua, director of the Patrol Bureau. The old monster himself has emerged. I heard he's ascended to the sovereign rank, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of martial cultivation. All is lost now. Su Baohua will surely silence every witness. Will we be slaughtered too? He likely won't harm ordinary folk, but that young man from Jinling, his fate is sealed." There could be no doubt Su Baohua, the supreme commander of the Patrol Bureau, had arrived. His presence alone silenced the once-roused crowd into abject stillness. People scrambled backward dozens of meters, desperate to escape the potential wrath of this titan. After all, he stood atop the martial world summit, the sovereign rank, a single flick of his finger capable of annihilating them like insects. Chen Yuro and Fang Danping's expressions hardened, their gazes locked unflinchingly upon the stout elder before them. Lu Jie and Wang Qingshan, moments ago resigned to death, now stared as if beholding salvation, their ashen faces alight with frenzied hope. Wang Qingshan stretched forth a blood-smeared hand and screamed hoarsely, "Director Su, save me. Director, thank the heavens you've come. You must restore justice for us. This lawless wretch demolished our headquarters, and now before all these witnesses defames us with baseless slander. Our patrol bureau tower lies in ruins, nothing but rubble remains." Lu Jie wailed piteously, nose-running, tears streaming, a spectacle of utter despair. In his mind, Su Baohua was a genuine sovereign-rank sovereign, against whom even Chen Fan's prowess would prove utterly futile. "I will make him pay in blood." Lu Jie's pupils burned with serpentine malice. If only the director would eradicate this menace, all else could still be salvaged. Having heard his subordinates please, Su Baohua's round face darkened like storm-laden clouds. "Boy, you marked this well. This is the imperial capital, the son of heaven's domain, not your petty corner of Jinling. Whatever misdeeds my men committed, it is none of your affair to pass judgment here." At those words, a divine demonic pressure descended like an avalanche, omnipresent and absolute. Above them, thunderheads churned violently, drawn together by that terrifying aura. Even Fang Danping, the most timid among them, was stirred to fury and retorted sharply, "Is the Patrol Bureau truly beyond reason? You yourselves committed heinous crimes, do you forbid others from speaking the truth?" Many spectators nodded surreptitiously in silent agreement. Indeed, the Patrol Bureau has grown intolerably arrogant. Utterly lawless, blatantly shameless. Is there truly no place left in this world where justice may be sought? Never imagined the Patrol Bureau operated so shamelessly behind closed doors, and this Su Baohua presumes he can eclipse the heavens with a single hand. Chen Yuro could not restrain a biting laugh. The Patrol Bureau's prestige is indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary enough to reverse black and white and blot out the sun itself. Do you truly believe the entire human race's legal code bows solely to the Patrol Bureau's decree? Let me tell you plainly, the vast luminous cosmos answers to no such authority. Poof. Su Baohua narrowed his eyes to slits, within which gleamed murderous intent so palpable it made one's spine freeze. Fang Danping flinched, shrinking back, instinctively speechless. Only Chen Yuro remained unbowed, spine erect, eyes blazing, meeting his sovereign rank pressure-heaten without yielding an inch. A mere Patrol Bureau. I could erase it with a single fingertip. Whomever I choose to kill, even the Celestial Emperor himself, could not save them. Chen Fan stepped forward, calmly placing himself squarely between Chen Yuro and danger, his tone as unruffled as discussing the weather. Yet the sheer arrogance and unwavering certainty in those words sent chills down every spine present. He treated the legendary Su Baohua as though he were invisible. Su Baohua laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. He knew well a youth of such audacity must possess transcendent martial talent, likely already at marquee rank strength, otherwise he could never have crippled Wang Qingshan and Lu Jie nor razed the Patrol Bureau headquarters. "Humph, a brash pup who wags his tongue too freely. Even if I strike you down here and now, your father Chen Jinguo wouldn't dare utter a single word of protest." Su Baohua strode forward, his profound chi surging like a primordial river into his arms, unleashing an apocalyptic aura that blotted out all light. At that moment, the entire expanse of Victory Square hung suspended beneath the absolute dominion of this sovereign-rank sovereign's aura. Tens of thousands felt their souls quiver, stricken mute as if throttled at the throat. An eerie suffocating silence fell, so profound one could hear a pin drop. It felt as though the heavens themselves were slowly collapsing, pressing down until even speech became impossible. Even the physically frail among the crowd collapsed, unconscious eyes rolling back, overwhelmed by the sheer hierarchical supremacy of his presence. This was absolute domination, the crushing weight of a higher life tier. For they now faced. He is a king of martial arts who governs life and death. Chen Yuris' expression grew exceedingly serious as she could clearly feel the continuous aura of sovereignty emanating from the other party. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at her brother beside her, discovering that Chen Fan's demeanor remained that of leisure and indifference. Although she was uncertain of Chen Fan's true combat power at the moment, she would steadfastly stand by her brother's side. Even if a peak expert from the King realm stood before them, she would never retreat a single step. At this moment, Fong Danping tightly clenched her hands, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. The pressure from the king-level expert was something ordinary people could hardly fathom. She felt as if the blood in her veins had frozen solid and her bones creaked under the immense pressure, as if they would completely shatter in the next moment. She desperately gasped for air, using all her strength to stubbornly lift her head. Is that so? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone seemingly laced with a dismissive contempt and a hint of questioning. Today, even if the great Luo Immortal descends, he cannot save your life. Su Baohua stomped heavily again, intending to personally eradicate this ignorant young child in front of the 100,000 citizens. At that moment of tension, when swords were drawn and the atmosphere was taut, Director Su, stop immediately. Boom! Boom! An incessant series of sonic booms suddenly erupted from the distant horizon. Powerful auras rushed towards them at an incredible speed. Those chaotic and potent currents surged into Victory Square, instantly shattering the previously tense atmosphere. The kingly pressure that had enveloped the square was immediately dispersed, replaced by several equally imposing auras. Who dares to intervene? Su Baohua's expression changed as he looked towards the source of the sound with a hint of suspicion. The surrounding crowd also turned to see. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the crimson horizon of the setting sun, several streaks of light tore through the sky, creating a piercing whistle due to their incredible speed. These figures glided through the air, drawing nearer, each enveloped in an aura that only top-level experts possessed. 1 king, 2 kings, 3. Su Baohua's brow furrowed tightly. The common people below, unable to discern the cultivation levels of these individuals, could still feel the suffocating pressure bearing down on them. The few mysterious top experts hovered above the square, then like a flurry of delicate leaves they steadily descended to the ground. Look! I think I've seen those people before. I recognize them too. Isn't that the current head of the Luo family from the capital? What is he doing here? And the old principal from Capital University is here too. Oh my, isn't that the current principal of Jiangnan University? I must be seeing things. I once had the fortune of seeing him from afar when I sent my niece to Jiangnan for school. Wait. The one at the forefront seems to be Lu Jiangnan, the current city lord of Jiangnan. That face often appears on news broadcasts, I could never mistake it. Hiss. How could the city lord of Jiangnan suddenly travel thousands of miles to the capital? It's definitely City Lord Lu Jiangnan. 3 years ago, when he visited the capital, he had a jovial conversation with our City Lord Long Shanghua. The remaining individuals also appeared to be key figures in charge of Jiangnan province. Why have the high-ranking officials from Jiangnan collectively descended upon the capital? This is too exaggerated. How could so many legendary experts arrive at once? These are all formidable individuals of the King realm. This spectacle is too grand. As these bigwigs landed one by one, the already shocked onlookers recognized these familiar faces, erupting in waves of astonished gasps. Each of these individuals, if singled out, could impact the trajectory of humanity itself. Countless onlookers gasped in fright, feeling a chill run down their spines. How could these typically elusive figures suddenly gather without warning, as if they had agreed to meet here? Even the city lord of Jiangnan, stationed in the south, had left his territory to appear at the feet of the emperor. The scene before them was overwhelmingly shocking, causing many to question their own consciousness. The top official of Jiangnan City, Lu Jiangnan. The steering figure of Jiangnan University, Dong Shuihai, and the renowned elder Zhong Shangwen. Even that ancestor of the Hua family has been stirred. What are they planning to do here? At this moment, Su Baohua's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of wariness and unease. As the highest officer of the patrol division, he was at the pinnacle of power, naturally well aware of these connections. It was precisely because he recognized their identities that he felt so incredulous. Each person in this group represented an enormous force behind them. Although Lu Jiangnan as a local lord was slightly inferior to the top figures in the capital, he was still a regional governor overseeing a city. It was impossible for him to leave his post easily unless something significant occurred. Su Baohua recalled that the last time Lu Jiangnan came to the capital for duty was 3 years ago during the Global Strategic Conference. Yet this time Lu Jiangnan's arrival was far too sudden. When his gaze fell upon the elderly man leading the group whose face was lined with wrinkles yet radiated vitality, Su Baohua's previously arrogant expression finally crumbled completely. His pupils suddenly constricted and an unprecedented emotion washed over his face. Why has this ancestor come out of seclusion? Su Baohua instinctively adjusted his collar, unconsciously stepping forward. If seeing City Lord Lu or the principal of Capital University seemed a bit daunting then. After all, his status in the capital was on par with Long Shanghua, making him one of the most significant figures in the entire human society. But seeing this elderly man with white hair appear, Su Baohua felt as if he were witnessing a living legend. For this unassuming old man was none other than Jiang Tianming, the first principal of Jiangnan University and an epic figure in human history. Jiang Tianming was the stabilizing force for humanity, having personally led human armies into the battlefield against the myriad races, achieving several key victories that would be recorded in history, a name that sent shivers through all races. He could be said to be one of the founding fathers of the current prosperity of humanity. However, Jiang Tianming was naturally aloof. Once stability was achieved, he resigned from all official positions, returning to Jiangnan to establish the university, remaining in the shadows and avoiding worldly affairs. Many young people today might not have heard of Jiang Tianming's great name. Yet as the chief of the patrol division, Su Baohua understood very well how significant this elderly man was in the hearts of all humanity. Su Baohua took a deep breath and slowly turned to face the unexpected guests. He stepped forward slightly, his mind racing, speculating on the purpose of their visit. But in the next moment, those figures he had to look up to landed on the ground. Younger generation greets the old principal. Su Baohua did not dare to be presumptuous, quickly advancing to welcome them, his tone containing a hint of respect rarely seen. Jiang Tianming smiled kindly, nodding gently. Young man, it has been quite a few years since we last met. What brings you all the way to the capital this time? Su Baohua stood to the side, obediently slightly bowing as he inquired. Jiang Tianming gently stroked his white beard, a smile gracing his lips as he said, I heard that a very interesting and spirited young man has emerged in the capital, so I came to have a look. Young man. Su Baohua detected an unhidden admiration in the principal's tone. His heart sank and he turned to follow the gaze of the crowd. He saw that the group of bigwigs led by Lu Jiangnan upon solid ground seemed to completely overlook the patrol division chief, not even offering a greeting, let alone a glance. They directly bypassed Su Baohua and walked straight up to Chen Fan. Whether it was Lu Jiangnan, the city lord of Jiangnan, or Dong Shuihai, the university principal, or Zhong Shangwan the elder, or the Hua family ancestor and the head of the Luo family, these characters who usually instilled fear far and wide simultaneously cupped their fists and bowed deeply to the young man before them, their tone filled with an undeniable reverence. Subordinate, I salute the Shura King. Salute the Shura King. These shouts filled with awe echoed like rolling thunder across the vast victory square. Silence, the entire world fell into a deathly stillness in that instant. The atmosphere on site was as heavy as a 1,000-year-old frozen lake, suffocating to the point of breathlessness. Aside from the rising and falling sounds of rapid breathing, no other noises could be heard. At that moment, the faces of thousands of onlookers in the capital were frozen in a dazed expression. Lu Jia, who lay on the ground unable to move, and Wang Qingshan, who had broken both legs, were even more terrified, their eyes wide open as if they might pop out of their sockets. Su Baohua felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body shuddering violently, and then he completely froze in place like a lifeless stone statue. Even Chen Yuro and Fang Danping, who were closest, watched in stunned silence at this incredibly absurd scene. My heavens! What just happened? I must be going crazy, this is impossible. I feel like my head is about to explode. What did those bigwigs just call him? Did I hear wrong? They are actually bowing down to such a young guy. The titan of Capital University, the head of the Luo family, and even the city lord of Jiangnan, Lu Jiangnan, are all bending their backs. This is insane, the world must be falling apart. My logical thinking has completely collapsed. Hey, that big guy next to me pinched me to see if I'm dreaming. Ouch. That was quite a pinch, it's real, not a dream. What on earth is going on? How could these top-tier figures be so subservient to that young man? Shura King. What does this signify? Witnessing this world-shattering scene, everyone present felt an unprecedented destructive blow to their understanding of the world. The principal of Capital University is the pinnacle of knowledge and authority in the capital, having nurtured countless pillars of humanity, serving as the educational foundation for all mankind. The head of the Luo family is a true powerhouse of the King realm, with a lineage spanning 1,000 years, rivaling that of the Wang family, along with the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan University and the heads of various southern families. And not to forget that heavyweight figure Lu Jiangnan, the governor of Jiangnan City. This group could shake the very earth of humanity with a mere stamp of their feet. Yet these immensely powerful, highly distinguished individuals were treating a young man in his early 20s with such reverence, even bowing down. It was utterly ludicrous. As for what the title Shura King signifies, perhaps no one understood better than Su Baohua. This represented that the young man he regarded as an ant was in fact a genuine powerhouse of the King realm. Moreover, he possessed a unique and noble title, Shura. Shura King. How could this be possible? How old is he? Su Baohua's face darkened to the point of bleeding, his inner turmoil raging like a storm. In the martial world, not every expert who entered the King realm could obtain their own title. At the very least, Su Baohua, though a King realm expert, had never received an officially recognized title. Having a title as a king was an entirely different concept from being an ordinary king. It was a transcendent symbol representing the pinnacle of martial power recognized by the very fate of humanity. Therefore, the interesting young man the old principal mentioned earlier referred to Chen Fan. The old principal actually traveled thousands of miles to protect this kid. Initially, he thought Chen Fan was merely a rare genius, and having king-level combat power at this age was already terrifying. But he never expected that he had severely underestimated him. This kid was not merely a king, he was a top-tier existence who had already entered the ranks of kings and possessed a title. At this moment, Su Baohua's heart was a mix of emotions, and a lingering sense of fear surfaced in his eyes. The fact that such a highly regarded elder would go to such lengths for him was self-evident in its significance. Such an extraordinarily young sovereign-ranked expert represented not merely a martial arts prodigy, but the future strategic cornerstone of all humanity, the very beacon of hope for mankind's ascension to the pinnacle of existence. His weight in the grand calculus of power dwarfed that of Su Baohua, a sovereign whose latent potential had long since exhausted itself by an incalculable margin. In that single suspended second, it finally crystallized in his mind why these haughty elders had treated Chen Fan with such meticulous, almost reverential deference. These wretches had never once shown him even a fraction of this fawning respect. So I have truly kicked a steel plate this time. Su Baohua clenched his molars so tightly that a low grinding tremor vibrated through his jaw, seething inwardly. Meanwhile, Lu Jia and Wang Qingshan, prostrate upon the ground, their cultivation utterly shattered, yet retained enough clarity to grasp the horrifying truth at once. Their faces, moments earlier flushed with manic triumph, now bleached into ashen despair, then plunged irrevocably into the abyss of utter hopelessness. This monster is actually a newly crowned sovereign. No wonder even someone like Lu Jiangnan bows before him with such obsequious humility. It's over, utterly irrevocably over. The Patrol Bureau has suffered its most catastrophic downfall yet. Since Chen Fan was a legitimate, formally recognized sovereign, the Azure sovereign, demolishing the Patrol Bureau's headquarters was but a triviality. Even if he slaughtered every single officer present on this very ground, Su Baohua would lack both the authority and the audacity to hold him accountable. What does it mean to stand atop the martial peak? Today I, Chen Fan, shall exact justice for every righteous soul who has suffered under tyranny. You look. The university president, the grand elder, even Lord Lu Jiangnan, the legendary city lord whose presence is rarer than a phoenix's cry, all bow deeply before your brother. My heavens, he's a sovereign. The Azure sovereign. That title alone reeks of raw, unassailable dominance. I never saw it coming. He concealed himself so masterfully, it's the ultimate art of feigning mediocrity while devouring the strong. Fang Danping's face burned crimson with exhilaration. She gripped Shen Yuro's sleeve so fiercely her knuckles whitened, trembling with pride, as though she had ascended to sovereignty herself. Chen Yuro gazed upon that familiar figure with eyes clouded by profound complexity, sighing softly before murmuring yes, even as his younger sister I never imagined how many secrets he carried within him. Her emotions defied simple categorization, neither pure elation nor mere shock, but layered instead with a quiet, ineffable melancholy. Who could have foreseen that the boy once scorned across the Chen clan as an eccentric bookworm, forever buried in classical texts, would metamorphose into a martial sovereign whose name shook entire realms? Even Lu Jiangnan, the formidable city lord of Jiangnan, bowed before him with the humility of a junior disciple. Such staggering societal gravity rendered him incomparable, not only among peers but even against the clan's most venerable elders. Only he, Chen Fan. I suspect even our own elders remain blissfully unaware of this truth. This silent thought settled deep within Chen Yuro's heart. At least, for now, she stood alone as the sole family member who had witnessed this earth-shattering revelation. A faint, unexpected flicker of quiet pride warmed her chest, lifting her spirits ever so slightly. Upon hearing the first whispers of Chen Fan's emergence, Lu Jiangnan did not hesitate, not even for a breath, before deploying the swiftest possible means to descend directly upon the capital. The university president Dong Shuihai was urgently summoned en route. In essence, this inner circle had deliberately leaked news of Chen Fan's ascension within tightly controlled circles. When the capital's elite, those perched atop the very summit of political power, learned of it, they abandoned all decorum, racing one another to arrive before Chen Fan, desperate to imprint themselves upon his memory. For any rational mind, the implications were terrifyingly clear. A sovereign crowned at such a tender age embodied a wellspring of unparalleled potential and a future beyond mortal reckoning.
Master Chen, the situation here is fraught with complexity.
Might I, your humble junior, respectfully request permission to purge this den of corruption on your behalf? Lu Jiangnan stepped forward, swiftly bending low beside Chen Fan and whispering with utmost discretion, I swear to you, I will deliver a resolution that satisfies you utterly. Meanwhile, several other capital dignitaries gathered closely around, speaking with earnest, almost pleading sincerity.
Master Chen, we fully comprehend the inferno of righteous fury blazing within you.
That reckless mob brought ruin upon the patrol bureau, truly their fate was self-wrought.
Master Chen, might we beg a favor?
Please spare their wretched lives, at least for now. Indeed, your grace, the patrol bureau has already suffered near total annihilation. They have paid the price commensurate with their crimes. Their voices carried a tremulous, almost supplicating timbre.
Onlookers watching this surreal spectacle felt their very eye sockets shudder with disbelief. The Azure Sovereign's aura transcends celestial boundaries. His prestige is simply overwhelming. Even the city lord of Jiangnan treats him with such reverent deference.
Most astonishing of all, he appears scarcely 20.
Truly, youth commands awe.
To secure the Azure sovereign title at such an age, we ordinary mortals dare not even dream of such heights.
To the common folk, Chen Fan had already become indistinguishable from mythic deities. Even the patriarchs of capital's most illustrious families and the revered president of the capital university bowed before him with abject humility. That status was beyond measure, so exalted that even those who wielded life and death authority in daily affairs now addressed him solely as Master Chen, their tone steeped in unwavering reverence. Why? Solely because he was the Azure sovereign, an unprecedented genius who seized the throne before his 21st year. His ultimate ceiling. No one dared imagine it.
Chen Fan remained unmoved by their sudden arrival, his expression as unyielding as glacial ice, his voice cutting through bone and marrow as he coldly refused. Lu Jie and Wang Qingshan are already marked for death. No plea, no matter from whom, shall save them. The debts they owe my sister shall be settled today, by my hand, one by one. Every soul who laid a finger upon her shall perish before dawn. His gaze exuded a suffocating glacial malevolence, like a frozen abyss sealed for 10,000 years, where even the faintest touch would shatter flesh into crystalline shards. The monstrous killing intent coiling around his body condensed into near physical density, surging violently upward toward the heavens. Above, the sky convulsed, dense clouds plummeting downward, churning violently overhead until they spiraled into a colossal vortex inverted upon the zenith. That frigid, merciless aura permeated the void, sending waves of soul-deep tremors rippling through the countless onlookers. His tone carried the ironclad finality of a man who had cast away all hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation, no avenue for appeal. This blistering declaration served as a stark, unambiguous warning to the assembled elite. None were permitted to intervene. Chen Fan perceived their true motives with crystalline clarity. Their hasty arrival from Jiangnan was less about justice, more about opportunistic alignment. Let the younger generation resolve their own absurd quarrels. These words, spoken with serene calm, emanated from Jiang Tianming, the university's retired president, who had long receded into the shadows of obscurity. Within the roaring sea of humanity at Victory Square, few could recognize Jiang Tianming's legendary visage, his true identity known only to those entrenched in the highest echelons of power. Only those who dwelled within the rarefied strata of apex authority possessed the privilege and the dread of knowing the terrifying profundity of this elder statesman. This seems rather inappropriate. The capital's most influential figures exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitter, helpless resignation. Since the venerable President Jiang has spoken his definitive judgment, we juniors can do nothing but stand aside and observe in silence. Alas, how capricious fate truly is. Those blind fools actually dared provoke the Azure sovereign's wrath, tantamount to courting death with open arms. Just watch, Su Baohua has struck solid steel this time and will surely suffer catastrophic fallout. Oof. Does that Su fellow truly believe his sovereign rank grants him immunity from consequence? Lu Jiangnan exchanged a weighted glance with his peers, sighed heavily, and withdrew silently into the encroaching shadows. Once marked by the Azure sovereign, prey faced only one destiny: annihilation. They lacked both the strength to intervene and the courage to confront such absolute authority. Their sole remaining duty was to contain the chaos, preserving whatever fragile order remained. All this calamity stemmed entirely from Su Baohua's faction, self-inflicted, irredeemable folly. They possessed neither justification nor moral standing to sacrifice their dignity pleading for the guilty. Lu Jiangnan understood the tide had turned irrevocably. His appearance here was not to challenge, but to mitigate the fallout, minimizing collateral damage. Hearing Chen Fan's verdict, each word dripping with blood-chilling finality, Lu Jie and Wang Qingshan collapsed their bladders, releasing involuntarily in sheer terror. Had they remained ignorant of Chen Fan's true identity, perhaps they might have clung to Su Baohua's protection, posturing with arrogant bravado. But now, awakened to the horrifying reality, they grasped with visceral certainty that this man intended to consign them to hell itself. A sovereign, standing unchallenged at the apex of martial cultivation. Should such a sovereign demand a life, who among this vast ocean of humanity would dare raise a hand to oppose him? President Jiang Tianming remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, watching the unfolding drama with detached scholarly fascination, as if observing the final act of a long-awaited tragedy.
Spare me.
I know my sins, I was blinded by greed. Your Majesty the Azure Sovereign, have mercy. Release us like a passing breeze and grant this worthless life one last reprieve. Their psychological fortresses had crumbled entirely, weeping, snot-smeared, wailing with grotesque desperation.
Lu Jie's trousers were soaked through, reeking of acrid fear. Gone was every trace of their former arrogance, reduced now to groveling mud-caked insects.
Su Baohua's face darkened like a thundercloud, his jaw grinding audibly with suppressed rage. He had never dreamed that this youth, Chen Fan, was the fabled Azure sovereign. Even the capital's most untouchable elites bowed before him with near-prostrating deference, a dissonance that ignited a venomous, twisted jealousy deep within Su Baohua's core. Here stood a mere stripling, yet his martial attainment eclipsed that of Su Baohua, a veteran sovereign whose path had spanned decades. Worse still, Chen Fan intended to execute Lu Jie publicly, before thousands of witnesses.
After all, Lu Jie was nominally Su Baohua's most trusted lieutenant. Su Baohua's eyes narrowed into slits of venomous malice as he stared at the ground, vowing inwardly, even if they must die, it falls to me, their commander, to end them. Not some outsider daring to usurp my authority. To allow execution on his own turf would reduce his prestige as head of the patrol bureau to rubble, trampled into the gutter of public shame. Chen Fan slowly turned his head, his gaze glacial and unblinking, pierced straight into Su Baohua's face. As director of the patrol bureau, you failed utterly to discipline your subordinates. Were you truly ignorant of their sordid collusion with the Wine clan? Today's blood debt implicates you equally. Rest assured, I shall settle accounts with you meticulously and without mercy. Any vermin who dares lay hands upon my sister shall be erased from existence, even if I must pursue them to the ends of heaven and earth. Whether you call yourself a sovereign or anything else is utterly irrelevant. Within the Chen clan's ancestral halls dwell only heroic souls, generations who sacrificed everything to shield humanity from external scourges, shedding their final drop of blood without hesitation. My kin fight and fall upon the 10,000 race battlefield, never uttering complaint even as their ranks dwindle to the last soldier. Our clan's immortal contributions to mankind cannot be tarnished by any slander. Yet who could foresee that such unwavering loyalty would be repaid with this inhuman injustice inflicted upon my sister, by vermin hiding in our very midst? This rot does not merely wound the Chen clan, it desecrates the sacred rest of those martyrs whose names are carved in stone, who die for humanity's sake. These words detonated across the square like thunderclaps. Lu Jiangnan and the assembled dignitaries, and the 100,000 citizens ringing the plaza, instinctively raised their eyes toward the towering heroic souls monument. Its surface bore dense solemn inscriptions. It is all about the names of the valiant soldiers who shed their blood and made heroic sacrifices to protect this land. Recalling the various atrocities Chen Fan just denounced, it feels as if each person's softest spot within has been brutally stabbed. The square fell into a deathly silence, and the people bowed their heads in shame, unable to look directly at any name on the tombstone. This young man's character is indeed remarkable, quite rare to find. Jiang Tianming's admiration for Chen Fan was nearly overflowing, showing no restraint in his affection.
In that solitary figure, the elder seemed to faintly see the shadow of his own pride from when he was in his prime. Chen Fan stepped forward with a mighty stride, the chilling, murderous intent almost transforming into a tangible blade. Even if you are a master of the king's realm, what of it? The sinner I wish to kill even the heavenly king cannot protect. His voice, though low, fell upon the ears of the crowd like thunder, causing their eardrums to ache. Listening to Chen Fan's humiliating declaration, Su Baohua trembled with fury, veins bulging on the back of his hands as the murderous aura around him began to surge violently. Meanwhile, the common folk surrounding Victory Square were deeply moved by this righteous aura.
He speaks too rightly.
The corrupt officers of the patrol division and the villains of the Wang family must be judged under the blazing sun.
Well said. We must judge these beasts.
If these traitors are not publicly punished, there is no way to quell the anger boiling in the hearts of the common people. The Chen family bled and sacrificed for us, yet the patrol division and the Wang family want to harm his sister.
Is there no law left?
The patrol division, a sacred place, has colluded with the Wang family, a disgrace to humanity. If this matter goes unresolved, what sense of security will we ordinary people have in the future? The onlookers were stirred up, and every word from Chen Fan pierced their hearts like a sharp blade.
The Chen family, loyal and brave, faced such cold exclusion and persecution which strongly condemned everyone's conscience, transforming into even greater public outrage.
The 10,000 hearts gathered in the square suddenly unified in direction.
Countless people raised their fists and shouted in unison.
That voice merged into invisible swords of judgment.
Neither the corrupt patrol division nor the evil Wang family nor Su Baohua himself could escape this outcry.
The tidal wave of public opinion surged like a tsunami, almost drowning those involved on the spot. Lu Jie and Wang Qingshan lay on the cold ground like two dead dogs, trembling uncontrollably in the face of the anger of 10,000 people. Everyone will stood resolutely on Chen Fan's side at this moment, listening to the deafening curses ringing in their ears, many of which were filled with unspeakable foul language. Su Baohua's nameless rage ignited, his features contorted with extreme anger. He never expected that Chen Fan would dare to openly confront him in front of the citizens of the entire capital, publicly reckoning with his sins, questioning him so directly. This completely shattered his dignity and trampled it underfoot. As the chief of the patrol division, a top master at the king level, how could I be humiliated so publicly by a mere young brat? This immense psychological gap caused the self-important Su Baohua to completely lose his reason. After all, he was also a ruler who had stepped into the threshold of the king realm. His cultivation level was at the same tier as Chen Fan's. Yet the young man before him was not even willing to give him the slightest bit of leeway. Su Baohua abruptly turned around, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Since you are seeking death, I will personally test whether you have the audacity to back it up." As soon as the words fell, Su Baohua's entire body exploded with power, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a king without reservation. Thunder flashed wildly around him and the explosive energy waves distorted the air around him. The nearby crowd watching was frightened into screams. "Since you intend to seek death, then I will deal with you as well." Facing this overwhelming aura, Chen Fan's face remained as calm as water, not a hint of ripple appearing. Upon hearing this, the faces of Lu Jiangnan and others nearby turned pale. What they feared most was this kind of situation. A life and death struggle between two king-level masters was a disaster they did not want to witness. What should we do now? If these two gods truly engage in battle, the entire victory square might be flattened. The local masters in the capital wore worried expressions, their eyes filled with anxiety over the unknown. Lu Jiangnan said gravely, "In the end, this matter was indeed caused by that greedy Su Baohua. Now that it has come to this level of dragon and tiger contention is not something we outsiders can intervene in. The facts clearly laid out that there were collusions within the patrol division, with the Wang family attempting to force Chen Yuro to confess through severe punishments. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Fan in his rage crossed mountains and rivers to storm into the capital, willing to pay any price to flatten the entire patrol division. If Chen Fan did not possess the overwhelming power of a king-level master, his sister would likely have already lost her life in the interrogation room. So is Chen Fan's current behavior excessive? In my opinion, not at all. It becomes clear once you consider it from another perspective. If it were one's own beloved sister facing such immoral treatment, our methods of action would likely be 100 times more radical than Chen Fan's current actions. But then again, such a peak battle between two top masters cannot be resolved with just a few words. What an arrogant fool. Su Baohua laughed in anger, his immense pressure sweeping outwards like a raging sea. Under that terrifying pressure, all surrounding decorations were instantly crushed into fine powder. Brother, be careful. Chen Yuro stood not far away, her small hands tightly gripping her clothing, her voice revealing her uncontainable worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Fan stepped forward steadily, the energy within him erupting like a volcano that had accumulated for millennia. The elemental forces within a radius of several hundred meters fell into chaos, with blazing earthfire spontaneously igniting and violent thunder racing through the clouds. Immediately after, an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to an unfathomable abyss pushed back in response. Bang! The auras of the two king-level masters collided fiercely in midair. The intense impact caused the originally solid space to start shattering like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer, countless cracks spreading outwards. The solid platform beneath their feet could not withstand the pressure, emitting a piercing cracking sound from the center, collapsing apart. Countless towering ancient trees around Victory Square were uprooted by the violent winds swirling in the air. The smooth pavement began to collapse and disintegrate, opening gaping chasms capable of swallowing all, dragging nearby buildings and vehicles into the ground. The crowd of over 10,000 onlookers instantly fell into chaos. Several hundred unfortunate souls, due to their proximity, were vaporized into blood mist by the shockwaves generated from the collision. An extreme fear of death exploded in everyone's hearts. Everyone quickly retreat. Life is paramount. The king-level masters are truly going all out. If we don't run, we will lose our lives. My God. Is this the true foundation of a strong person? It's terrifying even before the fight has begun. Don't stand in front of me, get out of my way. The onlookers frantically fled, no one daring to stay behind to watch this life-threatening spectacle. The tightly packed crowd resembled a flood breaching a dam, chaotically sweeping away all obstacles in the streets. The apocalyptic scene made everyone feel as if their souls were trembling deep within. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding skyscrapers, once towering into the clouds, began to collapse one after another in tremors. The dust rising into the sky obscured the sun, nearly enveloping the entire core area of the capital. Even the ordinary citizens living in the outer ring of the capital could clearly feel the intense tremors beneath their feet. What on earth is happening here? Old man, come out and see. Is the end of the world really coming? The roads are filled with bottomless chasms. That sound seems to be coming from Victory Square. Lu Jiangnan and others at the edge of the storm center immediately activated all their true energy to collectively raise a massive energy barrier. This shield, gathering the life energies of nearly 10 king-level experts, resembled a semi-transparent giant bowl placed over the earth. It tightly covered most of Victory Square, desperately resisting the destructive aura radiating from the two kings attempting to protect those civilians who had not yet fled. Old Principal Jiang Tianming casually clasped his hands behind his back, still standing firm like a pine tree amidst the storm of energy. A true king's duel will inevitably bring about such catastrophic consequences. With the intervention of the experts, the trend of disaster finally softened a bit and the situation stabilized somewhat. This was precisely the true meaning of Lu Jiangnan and other big shots coming here at great effort. For they had long predicted that today's drama would not conclude peacefully. As expected, Lu Jiangnan's face turned ashen as he roared, "Colleagues, we must risk our lives to protect the innocent citizens. This is an unprecedented battle between two king-level masters. Even the initial unintentional clash of their auras has already caused such horrifying destructive power. Once they truly become bloodthirsty, this level of battle could absolutely destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth." The principals of Capital University and Jiangnan University also solemnly directed their experts to desperately stabilize the barrier. Perhaps only these big shots joining forces could secure a glimmer of hope amidst the aftermath of these divine beings battling. Boom! In the midst of the chaotic dust, a once bulky figure suddenly shot upwards at an incredible speed, soaring to 10,000 meters high, becoming a faint black dot. Su Baohua hovered in the clouds, gritting his teeth as he looked down at the ground, his eyes filled with madness. The energy fluctuations emanating from him shattered the clouds within a kilometer radius. Roar! Just then, two enormous azure serpents burst forth from the dust without warning. They opened their massive jaws capable of swallowing skyscrapers, roaring deafeningly as they charged into the sky, their bodies resembling a blue canopy covering the sun. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these two serpents were entirely composed of pure azure energy, exuding an almost berserk fury. Feeling the deadly sense of crisis, Su Baohua's expression turned exceptionally grave as he suddenly aimed downwards and struck out with a palm. A giant energy hand radiating brilliant golden light rushed down with the force to suppress all. That golden hand was outrageously large, appearing like a moving mountain of gold descending. Rumble, rumble. The massive golden hand exploded in midair. Amidst the golden rays falling from the sky, those two azure serpents emerged unscathed once again from the remnants. This is impossible. Su Baohua's pupils shrank suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. Before he could react, the terrifying azure energy formed by the two serpents instantly engulfed him. The sky trembled violently under this attack. The capital beneath also trembled continuously. In the high skies, that already small black dot was forcibly pushed further into the depths of the sky until it completely vanished from everyone's sight. "Ah! I will bury all of you garbage here." With a sharp sound of breaking air, Su Baohua, his clothes in tatters and his body covered in blood, dove back from the sky. His features had twisted beyond recognition and his eyes were filled with the madness of seeking mutual destruction. Su Baohua pressed his palms together, crazily squeezing out all his true energy. Behind his back, a golden Dharma form resembling a towering mountain began to rapidly condense. This Dharma form was extremely robust, its face fierce, emanating an aura of despair and brutality. The golden Dharma form, following its master's movements, extended its hands, adopting a pose as if to crush the entire world beneath it. Su Baohua has completely lost his sanity. He actually dares to forcibly activate such a catastrophic killing move in such a densely populated area, disregarding the lives of the common people. This scoundrel, does he want to drag everyone in this square to their doom? This is simply inhumane. There are over 100,000 innocent civilians standing here. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of destruction, the faces of Lu Jiangnan and the others turned pale with fear. The local high-ranking warriors in the capital were seething with anger, cursing loudly. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Su Baohua was only focused on victory, having long forgotten the safety of the people. The energy barrier, supported by nearly 10 marquee-level experts, began to shake violently and crack under that pressure. The 100,000 civilians trapped in the square turned ashen with fear, some even unable to stand upright due to the heavy pressure, collapsing onto the rubble to await their fate. Chen Yuro and Fong Danping held hands, gazing up at the figure before them, which was not exactly broad. Strangely, in this apocalyptic environment, a sense of inexplicable calmness arose within them, and they found themselves no longer afraid. A mere speck of dust dares to boast in front of the bright moon, foolishly speaking of glory. Chen Fan's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze filled with utmost disdain. Boom! In that instant, it was as if an ancient beast that had slumbered for millennia awakened within him, suddenly opening its blood-red eyes. A crimson aura filled with the scent of iron and blood began to swirl and coalesce around him. Behind him, a colossal law avatar formed from incredibly dense near-physical blood mist rose slowly, exuding an aura of annihilation. Dong dong dong. The chi and blood surging within Chen Fan roared like war drums, resonating heavily in the hearts of everyone present. This Chi and blood avatar shaped by intense killing intent bore an extremely dignified and terrifying visage with eyebrows like swords piercing the heavens, resembling a true Azure descending into the world. The size of the Azure avatar expanded with each breath as if it intended to support the fragmented sky with its broad back. The heavy dark clouds above began to churn violently with purple lightning flashing within, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Chen Fan's figure transformed into a red streak of light soaring against the heavens. The red and gold figures capable of altering the very fabric of the world collided in the sky like two meteors crashing into each other. Buzz. In that moment the void seemed unable to bear the pressure, producing ripples akin to liquid. In that fleeting instant it felt as if even the originally stable dimensions of time and space had completely crumbled. However, this bizarre state lasted only a second before everything returned to its original position. Below, Victory Square had completely turned into hell, with countless streets collapsing into pits and the surrounding towering buildings instantaneously crumbling into lifeless heaps of rubble. Su Baohua despairingly discovered that his once proud golden avatar was beginning to crack and shatter under the pressure from his opponent. He laboriously raised his head, gazing up at the terrifying Azure avatar looming close by, a chilling fear rising from the depths of his soul. The extreme aura of slaughter seemed to freeze all the blood in his veins. Su Baohua felt like a small boat in a raging storm, overwhelmed by an endless tide of violent power. Strong. This power is simply unfathomable. Although nominally everyone was a marquee-level powerhouse at this moment, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust before Chen Fan. The dimensional gap and battle prowess between the two left him in an unprecedented state of despair. In the next second. Wow. Su Baohua opened his mouth and spewed a column of blood mixed with viscera, his body akin to a deflated ball spinning as it flew thousands of meters away. His body crashed through several concrete buildings along the way before finally coming to a stop. Chen Fan observed the ruins expressionlessly, his right hand spread wide and suddenly clenched into a fist towards the void. A nameless ancient sword instantly appeared in his palm. Sword, open the heavenly gate. Chen Fan whispered softly, yet his voice echoed like the will of heaven resonating in the mortal realm. He merely swung the sword towards the sky. A dazzling sword light so brilliant that it was blinding erupted at that moment. Everyone instinctively looked up, and in that instant the previously dim world became as bright as day. That blinding white light, 100 times more radiant than the rising sun, filled every corner. A sword light as fine as a hair yet stretching for miles sliced through the night like a tidal wave, vanishing into the distance. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of annihilation that seemed poised to eradicate this world swept across the entire city. Countless beings felt a chill run down their spines, their knees buckling involuntarily as they wished to kneel before that direction. Jiang Tianming's murky old eyes suddenly burst with brilliant light. This sword technique unprecedented throughout history. No. I don't want to die. Accompanied by Su Baohua's shrill and desperate scream, his body was completely consumed by that overwhelming sword light, turning to ashes. The heavy clouds seemed to be torn apart by some invisible hand, retreating like a tide. It was as if a colossal sword capable of severing the galaxy spanned the heavens, cleaving the very space shrouded over the capital in two. At the end of the layered dark clouds in the void above the 9 heavens, a gate shimmering with sacred light radiating divine majesty stood faintly in the distant sky. That gate slowly opened its originally closed door to the mortal realm. Some auspicious and grand divine light cascaded down through the crack, enveloping the entire capital. That scene was as if a legendary paradise had forcibly descended into the mundane world. Everyone present was utterly shocked by this miraculous sight, standing like statues. But in the next second, that overwhelmingly dominant giant sword shadow soared down from the sky, shattering the seemingly sacred and inviolable heavenly gate. Sword energy rained down upon the world, dazzling and brilliant. After that soul-shaking thunderous sound, the white light of heaven gradually faded. A bloodied and grotesque body plummeted rapidly from a height of 10,000 meters like a fallen meteor. With a dull thud, the hard ground was smashed into a giant pit several meters deep. That scene was even more devastating than a meteor strike. Dust swirled upwards with the shockwave. Cough, cough, cough. As the gray smoke gradually thinned, an extremely weak and pained groan emanated from the bottom of the pit. The thousands of onlookers could no longer hold back their curiosity, each standing on tiptoe, stretching their necks to see the outcome of this divine clash. When the dust finally settled, Su Baohua was seen curled up in a pool of blood. Every pore on his body seemed to ooze blood droplets, and the overwhelming aura had long since faded to its limit, leaving him without the strength to even sit up. With each violent cough, large clumps of blood foam erupted, and among them fragments of shattered internal organs could be clearly seen. Although marquee-level powerhouses have their bones etched with patterns and their bodies have long transformed into independent small worlds due to their exceptionally strong life force, such existences are indeed hard to eliminate in one go. But at this moment, Su Baohua's suffering was no better than being killed outright. At this time, there was not a trace of the once powerful and intimidating figure of the head of the inspectorate. Now he was left with only the wretchedness and desolation of a lost dog. The audience in the front row widened their eyes, and soon this astonishing news spread like wildfire among the hundreds of thousands of people.
My goodness, this is simply unbelievable. The lofty inspectorate leader was actually beaten to such a state. Su Baohua has completely fallen, losing utterly. He actually lost to someone younger than half his age. Though this duel was thrilling, the speed of the outcome was a bit too fast. The dominance displayed by that young man was simply incomprehensible. He has been slaughtering Su Baohua unilaterally. I also noticed that this was not a contest of the same level. This battle was worth my entire life. It was simply too intense. I haven't lived in vain these past decades. I never expected that an ordinary person like me could witness the life and death struggle of a marquee-level powerhouse. My heavens, it feels like a dream that kind of big figure could actually be beaten so miserably. So that young man really toppled the entire inspectorate with just his own strength. That young man did brilliantly. Such a harmful creature should have been dealt with long ago. This young man absolutely has an unlimited future. He has achieved the title of Marquis at such a young age and is even the Azure King. Su Baohua is still a long-standing established Marquis-level powerhouse, yet he couldn't even withstand a few rounds against this young man. Over 100,000 spectators erupted into exclamations, their gasps merging into a massive wave of sound. They were witnesses to the fall of a king today. Once a figure of immense power in the capital, Inspector Su Baohua, this seasoned Marquis, ultimately became a stepping stone on Chen Fan's path to fame. The destructive power Chen Fan displayed was completely above Su Baohua, practically rubbing him into the ground. This explosive news spread throughout the entire capital in just a few minutes. Everyone knew that the once invincible inspectorate had now become a historical term. A hidden big shot in the capital looked down at the scene from a high vantage point, unable to help but exclaim, "So this is the despairing gap between a titled king and an ordinary king." Especially that final sword move, which amazed all living beings. It was simply too shocking. That one sword could even cleave apart the legendary heavenly gate. This is no longer martial arts of the mortal realm, but clearly a celestial technique. I have lived over half my life and have never seen such terrifying and domineering sword intent. Mr. Chen Fan, your future path is surely going to be higher and further than we can imagine. Lu Jiangnan and her colleagues wore expressions of astonishment. Originally they thought this would be a protracted and fiercely contested battle, but who would have thought Su Baohua would lose so decisively and utterly? Indeed, the worth of the title Azure King far exceeded the world's comprehension. As for the top powerhouses from various factions in the capital, they felt fortunate to have made the right decision. Someone of Chen Fan's caliber must be grasped tightly, even if it means sacrificing one's pride. Old Principal Jiang Tianming was still savoring the shocking sword strike in his mind, smacking his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. He murmured to himself, "Rarely seen in a lifetime, truly unprecedented. This trip was definitely worth it. This young man is becoming more and more to my liking." These words undoubtedly made Lu Jiangnan and others feel a deep tremor in their souls. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? Wang Qingshan was trembling all over, gripping the ground tightly with both hands, dragging his already broken leg like a maggot desperately crawling to the edge of the pit. He stared down with wide eyes, seemingly unable to accept this cruel reality. Until he confirmed with his own eyes Su Baohua's grievous state, his old face turned as pale as a sheet. "It's over, all over. This time I truly kicked the king of hell. Even Director Su is no match for him. Where on earth did this monster Chen Fan come from? Is he even human?" Wang Qingshan's heart was filled with a deep silence of despair. Chen Fan's strength had completely shattered his worldview. Lu Jie, hiding aside, regretted deeply, slapping himself and muttering, "Had I known this would happen, I shouldn't have listened to your bad ideas. Why provoke the Chen family? You old bastard are going to get me killed. You've truly ruined me." At this moment Lu Jie wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. If he hadn't gotten involved in this mess, he would surely still be comfortably sipping tea in his office. But now even the once formidable Su Baohua has turned into a puddle of mud. Who knows what kind of calamity they have invited upon themselves. The two clowns who had just been flaunting their authority and shouting at Chen Fan now displayed fear that was all too evident on their faces. At that moment a small black dot appeared on the distant horizon, slowly descending and finally landing steadily on the ruins. It was none other than Chen Fan, who had just finished his battle. "Brother! Fan Gu!" Chen Yuro and Fan Danping rushed forward without hesitation. Thanks to them staying behind Jiang Tianming, the steadfast anchor, they were not torn to pieces by the terrifying aftermath of the battle. "Brother, are you hurt?" Chen Yuro grasped Chen Fan's sleeve, her voice filled with urgency and concern. In truth, she was deeply shaken by the cataclysmic battle that had just unfolded, far exceeding her understanding of martial arts. Two monarch-level beings, one was the imposing head of the patrol division and the other was her own brother, whom she spent every day with. Yet more than the shift in status, she cared about Chen Fan's safety. After all, her brother had come all the way from Jiangnan City to protect her. Watching Chen Fan's stern silhouette, an unprecedented sense of pride surged within Chen Yuro. Chen Fan was her sky. Chen Fan gently reassured her, "A mere minor character of the monarch rank cannot harm me at all. Wow, brother Chen Fan, can you take me as your adopted sister?" Fong Danping's eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly turning into Chen Fan's most devoted fan.
The power he displayed was simply overwhelming, making even seasoned monarchs appear like clay figures before him. In her eyes, aside from the few top giants of the human race, no one else could contain Chen Fan. A character of such unparalleled ferocity would surely stand at the pinnacle of human civilization one day.
Fong Danping looked at Chen Yuro, feeling a tinge of jealousy.
She imagined how comforting it would be to have such a brother who could shield her from the storm.
Chen Fan's gaze swept gently over the two, finally resting on his sister's face.
I promised I would seek justice for you, and I will not go back on my word. All those who have bullied you shall not escape alive. At that moment there was no trace of the gentle scholar left in Chen Fan. Instead he radiated an overwhelming aura of iron-blooded intent. He stood there like a cold-blooded Azure emerging from the depths of hell. Having said this, Chen Fan resolutely turned around. He first cast a cold glance at the incapacitated Su Baohua in the pit, then shifted his gaze away. Finally his eyes locked onto the two instigators, Lu Jie and Wang Qingshan. There was not a hint of mercy in Chen Fan's gaze. You two scoundrels deserve to die 100 times over for your crimes. The killing intent in Chen Fan's eyes erupted like a volcano as he stepped forward, slow yet determined.
Don't come any closer.
Please don't kill me. I was forced. I am an elder of the Wang family. You cannot use vigilante justice against me. The two felt the bone-deep killing intent, causing every muscle in their bodies to quiver violently. Each step Chen Fan took resonated in their ears like the death knell ringing in their hearts, suffocating them. They could only desperately scoot backward, their legs as weak as noodles, unable to stand. Suddenly Chen Fan's pace halted momentarily. His gaze sharpened as he turned his head toward the northern horizon. There a profound shadow was rapidly approaching like a shooting star.
Let me speak first. A grand and imposing ancient voice echoed between heaven and earth.
Whose voice is that? The lord of the city has arrived.
Lu Jiangnan's expression instantly turned complex.
It seems that Lord Long Shanghua has finally shown himself.
That esteemed figure seems unable to continue watching from the sidelines.
Dong Shuihai sighed and shook his head. This lord of Long City is truly patient, waiting until the two monarchs finish their duel before making an appearance. Old Principal Jiang Tianming merely smiled without speaking, his expression inscrutable. He seemed to have already predicted the subsequent developments. This elderly man, wise as the sea, always saw the entire chessboard clearly. Moments later an elderly man with a head full of silver hair, looking amiable, appeared above the crowd, seemingly walking on air. He gently descended to the ground, exuding an aura of authority that came from years of holding power over millions of lives and deaths. This man was none other than the highest administrative officer of the capital, Long Shanghua. With his presence the entire victory square erupted into unprecedented excitement. Countless people pointed at that imposing figure, their faces flushed with excitement, their breaths becoming hurried. It is the Lord of Long City.
Even Lord Long Shanghua has been stirred up. This commotion has truly escalated.
My goodness, Lord Long, whom I could only admire through news reports, is actually here in person.
Greetings, Lord of the City.
Since even the Lord has personally come to mediate, what do you think will happen next?
Who knows?
Such scenes are likely unprecedented in our human history. That young man is incredible, forcing even such a high-ranking figure as the Lord of the City to appear. The capital is the center of humanity, a sacred place with the most profound martial arts heritage. The Lord of the City holds a position that is one of the rarest peaks in the entire human race. He is not comparable to the lords of small places like Lu Jiangnan's. Long Shanghua himself is a living legend, having emerged from a military background and participated in and commanded numerous epic battles to defend civilization, achieving remarkable feats. In his long tenure in the capital he has nurtured countless strong figures who stand as pillars for humanity. Not only is he celebrated for his contributions, but he is also a godlike figure in the hearts of the people, deeply loved.
With Long Xiangguo's appearance, the scale of today's grand play has been elevated to a new height.
We have seen Lord Long of the City. Aside from the steadfast Jiang Tianming, everyone including Lu Jiangnan hastily stepped forward, their demeanor extremely respectful as they bowed in greeting. Long Shanghua nodded slightly to the crowd, then turned to Jiang Tianming and politely greeted him. Old senior, I hope you are well.
Lord of the City, please save us. This killer is going to wipe us all out, we need your help.
Lord, save me. I really don't want to die here. Seeing the highest ruler arrive, Lu Jie and Wang Qingshan clung to him like drowning men grasping for a life raft, crying out frantically. Chen Fan slowly turned around, his gaze calm and unfazed, locking eyes with this powerful figure. Long Shanghua glanced down at the pit where Su Baohua lay, feeling an involuntary sigh escape him.
Young man, could you give me a moment to speak?
Chen Fan's tone remained as cold as ice. If your intention is to plead for them and stop me, you might as well be silent now. Today on this square these three scoundrels shall not survive. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me. His words naturally included the half-dead Su Baohua. Su Baohua in the pit opened his mouth seemingly wanting to argue, but before he could speak blood surged forth.
Good heavens! This young man is too tough, he dares to directly rebut even the Lord of Long City. He is simply arrogant to the core, so dominant.
That is the Lord of Long City who governs the capital. Has Chen Fan lost his mind in the fight to speak to him like this? I can only say that this young man is destined to be someone who can shake the world.
A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Chen Fan's unyielding and even slightly provocative attitude toward Long Shangguo left everyone dumbfounded. Even Lu Jiangnan and his old cronies felt a chill of anxiety for Chen Fan.
This Mr. Chen is truly stubborn, they thought. I genuinely fear that in a moment of impulse he might provoke the Lord of the City completely. Not even the Lord of the City is in his eyes. Such audacity is worthy of our Mr.
Chen.
From his words it seems he truly intends to execute Su Baohua here.
Fong Danping looked on in fear, quietly murmuring beside her, "This is the Lord of our capital.
Why don't you persuade your brother?" Chen Yuro bit her lip and shook her head, not saying a word.
Contrary to everyone's expectations, Long Shangguo did not grow angry at Chen Fan's defiance, maintaining a calm expression.
At his level and age he would not lose his composure over a few verbal offenses. Young man, I understand your desire to kill in order to quell your anger, and I don't intend to forcibly stop you. But as an elder I want to remind you, have you truly thought through the consequences of this decision? These 3 lives may not seem significant, but the complex forces behind them and certain specific individuals are not easy to deal with. If you kill Wang Qingshan, you and your Chen family will inevitably face endless and frenzied retaliation from the Wang family in the future. You should have an idea of how deep the Wang family's roots run. It will undoubtedly be a headache for you. As for Director Su, there are few who know his true background. He is actually the nephew of the King of Xingtian. The King of Xingtian is also a top-tier figure of the monarch rank. He is currently stationed at the front line, serving as the supreme commander, holding the core power of millions of iron troops. After understanding these circumstances, are you sure you want to continue your slaughter? Long Xiangguo's sharp gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan's eyes. Although he verbally stated he would not stop him, each word actually imposed an invisible and heavy pressure on Chen Fan. Upon hearing the name of the Wang family, the crowd stirred, but when the words King of Xingtian were mentioned, Lu Jiangnan and others' expressions instantly changed. That useless Su Baohua actually has this blood relation to the King of Xingtian. This detail was completely absent in the intelligence we collected. He has managed to attach himself to the grand leg of the King of Xingtian. That is the notorious King of Xingtian. Aside from his title as a monarch, he is also the supreme commander of the military, truly above all.
From any angle, Chen Fan absolutely cannot harm even a hair of these 3 people now.
Otherwise it would mean tearing apart relations with the entire military leadership and completely offending the King of Xingtian.
A strong sense of trepidation permeated Lu Jiangnan and others' words.
Even Dong Xuehai, with his deep background, was cautious when mentioning that killing God, a supreme commander holding significant military power along with the lethal influence of a monarch, is not something to be trifled with. They even began to reconsider and wanted to persuade Chen Fan to back down. If Chen Fan truly unleashed his killing intent today, the Wang family and the King of Xingtian would ensure he had no place to die. At that point Chen Fan would likely find himself in a dire situation where the whole world was against him. The King of Xingtian had long established himself in the military, having achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. He is said to be a fierce character who emerged from a sea of corpses and blood with his entire unit left with only him alive at the end. Su Baohua is the only descendant left behind by his closest comrade. The King of Xingtian has cared for Su Baohua all these years, fulfilling his fallen friend's last wishes.
Brother, let's stop. We've already done enough.
Forget it, brother.
I haven't been hurt anyway, let's just go home, okay?
Chen Yuro bit her lip and quickly stepped forward to grasp Chen Fan's hand, her voice trembling noticeably. She was genuinely frightened, afraid that her brother would offend those powerful figures who could easily upheave the world over her minor grievances. She no longer wished to pursue fairness, her only thought was to safely take Chen Fan home.
Fong Danping, as her close friend, sighed with a complex expression beside her.
How could Chen Fan not perceive the humble and deep-seated worries in his sister's heart? This ingrained timidity and grievance pierced his heart like a knife, making him feel even more distressed. Don't be afraid, even if the heavens themselves were to collapse today, your elder brother stands before you, bearing the weight upon his shoulders. Sighing softly, Principal Jiang Tianming murmured, this is a matter of karmic entanglement among the young. Let these successors follow their own hearts and make their own choices. All blame falls upon me alone.
Chen Fan's gaze hardened once more, each word resonating with an almost arrogant absolute confidence.
I do not act merely for my sister, I act for the world itself and for the names of all fallen warriors carved upon the gravestones behind me, demanding justice. These so-called Patrol Bureau enforcers have brazenly colluded with the Wang clan, not only refusing to eradicate the dog-like minions of the 10,000 race cult but turning their weapons instead against the descendants of our heroes. Such conduct chills the hearts of the loyal to the very bone. These three wretches standing here before us deserve death 10,000 times over for their sins.
They must not be spared.
Chen Fan stood motionless atop the height, expressionless, yet in that moment his name was destined to echo across the entire capital, etching itself into legend as the youth who beheaded a bureau director with his sword. Not one shall remain.
With slender fingers locked tightly around an unassuming nameless treasure blade, Chen Fan swept it forward in a devastating, unstoppable strike. The onlookers could not even discern what had transpired, their retinas were instantly flooded by a blinding, searing white light.
A boundless righteous sword energy surged forth like the Milky Way, cascading down from the ninth heaven, descending upon the earth with apocalyptic force. The air bristled with countless razor-sharp sword shadows, so dense they defied counting. Before anyone could react, Su Baohua, Lu Jia and Wang Qingshan were torn apart, their vital energies shattered outright by that ferocious momentum. Even after the battle ended, the void still trembled with a terrifying sword intent, so chilling it made scalps prickle and souls shatter. Those three men who moments earlier had swaggered with invincible arrogance now lay reduced to mangled, dismembered remains, their ruptured organs scattered across the ground by sheer concussive force. Thick viscous blood gushed forth like a breached dam, swiftly pooling into a dark crimson river upon the flagstones. A suffocating stench of iron-rich gore hung thick in the air, penetrating nostrils with nauseating intensity. Many among the crowd, their willpower weak, doubled over, violently vomiting uncontrollably.
Alas, what cruel irony fate weaves. Enough.
Since matters have reached this point, further words serve no purpose. Longshang was inner turmoil, a tempest of clashing emotions, condensed at last into a single long sigh, heavy with resignation and the weight of years. Tens of thousands gazed upward at that slender youthful back, each heart struck as though by a thunderous hammer, resonating with violent visceral tremors. Their very souls quivered beneath the lingering aura of that single transcendent stroke. Heavens above, he truly slew them. Not only did he hesitate not a moment, but in a single blow he extinguished the lives of three formidable masters. Now he has irrevocably incurred the wrath of both the Wang clan and the famed Lord Xingtian. You must understand, Lord Xingtian holds an official royal title, the pinnacle of sovereign martial kings, and commands real authority as supreme commander of the military. Once that august figure learns of their deaths here, how could he possibly let this fledgling youth escape unpunished? Indeed, the Wang clan alone is already a colossal oppressive force looming over all.
And now with Lord Xingtian added to the equation. Yet this old man senses in the young man a rare unyielding righteousness, an innate sense of justice and fierce hatred for evil. From the depths of my heart I cry out a glorious righteous slaughter.
Exactly. These scoundrels deserved death long ago. Young master, I've spent my life revering men like you, true iron-willed heroes. I admire you sincerely from the very marrow of my bones. Among the tens of thousands gathered in the square, some sighed in anxious foreboding for his future, others gazed upon him with profound reverence, while still others watched from the shadows, smirking coldly in silent mockery. Though Chen Fan knew full well that slaying these three would unleash the furious, merciless retribution of both the Wang clan and Lord Xingtian, he did not flinch, not even once. That sword stroke was for his humiliated younger sister, for the innocent soldiers laid to rest, and for justice itself writ large across the world. Such fearless defiance of overwhelming power alone was enough to leave every witness stunned and deeply awestruck. A youth so brilliantly gifted, so fiercely principled, such a figure may well remain unmatched for decades to come. From this day forth the victory square of the capital shall forever echo with the heroic tale of Chen Fan's sword-swinging justice, three traitors fell, truth restored. Future generations recounting this saga will speak with unmistakable reverence. As Chen Fan sheathed his blade, every soul present sensed the coming storm, a cataclysmic chain reaction inevitable and inescapable. His next adversaries would be two terrifying superpowers, yet his spine remained unbent, his eyes utterly free of fear or hesitation. Lu Jiangnan furrowed his brow and sighed heavily. It appears Mr. Chen's path ahead will be fraught with extraordinary peril from this day onward. A top-tier powerhouse from the capital, suddenly struck by revelation, exclaimed. Even knowing full well he would face Lord Xingtian's fury and the Wang clan's vengeance, he drew his sword without hesitation. Now I finally understand why he is honored with the title Azure King. A title such as this is no mere honorific, it is the distilled essence of a soul, the highest external judgment rendered upon one's character and conduct. Dong Shuai's heart swelled with conflicting emotions, bitterness and exhilaration intertwined. His sole motive was to avenge his sister, to wash away her humiliation with blood. This Azure King's righteous chi pierces the heavens, truly the ultimate paragon for all martial cultivators. Yet the Wang clan and Lord Xingtian will surely launch a retaliatory onslaught of utter annihilation. How then shall he navigate this labyrinth of crises? This was a dead end, no one present could offer a definitive answer. Principal Jiang Tianming, seated nearby, now radiated undisguised admiration, its intensity nearly spilling over. This too is the ultimate trial of his will and destiny. Should he survive this crucible, a place among the pinnacles of humanity's martial hierarchy awaits him, none shall bar his ascent. Gazing at that lone figure bathed in the elongated golden light of the setting sun, Jiang Tianming felt his very blood stir with quiet, fervent excitement. Brother! Chen Yuro's fair delicate fingers gripped Chen Fan's sleeve with desperate strength, her beautiful eyes already brimming with glistening tears. Perceptive and sensitive, she had listened to the surging waves of surrounding whispers and understood with heartbreaking clarity just how grave the calamity her brother had just unleashed. Whether the deep-rooted Wang clan or the awe-inspiring Lord Xingtian, both were titanic forces beyond ordinary reach, especially the latter commander-in-chief of all human armed forces. To outsiders, Chen Fan's act was nothing short of punching a gaping hole through the sky itself, followed inevitably by relentless despair-inducing vengeance. Fang Danping meanwhile drowned in self-reproach and guilt, wondering whether had she not insisted on taking Chen Yuro shopping that day this uncontainable bloodshed might never have occurred. Chen Fan gently placed a hand upon his sister's head, his voice calm yet imbued with unwavering strength. Don't be afraid, even if the sky itself were to crumble, your brother stands before you, shielding you from the fall. Hearing those words, Chen Yuro could neither laugh nor weep. Tears spilled freely down her cheeks like pearls breaking loose from their string. News of the incident at Victory Square and of City Lord Long Shang's personal arrival alongside Chen Fan's decisive execution of 3 high-ranking officials spread like wildfire across households. Amplified by word-of-mouth and viral media coverage, ultra-high-definition footage of the battle soon dominated headlines across major news platforms. Not only did the capital descend into feverish debate, but the entire human realm was shaken to its foundations by this seismic revelation. In bustling commercial districts teeming with pedestrians, clusters of 3 or 5 could be seen huddled together, voices animated, sharing whispered confidences about the unfolding drama. Have you heard? A massive upheaval erupted in the capital today. The patrol bureau headquarters was reduced to rubble. Rumor has it they provoked a ruthless sovereign king bearing a formal title. True indeed. The city is abuzz, entirely consumed by the scandal. The patrol bureau has effectively vanished from the map and everyone is discussing this astonishing affair. A trusted insider told me the patrol bureau officers acted corruptly, using their authority to aid the Wang clan in bullying a young girl, coercing false confessions, twisting black into white. Who'd have thought such a seemingly imposing institution hid such vile underhanded dealings? And the Wang clan, claiming descent from war heroes, turns out to be cut from the same rotten cloth. Pa! Karma indeed. This afternoon my closest friend happened to be among the onlookers at Victory Square. Apparently the young man was publicly exposing their crimes, when suddenly Su Baohua, the patrol bureau's director, stormed onto the scene radiating murderous intent. Good heavens, Su Baohua is a legendary sovereign-level master. Facing him the youth was surely doomed. I feared the same at first, but who could have imagined? Several other luminaries arrived in quick succession, including the patriarch of the Luo clan and Principal Jiang himself. And when they beheld the young man they bowed deeply, addressing him with utmost reverence as the Azure King. Impossible. That youth, barely older than myself, is also a sovereign king standing atop the apex of human martial power. And not just any sovereign, he bears a unique, unparalleled title. When 2 such titans clash, the heavens themselves will shatter, the very clouds will explode. To witness such a confrontation in my lifetime, I'd die content this very instant. Now that you mention it, I was napping this afternoon when the floor began shaking violently, nearly throwing me from my bed. Inside a boisterous tavern hall, diners of every stripe filled every table. A grizzled middle-aged man sat alone, tossing back 2 glasses of fiery baijiu, his face flushing crimson as alcohol ignited the fire in his veins. Let's continue. The duel between those 2 sovereign kings raged from the earth's deepest fissures up to the very edges of the clouds. With effortless mastery they moved mountains and reversed rivers, fighting so fiercely the sky darkened and every citizen of the capital felt the earth tremble beneath their feet. At the climax, the impossibly youthful Azure King unleashed a peerless sword technique, one capable of cleaving open the heavens themselves, and sent the fearsome Su Baohua crashing down into dust. Guess what happened next? At this critical juncture the man paused mid-sentence, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, deliberately withholding the climax. He took another slow sip of wine, then crunched 2 roasted peanuts between his teeth with audible satisfaction. His audience, necks craned forward in rapt attention, erupted in collective frustration. How dare you? Spit it out already, don't keep us dangling like this. Every time you hit the climax you cut off. You're trying to kill us. Azure King, ah, what a name. It reeks of decisive, unrelenting authority. Blimey, a single stroke splitting the celestial gate. What unimaginable force. He's less human, more myth. It's absolutely true. I looked up at the sky this afternoon and caught a fleeting glimpse of a gate-shaped silhouette within the clouds. Utterly divine. If you don't speak now we'll toss you straight out the window. Patrons shouted in exasperation, the agony of an unfinished tale burning like wildfire in their chests. Even a harried waiter balancing a tray and sweating profusely leaned in pleadingly, brother, please, just tell us. If you do I'll sneak you a complimentary fruit platter to cut the grease. The tavern owner himself descended the stairs, hands clasped behind his back, chuckling, no need for theatrics, just share the story with everyone. Or better yet, if you insist I'll personally waive your tab today. Hearing this, the man burst into triumphant laughter and resumed, thoroughly satisfied. At that pivotal moment, City Lord Long Shangwa, the capital's most revered and elusive sovereign, personally appeared to mediate. Great heavens! Even he, the dragon whose head is rarely seen, was stirred to appear. Damn it all, I should have skipped work today just to catch a glimpse of the square. Now I'm sick with regret. Enough, everyone stop butting in. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes in annoyance, saying when the city lord arrives he specifically warned that if the Shura king truly kills those few people he will certainly face a frenzied retaliation from the Wang family. You all might not know, but that Su Baohua from the patrol office is the direct nephew of the king of Xingtian. As soon as these words left his mouth, the once noisy tavern fell into a deadly silence, leaving only the sound of gasps. Every face was filled with terror and disbelief. The Wang family's name is indeed thunderous, no one dares to provoke them. And the king of Xingtian is a legendary killing god with unfathomable strength and the highest commander of the entire human military. In fact, when compared, the king of Xingtian's intimidation even surpasses that of the Wang family. He has long been stationed at the forefront against the myriad races, and the alien tribes tremble at the mere mention of his name. Yet faced with such a backdrop, the Shura king only replied, I am not only here to protect my sister but also to seek justice for the people of this world, for those unnamed soldiers engraved on cold tombstones. All the sins I, Chen, shall bear alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly slammed the table, shouting hoarsely, his face flushed with excitement and his breathing quickened. The tavern owner stood in place, softly repeating, all the sins I shall bear alone. After several seconds he suddenly came to his senses and led the applause vigorously. In an instant the tavern erupted with a tide of applause that lasted for a long time. Wow, this is just too passionate, it sends chills down my spine. This Shura king is a true man, this is the star we should pursue. For the sake of blood relatives, for the common people, to seek justice for the heroes who died on the battlefield, even if it means bearing countless sins, is worth it. Well said. No wonder he is known as the Shura, this title seems tailor-made for him. I too feel this way, he is the backbone of our generation. This is the example we should learn from. After venting his pent-up frustration, the middle-aged man slumped into his chair, his eyes vacant, as he murmured, it's a pity. While the Shura king's strike was indeed swift and decisive, the days ahead will be hard for him. The Wang family and the king of Xingtian will definitely mobilize all their forces to deal with him. Alas, such a promising talent, it would be too painful if he were to fall. The Wang family is truly despicable, they boast of being heroes' descendants while committing such wicked acts. The king of Xingtian is still fighting fiercely against the alien races on the front lines. I wonder how he will react upon hearing this news. But let's not be too pessimistic. I heard from a friend that the Shura king is only in his early 20s with talent that is simply off the charts. As long as he is given a few years to steadily improve, even the Wang family and the king of Xingtian will have to step back. What did you say? The Shura king is only 20. Who would have thought? I'm shocked, this is like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. On the other side there lies a boundless desolate land of yellow sand where even a shallow breath fills the throat with a thick metallic bloody scent. As far as the eye can see there are broken weapons and decaying corpses scattered everywhere. Among them are brave human soldiers who sacrificed themselves, winged monsters, sphinx-like beasts, and various grotesque wild beasts with severed limbs strewn about. This place is the battlefield of the myriad races, a Shura field where the clash of civilizations has never ceased. On the towering walls of the human defense line stands a remarkably burly middle-aged man clad in heavy armor stained with dark red dried blood, resembling an iron tower as he gazes into the distance. This man is the king of Xingtian, one of the highest commanders of the human race, wielding the ultimate power of life and death within the military. The weathered face of the king of Xingtian showed no signs of fluctuation, as if nothing in this world could move him. Just moments ago he received news through a secret channel from the capital, learning that the descendant of his former comrade Su Baohua had been killed by a young predecessor known as the Shura king. Others could not fathom the thoughts of this powerful figure at that moment. His gaze was deep and cold, like a millennia-old well that would not ripple even if a boulder were thrown in. Meanwhile, in Jinling City to the south, Chen Zhengwei was hunched over his desk, rapidly reviewing a mountain of military documents under the dim light of a yellow lamp. To deal with the sudden war situation, he had lost track of how many days he had gone without sleep. Recently, the movements of the alien races at the border had increased the pressure on him as the local commander, leaving him no time to rest. Chen Zhengwa, put down what you're doing and come see me at once. Suddenly a vague yet imposing voice echoed in Chen Zhengwa's mind without warning. Is this the voice of my ancestor? Chen Zhengwa's face turned pale with shock as he abruptly dropped his pen and vanished from his office in an instant. In the grandest central library of the capital, several young female students dressed flamboyantly in their youth were whispering near the bookshelves, clearly distracted from their dry textbooks. A girl with a playful bun hairstyle held her hands to her heart, her face full of admiration as she said, "You should have seen the Shura king when he drew his sword and killed 3 villains, proclaiming, 'All the sins are borne by me alone.' He was simply breathtaking. Now as I walk down the street, so many boys are trying to say that line to act cool, but they can never mimic the grandeur of the Shura king's demeanor. She sighed lightly, her tone tinged with faint sadness and regret for not being able to witness the moment.
This is clearly a library, why has it become so noisy?
In a quiet corner on the second floor of the library, a young man with refined features and an air of scholarly elegance smiled helplessly as he shook his head.
Chen Yuro playfully winked at him, teasing, brother, look at the current capital, it's filled with your little admirers. Your fame has grown boundlessly, I heard even people from our hometown Jiangnan city are crazily spreading your story. Even my high school classmates are discussing your news. 2 full days have passed since Chen Fan's earth-shattering battle at Victory Square, but the whirlwind of public opinion shows no signs of abating. Instead, it has intensified, becoming the top topic of discussion among the human race during meals. Now wherever one walks in the capital, tales of the Shura King can be heard everywhere. However, Chen Fan merely smiled amiably, not taking these empty praises to heart. He reached out and casually pulled a heavy tome from the shelf, and within just a few seconds the notoriously difficult Buddhism's Infinite Sutra was flipped to its last page. Ding! The system detected that you have finished reading Buddhism's Infinite Sutra, accumulating 1000 experience points. Heaven rewards diligence. Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Actual experience points gained 2000 points. Successfully unlocked hidden supernatural reward Buddha Thunder Slash. System prompt: the secret skill was painstakingly created by ancient monks who mastered the Mahayana Buddhist teachings. Only by comprehending the true principles of Buddhism, harboring a benevolent heart willing to descend into the abyss of hell for the sake of slaughtering and protecting the path, can this sword technique be wielded. It contains righteous energy specifically designed to counter all evil and false illusions in the world. Listening to the cold system voice in his sea of consciousness, Chen Fan's finger paused slightly before he silently issued the command: open personal attribute panel. In the next moment, a light blue translucent screen appeared before his retina, visible only to Chen Fan. Name: Chen Fan. Current realm enhancement: Supreme Sword Body, level 80. Experience required to advance to the next stage: 5000 remaining experience points. 4000 talent attribute. As the ancient saying goes in books, there are golden houses. You only need to read extensively to continuously accumulate experience points and comprehend various supernatural techniques. Mastered supernatural abilities: 2 sleeves of green serpent sword opens Heaven's Gate. 1 sword comes from the west. Green Lotus Sword technique. 1 sword freezes 19 prefectures. Sword 9 6000 miles. Sword 13 Buddha Thunder Slash. Brother, are you sure you're reading and not just fanning yourself? Your page turning speed is too exaggerated. I stood beside you without even catching a glimpse of the words. What exactly did you see? Chen Fan's gaze had remained on the pages, but his movements were casual, as if he were simply fiddling around without care. Not just Chen Yuro, but Fong Donping, sitting nearby, was also left dumbfounded, nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice. Chen Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, you'll understand the intricacies of this later. This is my unique reading method. Although I turn the pages quickly, every word has already been imprinted in my sea of consciousness. Since stepping into the legendary realm of kings, Chen Fan's mastery over mental force had reached a level of perfection, gradually revealing the terrifying advantages of divine thought in learning. For instance, when it comes to reading, as long as divine thought sweeps across, the entire information flow of the book will be instantly absorbed by the brain. This has improved his efficiency in gaining experience points by more than 100-fold compared to before. Chen Yuro was left speechless. Although she didn't quite understand the principle, she still nodded in awe. In her memory, her brother had always been exceptional in academics, but his physical fitness and cultivation talent seemed ordinary. Who would have thought that once awakened he would become a terrifying figure at the king level? Until this moment, Chen Yuro occasionally felt as though she were dreaming. Brother, you are now the hottest superstar in the capital. Before she could finish, Chen Yuro pouted in displeasure, feigning anger. But you kept this from me for so long, this can't just be brushed aside. You must find a way to make it up to me. Chen Fan's eyes were filled with affection as he affectionately ruffled his sister's neat short hair, softly saying, actually, I haven't kept it from you for long. With me around, no one can obstruct your path. Upon hearing her brother's promise, Chen Yuro's face brightened, and any previous complaints had long since flown out of her mind. After sitting for a while, Chen Fan suddenly turned his head, his expression serious as he asked, today should be the day the grand competition for all humanity begins. How prepared are you? Chen Yuro nodded heavily, her eyes firm as she said, I'm all set, don't worry brother. This time I must achieve a good ranking to make our father in Jinling proud. Chen Zhenghua had always placed high hopes on Chen Yuro's development in martial arts. For a family like the Chens, obtaining honor in the grand competition is the highest glory. A smile curved Chen Fan's lips as he said slowly, before the competition officially begins, I plan to teach you a secret sword technique so that you have an unexpected trump card on the arena. Chen Yuro's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. Her brother was no longer the weak scholar he once was. He is the Shura King who instills fear in the capital. With such a powerful figure personally mentoring her, her strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. At this moment, in a private estate built against the mountains on the outskirts of the capital, the atmosphere felt unusually oppressive. To occupy such a large area in this prime location speaks volumes about the family's foundation. In fact, this ancient residence has stood here for over 1,000 years. This is the core stronghold of the Wang family, a lineage revered and feared by many.
At this moment, a row of expensive luxury cars was parked neatly in the open area at the entrance of the estate.
Head of the family about that matter. Bang.
Accompanied by a sharp breaking sound, a priceless antique porcelain vase was violently smashed onto the floor, shattering into glittering pieces. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the family exuded a suffocating aura of rage.
What a Chen family, what a daring Chen Fan. He actually dared to openly challenge our Wang family's authority, even killing our direct elder under everyone's eyes. This is not just murder, it's clearly wiping the Wang family's face on the ground.
Wang Mingyang slammed his palm on the rosewood table before him, his sharp gaze sweeping over the trembling crowd below. The tragedy in the square had already spread throughout the streets and alleys, and the Wang family, as the parties involved naturally received detailed battle reports at the first opportunity.
Wang Mingyang, the current head of the family, immediately ordered the recall of all family members scattered in various locations to urgently discuss countermeasures.
Now all the prominent figures of the Wang family had gathered together. Whether it was the respected clan elders, the heads of each branch, or those talented direct descendants, they all gathered with solemn expressions.
An elder of the family angrily echoed, "That little bastard is indeed too arrogant. His actions completely disregard our millennia-old Wang family."
The head of the second branch also sarcastically provoked, "Had that descendant of the Chen family dared to publicly commit murder against our core members, if we do not make him pay with blood for blood, how can the Wang family maintain its standing in the capital?" A woman dressed in luxurious clothing interjected with a frown, "I heard that young man seems to have already received a title and is respected as the Azure King in the outside world."
"What Azure King?
I see him as nothing more than an ignorant clown who thinks he can challenge our Wang family just because he has killed some useless people. I remember that Chen Zhengguo's son is indeed named Chen Fan, but the information says he is just a bookworm of no talent. It seems the Chen family has hidden this while suddenly producing a king-level combatant without a sound." An elderly figure in a wheelchair trembled with anger, shouting hoarsely, "Our Wang family has been a prestigious family for 1,000 years, surviving on the reputation earned by our ancestors at the cost of their lives, and today it is all ruined by this little punk."
This scandal had dealt a devastating blow to the Wang family's brand image and prestige. Chen Fan had exposed all of Wang Qingshan's disgraceful secrets in front of the entire city. To outsiders, Wang Qingshan's actions represented the family ethos of the entire Wang family.
Yet these privileged Wang family members did not feel they had done anything wrong, rather they believed Chen Fan was deliberately tarnishing their sacred family reputation. To be honest, initially no one had predicted that this seemingly trivial matter would snowball into an irretrievable situation. Ultimately, it was the Chen family that killed my second brother first, otherwise we wouldn't need to resort to such underhanded methods. A girl who appeared to be only 16 or 17 murmured with a dark glint in her eyes among the crowd. The elderly man continued to roar, "They killed my descendants first and struck at my elders later. This account cannot simply be settled. That guy dared to harm our people in front of tens of thousands. This is spitting in our faces. If we shrink back now, won't all the families in the capital treat us as mere clay to be molded?" Wang Shuyi leaned closer to Wang Mingyang and coldly reminded elder brother that young man has crossed the threshold of the Wang realm at such a young age. If we let him develop unchecked, the consequences may be beyond anyone's capacity to bear. While the room was filled with heated arguments, Wang Mingyang slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils gleamed with a chilling light. This blood feud must be repaid with more blood. His biological son and trusted officials of the family had died at the hands of the enemy. Such an irreconcilable hatred was something he could never swallow. "The so-called Azure King," he said with a cruel twist of his lips, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "Indeed, this generation of the Chen family has produced some difficult little monsters. Chen Jingwei is lucky his daughters are more impressive than the last. Each one outshining the last." At that moment, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped without warning. A strange figure dragging an ugly scaly tail slowly crawled out from the shadows of the hall. "We pay our respects to the Lord of Heaven." The Wang family members who were initially seated sprang up as if electrified, bending at the waist in unison and speaking with utmost respect. This mysterious Lord of Heaven was in fact a high-ranking envoy from an alien civilization, and the illustrious Wang family was merely a pawn they had placed within the human race. To prevent their whereabouts from being discovered by the masters of the capital, they spent all day hiding beneath a large black robe, unwilling to reveal even a hint of their true identity. The Lord of Heaven turned their head beneath the large hood, their cold and mocking gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally resting on Wang Mingyang, followed by a harsh, unpleasant laugh. "The Chen family is currently at its zenith, with outstanding talents emerging among the younger generations. As noble families under the banner of the heroic souls, what can your Wang family use to compete with them? They are simply leagues apart." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Wang family members turned pale, yet not a single one dared to utter a word. Although the words were harsh, they were undeniably an objective truth that could not be refuted. Not to mention Chen Yuro, that exceptionally gifted martial arts prodigy. Just the fact that Chen Fan, who had hidden for many years, had suddenly emerged to astonish the entire city was enough to fill them with despair. The Lord of Heaven paused, their tone growing icy. As for that newly appointed Azure King, this one's potential indeed instills fear.
If we allow him to continue growing, he will surely become a major threat. He must be completely erased now. Wang Mingyang hurriedly bowed and asked, "Please enlighten us, what should our next move be?" The Lord of Heaven issued a harsh laugh reminiscent of glass scraping. "Don't rush. In a few days there will be your human race's grandest genius selection competition, right? Have your most gifted son prepare well. I will personally intervene to grant him the bloodline blessing to fully unleash his forbidden power. I want you to execute Chen Euro publicly on that stage in front of the entire nation. Once Chen Euro dies on the spot, Chen Fan will undoubtedly go mad. As long as he dares to violate the rules during the competition according to your human laws and regulations, both the Chen family and he will instantly be disgraced and scorned by the world." Wang Mingyang felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly responded, "Your wisdom is unmatched. I will definitely comply. Additionally, I will give you one last piece of leverage that will break the camel's back. The Chen family's ancestor, who has been hiding in the demon suppression tower, has long been afflicted by our scorpion clan's unsolvable poison and is not far from death." Upon hearing this, not only Wang Mingyang but the entire Wang family in the hall became exhilarated, dancing with excitement. "Lord of Heaven, is this true? Haha, that old coot is finally about to kick the bucket. It's truly a day of divine revelation. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Once that divine stabilizer falls, the capital will be ours to command. We vow to follow you, Lord, through fire and water. Long live the Lord. The Wang family will surely prevail. What Chen family, what Azure king are all but fleeting clouds that cannot stir up any waves. Chen Fan is nothing but a fool with brute strength, daring to openly break the rules. He is simply seeking his own demise. Let us patiently await the day the Chen family ancestor takes his last breath. That will be the day of the Chen family's annihilation." At this moment, the Wang family members felt increasingly that their decision to ally with the alien races had been a brilliant choice. In their imaginations, the glorious era belonging to the Wang family was slowly unfolding with this evil power. Finally, the day of the human race's grand competition arrived, with the event venue set at the most magnificent Olympic sports center in the capital. On this day, the streets of the capital saw hardly any pedestrians as everyone flocked to the venue. As the highest level and most anticipated competitive event of the human race, this competition garnered 100% attention from both the elite and the common people. The entire stadium could accommodate over 100,000 spectators at once. For those unable to enter, the organizers had set up a live satellite broadcast for all human habitation areas. Within just 10 minutes of the official live stream starting, the number of viewers skyrocketed geometrically, instantly surpassing 100 million. Please line up in an orderly fashion. To ensure the safety of the venue, all personnel entering, whether competitors or spectators, must undergo the strictest security checks. Outside the solemn stadium, the line of people stretched several kilometers long. Security personnel in black uniforms meticulously scanned each entrant for metal and energy fluctuations. Although the scene was noisy, the entry processes continued in an orderly manner under tight security. This is simply overkill. You don't even bother to see who I am. I, the eldest son of the Zhao family, have to be searched alongside these commoners. You must be blind. A young man in an extravagant branded suit with a rather gloomy appearance was cursing with rage at the front of the line. The staff member in charge of the checks didn't even look up, coldly replying, "This is a strict rule set by the organizing committee. Even the King of Heaven must follow the procedure." Just at that moment, everyone saw a young man with an elegant appearance and a warm demeanor walking straight through a side passage without looking back. The previously stern staff member, upon seeing the young man's face, unexpectedly broke into a smile, bowing and ushering him inside. "Stop. What is going on here? Why does he get to go in without any search? If you don't explain this to me today, we are not done." The Zhao family heir was enraged, exuding a strong wave of martial power. The surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees due to his rage. The staff member gave him a look as if he were an idiot and said with irritation, "That gentleman is the legendary Azure King. Do you think someone of his caliber needs to undergo our search?" "My heavens, what did you say? Did I hear you wrong? The one who just walked by is the Azure King himself." "Ah. Is he not too handsome? My heart is about to leap out." Before long, the grand interior of the stadium was packed with people, all heads bustling with activity. The audience seats, designed in a circular fashion, rose tier by tier, while the central area featured several massive platforms made of special alloys which could withstand high-level martial artists clashing. In the innermost circle of the platforms, the best seats with the best views were reserved for the outstanding competitors. I heard through the grapevine that the Azure King will be a special guest at this grand competition. Is this news reliable? Is it true? The one who just slaughtered his way through Victory Square. You can't be joking, my heart can't take it. Are you talking about the man who opened the heavenly gate with a single sword? Are you all fools? The Azure King's sister is one of the hotshot competitors this time, so how could he not come to support her? However, we're here to watch those geniuses fight. Why does it seem like everyone is just waiting for the Azure King to show up?
Before the competition even officially began, the atmosphere in the audience had already ignited, with everyone enthusiastically exchanging information. The reason for the scene where the streets were emptied was simply that the recently trending and legendary Azure King was about to attend this grand event. In the capital, the name Azure King had become synonymous with strength. His fearless feats against authority were etched into everyone's minds. Even 3-year-old children could recite them. Whether it was an elderly man with white hair or an energetic student, they all appeared incredibly excited at this moment. Everyone wanted to see what the face looked like of the man who dared to challenge authority. All those who qualified to participate in this human race grand competition were the top prodigies who had fought their way out from various base cities, carrying the pride of their entire city. Only those who won the championship in the internal selections of the top martial arts universities were eligible to step onto this supreme arena. Thus, the value of this competition medal has always been unparalleled within the human race. Every year's peak showdown is filled with excitement, with various lost martial techniques and astonishing talents emerging, and what the audience loves most are the explosive clashes between these geniuses. At this moment, a middle-aged host dressed impeccably in a suit swiftly walked onto one of the platforms and picked up the microphone. Esteemed guests, fellow citizens who love martial arts, welcome to the site of the 108th Grand Competition of the Human Race. With the amplification formations enhancement, this voice instantly resonated throughout the venue. The originally noisy hall fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. The host's presence commanded attention. He continued passionately, 150 elite competitors, representing the absolute pinnacle of humanity's martial cultivation, have gathered for this tournament. They are the future hope, the sharpest blade among the younger generation. And the ultimate victor of this grand contest shall be awarded a peerless treasure, the saintly spirit fruit. At the mention of the saintly spirit fruit, a sharp collective intake of breath rippled through the competitor stands below. This rare fruit, once consumed, not only reforges tendons and bones and purifies the body of impurities, but also dramatically enhances one's innate cultivation aptitude. Even an individual of mediocre talent could ascend to the rank of a supreme martial master, let alone these already extraordinary prodigies. For veteran cultivators whose foundations had been shattered by misfortune, this fruit was nothing short of a divine elixir capable of restoring them to their former zenith. Such a treasure is utterly priceless in the outside world, unavailable for any sum, no matter how astronomical the offers from noble houses. Enough preliminaries, I now invite our distinguished guest panel with the warmest applause. They are President Kong Linghui of Jing University, President Dong Shuai of Jiang University, the Venerable Elder Zhong Shenwan, and Lord Lu Jiangnan, Guardian of Jiangnan City. Whoosh! 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 As the host finished speaking, several figures descended from the heavens, each radiating palpable, overwhelming pressure, and settled gracefully upon the premium VIP seats. Their immense aura pressed down like a mountain, leaving nearby spectators struggling to breathe and their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Yet even as these dignitaries appeared, the crowd instinctively searched for another figure, only to find their gaze fall empty. A wave of quiet, wistful sighs rose across the stands. The applause that followed was scattered and lackluster. Clearly the audience's enthusiasm remained unkind-led. Chen Yuro, seated among the competitors, couldn't resist a sly chuckle. Brother, look at your star power. Everyone clearly bought tickets just to see you. Absolutely. Just sitting this close to the legendary King Azure, I'll boast about this for the rest of my life. Fong Danping added with a playful wink. Chen Fan merely shook his head calmly, a faint enigmatic smile lingering at the corner of his lips. The arena's host, a seasoned master of ceremony, observed the crowd's subdued reaction and smiled mysteriously. Don't rush to boo just yet. I know exactly who you're all waiting for. As the saying goes, the true heavyweight always saves his entrance for last. Now, please welcome our most exceptional, most singular guest, the King Azure. The host nearly roared his final words, his eyes alight with the fervent devotion of a true believer gazing upon divinity. As he pointed toward the sky, the previously hushed arena erupted, as if scalding water had been poured into boiling oil. Under the blaze of countless burning gazes, a young man of preternatural handsomeness, his entire being suffused with a gentle radiant warmth, stepped effortlessly into the air, ascending step by step across the void as though strolling through his own garden. Then, as if answering his presence, the heavens themselves responded. Golden pink auroras cascaded downward, and within their shimmering light, crystalline spirit staircases materialized out of thin air, forming a celestial ladder leading straight into the firmament. Chen Fan ascended along that radiant staircase, his slender frame now exuding an overwhelming transcendent aura, one that dwarfed all existence beneath him. 2 sovereign thrones, designed to oversee the entire arena, had long awaited him, positioned slightly above Lord Lu Jiangnan and the other elders. Chen Fan settled serenely onto the regal throne, glowing with deep violet light. His profound gaze swept over the 100,000 spectators below, calm, unruffled, utterly still. A frigid, imperious aura exploded outward from him. In an instant, the sweltering stadium plunged into glacial stillness, the temperature plummeting to freezing. For a breathless, suffocating moment, the 100,000 spectators fell collectively silent. Then, like a dam bursting, came a deafening, roof-shaking roar of adulation. Long live King Azure! 10,000 voices thundered as one, shaking the heavens. In just 2 days, Chen Fan had already etched himself into the hearts of the common people as an inviolable sacred figure. This reverence stemmed not only from his overwhelming martial might but from his unyielding spine of justice daring to defy tyranny itself. By the heavens, he's truly here. He's actually seated there. That's no mere walk, that's a celestial descent. Utterly majestic. Who else among humanity could stage such an entrance? Truly worthy of the title, King Azure. Look at that throne. He is unquestionably deserving of it. Just as legend foretold, his bearing and countenance are 100-fold more striking than any image on screen. The arena's atmosphere surged to its absolute peak, teetering on the edge of total ecstatic chaos. Countless eyes blazing with fanaticism, awe and devotion remained locked unblinking upon that violet throne. Below in the competitor stands Chen Yuro tilted her head upward, her small face radiant with pure unreserved admiration. With but a single hand my brother has eclipsed the brilliance of every man in this city. The title, King Azure, he bears it without flaw. In that moment she felt that beyond her brother all other men paled into insignificance. Oh my stars, he's absolutely breathtaking. I think I'm about to faint. Fong Danping's eyes sparkled like stars, her expression utterly besotted. Finally let us welcome with the highest honor His Excellency Long Shangwa, Chief Administrator of the capital. An elder with neatly combed white hair and a kindly serene countenance drifted down from the clouds. With no flourish, only quiet dignity, he took his seat upon the second sovereign throne level with Chen Fan. Long Shangwa enjoyed immense public trust and affection. Instantly the arena reverberated with thunderous cries hailing the chief administrator. The chief administrator himself has graced us with his presence. Heaven's King Azure is seated at equal height with the chief administrator. His status needs no further declaration. I have a feeling this tournament will go down in history, it's simply electrifying. Long Shangwa gently surveyed the arena, then spoke, his voice resonant, grave and commanding. I hereby solemnly declare the 108th Human Prodigy Grand Tournament begins now. As his words faded, the crowd braced for the first bout, when suddenly from the farthest horizon a colossal voice boomed across the sky. Hold, wait a moment. All guests froze in unison, lifting their eyes instinctively toward the heavens. Where moments before the sky had been flawlessly azure and cloudless, a tiny ink-black speck now hung, an abrupt, jarring anomaly. As the speck hurtled closer and swelled rapidly in size, an elderly man emerged, his temples streaked with silver, his frame towering and iron-hard, followed closely by a young man of extraordinary bearing. Though their steps appeared unhurried, they moved with the terrifying speed of spacefolding, striding steadily down from the distant cloud tops 10,000 meters high, each footfall landing upon empty air. Before the tens of thousands holding their breath, the pair descended, bearing an incomparable weight of authority, and landed precisely at the very center of the martial arena. I am Wang Jin, elder of the Wang clan. Today I escort my young master Wang Songhao to compete in this Human Prodigy Grand Tournament. A cryptic, inscrutable smile played across Wang Jin's aged face. His voice, though calm, carried to every ear, it appears we have arrived just in time, for the opening has not yet concluded. The Wang clan of the capital, ancient, illustrious and famed throughout the realm as a lineage of heroic souls. Since the shocking Victory Square incident rocked the city, this marked the first time a core member of the Wang clan had appeared so openly before the public. The news struck the crowd like a boulder dropped into still water, sparking an immediate surge of uproar and animated whispers. As the direct heir of the current patriarch, Wang Songhao naturally held a guaranteed pass into the tournament grounds. Yet their deliberate timing, arriving only after the tournament had officially commenced, betrayed a brazen, unmistakable intent to provoke. Mid-sentence, Wang Jin's entire being erupted with a crushing mountainous aura, deep as an abyss, radiating outward with terrifying force. The suffocating energy wave sent shrieks echoing across the stands. A sovereign king. Another sovereign king-level powerhouse. Is this the true strength of the top-tier clans? Simply awe-inspiring. Unbelievable, such a Pilarothiclan sovereign king had remained hidden within the Wang clan all along. No wonder they're hailed as legendary heroes, their accumulated resources are truly unfathomable. The entire spectator section exploded into a cacophony of murmurs and exclamations. The physical and spiritual impact of a living sovereign king's presence stirred genuine commotion across the tournament grounds. It also stirred quiet reflection in many hearts that the Wang clan remained an unshakable titan, its underlying power immeasurably deep. Chen Fan's eyes remained placid, utterly still, yet deep within his thoughts churned. Though our Chen clan shares the same honored title of heroic soul lineage, our accumulated strength pales in comparison. Every loyal member of the Chen clan serves with unwavering courage. Our finest warriors fight and bleed on the cosmic battlefields. Even father has only recently attained the rank of Marquis. Facing the Wang clan's profound legacy, we stand at a distinct disadvantage. While the crowd still marveled at the Wang clan's authority, Wang Songhao stepped forward boldly from behind Wang Jin, his cold, piercing gaze locking unerringly onto Chen Yuro's position. With resonant, unwavering clarity he declared, within this tournament the crown belongs to me alone, Wang Songhao. In that instant tens of thousands of eyes converged unanimously upon Chen Yuro. She paused, just briefly, then rose with effortless grace, standing tall and resolute before the sea of gazes, her eyes blazing with fierce conviction. Since I have chosen to stand here, no one, not a single soul, shall wrest this first place from me. Her words rang with absolute unassailable confidence, bold, incisive, and fiercely commanding. Seated upon the throne that symbolized supreme authority, Chen Fan's voice rolled forth like temple bells echoing across the heavens. If you still seek retribution for that day's humiliation, come forth. I, Chen Fan, accept all challenges. Wang Jin and Wang Songhao cast only a single dark sidelong glance upward at Chen Fan, then turned away, a chilling contemptuous smile curling their lips, and strode silently to the competitor seating area to rest. Chen Fan's eyelashes trembled faintly, his gaze sharpened with quiet gravity. The Wang clan is far less simple than it appears. An innate preternatural intuition, born of a supreme cultivator, persistently warned Chen Fan their conduct defied all logic. Given the Wang clan's well-known nature, vengeful to the point of obsession, arrogant beyond measure, they would never display such eerie composure in the face of filial murder. Chen Fan's expression remained perfectly tranquil, as if detached from all worldly upheaval, observing it with serene, unshaken indifference. Whatever schemes the Wang clan's shadowy elders were weaving, or whatever forbidden machinations they concealed, he possessed both the unassailable strength to obliterate them and the fearless resolve to confront them head-on. As Chen Fan's formidable divine sense spread outward like a silent tide, his low resonant voice echoed precisely within Chen Yuro's mind. Should you happen to face Wang Songhao on the arena floor, stay vigilant. Never underestimate him. Chen Yuro turned slowly toward the source of the voice, meeting Chen Fan's gaze. She spoke no word, only nodded, solemn and firm. As one immersed in the storm, she too sensed the profound dissonance radiating from the Wang pair. After all, her own brother had recently slain the Wang clan's second young master and one of its elders. Before such blood-deep enmity, their unnatural calm could only mean one thing: they harbored a lethal, decisive gambit. Yet Chen Yuro's heart beat with the same unshakable certainty as her brother's. No treachery could daunt her. Her confidence sprang from years of relentless solitary cultivation. Mastery of the exquisite sword art personally imparted by Chen Fan granted her the arrogance to sweep aside her peers and stand unvanquished. Before absolute overwhelming power, all conspiracies and stratagems dissolve, mere fleeting illusions vanishing like mist. King Azure, you dared slay a core elder of our Wang clan and even slaughtered our bloodline's heir. Today, before all humanity, I shall reclaim justice. Wang Jin fixed Chen Fan with a gaze of venomous, chilling hatred. With the likes of you from the Wang family, how dare you talk about justice with me? Chen Fan's lips curled into a faint, contemptuous smile. Whether we deserve it or not, you just need to wait a little longer and you will see it clearly. Wang Jin's expression at this moment was particularly enigmatic. Conquer later, you will show this arrogant lord of Shura just how extraordinary your skills are in front of everyone. Wang Jin let out a chilling laugh. No problem. Wang Songhao turned to look at Chen Yuro, his face twisted into a hideous grin with madness and murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Lord of Shura, no matter how powerful you are, your precious sister is destined to die here today. Wang Jin laughed triumphantly deep within, as if he could already see the Chen family in ruins. In the capital, the grand sports arena stood at the center. At this moment, the youth competition representing the pinnacle of the human race had officially begun its bloody battle. Lord of Shura, let's see the strength of my family's prodigy. Wang Jin turned his head, looking at the unshakable Chen Fan with a proud and provocative gaze. On one extremely prominent arena, Wang Songhao charged like a descending tiger, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks against a top genius from Yanbei University. In contrast, the once promising genius could only struggle under the onslaught, being pushed back without any power to retaliate. Wang Kongha's movements were exceptionally graceful and effortless, as if he were merely strolling through his own backyard rather than engaging in a life-and-death duel. The opponent was drenched in cold sweat. Despite possessing considerable martial prowess, he couldn't muster even a decent defense against Wang Kongha's tidal wave of attacks. The young man named Fong Tingyun let out a beast-like roar, and at the moment he struck with a heavy fist, blue waves of fury coalesced from the void behind him. These waves quickly formed a monstrous tsunami, rising to a terrifying height of 10 jine, surging toward Wang Songhao with an overwhelming intent to destroy everything. Humph, after all that, is this all the meager skill you possess? Wang Songhao scoffed, his youthful face filled with disdain and contempt. Suddenly he drew a uniquely shaped, malevolent-looking skeletal blood knife from behind him, channeling all his true energy into a fierce slash. The massive dark red blade light instantly stirred up a bizarre black mist, effortlessly slicing through the raging waves like cutting tofu, accelerating as it straightened toward Fong Tingyun. How is this possible? Fong Tingyun's previously determined expression turned to shock, his eyes momentarily glazing over. His mind seemed to be affected by the evil energy contained within the blade light, causing his heavy steps to falter slightly. In the next fleeting moment, Put! The terrifying blade light, accompanied by a howl that tore through space, sliced through his torso. Fong Tingyun's eyes widened in horror as he looked down, only to see a thin red line appearing on his abdomen, followed by a torrent of hot blood gushing out like a fountain. He helplessly opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to cry out for help or utter his last words, but ultimately could not utter a single word. His upper and lower body were completely severed, crashing heavily onto the cold arena floor. His mangled entrails lay scattered, a horrifying sight to behold. Thick blood instantly stained the smooth arena floor red.
Onlookers could vaguely observe wisps of eerie red light rising from the two lifeless bodies, eventually merging into Wang Kanha's form.
This feeling is quite nice indeed, Wang Songhao chuckled wickedly, his eyes flashing with a sinister crimson light. The aura emanating from him surged once again, almost revealing signs of a breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm.
Staring at Wang Kanha's figure on the arena, the countless spectators in the audience were left dumbfounded, even forgetting to breathe. This guy is simply a madman, actually killing during the competition.
Although the explicit rules of the tournament do not state that killing is prohibited, that person and the Wang family have no enmity, this behavior is simply too much. This young man named Wang Songhao is truly terrifying. In just 3 matches, 3 renowned geniuses have already died at his hands. How could there be so many who would hold a grudge against him? This guy is clearly a bloodthirsty demon at heart.
Ugh. This scene is too bloody. He actually dismembered someone.
Is this the so-called top genius of the Wang family?
How is this different from a demonic cult?
The blood-soaked scene on the arena left the vast majority of the audience feeling a strong sense of discomfort. In just 3 contests, Wang Kanha's hands were already stained with the blood of 3 fellow clansmen. Brother, when it's my turn to go on stage, I will definitely kill him with my own hands.
Chen Yuru's eyes also burned with the fury of murder. Although the youth tournament allows for death in extreme cases, this usually refers to situations where opponents of similar strength cannot hold back. Now the human race faces a tremendous threat from the battlefield of the heavens. Every genius that emerges is an extremely valuable asset to humanity and should not die in such meaningless internal strife. Lord of Shura, see how my family's young master performs. How does he compare to your younger sister? At this moment, Wang Jin leisurely turned to Chen Fan, asking provocatively with a smirk as if it were a deliberate challenge. His old face was filled with the arrogance of a petty man who had achieved success. Chen Fan's eyes glinted coldly, appearing deep and stern. At this point, he had thoroughly seen through the despicable schemes of the Wang family's scoundrels. Just then he noticed that Wang Songhao on the arena did not choose to leave after winning like a normal contestant. Instead, he swaggered provocatively to the edge of the arena. Looking down at Chen Yuro from above, he boldly taunted in front of thousands, "You cowardly turtle, do you dare to fight me? If you're scared and want to surrender, hurry up and roll back. Besides, you, the other trash, are no match for me. I will definitely claim the title of champion in this tournament." These words were arrogantly extreme, as if apart from Chen Yuro, all the other young talents in attendance were mere ants that he could crush with ease. The competitors who had been eager to fight heard this, and although they were outraged, they mostly expressed their anger without daring to speak. This was not only because of Wang Kanha's overwhelming strength, but also due to his almost perverse cruelty. Every opponent who had stood on the same arena with him had not lived to walk away. Everyone cherished their lives. These geniuses who had yet to mature naturally did not dare to provoke Wang Songhao, a madman who killed without blinking. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes filled with various emotions were all focused on Chen Yuro. Look, that is the famous sister of the Lord of Shura. This genius from the Wang family is openly provoking her in front of everyone, clearly targeting the Chen family behind her. This is quite normal, after all. There is an irreconcilable blood feud between the Wang family and the Lord of Shura. I wonder if she dares to take on this fight. She represents the face of the Lord of Shura. But once she steps onto that arena, it means this is a fight to the death where only one can survive. Wang Songhao looks both strong and ruthless. Can a young girl like her really compete? The audience was not naive enough to miss the life and death stakes hidden within. This had transcended ordinary sports competition, becoming a blatant reckoning of life and death. The entire youth competition had at this moment transformed into a private guillotine for these 2 individuals. The performances of other contestants were no longer the focus of everyone's attention. On one side stood a prodigy of the Wang family empowered by some sinister force and nearing the Grandmaster realm, while on the other was a martial arts talent bearing the title of the Lord of Shura's sister, equally gifted. In an instant, everyone was filled with anticipation for the imminent clash. At the center of attention, Chen Yuro showed not a hint of hesitation. She stood up gracefully, looking up at Wang Songhao at the top of the arena, her delicate face still wearing a calm expression. I already said, as long as I am here, the champion of this tournament can only be my name. After saying this, Chen Yuro elegantly descended from the contestant rest area, ascending the layers of white jade steps, and finally stood firmly on the arena. At the signal of Long Shangwa, the staff member responsible for hosting the match immediately stood at the edge of the arena, passionately shouting into the microphone, "This peak showdown is officially between Wang Songhao of the Wang family and Chen Yuro of the Chen family. This battle is agreed upon by both sides. Life and death are inconsequential." Chen Fan remained silent on the high seat, not uttering a word. No one could penetrate the cold facade of Chen Fan to discern his true thoughts at this moment. He was like a tranquil and unfathomable ocean. On the arena, the atmosphere was rife with killing intent. Wang Songhao revealed a cruel grin. "You have quite the courage.
Since you dare to come here to die, I will grant you that, sister of the Lord of Shura. I will personally crush your bones in front of your arrogant brother, making you die before his eyes. Chen Yuro responded with a calm demeanor. Do the people of the Wang family only rely on their mouths to boast when they step out? Since we are on the stage, I will not allow a killing madman like you to leave alive. The match begins. The host yelled with all his might. Swish. At that moment both their gazes turned as cold as frost, piercing to the bone. Wang Songhao struck first to seize the initiative, his figure transforming into a dark red streak of light that shot out, creating dozens of indistinguishable afterimages in an instant on the arena. Is this all you can do, playing these tricks to confuse the senses? Chen Yuro let out a cold snort, thousands of violent blue thunderbolts suddenly swirling around her slender arms. She aimed forward and delivered a heavy punch. Countless blue thunder snakes like maddened serpents surged forth, tearing the ground into deep rifts. Bang! 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 The arena, constructed from an extremely rare special mineral which was said to be unmovable even by ordinary grandmasters, was instantly blasted into blackened deep pits. Die! A sinister whisper drifted quietly, and Wang Kanha's figure had already ghosted around to Chen Yuro's blind spot, a cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yuro's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Relying on her instincts, she swiftly turned her body, thick true energy instantly forming a dazzling armor shield around her. Boom! With a deafening crash, Chen Yuro's petite figure was sent flying by a tremendous force, blasting back a full 10 zhang. Her true energy armor flickered under this heavy strike, clearly suffering considerable impact. Meanwhile, Wang Songhao had once again vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis surged within Chen Yuro. Without hesitation, she transformed into a purple arc of lightning, madly darting to the side. Where she had intended to land, there now lay a massive pit several meters in diameter, as if it had been struck by a meteor from the heavens. The violet energy was devastating the area around the pit. You dodged quite quickly. Another shadow black as ink relentlessly pursued her. Amidst the piercing laughter, Wang Songhao struck once more, his massive fist shadow seemingly formed by a writhing mass of dark serpents exuding a chilling aura of death. Chen Yuro's expression turned solemn. She frantically channeled true energy into her arms, causing the previously weak lightning to surge, the purple electric light nearly obscuring her vision. As she swung her palm, a menacing blue dragon composed entirely of pure lightning roared forth. The thunder and the eerie shadows of fists clashed continuously, creating a series of earth-shattering explosions in the air. Thousands of bolts of lightning wildly intertwined in the void, forming a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the clouds. Bang! However, the blue lightning dragon began to shatter inch by inch under the invasion of the opponent's strange power. That cold fist shadow whistled past with remnants of its might. What? Chen Yuro couldn't help but gasp in shock. Boom! The tremendous shockwave caused the heavy arena to shake violently. In the center of the swirling dust, a slender figure flew out in a somewhat disheveled manner, rolling on the ground several times before barely stabilizing her stance. Chen Yuro's originally neat short hair was now a mess, with a trace of blood even spilling from the corner of her mouth, and the true energy within her was becoming restless under the agitation of that chilling aura. Wang Songhao wielded the blood-colored skull blade, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, and charged in again with madness. The combat strength Wang Songhao displayed now far exceeded Chen Yuro's initial expectations. The opponent's cultivation seemed to have experienced an incredible surge, as if he had consumed some forbidden drug. Thoughts raced through her mind. Chen Yuro dared not show any signs of complacency. She gripped the seemingly ordinary iron sword behind her. The two figures engaged in a dazzling and fierce battle on the arena. In the subsequent exchanges, Chen Yuro retreated time and again, expending almost all her energy on passive defense, finding no opportunity to counterattack. In just a few minutes, several deep knife wounds could already be seen on her clothes. If she showed even the slightest negligence, this remarkably talented young girl would likely perish here in the arena. Even someone untrained could see that the strength gap between the two on the field was overwhelmingly vast. To everyone, it seemed merely a matter of time before Chen Yuro faced complete defeat. How could Wang Songhao from the Wang family display such terrifying strength? He has been dominating Chen Yuro, completely seizing the initiative. Look at that young girl covered in wounds, while Wang Songhao hasn't even lost a single hair. The disparity is just too great. Is this the true killer move of those hidden families? Their combat quality is indeed outrageously strong. It's a one-sided massacre with no room for counterattacks. This scene seems familiar. Those who died at his hands earlier were also like this, not even given a chance to fight back. This is a crushing force at the level of strength. It's not even a contest of the same dimension. Wang Songhao is so powerful, he's practically a monster. It's a pity for this young girl from the Chen family. Wang Jin listened to the surrounding audience's discussions of awe and pity and looked at the young figure sitting expressionless on the Shura throne in the distance. He proudly boasted, "This is the Qilin child our Wang family has painstakingly nurtured. Such innate talent is certainly not something any random stray cat or dog can compare with." I initially thought the Shura King's sister was formidable, but it seems she is merely ordinary. At this moment Chen Zhengguo's face turned dark as if it could drip water. He never expected that his ancestor would be afflicted with such an incurable bizarre poison and that life had already reached its end. Suddenly a sharp and urgent ringtone rang out, interrupting Chen Zhengguo's sorrowful thoughts.
Jingguo, we just discovered in the soul tablet room that the flame of life left by our ancestor has become extremely weak and it could extinguish at any moment.
An elderly woman's voice, shaky and trembling, came from the other end of the phone. She was a highly respected matriarch who had lived in the Chen family's ancestral home for many years.
She was the longest living elder in the Chen family.
Although her martial arts cultivation was not outstanding thanks to the family resources, she had lived for over 100 years. In the ancestral home of the Chen family, every direct descendant's birth would extract a drop of essence blood to create a personal flame of life. This matriarch had been responsible for guarding these flames, symbolizing the continuation of life for the past several decades.
Once the personal flame of life is extinguished, it means that the person's life has reached its ultimate end and even divine beings cannot save it.
If the ancestor truly passes away, the demon suppression tower will fall into an unguarded abyss and the seals will collapse on their own.
The unparalleled demons sealed within the tower will undoubtedly break free recklessly and reappear in the world.
As the Chen family who has guarded this place for generations, they will be the first to suffer from the furious retaliation of these crazed demons. At that time, the Chen family would face a catastrophic disaster of extermination.
Chen Jingle dared not delay, quickly dialing a highly confidential emergency number. I am Chen Jingle. Jinling is in crisis.
The ancestor's life is hanging by a thread and the demons beneath the demon suppression tower are about to break through the restrictions. I request immediate dispatch of powerful individuals for support.
Those rumors outside say that everyone from the Jinling Chen family is a dragon among men. But seeing it in person today is indeed disappointing.
At this moment Wang Jin felt an overwhelming sense of ease as he turned to mock the direction of the Shura throne. On the arena, Chen Yuro appeared extremely disheveled, struggling to breathe under Wang Kanha's relentless onslaught. From the start of the battle until now, she hadn't even managed to scratch the hem of her opponent's clothing, instead being toyed with like prey trapped in a cage.
The Wang family's current demeanor is a bit too early to celebrate, isn't it?
Chen Fan's tone was as calm as still water. Oh really? Then I must keep my eyes wide open to see what hidden cards your sister has to turn the tables. Wang Jin sneered, filled with arrogance. In the center of the arena with a broken family like yours, you dare to compete with my Wang family?
It's simply a dream. Die for me.
This final fatal strike is for my brother Shoha and also for the elders of my Wang family who have passed. The supreme dignity of the Wang family will never allow you commoners to infringe upon it. Wang Songhao suddenly leaped into the air, his eyes glowing with crimson light as a strange power known as heavenly blessing awakened frantically within him. In the void behind him, a grotesque ghostly figure faintly emerged.
An icy aura capable of freezing souls instantly filled the arena, even affecting the entire sports venue.
He gripped the knife tightly and swung down fiercely. The enormous blade, aura enveloped by countless wailing ghostly heads, surged forth dense and overwhelming, nearly blotting out the sky. Before this nearly destructive force, the smaller figure of Chen Yuro appeared insignificant.
It's completely over now.
This guy has gone mad. He really intends to kill Chen Yuro in public. What a terrifying strike. This power fluctuation has likely crossed the threshold of a Grand Master. Wang Songhao is truly a monster, far too extraordinary.
Is this the day a generation's prodigy falls here?
At this moment, the hearts of thousands of spectators were in their throats, holding their breath. Wang Jin suddenly erupted into reckless laughter, turning to Chen Fan seated on the throne, and maliciously said, since she is on stage, it is to determine both the victor and the fate of life and death. If your sister meets her end beneath my son's swift blade, the renowned Shura King shouldn't mind facing trouble from us afterward, right? I think as a significant figure the Shura King shouldn't be so petty, right? It was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that Wang Jin was deliberately provoking Chen Fan while also squeezing him with words, forcing him to personally intervene in the match. If Chen Fan intervened to save her, he would be openly violating the sacred rules of the human race competition, instantly becoming a target of public criticism. At this moment, countless eyes from around the world were watching this scene. But if Chen Fan gritted his teeth and did not act, he could only watch helplessly as his sister met her demise at the hands of the opponent. Faced with Wang Jin's despicable provocation, Chen Fan's gaze turned extremely cold, but he did not utter a word.
He simply watched the seemingly fragile yet resolute figure on the arena. In response to Wang Jin's further provocation, Chen Fan's pupils slightly constricted, then he sneered. Yuro, kill him. Chen Fan looked at the petite girl on the arena with a gaze full of trust.
Chen Yuro felt her brother's gaze and tightened her grip on the iron sword, her beautiful eyes suddenly bursting forth with overwhelming divine light. Behold the might of my sword. The iron sword in Chen Yuro's hand began to emit a faint yet crisp sound of sword chirping, and an invincible sword intent that swept across the world rose around her. Boom! A gigantic sword light that penetrated heaven and earth suddenly erupted from the iron sword. The sword light was resplendent and dazzling, resembling a majestic river of stars cascading down from the heavens, rolling forward with an overwhelming momentum. In the eyes of countless spectators, it seemed as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only that breathtakingly beautiful sword light. "Elder, please help me." Wang Kongha's once hideous face turned as pale as paper, his pupils now filled only with the terrifying sword light that resembled a river of stars expanding continuously as he issued a desperate cry for help. "Stop!" Wang Jin suddenly leaped up from his seat, his face turning extremely grim, losing all of his earlier confidence. He erupted with a terrifying pressure belonging to a king-level powerhouse, frantically interfering with the arena's atmosphere. No matter what, he could not bear to watch the future hope of the Wang family die here. He had to forcefully protect Wang Songhao. "Do you want to die today because you think you've lived long enough?" Chen Fan, sitting on the Shura throne, spoke in an emotionless, cold voice. "On this arena, anyone who dares to provoke and disrupt fair rules will meet only death. If you dare step forward to interfere, I, Chen Fan, will kill you today." The aura he released felt like a mountain pressing down, sealing Wang Jin completely within its core. Behind Chen Fan, it seemed as if a colossal Shura deity was faintly descending. The scene was extremely terrifying, nearly suffocating Wang Jin. "You actually..." Wang Jin's chest rose and fell violently with rage, but just as he hesitated for less than a breath, the thousands of spectators erupted in a thunderous uproar. In the center of the arena, the final sword light released by Qin Yuro precisely struck Wang Songhao, who was still airborne, instantly killing him, leaving no bones behind. The sword light, after shredding the opponent, maintained its momentum, directly breaking through the sports venue's dome and vanishing into the deep clouds. In that instant, the once clear sky seemed to sense the sword intent, rumbling with ominous spring thunder. Though the sword light had long gone, the terrifying sword intent remained in the air, enough to make one's skin feel prickly. Wang Songhao was utterly dead. Even with the so-called power of heavenly blessing, he was still obliterated by this sword. "I announce that the final duel is won by Qin Yuro." The host, witnessing this astonishing scene, shouted passionately into the microphone, his voice trembling. The grand sports venue, amidst the dust settling from this life-and-death battle, erupted into cheers from 100,000 people, their shouts akin to boiling water, almost lifting the roof off. Amidst the clamor, only one person felt these sounds were more painful than needles. "Might Songhao." Wang Jin's face had turned a mix of green and white, and black arcs of electricity surged wildly around him. At this moment, he was utterly consumed by the pain of losing his son and overwhelming rage. Wang Songhao was the eldest son, most cherished by the current head of the Wang family. His martial talent was undeniably the best among the younger generation of the Wang family, having entered the threshold of a grandmaster at a young age, and was a hope star expected to bring another one-level powerhouse to the family. Yet just like that, this pillar of the Wang family's future was cut down by Qin Yuro right before his eyes. As the elder of the family, how could Wang Jin contain the fury burning within him? A deadly killing intent capable of piercing through the long street instantly locked onto Chen Yuro, whose breath had yet to stabilize on the arena. In his withered hands, countless strands of destructive black lightning intertwined, converging into a dazzling sphere of light. That energy orb, as it spun, resembled a black hole that seemed to swallow all surrounding light. The spectators present let out terrified screams. At this critical moment, everyone felt a violent distortion and transformation in the space before them. A young man with a cold, piercing gaze, strikingly handsome yet devilish, had unknowingly stabilized himself in the void. He looked down upon the crowd below with an air of condescension emanating an overwhelming aura. That sense of oppression felt as if an endless tsunami of rage was crashing down from the heavens. "Wang Jin, I see you have truly tired of living." Chen Fan walked through the void, standing even higher than Wang Jin. Suddenly, a violent force capable of shattering everything erupted explosively from within Chen Fan. Around him, the void trembled as if an ancient, ferocious dragon that had slept for millennia was slowly awakening. He stamped down fiercely towards the proud Wang Jin below, and the surging, overwhelming true qi within him erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. "This is impossible." Wang Jin stared in terror, his pupils contracting violently. Although he was indeed a formidable king-level expert at this moment, he felt an almost deathly threat emanating from Chen Fan. The aura was overwhelmingly vast. In the face of such power, Wang Jin felt as insignificant and laughable as an ant struggling in a storm. He felt that what he faced at this moment was not a human but an ancient demonic god who held dominion over life and death. Boom! In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth shook as if the void itself was cracked by that stomp. A disheveled figure plummeted like a meteor, breaking through the sky, crashing heavily down to the hard ground. Rumble! Accompanied by a heavy impact, thick clouds of dust instantly surged into the sky. Even the entire grand stadium trembled violently under the impact of that force. The terrifying waves of power surged within the arena, frantically spreading towards the surrounding audience. Many spectators with weaker cultivation felt their hearts tighten from the aftermath, and some couldn't help but spout blood on the spot. As the dust gradually settled, the crowd was horrified to discover a deep pit several meters deep had appeared on the ground directly beneath the arena. And at the very center of that deep pit was Wang Jin, who moments ago had been full of vigor, yet now was utterly wilted, covered in dirt and dust. Now his hair was disheveled, his precious robes tattered, and he looked incredibly miserable and disheveled, as if he were a mad beggar on the street. As a top expert at the king level, Wang Jin had been so casually suppressed by Chen Fan with a single stomp, illustrating the vast chasm in power between them, akin to an insurmountable divide. Feeling the true chi within him, which once flowed like a raging river, now fall into a deathly stillness, Wang Jin's heart surged with a terrifying wave. He finally understood that those with official titles among the king level experts were on an entirely different plane of combat power compared to ordinary king level cultivators. At this moment, Chen Fan was slowly descending from the sky, resembling a deity wielding thunder, while Wang Jin on the ground had thoroughly become a pitiful worm crushed underfoot. Wang Jin, first you dared to lay your hands on my sister Chen Yuru, and then you attempted to openly disrupt the sacred rules of the tournament. According to the laws of the human race, you are guilty of a capital offense. I have also sensed an evil force within Wang Songhao that does not belong to him. I hope your Wang family is clean. If I find out you are colluding with foreign races, I, Chen Fan, will ensure your entire family is wiped out. Get away from me. Chen Fan's voice roared like thunder in Wang Jin's ears, making his eardrums ache and his vision blur. Wang Jin felt an extremely domineering force crashing violently within him, and his resilient meridians began to shatter inch by inch under this force. That authoritative voice resonated throughout the entire stadium like the toll of a great bell. You beast! Wang Jin struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. His complexion rapidly turned pale at a visible speed as the once vigorous true chi swiftly drained away from his body. In just the blink of an eye, his years of hard-earned king-level cultivation completely collapsed. His path to enlightenment was shattered by Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you dare! Wang Jin trembled all over, filled with fear and despair. He knew his cultivation had been utterly destroyed, and from now on he could only live as a powerless mortal. Facing Chen Fan's cold gaze that looked down upon him like an ant, Wang Jin's lips quivered and he didn't dare utter a single word in rebuttal. At this moment his only thought was to escape this humiliating place. He staggered to his feet, using the ground for support, and trudged towards the exit of the arena, leaving in a state akin to a lost dog with its tail between its legs. Watching Wang Songhao, the hope of the Wang family, die before his eyes, he even lost the courage to retrieve the corpse due to the weight of Chen Fan's stomp. Wang Jin felt an unprecedented level of humiliation within him. As a dignified king-level expert today, he had completely lost face in front of the entire world. What made him feel utterly hopeless was that he had struggled for countless years to reach the king level, only to see it vanish in an instant, leaving him to live the rest of his life as a cripple. The feeling of losing power was far more painful than being killed directly. Chen Fan's tall figure slowly floated down onto the arena, and his terrifying aura instantly retracted, the almost tangible killing intent dissipating into thin air. At this moment he seemed to transform back into the gentle brother who cared deeply for Chen Yuru. Are you hurt anywhere? Chen Fan's tone was filled with concern as he softly inquired. Chen Yuru gently shook her head and replied, I'm fine, brother. Don't worry, the injuries I sustained earlier are mostly superficial wounds that look scary but will heal with a few days of rest. You performed exceptionally well in that battle. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction, nodding his head, his eyes filled with unhidden affection. Especially the stunning sword technique Chen Yuru displayed at the end, which surprised even Chen Fan himself. His sister's martial arts comprehension had indeed reached a terrifyingly high level. At this moment Chen Yuru's eyes curved into beautiful crescents, clearly delighted after defeating a strong opponent. Standing below the stage, her friend Fong Danping finally let out a long sigh of relief, genuinely happy for Chen Yuru's successful transition from danger to victory. All 100,000 spectators in the venue were now focused solely on Chen Fan, each pair of eyes revealing wild admiration. They resembled a group of the most devout believers, uniformly waving their arms and passionately shouting Chen Fan's awe-inspiring title. At this moment the brother-sister duo of Chen Fan and Chen Yuru undoubtedly became the sole focus of the entire arena, enjoying unprecedented honor. This grand human tournament became extraordinarily exciting due to this event. The vile ambitions of the Wang family had not only been thoroughly thwarted but also resulted in the loss of numerous resources, marking a significant defeat. Due to the damage to the arena, the tournament was forced to be paused for half an hour for emergency repairs. After taking a short rest during this time, Chen Yuru's true chi once again reached its peak state. Since even a monster like Wang Songhao had perished at Chen Yuru's hands, the remaining competitors naturally did not dare to challenge her. The subsequent matches had almost no suspense, with Chen Yuru maintaining a winning streak, ultimately claiming the championship title of this human tournament. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate this historic moment, Lu Jiangnan suddenly approached Chen Fan with a hurried expression, his old face etched with an extremely serious and heavy demeanor. He whispered, Chen Fan, something big has happened. There has just been a secret report from the ancestral ground of the Chen family that the patriarch is on the verge of passing away. Upon hearing this sudden piece of news, Chen Fan, who had previously been calm, instantly showed signs of turmoil in his eyes. He recalled the last time he had a heart-to-heart conversation with the ancestor, who had clearly stated that he could hold on for a few more years. He never expected that in such a short span of time the ancestor's condition would deteriorate to such a dangerous extent.
Chen Fan's heart was filled with various doubts and confusion. As the tournament officially concluded, only the host remained to orderly disperse the agitated audience. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his group hurriedly left the bustling venue and arrived in the quiet backstage lounge. At this moment, Dong Xuehai and others who had learned about the severity of the situation through various channels hurriedly gathered around Chen Fan. Although no one outside knew exactly what kind of fierce and powerful demons were sealed within the mysterious demon-suppressing tower. Just from the fact that the patriarch of the Chen family, a respected figure, needed to burn his remaining lifespan to maintain the seal, it was clear that the entities within were incredibly troublesome. Zhong Shangguan stood to the side, his expression grave as he analyzed. If those demons truly break free from the seal and return to the world, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be the Chen family, but it would also be a catastrophe for the entire human society. Dong Xuehai also expressed a serious demeanor as he replied, the nature of this matter has changed. It is no longer just a family issue for the Chen family, but a matter that concerns the lives and properties of countless citizens in Jinling City and beyond. As elders, we absolutely cannot sit idly by. We must understand that Jiangnan City is geographically adjacent to Jinling City, and once the demons break free from their seal, the countless citizens of Jiangnan City will inevitably suffer devastating consequences. As the ruling lord of Jiangnan City and one of the few top combatants among the human race, Liu Jiangnan bore a heavy responsibility to protect the peace of the region. Although it was the fate and mission of the Chen family to guard that tower, ensuring the absolute safety of the common people was a shared duty of every righteous human warrior. In this critical moment of life and death, everyone must cast aside their prejudices and unite against the external threat. As the leader of the Capital University, Principal Kong Linhui asked with a worried expression, the key question now is, what is the current state of the Chen family patriarch? I wonder if he can still hold on for a while longer. After all, we are in the capital, and even if we rush to Jinling at full speed, it will take a considerable amount of time. If the demons have already broken the seal and escaped, it might already be too late by the time we arrive, resulting in an irreparable disaster. After listening to Kong Linhui's calm analysis, the mood of everyone present instantly became heavier and more oppressive. After all, the capital was thousands of miles away from the distant southern Jinling, and this long journey truly posed a headache. At this moment, as the highest commander in the capital, Long Shanghua calmly directed, Chen Jinghua is currently the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, and he commands thousands of seasoned elite soldiers. If the demons truly break free in a short time, they should be able to hold them off for a while. I believe the most efficient way now is to immediately mobilize all the city guards around Jinling as well as some main forces from Jiangnan City to rush to the scene for support as quickly as possible, while ensuring the local government prepares an emergency evacuation plan for the entire city's citizens. No matter how bad the situation may become, we must find a way to keep those shadows of evil firmly contained within Jinling and absolutely cannot allow them to wreak havoc on the world. Since the highly respected old principal Jiang Tianming had already returned to Jiangnan to handle school affairs days ago, the person with the most strategic vision and planning awareness present was undoubtedly Long Shanghua, the lord of the capital. After hearing the suggestion, Liu Jiangnan didn't bother with politeness and immediately nodded, firmly taking out a secure communication device to contact the Jiangnan City Military Department, demanding the mobilization of as many elite forces as possible to immediately cross provinces into Jinling for support. As a city lord, he must leave a portion of his forces to defend the stronghold of Jiangnan City, preventing any unforeseen circumstances. This is an unprecedented and severe trial. If any link is mishandled, it could evolve into an irretrievable social disaster. Given the urgency of the news from Jinling, it indicates that the situation of the Chen family's ancestor has reached the brink of exhaustion and he could close his eyes and pass away at any moment. The people present quietly discussed their countermeasures as a heavy and suffocating atmosphere enveloped everyone's hearts. At this moment, the skies above Jinling seemed to be filled with an impending storm. Chen Yura's pale face showed no trace of the joy she had felt from winning the championship. Her brow, filled with determination, was now tightly furrowed and her eyes revealed an unshakable deep worry. Brother, if our ancestor really passes away so soon, what should our Chen family do? Though she was still young, she understood the stakes very well. Once the seal is broken, those demons who harbor deep hatred for the Chen family will surely unleash a frenzied retaliation. At that time, anyone with Chen family blood would likely be caught in this bloody massacre. As long as I stand here, I will hold up the sky for the Chen family, even if it collapses. Chen Fan's expression remained calm as ever, but his tone held a commanding aura capable of dominating the world. Dong Xuehai and several other powerful figures exchanged glances, then uniformly cupped their fists and shouted, "We are willing to follow His Majesty the Shura King," and set out to aid Jinling at once. As soon as the words fell, powerful figures shot into the sky, their speed leaving behind streaks of brilliant comet-like light that spanned the entire sky. The citizens of the capital only needed to look up to see those formidable figures dashing through the air, exuding a suffocating pressure. As the lord of the capital, Long Shanghua bore the responsibility of defending the city base at all costs during any crisis, absolutely forbidden from leaving his post. The remaining top combatants all followed Chen Fan's lead, charging towards Jinling with a murderous intent. Meanwhile, deep within the Wang family's shadowy estate, Wang Yangming stared coldly at the retreating light, a sinister expression on his aged face as he whispered, "This time your Chen family is destined to be completely erased from the world."
His eldest son had met a tragic end in the competition arena, and one of the family's elders had been personally crippled by Chen Fan losing all his formidable powers. The Wang family had not suffered such a tremendous loss in years, which was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the foundation of the entire clan. In the ancient city of Jinling, the chilling winds howled around the demon suppression tower. The sky was now completely obscured by thick inky clouds as thunder rumbled ominously within the layers of clouds, filling the air with a sense of despair. A series of sinister winds howled through the city, sending shivers down the spines of the originally peaceful citizens. With a deafening roar, thick purple lightning struck repeatedly at the top of the ancient demon suppression tower as if it could pierce the heavens. As the array of runes around the tower began to flicker wildly, an evil energy known as demon chi began to spread chaotically across the land, and ghostly figures could be seen wavering in the void. In the ears of everyone present, the haunting cries of numerous evil spirits seemed to echo ominously. The power of the array left by our ancestor is now too weak to maintain its operation. Dressed in sharp military attire, Chen Zhenghua stood on a high hill 1,000 meters away, gazing at the trembling demon suppression tower, his weathered face filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Once the terrifying resentment accumulated over hundreds of years beneath the tower is released, any ordinary martial artist who carelessly comes into contact could instantly generate an extremely fearsome inner demon, potentially ruining their entire martial foundation. Chen Zhenghua anxiously muttered to himself, why has it been so long and the reinforcements have yet to arrive on site? His greatest fear was that if reinforcements were even a moment late, once the long-repressed demons tear apart their caged Jinling city would instantly become a hell on earth. A direct descendant of the Chen family rushed over, drenched in sweat, to report head of the family, the reinforcements have appeared 100 miles away and are heading here at full speed. Aside from those family leaders still fighting on the front lines, all Chen family members remaining in Jinling had gathered here. For each of them, this was their destiny as members of the Chen family. Chen Zhengguo's expression did not ease him the slightest at the news of reinforcements. He sighed heavily. I only hope that heaven protects us, that among those coming to assist there must be true overlords at the king level. After all, those terrifying beings imprisoned for hundreds of years cannot be dealt with simply by ordinary soldiers. Just at this critical moment, a faint yet exceptionally clear sound of cracking echoed like a heavy hammer, striking each Chen family member's heart. Chen Zhengguo's pupils trembled violently as he abruptly turned to fix his gaze on the distance where the demon suppression tower stood. To his horror, the array that had been struggling to shine was now covered in dense spiderweb-like cracks. The dark demon chi, thick to the point of being tangible, was corroding and devouring the last defenses of the array. The seal of the demon suppression tower, which had protected the Chen family for hundreds of years, was now under immense pressure and on the verge of collapse. The next moment, as the cracks rapidly expanded, a faint yet chilling sound of breaking echoed. The entire sacred seal collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. The once brilliant array runes instantly dimmed, losing all their brilliance. Boom! A wave of nearly tangible black demonic energy surged upwards like an awakened evil dragon, piercing the clouds. The rolling black mist, accompanied by swirling dust, swept outwards like a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. Deep within that churning ink-like black mist, pairs of blood-red eyes filled with deep resentment and greed slowly opened, fixating on Chen Zhenghua and the others. In that instant, the entire city of Jinling fell into an unprecedented, dark and terrifying moment. Countless citizens hiding behind tightly shut doors and windows felt an overwhelming dread and shudder from the depths of their souls. The extremely cold and evil aura had enveloped all living beings in the vicinity under the shadow of death. Towering trees trembled in a state of hysteria. The lush branches and leaves rubbed against each other, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. In the dark void, faint chilling screams echoed, causing the air around to become thick and eerie. That damned seal has finally shattered completely. The old fool guarding it has finally kicked the bucket. After being imprisoned for so long, our opportunity for freedom has finally come. Ha ha, who in the world can stop us now? A series of maniacal laughter echoed repeatedly within the dilapidated demon suppression tower. This sound struck Chen Zhenghua and the others like a tangible hammer, sending chills down their spines. It felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of icy water on a freezing winter day, raising every hair on their bodies. Everyone present turned pale as if a colossal stone pressed down on their hearts, and the emotion of fear spread throughout the crowd. Where should we retreat to now? Let's pull back for now. Saving our lives is the priority. Those monsters would love to flay us alive. Once they emerge, they will definitely leave no survivors. Shut up. As long as there is a breath left in us, the Chen family will never retreat a single step, even if it means dying in battle. Look at you all, you're embarrassing the Chen family. A few younger Chen family members could no longer stand firm, their legs trembling like chaff, their faces devoid of color. Born into the prestigious Chen family, they grew up under the warnings of their elders, well aware of the terror locked within the tower. If those beings returned to the world, it would plunge the entire realm into endless purgatory. The seeds of terror had already taken deep root in their souls, now flourishing wildly on the nutrients of despair. Chen Zhengguo's calloused hands tightly gripped a communication jade butterfly, then he suddenly exerted force, crushing it into powder. He swore to himself, since the calamity of the demon suppression tower has descended, there's no need for you and your brother to jump into this fire pit.
This treasure used for delivering messages. His daughter Chen Yuro also held one.
Chen Zhenghua was clear in his mind. Since the seal is already collapsed, there is no turning back.
As the family head, even if he were to perish here today, he would never retreat. This was the heavy fate he had borne since the day he was born.
That sense of mission had seeped into his bones. It was the endpoint of his life. Yet he absolutely did not wish for his flesh and blood to perish alongside him in this prime of their lives. His gaze revealed a resolute determination, a steadfastness to protect his bloodline at all costs. In the boundless shadows, a pair of green eyes glowing with a sinister light greedily watched the movements outside. The terrifying figure, resembling a vengeful spirit, grinned widely, emitting a chilling and excited laugh. After waiting so long, this broken seal has finally disappeared. In its palm it toyed with a smoothly rounded orb. The orb was dark and deep, with the center resembling a slowly opening evil pupil. A chilling malicious energy seeped from the orb.
This time I won't just have the Chen family wiped out, I will give these human ants an unforgettable lesson for eternity. After 5 whole centuries I can finally breathe the air outside again.
Just at this suffocating moment, a long and ancient sigh seemed to explode like a landmine in everyone's ears. The voice was like a thunderclap that split the heavens, sending tingles down their spines. Chen Zhenghua stood rooted to the spot as if paralyzed. A ferocious aura 100 times more powerful than before surged from the tower's base like a tsunami. The originally clear sky was instantly swallowed by darkness, and the ground beneath their feet turned as black as ink. The nearly tangible demon chi twisted in the air, finally coalescing into a massive avian apparition. The monster's feathers shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, towering to the height of a 2-story building. It suddenly spread its wings that blotted out the sun and let out a piercing screech that seemed capable of shattering stone. The earth could not withstand this pressure, cracking open with grotesque fissures, and the surrounding space became distorted from the violent tremors. Aside from Chen Zhenghua, who barely managed to stay upright, the others clamped their hands over their ears in agony, their faces contorted to the extreme.
Some of the weaker ones had their eardrums burst, blood oozing from between their fingers.
Chen Zhenghua's eyes contracted violently and his heart plummeted into a deep freeze. A terrifying tale passed down through generations in the Chen family suddenly flashed through his mind. It was said that deep within the demon suppression tower there was a creature of unparalleled ferocity, reaching the level of half-step sovereign.
The half-step sovereign is the iron-winged bird.
Chen Zhenghua bit his molars, forcing out the identity of the creature word by word.
Who would have thought that this legendary demon would also break free? In the current Chen family, it would be hard to find anyone capable of withstanding even a casual strike from it.
Perhaps this is the fate set for the Chen family by heaven, Chen Zhenghua thought sadly as he gazed toward the distant horizon, unable to let go of his concern for his children out in the world.
As long as they do not return, the Chen family has not been completely uprooted.
At the same moment, several blurred figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, leaving behind a trail of broken clouds.
Brother, did you hear that? Chen Yuro shouted, suddenly her voice laden with tears. Dad sent a message saying we must not go back, those monsters have already shattered the array.
Her heart raced, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety.
Chen Fan's gaze turned colder than a blade in an instant.